Hashtag C3063 Strongest Guard. Chapter 3058 The Strongest Guard. The battle of the world's first statue, the cradle of the next generation of strong men. Of the 9 sons of the sky, 7 of them participated in this battle, which made everyone feel full of anticipation. However, the expectations of some people have changed. It seems that it may be more interesting to look forward to the duel between a dark horse and the 9 sons of the sky. Look, over there. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly and pointed to the sky. Chu Yan. A strong person in the heavenly god realm may have participated in the ancient immortal war, and recognized the figure in the sky at a glance, which is the legendary natural disaster. Damn it, it's really a natural disaster. How is it possible? He was able to come here alive. What about the people of the 12 Dao lineages? Just let him go. Is this impossible? What about the promised hunt? A cultivator looked up, all of them were shocked, and they couldn't believe it, that person was alive. At this time, above the gate of the city, a young man with long hair came striding over the sky, his whole body glowed with blood, like a red light in the evening. His face was indifferent, just like all the people who entered the city, ordinary. Chu Yan, be bold. A thunderous shout resounded in the city. Tianming Taiching, dare to fly in the air. Where is my 8U Xuanhuan sect? Accompanied by the roar, a figure soared into the sky and flew straight to the city gate. However, before he could take any action, his expression changed, and he almost fell from the sky to the ground. With a glance, behind that Chu Yan, there are actually 3 god kings. Moreover, the people of the 12 orthodoxy are like a thundercloud. The rumble came from the void. These people, like followers, are scattered around Chu Yan, typical guards. 3 Lord God Kings. Am I blind? The big boss of the 12 orthodox lineages, serve as his bodyguard. Hiss. Feng Tianqian. The young palace master of the Tianqian Earth Palace. Crap, hasty, isn't this ostentation too big? Not only the law enforcement elder of the 8U Xuanhuan sect, but at this moment, all the cultivators in the audience looked at the direction of the sky at the gate of the city, and they were all dumbfounded. This is no joke. A group of top giants, serving as guards for that natural disaster. This result is completely beyond the scope of normal people's thinking. Don't say that this natural disaster, Chu Yan, offended the big bosses of the 12 Dao lineages, even if you didn't offend them, you, an ordinary cultivator participating in the war, why let all the big bosses serve as your guards? This is simply impossible. But now, the facts are in front of his eyes. Chu Yan didn't get hurt at all, and swaggered into the city, with ruins behind him. Feng Shi, why are you in a daze? Immediately tell Chu Yan the detailed rules of the first battle, and then register for him. Behind Chu Yan, the great elder of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect yelled at that fool for law enforcement. Ah. Oh, yes. Yes. Feng Shi was stunned for a while, his pupils returned to normal again, and he nodded quickly. Just kidding. The great elder personally escorted him to sign up for the war. This seemed to be the first and only one. This is the token. He frantically took out a token from his body, and the wind erosion had just lost his momentum, and disappeared without a trace, completely turning into a waiter serving food in the building. The token activates, and a disciple of my sect will guide you immediately. Go to the resting place, and the battle will begin in 5 days. This is an iron token with 3 big characters, the first one on it. Chu Yan looked at the token handed in front of him, but he didn't have any intention of reaching out to take it. Elder Fengxia, right? From what you said just now, you want to judge me. When these words came out, the eyes of the 3 god kings behind Chu Yan moved over instantly, and they all fell on Elder Fengxia. Puff. Elder Fengxia seemed to be hit by 3 mountains, his soul trembled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This is the coercion of the three great god kings, which ordinary people can bear. No. No. How is it possible? I just want to remind. Fengxi exhausted all his strength, and finally squeezed a smile uglier than crying on his face, and explained. Yeah. Chu Yan smiled lightly and took the token. This time among Chu Yan and his party, Huayang and Yu Linger were not going to participate in the battle. After all, the battle of the first statue is a battle of revealing their reputation, and now it has no meaning for them. After all, with Chu Yan participating, what else can they reveal? As for Yu Peng, he was hesitating along the way, whether to join the war or not. Originally, he was prepared to be majestic and prestige this time, but with his current status, if he wants to be really majestic, he must reveal his own beast body. In that case, his father, the god of virtue, will definitely know that he will serve as a mount for Chu Yan. Golden-winged rock clan. Use it as a mount for an ordinary human being. Don't want to lose face. You don't want it, does he still want it, the god king of heaven and virtue? In this case, if he didn't pluck all his feathers, he would be a ghost. However, if you don't reveal yourself to participate in the battle, your strength will be greatly reduced. You don't know if you will be majestic at that time, but you will be beaten for sure. After all, this is the battle of number one statue in the world, and it is not comparable to those ordinary immortal ancient battlefields. I didn't see that even Huayang and Yu Linger chose not to participate in the war. It is because the battle of the number one statue in the world is a battle where the top talents in the real god's domain participate. Chu Yan. Now, shouldn't he be released? Seeing Chu Yan take the token, Wanfu Tianzuan immediately opened his mouth and shouted. Release people. Why? Chu Yan turned his head and grinned. I just entered the city, and there was a man rushing over with an axe in a fierce manner. If I hadn't run fast, maybe. You said, in this case, do I dare to let people go? As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the audience. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were all looking at Chu Yan in a daze. Just carry an axe. You can run as fast as you want. From the beginning to the end, you didn't even move, okay? And that Fengxi's hands are empty, what kind of bullshit axe is there? This guy is so shameless. Chu Yan, you are looking for death, believe it or not, I will hit you with an axe. Uncle can bear it, no one can bear it, not to mention this group of big bosses from various sects. Wanfu Tianzuan, who took out his axe, pointed directly at Chu Yan and shouted. Look, I haven't finished talking yet, another one. Chu Yan shrugged, his face full of helplessness. You. Wanfu Tianzuan almost flew the axe directly. Everyone, let me take my leave first. When I participate, I will naturally let you go. Facing a group of black-faced bosses, Chu Yan raised his hand, turned around and left. Urging the token, it fell towards the city. A group of bosses moved their eyes sideways in unison, all staring at Feng Er. If it weren't for you. That shameless boy can find excuses. In an instant, the dignified law enforcement elder of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect trembled like a little white rabbit stared at by a group of fierce tigers. Who am I recruiting, who am I offending? Hashtag C3064 Prepare. Chapter 3059 Prepare. With Chu Yan's departure, all the bigwigs also entered the city one after another and disappeared in all directions. Nua de Tianming Taiching, the number of cultivators that can be accommodated at this time may not be less than 100,000. Even for an existence as powerful as a god king, after restraining his aura, he would melt into the vast ocean like a drop in the ocean without making a sound. According to legend, there are 3 small worlds in Tianming Taiching. What is displayed in front of the world is just the most ordinary outside world, while those real bigwigs are all concentrated in the inner world. As for the core world, I am afraid that only the bigwigs of the 8U Xuanhuan sect can enter. This is not surprising, even the sect forces in the lower realm will establish the real sect in the small world. In this way, it is not only protection, but also a sense of mystery. If you want to freely travel through such a small world, even the unrivaled God King can't do it, maybe the 9 Heavens Supreme Being can. Brother Chu, there are 3 blessed places in the inner world. The place you are going to is called. After entering the 8U Xuanhuan sect, Huayang suddenly talked a lot, giving various introductions. Chu Yan listened carefully and looked around at the same time. As far as the eye can see, there are all kinds of auspicious clouds, and all kinds of auspicious auras, covering the sky and the earth. Such a majestic Taiching is full of fairyland and sacred mountains, with various visions, like a god in the world. It was the first time for Chu Yan to see such a magnificent inner world, so he naturally took a few more glances. The inner world is like this, the core world, not. Chu Yan sighed in his heart, and immediately thought of many rumors about God's domain. The Supreme Orthodoxy, as one of the 12 great powers in the domain of the gods, is by no means underestimated by its strength and terrifying background. In such a force, even an unrivaled overlord is nothing more than ordinary. Soon, a huge spiritual peak appeared in front of Chu Yan. According to Huayang's introduction, this mountain is called Songqiong Ridge. It is said that it was a blessed land of the 9 Heavens Supreme. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, it actually gave birth to spiritual wisdom and became a spiritual treasure. 9 Heaven Sovereign's exclusive spiritual treasure. This one alone is enough. All the cultivators and bosses who came to participate in the battle of the number 1 statue in the world all lived in this Songqiong Ridge. Or on the top of the mountain, on the side of the mountain, including the foot of the mountain, they are full of people. Look, it's Chu Yan. Nothing special, that's all. Good luck. I think his natural disaster is not worthy of the name. Haha, that's right. I heard that it's barely respectable. I was almost killed by a person of the 12 orthodox traditions. The appearance of Chu Yan and others immediately attracted attention from all around, and various voices of discussion kept ringing. For these, Chu Yan has always ignored, greeted Huayang and Yu Linger directly, and entered his palace. This residence. Quite luxurious. There are hundreds of spiritual formations, large and small, which can gather spirits, calm the mind, hold breath, protect and other functions, all of which are complete. On one side of the table, there are high-quality spirit wine, various medicines, and even delicacies. This kind of cultivation environment is really corrupt. Sitting in the center of the spirit array, Chu Yan crossed his legs, his consciousness surging. Soon, Chu Yan discovered that his divine consciousness could not leave the palace at all, and was directly blocked by a powerful force. Why not investigate the situation of other palaces? However, this is also normal. Those who come here are all participating in the battle of the world's number 1 statue, and each has its own trump card. It would be a bit unfair if some strong person probed at will and leaked the information of the various cultivators to the cultivators participating in the battle. Immediately, Chu Yan's mind settled down and he began to practice. When Tianlu responded accordingly, releasing a faint sense of immortality, which slowly merged with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. On the way to Tianming Taiching, Chu Yan is doing his best to cultivate this Wentian furnace. In Wentian furnace, there is an incomparably powerful monster whose cultivation level is at least the heavenly venerable realm, or even higher. If he could refine Wentian furnace, he might be able to control that monster. It would definitely be an extremely powerful battle force. For the next 5 days, Chu Yan spent all his time practicing. In the entire Tianming ancient city, the news that Chu Yan, accompanied by the 3 great god kings and the 12 great traditions, came to participate in the battle of the world's number 1 statue, was widely circulated. Further afield, some sect forces received the news, became interested and came from afar, As for the Tianqian Digong, it was still the same, or in order to find the loss of Jiao Wuxing Xiangu, they placed a bigger handicap in Tianming Taiching. Because of Feng Tianxuan's hosting, the odds for Chu Yan were suppressed to extremely low. But the result was far beyond Feng Tianxuan's imagination, because there were so many people who bet on Chu Yan, and finally raised Chu Yan's odds to 1-1. This is completely different from the situation in the ancient times of Wuxingxian. It can be seen that this time, in Tianming Taiching, there are probably many people who came here for Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, and the 9 realms star map above his head, after being silent for a long time, finally erupted. Thousands of rays of light surged, and fairy spirits, like clouds and mist, scattered in all directions. A dazzling light cluster escaped from the 9 realms star chart and flew towards Chu Yan. Finally merged. Chu Yan's face was happy, and he connected with the arrow of his spiritual sense, and received a lot of messages in an instant. The names and contents of various ways of asking questions were all displayed in his sea of consciousness, and suddenly a sense of power rose in his heart. Rows of words of different colors are all the methods of asking that all practitioners dream of. There are 11 methods of asking questions, all of which were obtained by Chu Yan. If other people knew about this, it would probably cause more trouble than suppressing and arresting dozens of peerless geniuses. Hurry up and practice. Chu Yan looked at the time and found that there were still 3 days before the first battle. During these 3 days, if he used them well, he might be able to comprehend a few methods of asking questions. At that time, even if he didn't use it, it would be of great benefit to his combat power. With a wave of his hand, the sky is full of divine power, directly enveloping the ray of light, and began to practice. At this time, Chu Yan's consciousness is divided into 2. While comprehending these 11 methods of asking questions, the other half of his consciousness is still comprehending and practicing the code of war. This time, the 5 elements immortal ancient battle, Chu Yan fully realized the power of the war code. The increase in combat power is too terrifying. Therefore, in this battle of number 1 in the world, Chu Yan must complete the final honor, and there must be no mistakes. The promotion brought to him by the code of the way of war is visible. As for the battle of the number 1 god in the world, every genius participating in the battle will not be as ordinary as the unrivaled geniuses in the 5 elements immortal ancient. They are almost all the top geniuses in the god's domain. Therefore, the code of warfare is the most important. Soon, in the hall, one after another astonishing power swept across, and all kinds of fairy lights flickered around his body. Even if there are hundreds of spirit formations suppressing the huge living hall, it still keeps trembling. #C3065 Here we go. Time passed, and days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Chu Yan lived in the palace, and the Daoguang of various methods of asking questions coiled around Chu Yan's body, like a fairyland on earth. Several powerful ways of asking questions gave rise to the vision of Dao Long, which made bursts of dragon's voice, shaking the world. 3 days, whether it is long or not, is not short. Chu Yan's divine consciousness was divided into 2, and he comprehended the 3 methods of asking questions, and at the same time, the God of War code went a step further. It can be said that Chu Yan has gained a lot in these 3 days. In addition, Chu Yan practiced in the past 3 days, almost all of which were the top-level skills of God's domain, so after 3 days, Chu Yan's combat power has undergone a terrifying improvement. The seal of war might, come out for me. Chu Yan burst out with divine power all over his body, his eyes were blue, and with a roar, he raised his hands to the sky. Suddenly, the entire void seemed to be impacted by some powerful force. At the same time as it suddenly bulged, a huge mass of God of War gushed out of Chu Yan's body and condensed above his head. At this moment, it seemed as if the avenue of heaven and earth had returned to him, and Chu Yan was at the top of the sky. The kind of divine enlightenment that follows the law and destroys all realms fills Chu Yan's whole body, including the sea of consciousness. At this time, Chu Yan, the tiger, roared, and his cloak was flying, and his blue body armor was dazzling, and his majestic power, like waves, rushed in all directions. Click. The void in the living hall could no longer bear the release of Chu Yan's fighting power, and a huge hole was opened, exposing the turbulent flow of time and space. The next moment, the huge cyan light group above the head began to distort and deform, and it could be vaguely seen in the blur that it was in the shape of a big seal. Immediately afterwards, the great seal of the God of War slowly fell and merged into Chu Yan's body. Ka 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 ka. The sound of bones cracking came from Chu Yan's body. At this moment, everything in Chu Yan's body, including the two spirit swords, is changing. Even the breath released from the body is completely different. You must know that the God of War is one of the 9 gods. Chu Yan's body has been fused with the body of the God of War. Logically speaking, the transformation should have occurred long ago. But God of War will know that Chu Yan's cultivation base is too weak to bear this kind of power at all. Therefore, from the first order promotion, slowly release the fusion. Only now has he obtained part of the power of the God of War body. This is also the result of Chu Yan condensing the seal of the God of War and the fusion of the 11 ways of asking. If you practice alone, it will take at least 300 to 500 years to integrate a trace of the power of the God of War. 9 great gods, that is the existence of gods. But now, Chu Yan's cultivation is too low. But just now, there is the realm of human dignity, followed by the realm of earth, heaven, and God. With a difference of several levels, even with the body of a God of War, it will not be able to exert its effect at all. But today, Chu Yan finally opened a gap, drawing out the power of God of War. At this moment, Chu Yan felt that as his cultivation continued to improve, more and more would be opened. Chu Yan has already comprehended the general outline of the God of War code. Ah, the astonishing law. I really don't know. Compared with the God of War code, these common ways of asking are rubbish. Chu Yan sighed in his heart. I imagined in my heart how amazing the power of the 9 gods in the age of God of War is. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering thunder resounded through the sky. Every cultivator in Tianming Taiching, whether they were cultivating or doing other things, was startled by the thunder and trembled. The battle for the #1 statue in the world. Begin. An incomparably majestic voice, accompanied by thunder, rang in the ears of every cultivator. All fellow Taoists who participated in the battle, please go to the top of Songqiong Ridge with tokens. All guests are invited to go to the viewing platform with the invitation card. All the elders of the sect, please go. Announcements one after another continued to resound through the sky, arranging all the details of the battle of the world's #1 statue. Participating in the battle, fellow Taoist, if it's less than 3 hours, it's considered abstention. Don't wait now. After the last sentence, the thunder in the sky suddenly stopped. In Chu Yan's eyes, flames ignited, and he stood up from the ground suddenly. With a restrained breath, he strode out of the residence hall with a big stride. After sweeping his spiritual sense, he found that Huayang, Yu Linger, and Yu Peng were already waiting outside the door. As for the 3 big bosses, the God King of Duanqing, I am afraid they have already gone to the viewing stand. Walk. Chu Yan jumped up and flew towards the peak of Kangqiangling, followed by Yu Peng and Huayang. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan and his party flew to the top of the mountain. With a glance, the scene in front of you has a panoramic view. First of all, there is an incomparably huge white jade square, which should be a fighting arena, with a width of nearly 100,000 feet. There are elders guarding the 4 corners, maintaining an extremely powerful magic circle. This kind of spiritual array that needs to be maintained by the elders of the respected state may not be able to break even the strongest of the respected states. Moreover, on the ground of the white jade battle platform, countless spiritual patterns and divine seals are densely carved, which are obviously powerful spiritual formations. Therefore, this white jade battle platform may be difficult to destroy. Surrounded by viewing platforms, they are arranged on 3 sides, and spiritual chairs made of various high-grade spiritual jade are lined up, and the spiritual energy is like a tide, and they should all be prepared for the boss. On the viewing platform, there are already quite a few people, and 1/10 of them have already sat down and waited. If you come early, you can see all the cultivators participating in the battle enter the arena, and estimate the battle situation in advance. These people are probably betting heavily in the Tianqian Digong, so they are more nervous than the cultivators who participated in the battle. On the other side, on the rostrum, there are already some giants sitting on the golden chairs. Damn, there are so many unrivaled overlords. Yu Peng's eyes were straightened, looking at the main platform in front of him. To be honest, everyone has never seen so many unrivaled overlords and giants at one time. Including the 3 major god kings, including the god King Duanqing, giants above the rank of unrivaled overlord all sat on the main stage. More than 30 people gathered together, and the waves of air rushed around like thunderclouds. This is because they restrained their aura, otherwise, just the aura released by more than 30 unrivaled overlords with all their strength could destroy the entire Zhangqiang Ridge. When you reach the God King realm, destroying the world is just a matter of waving your hands. As for the heavenly venerable realm present, there were even more of them. At a glance, the number was over 100. The 12 Dao lineages have all sent powerful elders or teams of supreme elders. Look. Natural disaster Chu Yan. Fuck me, he is Chu Yan, a natural disaster, I saw him alive. It looks good, it seems that there is no injury. Dark Horse, I bet on you, you must win. Chu Yan's presence unexpectedly caused a tsunami, causing all the bosses present to turn their heads to look over. This is even more imposing than the presence of the unrivaled overlord. #C3066 Envoy. On the viewing platform, a group of powerful elders, the Taishang elders, looked at Chu Yan. All of them were slanderous. This kid is actually famous. Elders of the 12 Orthodoxy, Chi was beheading Chu Yan with his eyes were red. Chu Yan, let's go down quickly. Yu Peng's feathers exploded, looking at the red eyes, he urged Chu Yan to say. Not only because of these resentments, but also, he saw a very familiar figure on the main stage. Heavenly Deity King. Yu Peng's own father. At this moment, his own father was staring at him, there was neither sadness nor joy in his eyes, he couldn't see anything at all. But the more this happened, the more it made Yu Peng feel hairy. It's over. It's dead now. The more Yu Peng thought about it, the more afraid he became. He glanced at Chu Yan, beside him. If his father knew that he became Chu Yan's mount, the consequences would be. And beside him, Chu Yan's eyes were staring closely at the group of big bosses, and a face full of smiles was also looking at him. That person, with a bright smile, gave Chu Yan an extremely dangerous feeling. If the guess is correct, this old man should be Shen Gongxi. At this time, Shen Gongxi was sitting on the golden chair, smiling like a flower blooming on his face, watching Chu Yan motionless. Chu Yan glanced at him, without thinking much, turned and fell down. On the 3-party viewing platform, they randomly found a seat and sat down, waiting for the battle to begin. At this time, above the sky, cultivators flew from all directions and landed on the viewing platform. An incomparably magnificent scene is slowly taking shape. The 3-party viewing platform, the 8U Xuanhuan sect, is divided into many areas, and according to the status and strength of the practitioners, it is divided into 9 viewing areas. There are more and more people in the 9 regions. The cultivators and bosses who were present glanced around, and many eyes stopped on Chu Yan. Especially those unrivaled geniuses who participated in the battle almost always looked at Chu Yan immediately, and their eyes were not kind. Among them, there was a female cultivator who was wearing a white robe and disguised as a man, with 3 long spears on her back. She never glanced at him from the beginning to the end, but kept sitting cross-legged to practice. Her appearance was an obvious contrast to the noisy atmosphere around her. Therefore, it also caught Chu Yan's attention. The 9 Sons of the Sky. Chu Yan frowned slightly, thinking of Duanzhoujiang. However, Chu Yan has never heard of who the 9 Sons of the Sky are, and is just guessing. The aura on her body was extremely heavy, and the void around her body was a little stagnant. This is a manifestation of extremely strong combat power, and it is also the effect of practicing the powerful method of asking questions and melting into the world. Therefore, this woman's combat power is definitely not weak. The next moment, the woman who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, looked through the crowd, and looked at Chu Yan, who was staring at her. The 4 eyes met, and the 2 were startled at the same time. Just nodded slightly, the woman withdrew her gaze. Chu Yan also nodded to indicate. But I was a little surprised in my heart. It stands to reason that I have offended the 12 Dao lineages, and those bigwigs must have told the unrivaled geniuses of their forces. Therefore, there was no trace of murderous intent or hatred in this woman's eyes, which made Chu Yan look at her differently. His eyes moved sideways, and Chu Yan looked elsewhere. The 9 Sons of Xanqiang heard that there will be several people present, but they don't know how many people are here now. After searching around, besides this woman in white robe, Chu Yan found another one. Bailey Haohun. The number 1 disciple of the Xintian sect, whose cultivation has reached the 6th level of human dignity, is dressed in a purple robe and holds a fairy pen. He looks like a scholar with a temperament, and his eyes are looking at the female cultivators everywhere, and the eyes are full of green light. Occasionally speaking, it caused screams from the surrounding female cultivators. Under the laughter, they seemed extremely carefree. Fittings. The 7th heaven of human dignity turned out to be a casual cultivator. His whole body was covered with muscles like iron. He seemed to be an extreme body training warrior with a strong killing spirit. Huayang's spiritual consciousness told Chu Yan through sound transmission that this gold tool is said to be a reincarnation cultivator, and its inheritance is extremely extraordinary. The next one was named Simon Pu. This person turned out to be a disciple of the 8U Xuanhuan sect. His whole body was full of watery air, which he couldn't control at all, and snowflakes kept flying in the surrounding space. It is somewhat similar to Empress Xuantian's way of cultivation. The last one, Fan Wuya. It was the one who had fought against Chu Yan in Tianmu Shangu. After he was honored, his cultivation base reached the 7th heaven of human dignity, which is very strong. The hasty end of the last battle made him feel aggrieved for a long time, but now seeing Chu Yan, he laughed so hard that his teeth came out. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and he nodded as a greeting. You are famous. There are many people who want to kill you. Feng Tianxian suddenly appeared beside Chu Yan, and at the same time he spoke, he sat down beside Chu Yan. Huayang and Yupeng were taken aback, and almost copied the guy directly. Young Palace Master Fulu's body is so close to me, so you're not afraid of being affected. Chu Yan laughed. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Feng Tianxuan's eyes twitched twice, and his breathing became short of breath. If the pot won't open, you have to lift the pot. This is to let myself go. Don't go. Feng Tianxian took a deep breath, resisted not speaking, his face turned slightly red. Young Palace Master, you are such a big person, you can sit in the middle of the main stage, it's not good to be crowded here. Huayang wanted to laugh, but also opened his mouth to run. Originally, with his character, he wouldn't say such things, but when he thought of what Feng Tianxian did in the ancient city of 5 elements, he couldn't help it at all. I have something to say. Feng Tianxian glanced at Huayang, gritted his teeth, turned to look at Chu Yan, and continued. My Tianqian Digong, the gold-lettered signboard, the previous handicap, Yuan, you can choose Dongtian Futy at any time. This sentence made Chu Yan startled, and then smiled wryly. This matter is really difficult to handle. According to the handicap between him and Feng Tianqian, it's a bet of honor. However, he still has a sliver of divine power, and he hasn't completely transformed. He doesn't know whether it is a success or a failure. So, when the battle starts, with so many big bosses present, maybe someone will see his situation. At that time, if I had already taken these 3 caves and blessed places, it would be really hard to talk. Therefore, Chu Yan never took the initiative to find Feng Tianqian. But now, they took the initiative to find them. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, it's late, it's late. At this moment, above the sky, a thunderous laughter resounded. Everyone's ears were buzzing, and they all looked up. But I saw a figure flying from the sky and falling towards the viewing platform. This is a bearded man with devilish energy surging all over his body, like a black cloud falling, followed by a woman in green and a man in iron armor. See the envoy of longevity. Envoy of Xuanhuan. Envoy of Yanglong. All the bosses in the audience stood together and bowed their hands to see each other, even if they belonged to the 12 orthodox traditions. The 3 of them, including the God Dingdanfang, also stood up. These 3 are the 3 envoys of the Baiyu Xianhuang sect, the Tianjin sect, and the Sana sect. Hua Yang explained. The so-called envoy is the envoy of the Lord. And those orthodox suzerains call themselves honorable masters to the outside world. In other words, they are the suzerain envoys of the 3 major lineages, and their status is prominent. #C3067 The Lord is present. How honorable is the position of the 12 orthodox suzerains. Of course, strong strength is also required to sit in this position. There are no requirements, the strength of the warrior world is respected, and the realm is king. Therefore, in order to ensure their own strength, the venerable lords will continue to practice and retreat, and they rarely appear at ordinary times. All kinds of affairs in the sect are handled by the envoys, while the elders are responsible for the daily operation of the sect. Here, there is a level of difference. The elders seem to be working part-time, while the envoys are exercising part of the suzerain's power. Therefore, those who can serve as honorary envoys all have a strong relationship with the honorable master, either relatives or contracted. These venerable envoys, instead of the Lord, conveyed their will, just like this time the battle for the number 1 venerable in the world. The strength of the orthodox suzerain is actually at the level of the God King. However, the same God King level, the strength is very different, and it cannot be compared in the same day. Ha ha ha, everyone is polite. I came from a long way to participate in the battle of the world's number 1 statue of my 8yu Xianhuang sect. The sect is shining. The longevity envoy laughed all the time, bowed his hands in the air and saluted, and was extremely polite to all the bosses in the audience. This person's personality gives me an excellent feeling when he speaks. He is very powerful, and he doesn't have the airs of being a great envoy. Okay. Okay. Don't be polite, everyone. The longevity envoy landed on the main stage, and while still politely nodding to the core giants around him, he announced loudly. On behalf of the Lord of the 8yu Xianhuang sect, I announce that the battle for the number 1 statue in the world begins. After finishing speaking, he sat down slowly, but turned his head to look at where Chu Yan was. This glance was still full of smiles, but it was full of meaning. For him, Chu Yan is by no means a natural disaster, on the contrary, he is a great blessing. Envoy He Huan took a look at Chongqing, frowned slightly, but did not sit down, but said loudly. This battle of the world's number 1 statue. The first round of Peerless Genius has a bye, and other participants will draw lots to compete. The winner advances. With a wave of his hand, groups of elders flew over and landed on the Bayou Square below. And those cultivators who are not unrivaled geniuses also quickly flew out and landed on Bayou Square to draw lots. Soon, the lottery was over, Bayou Square was divided into 10, and the battle began. 10 rounds of battles were going on at the same time, which was quite lively. All kinds of air explosions, celestial lights and spiritual waves exploded continuously, and the battle was extremely fierce. Look, that masked one is so strong. He seems to have just been honored, and someone with a cultivation level respects the fourth heaven. It's amazing. This son's combat method is refined, and his aura has become pure. I'm afraid he will break through to the 4 elements in a short time. Check his origin and recruit him if he can. Some powerful forces watching the battle, their eyes are like wolves, scanning every battle. As long as there are powerful practitioners found, they will immediately send people to recruit them. This is why the world's number 1 being cultivated attaches great importance to it. Before being honored, many cultivators came to some small and medium sections. However, after being honored, they will show their strength through the battle of the world's number 1, and they will be favored by big forces. If you are favored by the 12 Dao lineages, you will soar into the sky, and you will have the opportunity to learn the method of asking. The battle continued, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Chu Yan sat on the viewing platform, and after watching a few battles, he closed his eyes and began to practice. An hour and a half later, the first round of fighting ended. 230 cultivators successfully advanced to the second round. At this moment, all the bosses in the audience began to open their eyes and cast their eyes on Bayou Square. Cultivators, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, all began to get nervous at this time, and all looked towards the square. Because, as everyone knows, the foreplay is over and the main event begins. In the battle of number 1 in the world, without peerless geniuses participating in the battle, it's called number 1 in the world. From the beginning to the end, the battle of the world's number 1 statue is a famous battle of unrivaled geniuses. Every unrivaled genius hopes to become famous in God's domain through this battle. Especially the pro-gene core disciples of some forces, or the children of giants, hope that through this battle, they will gain a reputation in God's domain and lay the foundation for the future path of martial arts and power. The announcer of the second round is not the envoy of longevity, nor the envoy of Xuanhuan, but the envoy of Yanglong. His voice was very light, without any trace of power. Everyone, for the second level, all cultivators will participate in the battle, and the melee will lead to life and death. Defeat all opponents, and the one who stands at the end will be number 1 in the world. Prepare. Just when he was about to announce the start, the envoy of the longevity also stood up suddenly. Tell me about the reward this time. As soon as these words were spoken, those unrivaled geniuses who were about to go on stage were all stunned, and all looked up. Rewards are what matters. The reward for the first one, our 3 Dao Tongs are going to give out a top-level cave for half a year this time. The top-level paradise has little attraction for unrivaled geniuses. It is a little tempting for ordinary cultivators, especially those who have advanced in the first round. Seeing the disappointed eyes of the unrivaled geniuses, the Eternal Master laughed, and then announced. Besides. Those 2 words pulled everyone's hearts back at once. Could it be that there is a big prize? The deity envoy represents the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect, plus a special reward. The smile on the elder's face was full of mystery. Just as everyone was waiting for the announcement from the longevity envoy, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. There was a rumbling sound of thunder, thousands of miles of thunderclouds appeared in the sky, and the wind of heaven and earth rose violently in an instant, sweeping across the entire Changqiang Ridge. On the Bayou Square, the unrivaled geniuses and cultivators standing there were all swaying. An invisible terrifying coercion, like a cloud descending from the sky, instantly enveloped the audience. Every cultivator, every unrivaled genius, including the unrivaled overlords present, felt an extremely powerful coercion, and suppressed it like a mountain. Everyone is as tiny as ants in front of this mountain. Respect. Your lord. The face of the immortal envoy changed instantly, and he looked up at the sky, his face full of astonishment. As soon as this sentence fell, the audience was suddenly silent. Lord. The venerable master mentioned by the elder's envoy, could it be the suzerain of the 8th Xuanhuan sect? It means that the suzerain of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect actually came to the scene in person. This time everyone in the audience was shocked. This rarely happened in previous battles for the number 1 statue in the world. The honored lord came in person. It seems that only 10,000 years ago, when Empress Shantian proclaimed the first statue in the world, she appeared. After all, the battle of the world's number 1 statue is just a battle between a group of cultivators of human dignity, and it can't reach the level of alarming the 12 orthodox suzerains. You know, according to the legend, the suzerain of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect has reached the supreme rank. #C3068 Go to war. See your honor. See Senior Ling Chongkong. See the sovereign. A respected envoy, a big boss, an unrivaled genius, and a cultivator, all reacted and greeted them together. The supreme powerhouse, the suzerain of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, is here in person. Don't be too polite. Ling Chongkong's voice resounded through the heaven and earth. On occasion, I can't come up with anything good. I had been practicing martial arts all my life, so I can only provide some pointers for the winner. So, the winner can get my martial arts advice for a day. This word came out, and everyone in the audience was shocked. A supreme powerhouse who took the initiative to teach others to cultivate the realm of dignity, one more day. What a concept! This is a strong person in the supreme realm, even if it is a fragment of a sentence. For a strong person in the realm of human venerable realm, it is the light of the Tao, which is definitely of great benefit. But now, Ling Chongkong provided guidance for a whole day. It's completely unimaginable. If anyone gets advice, will they get the supreme way and aspire to the supreme realm in the future? I'll wait, thank you Lord. The 3 honorable envoys took the lead, and all the cultivators bowed to thank. This kind of opportunity is a great opportunity for a cultivator, and it is also a great selflessness for a supreme powerhouse. After all, in the entire God's domain, there are very few people who are willing to help guide their juniors. Everyone was full of excitement, only the longevity envoy frowned slightly, looking at the tall phantom of Fong Fong in the sky. His eyes were full of doubts. Occasional interest. He has nothing to do with Ling Chongkong. He naturally knows what kind of person Ling Chongkong is. In normal times, don't talk about ordinary disciples, those are direct disciples, and the 9 sons of the sky will not guide a single sentence. But now, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was guiding alone for a day. This is clearly not right. If it was said that he, the Lord, had no purpose and killed everyone in the audience, he would not believe it. But what exactly is Ling Chongkong going to do? He ran out suddenly, and announced it himself as a reward. In the next breath, the 2 envoys, Huan and Yang Long, seemed to have thought of something when they saw the expression of the long-lived envoy, and their eyes were full of doubts. Everyone, you all heard it. Now, let's start the second round of battle. The eternal envoy glanced at the other 2 envoys and announced directly. Second round, start. When the voice sounded, all the cultivators in the audience immediately reacted and were startled. In the next moment, Bailey Haohun, Jing Gu, Shiman Pu, Fan Wuya, the woman with a gun and a group of unrivaled geniuses all flew to Baiyu Square together. A series of imposing figures like a rainbow picked up a series of divine lights and landed on the Baiyu Square. In an instant, an atmosphere of great battle spread instantly. The war is finally about to begin. At this moment, all the giants and bosses all looked down and restrained their minds. A powerful aura began to rush to the audience. Fortunately, on Bayou Square, there is a powerful spiritual seal, which cannot affect the peerless geniuses participating in the battle. However, those on the viewing platform will be miserable. One by one, they swayed chaotically like a fire in the wind. Give me an order to attack Chu Yan first, and kill him. A big brother of the orthodox tradition spread his spiritual knowledge one after another, and ordered his sect's peerless genius to attack and kill Chu Yan. This is a great opportunity. They couldn't attack Chu Yan, but on the battlefield of the world's #1 statue, they had no scruples anymore. Moreover, this is a plan that they have discussed many times in the past few days. Of course, nothing will change because of Ling Chongkong's appearance. What Chu Yan did before in the 5 Elements Immortal Ancient, the reputation and actual loss to them were extremely huge. The eyes of the unrivaled bigwigs were full of killing intent. He stared at a figure standing alone in Bayou Square. Moreover, just as everyone expected, the other cultivators in Bayou Square all stared at this figure. In the entire Bayou Square, there are a total of 290 cultivators. There are a total of 81 geniuses participating in this battle. Come on! Suddenly, in the silent Bayou Square, roars suddenly sounded, and the tranquility was instantly broken. A few cultivators with weaker cultivation bases burst out with divine power, and when they lifted them out, they blasted out a few powerful range of effect attacks. These attacks almost covered the entire square, enveloping all the cultivators participating in this battle. It's hard to see clearly, who are they attacking? In fact, the bosses can see clearly that these weak cultivators are completely protecting themselves, not attacking anyone. This move of advancing and retreating was extremely common in the previous battle of the #1 statue in the world. In the battle of the first statue in the past, when the melee started, the first unlucky ones were those practitioners with weak cultivation bases. Often, the unrivaled geniuses will join forces with a tacit understanding, first eliminate those weak ones, and then form a team to fight with each other. After this term, it has almost become a fixed process. And among the countermeasures that ordinary cultivators came up with, this trick of fishing in troubled waters was the most effective. After all, there are always a few who are grumpy, and those who have made plans and targeted targets before the war may not directly attack their ordinary cultivators. Provoking this special situation is the only way for ordinary cultivators to survive. Swish swish swish. Almost at the moment Jianxianfang hit the square, half of the hundreds of cultivators moved. Bailey Haohun, Jinggu, Shimanpu, Fan Wuya, and other top geniuses all rushed towards Chu Yan and surrounded him directly. Among these people, Fan Wuzhan, who wanted to fight Chu Yan, took over the mission of the Zongmen and gave priority to beheading Chu Yan's peerless geniuses of the 12 Dao lineages. Anyway, kill Chu Yan first. Chu Yan, you're surrounded. All the eyes of the audience were instantly focused on Chu Yan. Including Feng Tianxian, as well as the bosses on the main stage, all looked at Chu Yan. This time, Chu Yan's reputation was so high that they really wanted to see what he was capable of. Duanqing, Wanhun, Hongyi, you 3 have good eyesight. The Holy Heaven God King looked at the 3 God Kings and said with a smile. Hearing these words, all the unrivaled overlords present all smiled with different expressions. The 3 great envoys were sitting on the side, but they pretended not to hear it, but they were obviously listening. The Duanqing Xuanhuan and the other 3 glanced around and looked at each other, and their expressions changed at the same time. This situation seems a little weird. Chu Yan just suppressed some unrivaled geniuses, these God Kings, why are they all eyeing them? It's just a few unrivaled geniuses, and in normal times, they can't get into the eyes of the God Kings at all. In the world of martial arts, regardless of life or death, no practitioner will be lost on that day. And the more powerful the cultivator, the easier it is to lose naturally, and the unrivaled genius placed in the entire God realm is also like a cow's hair. The God King is the top level of God's domain, and in their eyes, peerless genius is just an ant. But now, as soon as Xuanhuan said this, the meaning obviously changed. Chu Yan, be careful. The God King Duanqing ignored these people. Instead he spoke to Chu Yan on the Bayou Square through sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness. #C3069 Human Respect Realm 9th Heaven. This situation is not very good. Except for Yu Peng's erratic mind, Huayang, Yu Linger and the others were all nervous about Chu Yan, and their hearts were raised in their throats. Chu Yan, in the last battle, my heart was as dead as death. In this battle of honor, my strength has soared. I hope that you can surprise me now. Fan Wuye's eyes stared at Chu Yan, from the beginning to the end, constantly shining. That expression made people think of a wolf and a strong man staring at a beautiful woman, and he was a little excited. When these words landed, Fan Wuye's aura exploded directly, like a peerless sword out of its sheath. The sudden burst of power made even the heavens and the earth tremble. It can be seen that after this, Fan Wuye was honored in the celestial tomb Immortal Ancient. His cultivation base has really increased a lot. That Chu Yan, actually I don't want to fight with you, but, we can't help ourselves. After all, there are still many young ladies waiting for me in the sect. Bailey Haohun's smile was full of murderous intent, and the original slutty expression disappeared in an instant, replaced by a kind of unparalleled domineering. Seeing Bailey Haohun's aura, all the bosses present nodded their heads in unison. As expected of the 9 sons of the sky, their cultivation and strength are indeed extraordinary. Kill! Unparalleled geniuses roared together, and when they flipped their hands, the spiritual soldiers flashed, and they all rushed towards Chu Yan like a wave. Shiman Pu had a cold expression on his face. Without saying a word, he raised the knife and struck directly. The shadow of the knife was like snow all over the sky, chopping off the head. Kill Chu Yan! More cultivators rushed up, like a sea of waves, picking up boundless waves, and all followed the peerless genius to attack Chu Yan. This is a huge killing game, and the entire Bayou Square seems to be a trap. The place where Chu Yan is like a small island in the sea, surrounded by monstrous tsunamis, all of which are surging. There's no way out now. All the cultivators and bosses who watched the ceremony were all terrified and trembling. In the face of such a dead situation, let alone someone who has just broken through the human dignity, I am afraid that even the peak of the human dignity, it is impossible to survive. The 9 sons of the sky, plus dozens of unrivaled geniuses, and a large number of powerful dignified practitioners. How to deal with this? Be an enemy of our orthodoxy, court death. A group of big shots such as Wanfu Tianzuan, all of them were grinning, looking at the dying Chu Yan, feeling very happy. Even if Chu Yan is powerful and has obtained the Wentian furnace in the living world, he must die now. Even if he does not die, serious injuries are inevitable. Good. Standing in the center of the thousands of huge waves, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, his body's aura burst out, and his body burst into immortal fire, with divine light shining in the sky. I rely on it. 9th heaven of human dignity. How is it possible? Didn't he just honor you? Oh my God, it's only been a few days. This is the improvement of cultivation level after being honored. How did he do it? In an instant, on the entire viewing platform, Hula La stood up in a large group, all of them were frightened. And on the main stage, a group of bigwigs were all petrified, completely stupid. It's not that this group of bigwigs are ignorant, even when Mount Tai collapsed, their faces would change, it's all because of Chu Yan's outbreak, which stimulated them too much. No one knows how many times it has been held under the number 1 statue in the world. However, if you come up and do it, you will directly reach the 9th heaven of prestige. That's definitely flamboyant. After all those who participated in the battle of number 1 in the world are cultivators who have just been honored. Any cultivator who has just broken through to the state of honor is like a cow, like a quagmire, absolutely unable to move an inch, and every small level of promotion is extremely difficult. After all, there is a watershed between the respectful state and the divine state. Human, 9 heavens of human dignity. Such a Chu Yan, there is a surprise. That Fan Wuya was the only one with a happy face and glowing eyes among all the people present. It was as if the beautiful woman he was staring at had suddenly changed from a beautiful woman to an alluring beauty. This excitement would only make him more excited and excited. Boom. The next moment, Fan Wuya directly gave up the idea of probing, and the celestial power in his whole body exploded, condensing into an unparalleled sword, and slashed forward. He has fought against Chu Yan, of course he knows that Chu Yan's fighting power is amazing. But now, Chu Yan's cultivation base has improved far beyond him, so this move is completely the strongest lore, without any reservations. That momentum is earth-shattering. The saber was like a wave, pushing away the other cultivators in front of him, like a dividing line on the surface of the water, rushing forward without hesitation. The land where the magic knife passed was turned on their backs. Damn. Pig teammate. Kill Chu Yan, what are we doing? Some cultivators complained and cursed loudly. Shut up, you really thought you were only going to kill Chu Yan, this is Biachang, melee. Be careful, he turns around and kills you. Someone reminded the person before loudly, and the other person trembled in fright. As soon as the battle started, everyone rushed towards Chu Yan, and some people even forgot that this is the battlefield of the world's #1 statue. Wandering the world of dragons. The blade broke through the waves, and Chu Yan's figure flashed, like a giant dragon, roaming the sky. Together, with Fan Wuya's attack and the previous knife net, they all dodged. Call out. At the last moment of rushing out of the killing game, Chu Yan's body suddenly burst into a cloud of strange colors, and the speed of the whole person soared 10 times in an instant. Like a shooting star, it rushed across the sky with a frighteningly fast speed. This time, even Chu Yan himself was stunned. What's the situation? Fan Wuya, Shiman Pu, Bailey Haohun, Jin Gu, and others present all looked stunned. At that moment, the Chu Yan Lanying that they had already locked onto was like a ray of light, flashing by and disappearing in the lock of their spiritual consciousness in an instant. That speed is so fast that even the divine sense can't catch up, it's too scary. Good, so fast. All the cultivators in the audience, holding their spiritual soldiers, looked at Chu Yan in midair, with their mouths wide open. Even the bosses around were stunned. This speed is completely beyond the human realm, and it is the speed of a strong man in the earth realm. That's impossible. When I was honored, the qualitative change that occurred in my body did not break through to the earth venerable realm. Could it be that ball of asking light? Chu Yan thought about it, and his eyes sparkled instantly. The group of light of inquiry that fused the 11 methods of inquiry could theoretically greatly improve his strength in all aspects. If it was theory before, now it is practice. Try it and see. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and he turned his head to look at the hundreds of stunned geniuses and cultivators on the field. In the eyes, the pupils of the unicorn flickered, seeing all the more than 300 cultivators. But at this glance, Chu Yan suddenly discovered that everyone's movements were slowing down, and in every gesture, their flaws were all presented in front of him. #C3071 Swordsmanship. A sword in the sky. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, he landed on top of the 2 unrivaled geniuses in an instant. The Haoyan sword in his hand fell hard as if gathering all the world's throws, trying to sweep away everything in this mortal world. What? The faces of the 2 unrivaled geniuses instantly turned pale. Without any hesitation, they swung out powerful talismans and spiritual treasures and slammed into the falling sword. Too fast. Without any preparation, Chu Yan appeared above their heads, and his aura was like a raging sea, and he would slash with a sword. In this case, there was no way to react. The most important thing is that the angle at which he slashed was the weak point of their defense, making them feel like they must die. This kind of feeling is like a master fighting, and someone suddenly finds out where his life is. That kind of feeling makes people feel cold. Boom. 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 The sword's edge fell straight down, and one after another, the gods and spirit treasures continued to shatter violently. The two unrivaled geniuses let out a muffled groan, and they retreated again and again, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were as white as paper. Hit hard. Even some cultivators around him who were affected all opened their mouths to spurt blood, and all of them were seriously injured. As long as it is within the range covered by the sword force, everyone's breath plummets instantly, and there is no more fighting spirit. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was holding a long sword in midair, was shocked. Really? The sword power has more than doubled, strength, speed, all have a qualitative leap. With this kind of comprehensive improvement, coupled with the breakthrough of the respected, Chu Yan at this time is much stronger than before in the 5 elements immortal ancient. In this case, the power of his sword move has more than doubled. The art of ageless beauty. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Haohun, Fan Wuya, and Zemenpa rushed forward together, and Bailey Haohun swung out an endless wave of energy that surged across the world. The wrath of the dragon god. Chu Yan had been prepared for a long time, giving up the large group of cultivators in front of him, turning around and turning into a giant dragon, across the sky, smashing the air wave directly to pieces. The battle of killing power. Tyrannosaurus zombie. The immortal brush moves the world. Fan Wuya circled around to Chu Yan's side, concentrating all the immortal power in his hands, and swung the ultimate move, like a giant snake, entwined around Chu Yan's body. In the hands of Bailey Haohun, the jade pen soared into the sky, soaring in an instant, like a fairy bamboo. It grew into a bamboo forest in an instant, and fell towards Chu Yan. Zemenpu's killing move was just a feint, and the trapping technique that the two of them used one after the other was the real trick to deal with Chu Yan. After all, Chu Yan is only one person, no matter how powerful his combat power is. As long as he is trapped for even a short time, everyone can shoot together, and he will definitely be smashed into scum. At this time, Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and in his eyes, the pupils of the unicorn burst into light. A powerful aura gushed out, and under the burst of the might of the god of war, it directly blocked Fan Wuya's attack, like a wall, preventing him from taking another half step forward. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the sword rainbow slashed down like a horse, cutting the big snake that evolved from the fairy pen into 2 pieces. Holding a long sword in his hand, Chu Yan soared into the sky, his whole body exploded with momentum, and exploded like a shock wave, blasting all the remaining energy into powder. At this moment, Chu Yan, hanging in the sky, is like a god. Good, so strong. This speed, movement, strength, will and sword power are all terrifyingly strong. I didn't expect that Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, Zemenpu and so many unrivaled geniuses could not trap him. All the cultivators in the audience looked at Chu Yan in the sky with shocked expressions. Although everyone is mentally prepared, Chu Yan is very strong, and coupled with his cultivation of the 9th level of human dignity, he is even stronger. However, no one would have thought that all the unrivaled geniuses and cultivators in the Bayou field would be unable to trap him together. If you can't even do this, let alone the other things. A sword that cuts the sky. Chu Yan stood in the air, but he didn't look at the stupid geniuses and cultivators below. He looked up at the sky, and slashed out with the sword in his hand. Boom. A dragon with sword intent soared into the sky, roaring in the sky. After rushing to the top of the zenith, it collided with the highest point of the Baichang spiritual array, exploding countless air swords, and falling to the audience like a torrential rain. The unrivaled geniuses and cultivators who were still watching from below saw this scene. All of them changed their expressions drastically. They all cast their immortal skills and waved their spiritual weapons to resist. Bang bang bang. This sword combines all the power of Chu Yan. Although it is a large-scale attack, it is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can resist. As the storm of sword energy passed by, ordinary cultivators seemed to be suppressed by a mountain, and those who were hit vomited blood and scattered in all directions. Most of these cultivators are first-level or second-level human beings. They have just been honored, and their cultivation cannot be too high. On the other side, Chu Yan, who is in the 9th heaven of prestige, gathered all his strength. Even if it was just an ordinary move, they couldn't stop it. A large wave of air broke away and swept across the entire bayou field, sweeping past like an apocalyptic storm. After 10 full breaths, after the energy wave was dispelled by the spirit array, practitioners all over the ground in the white jade field wailed. Didn't kill a single person. All of them were seriously injured. This is already Chu Yan's mercy. Otherwise, with the strength of these ordinary cultivators, as long as Chu Yan uses the holy Rakshasa, none of them will be able to survive. He wants to call it number 1 in the world. Finally, the boss at the main desk let out an exclamation. In the battle of the number 1 statue in the world, you can only be called the number 1 statue in the world if you defeat more than 50% of the opponents in the melee and become the only one standing at the end with your own strength. Therefore, anyone who has the idea of being called number 1 in the world must attack everyone. Not far away, the gold tools were also sweeping through the large group of cultivators, obviously more than half. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you and I can compare today and see who can beat half. Jingu laughed for the first time, as if he was very satisfied with Chu Yan's attack. Game in game. The game is made by people, and people also enter the game, but people have their own ideas, and the situation will change. Gold Tool, a casual cultivator, probably has the strongest control over the situation among all of them. And at the very beginning, the woman in the white dress, with 3 guns on her back, was also one of them. Her goal is also number 1 in the world. Chu Yan, Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, and Zemenpu came again, standing in front of Chu Yan like 3 mountains. Their goal is only Chu Yan. The gold tool and the woman in the white skirt, seeing this scene, immediately turned around and came behind the 3 of them. As long as they have the opportunity, they will cooperate with each other. After all, from beginning to end, Chu Yan is the number 1 hidden danger for everyone. Under such circumstances, other unrivaled geniuses naturally gathered here, forming a siege against Chu Yan again. Boom! 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 A large number of immortal arts attacks broke out again, blasting towards Chu Yan like a flood. Chu Yan turned into a giant dragon, wandering between the heaven and the earth, and launched a battle with a group of peerless geniuses. Starter. Ordinary cultivators have almost no combat power, and the remaining geniuses are Chu Yan's second goal. #C3071, don't blame me. Looking at the situation in front of him, Chu Yan couldn't help frowning slightly. A powerful killing aura instantly burned within his body. This. Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, Zemenpu, and other unrivaled geniuses were stunned at the same time. The next moment, Chu Yan raised his hand, and a divine seal appeared on the palm of his hand, and his momentum surged again. The seal of taboo. The seal of the gods fluttered, and Chu Yan swung the sword with his right hand. The sword was like a thunderbolt, cutting down the sky fiercely. Extreme sword. As soon as a sword passed, the powerful sword energy swept across, and the figures of Fan Wuya and the others swayed under the rush. What? Whether they were fighting or the cultivators surrounding Chu Yan, all of them stopped, subconsciously looking alert. In the next breath, countless sword lights rose from the ground on the huge white jade square. Bang bang bang. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all, and a cultivator in the realm of human dignity was directly cut to the point that his bodyguard was shattered, and he fell to the ground. Another large-scale killing move. In mid-air, Chu Yan stood suspended in the air, slashing at the void with one sword after another. Every time the sword is cut, there must be a cultivator on the white jade square, throwing himself to the ground. These swords, some from the ground, some from behind, some from the top of someone's head, cut out from all kinds of void, it is impossible to guard against. The only way is to prop up the defense and use lingbao and other means to resist. However, no matter whether it is a powerful body-protecting gangyuan or a defensive lingbao, as long as it collides with the sword light, it will definitely be smashed. After 10 breaths, looking around, no more than half of the practitioners could stand on the Bayou Square. That is to say, under the large-scale attacks of Chu Yan's 2 shots, it has reached the standard. More than half of them will be able to obtain the qualification of number 1 in the world. So strong sword intent. This is the invisible sword intent, the sword melts into the world, invisible and qualityless. He has actually cultivated the way of the sword to this level. It's terrible. The key is that there are still dozens of unrivaled geniuses. He defeated 200 cultivators. One-off defeat. This is comparable to the combat power of the earthly respect. This Chu Yan is unfathomable. All the cultivators in the audience stood dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Although everyone knew before that Chu Yan was powerful in battle, and in the 5 elements of the ancient world, he showed great power, and this battle of the world's number 1 statue may have something to do. However, no one believed that Chu Yan could really defeat 200 cultivators. In other words, no one believed that 200 cultivators could be defeated so easily. If Chu Yan was here, fighting for a day and a night, killing blood into rivers, covered with cuts and bruises, standing there far away, maybe they would smile and nod, saying, Chu Yan is really extraordinary. That's what makes sense. But now, facing the siege of dozens of unrivaled geniuses, Chu Yan even defeated 200 cultivators, but he didn't even hurt himself. If you look carefully, you will even find that Chu Yan doesn't even consume a lot of divine power. This is a bit scary. Not bad, some strength. On the viewing stand, Feng Tianxian didn't go to the chief stand after all, and sat next to Chu Yan's seat before, looking at Biacheng with his hands folded. As the young palace master of Tianxian Digong, every word and deed is no small matter. Now, around him, bigwigs from many forces are all looking at Feng Tianxian from the corner of their eyes. Combined with the situation on the Bayou field, Chu Yan defeated all the heroes, and was the first to obtain the qualification of the world's number 1 statue, but those unrivaled geniuses failed one after another in their actions to surround and kill Chu Yan. From this point of view, does Feng Tianxuan's behavior of sitting next to Chu Yan's seat have any profound meaning? Could it be that the Tianxian Digong is interested in Chu Yan? Maybe it's not just interest. Feng Tianxuan's behavior seems to be very obvious. On the other hand, those unrivaled geniuses in the Bayou field all had faces as black as pots. They kept besieging and killing Chu Yan, and kept shooting, but in the end, Chu Yan directly got the qualification of the first statue in the sky through them. This makes them both unrivaled geniuses. How embarrassing. Is it so bad? Among them, there are quite a few of the 9 sons of the sky, who are the top existences among the unrivaled geniuses in the god realm. The next moment, all the unrivaled geniuses looked at Chu Yan with blood-red eyes. The stronger Chu Yan is, the more it proves that their strength is poor. This made the elites, who were used to being high above and with their nostrils up in the sky, feel unhappy and aggrieved. Feng Qingsha, why are you still in a daze? Go up to me, and together with Fan Wuya and the others, kill Chu Yan. On the viewing platform, a big man roared violently. Dongzhen, don't worry about other people, deal with Chu Yan first. Li Mo, give it to me. Not only those unrivaled geniuses, but also the bosses on the viewing platform, couldn't sit still. Constantly sent orders from the spiritual sense, and began to issue orders remotely, issuing lore orders to the powerful disciples on the field. Li Mutian, follow the plan. There was no expression on the face of the Holy Heavenly King, and at the same time he said through a voice transmission. Wu Ming, you have some tricks. After being dead for so long, you can still cause me such a big trouble. Shen Gongxi smiled, looked at Chu Yan on the Bayou field, and murmured softly. However, it's still too weak. Let me show you how I killed this ant. Take it as my last memorial to you. Golden tool. Don't you want to change the fairy order? Just kill it. A sound transmission of spiritual consciousness, directly towards the loose repair gold tool. At this time on the Bayou field, Li Mutian quickly turned around and walked out from the crowd of cultivators. From the very beginning, he kept a low profile, mixed with all ordinary cultivators, conserved his strength, and waited for the last moment. But now, the situation is different. Fellow Taoists, don't hesitate anymore, unite and kill Chu Yan, otherwise we won't have a chance. When this sentence fell, nearly 15 unrivaled geniuses around nodded their heads in unison. These unrivaled geniuses do not belong to the ruling forces of the 12 realms, but are all casual cultivators or cultivators of small and medium forces. It is entirely by blood, sweat, life and death, step by step to today. There is no hatred between them and Chu Yan, so naturally they will not keep biting Chu Yan like Bailey Haohun and the others. But now, the situation is different. Some of these people had already been promised a lot of money by Li Mutian and other big forces, before the war, and reached a joint agreement. Originally, Li Mutian planned to save these powers until the end. However, since King Xingtian had spoken, Li Mutian stood up and prepared to use these powers. Therefore, when a word fell to the ground, more than a dozen peerless geniuses echoed in unison. Chu Yan, don't blame me. Holding a purple sledgehammer in his hand, Jingu stepped in the void and walked towards Chu Yan. One after another, peerless geniuses continued to move towards Chu Yan. In the sky and on the ground, a huge encircling circle slowly formed. This time it was no longer the majority, but everyone, all staring at Chu Yan. There was no sound of fighting in the entire Bayou field. #C3072 Code of War. On the main stage of the ceremony, the three Duanxing Shenwang, Huayang, Yu Linger and the others all had gloomy faces. The current situation has completely exceeded their expectations. Although I thought of it, Chu Yan would face the combination of the 12 orthodoxy. However, he never expected that now it would be facing everyone's cooperation. This situation. Not only them, but all the cultivators and bosses in the trilateral stands were stunned. Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, Zemenpu, and other unrivaled geniuses, among the 6 heavenly 9 sons of Yijing, set their sights on Chu Yan. More than 60 unrivaled geniuses and ordinary cultivators who were still standing in the audience also focused on Chu Yan. You know, none of those who can still stand up to now are weak hands. Chu Yan, let's see how you die this time. Wanfu Tianzuan and other orthodox leaders all had a sneer on their faces. The battle for the #1 statue in the world is a matter of life and death. Although in the first world's #1 battle, all the participants tried their best to hold back their hands and would not kill anyone. After all, the cultivators who participated in this battle were all newly honored, and all of them were elite disciples of major forces. Moreover, this battle is nothing more than a battle of fame. Killing people does not do any good, and it also offends others. But now, everyone could feel that the overwhelming murderous aura in the Bayou field was all directed at the center of the encircling group. This Chu Yan is not bad. Venerable Yang Long squinted his eyes and looked at Chu Yan, not knowing what he was thinking. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chu Yan on the bayou field let out a wild laugh. Everyone was shocked by the laughter, and their faces were full of astonishment. What's the situation? What is he laughing at? What a joke! Could it be that before everyone dies, they all have to laugh a few times? Come on. Let's go together. It's just what I want. Chu Yan, are going to have a big fight today. War. Shouting thunder, Chu Yan's long hair fluttered, tiger-roaring cloak fluttered in the wind, a blue battle armor emerged, and the long sword in his hand pointed directly at the sky, trembling constantly. So strong in the fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Jingu was stunned for a moment, shook the purple hammer in his hand, and threw it into the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple hammer exploded and turned into a purple mist that filled the sky, rushing and twisting, and turned into the body of an incomparably tall general. No Emperor General, attack! The figure of the golden tool shot out instantly, and the tall phantom stood in the void like a mountain. Following Gold Tool's order, black armored generals rushed out of its body, armed with various spiritual weapons, and charged towards Chu Yan. The new 81 Chinese website is updated the fastest. Computer side. Hurrah! As if there was no end, hundreds of black armored generals rushed out in an instant, armed with long soldiers, all bursting out. Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, Zemenpu, and other unrivaled geniuses immediately made their moves, the earth-shattering sound of blasting the sky, and all kinds of celestial magic were continuously blasted out. The arrow is on the string, it is impossible not to send it. The current situation is completely clear, everyone's thoughts and goals. All unified. Especially those unrivaled geniuses, at this time, have regarded Chu Yan as their biggest enemy. Go all out and kill it. This is the law of martial arts, supreme. Kill. Li Mutian swung his sword, and with a dozen of unrivaled geniuses behind him, they soared into the sky, like a pack of wolves charging. Boom! 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 The entire bayou field, like a sky crashing and earth ripping apart, erupted in a large wave of air and shook violently. The void was shattered, and the sky and the earth shook. The expressions of the elders guarding the four corners of the white jade field all changed, and they all unleashed their celestial powers to stabilize the white jade spirit formation. The wrath of the dragon god. Chu Yan turned into a giant dragon and roamed the heavens. Where the dragon's claws were directed, the immortal spells bombarded one after another were directly crushed into pieces. That way, it seems that they want to use their strong combat power to directly face-to-face with the strong players in the field. Kill. Great Sky Profound Technique. 9 pulls break the void secret. Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, and other unrivaled geniuses condensed various god seals, and powerful attacks continued to lightly attack Long Ying. Shiman Pu and other peerless geniuses retreated to the second line, constantly urging the secret technique, condensing a powerful trapping technique, turning it into countless fairy chains, entangled towards Chu Yan. One attack and one trap, the power of the unrivaled genius formed a powerful battle formation without any discussion at all. Chu Yan's speed and movement skills, they have seen it before, so of course they have to guard against it. Even if you can't trap him, it's a good thing to limit his range of action. The Sutra of Asking. Bailey Haohun's attack was directly a method of asking. A powerful ice tide appeared out of thin air, freezing the surrounding void. The ice edge turned into a sword, spreading all over the sky, and all the ice tips pointed at Chu Yan. These ice edges are not ordinary powers of the 5 elements, but a fusion of the method of asking questions, and ordinary cultivators cannot resist even one of them. Breakthrough Xuanhuan. The woman in the white skirt with the spear on her back pulled out a long spear behind her and stabbed directly. This sword is simple and unpretentious, but with a strong gun intent, it seems to have merged with all kinds of fairy arts. Under the vibration of various forces, it has formed a mighty momentum. The power of the gun is to devour, even the world is shrouded. In an instant, Chu Yan felt that the pressure of the void around him suddenly increased. In all directions, there are unique moves, all unrivaled geniuses. Even if Chu Yan uses the pupils of the unicorn to travel the world with dragons, and with the body of the dragon god, it is impossible to avoid them all. Because there is no peaceful place in the whole world. The 9 sons of the sky do not deserve their fame. Not only are they powerful, but they also have extremely rich combat experience. This alone is not comparable to ordinary cultivators. War Law Code. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan shouted loudly, and his whole body was so green. The battle seal in the body is running, and the mighty power of the god of war is like clouds and waves, rushing in all directions. This aura surged out, even through the white jade spirit array. The surrounding viewing platforms could still feel the aura of the method of asking. Isn't he a casual cultivator? Then the method of asking. This way of asking is not weak. I've never seen this kind of questioning method. It's strange. Is there such a force in God's domain? This kid has a lot of secrets. All the big cultivators were stunned, and they were extremely surprised that Chu Yan, a casual cultivator, had the ability to ask questions. However, God's domain is vast, and it has gone through endless years from the era of chaos to the present. There are countless treasures of chance, nothing is impossible, only not found. Therefore, for some strange secret skills, the bigwigs present have seen a lot, and they will not be too surprised. If it weren't for Chu Yan's method of asking, which is a top-notch opportunity, maybe they wouldn't even frown. The Raksha god of war domain. With a roar, the sound shook the sky, and 2 tall figures, like mountains, appeared behind Chu Yan, one left and one right. Next, the 2 figures slowly approached and merged with each other. The next moment, a black godlike figure appeared in front of everyone. #C3073, see also Holy Steel. Boom boom boom. All kinds of fairy arts came flooding in, hitting the black body of the mountain god and demon, blasting countless storms of Dao Qi. In the violent explosions one after another, the black body of the mountain god and demon did not even tremble, and stood tall. All powerful fairy arts were blocked. Extreme fighting power. Chu Yan looked at Li Mutian with both eyes, pointed the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy rushed out like a rainbow. Li Mutian's face changed drastically in an instant. He only felt an extremely strong sword power, as if all the anger of the gods and demons in the heavens were pouring on his head, and his scalp exploded. This sword was the scariest sword he had ever seen, as if he wanted to cut everything into pieces. The Sutra of Returning to the Profound Heart. The Heavenly Pagoda Conquering Demons. Xuanhuan. Li Mutian still dared to hesitate, and directly used the strongest method of asking questions, while the 2 peerless geniuses beside him also used the method of asking questions at the same time. Boom. There was a huge explosion sound, and the 2 ways of asking were struck by the sword rainbow and exploded directly. The remaining sword power passed through the airwave and slammed into Li Mutian and others. There was a scream, and blood spilled into the sky. At this moment, the power of the code of warfare reappeared in God's domain. Ha ha ha, it really didn't disappoint me. Chu Yan is mine, don't snatch it from anyone. Not far away, Fan Wuya, seeing this scene, seemed to be going crazy, rushing towards Chu Yan amid wild laughter. Human and saber united, and the state of saber intent was complete. Fan Wuya's body erupted with a shocking Dao intent. On the blade, Dao Guang rushed out with a length of 10 feet, and it was unparalleled and domineering. The black armor on his body was also full of Dao Guang surges, and his aura was several times stronger than the last time we met. Breaking through the realm of dignity is extremely helpful to the cultivator. And for those dragons and phoenixes, they often take advantage of this opportunity to gain something else. For example, Fan Wuya broke through the bottleneck of the 4 elements and touched the threshold of the Dao realm. Chu Yan, take my move. The gold utensils in the distance also rushed over, swung the purple hammer in his hand, and slammed it hard at Chu Yan. As the 9 sons of the sky, of course they have mastered the Tao realm, and every move they make contains the power of the Tao, which is by no means comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. Even, compared to ordinary unrivaled geniuses, they are several times stronger. Wandering the world of dragons, fighting against the sky. Chu Yan's eyes burst into sharp light, his speed was like electricity, and his whole body burst into momentum again. He stood in the air with a long sword in his hand, and the gods and demons held up to the sky behind him, like the ruler of heaven and earth. There are more than 50 unrivaled geniuses, besieging him in all directions. This cannot continue, and the situation must be broken first. Before Li Mutian could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying force coming from the sky above his head. Cloth array. With a loud roar, Li Mutian threw out the seal with both hands. The group of golden spiritual seals rushed out, and took out a divine king's order of the Holy King of Heaven, spewed out a mouthful of blood, and poured celestial power crazily. Around him, a dozen other unrivaled geniuses took out the God King token at the same time without any hesitation, and began to infuse it. Buzz buzz. More than a dozen powerful golden lights shot up into the sky, like a dozen golden pillars. Straight into the sky. Exploded in midair, countless golden cloud waves appeared instantly, merged and evolved with each other, and bred an incomparably huge stone tablet. Holy monument. As soon as Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the huge golden stele, his face suddenly changed. This golden stele is somewhat similar to the sacred stele that Chu Yan chopped into pieces with a sword in the 10 Directions starfield. In other words, Chu Yan's conjecture is correct, the King of Heaven is the one he is looking for. Chu Yan, die. Li Mutian below, together with a dozen peerless geniuses behind him, urged the Holy Heaven Monument to suppress Chu Yan, roaring loudly. Not good. The complexions of the several unrivaled geniuses who had just rushed towards Chu Yan suddenly changed, and they clearly felt that the Holy Heaven Monument was extremely domineering, and it was obvious that there was no distinction between the enemy and us, and they were also enveloped in it. The new 81 Chinese website is updated the fastest. Computer side. Li Mutian's method is really amazing. It seems that there are many people who want to seize the #1 statue in the world. Everything happened like lightning and flint. In an instant, the Holy Sky Monument fell, and there was no time to react. Rumbling. Amidst the sound of heaven falling and earth cracking, the whole Biacheng was shaking, even the elders guarding the 4 corners all changed their expressions. Chu Yan's divine power is restrained all over his body, and the blue armor of the god of war on his body bursts into a fiery light, soaring into the sky, and the suppressed Holy Sky Monument. When they collided together, the sound and vigor they made were extremely terrifying. Just like above the sky, dragons and tigers are fighting each other, and the color of the world changes. Break. With a loud roar, Chu Yan poured all his will, strength, and the power of the god of war into the sword body, and slashed at the Holy Sky Monument with one sword. I want to break the sky, you are dreaming, I will let you know today, the fate of being an enemy of the Holy King of Heaven. Li Mutian succeeded in one move, with a proud face, he shouted orders. Give me a knee. The huge Holy Sky tablet continuously erupts with golden light, and all kinds of dazzling sun-like spirit seals surround the body of the monument, making the power and momentum of the monument stronger and stronger. A death monument is also worthy. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Tao lights burst out of his body one after another. These Tao lights are obviously much stronger than the Tao lights on Fan Wuya and others. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yan did not fully display the power of the Tao realm. Everyone here does not know that he has already reached the Tao realm. Now it's time to show your true strength. The power of the god of war cuts across the world. On Chu Yan's body, the powers of Longwei, Xuanhuan, Daojing, etc. all erupted, like a flood gushing out, transforming into a prehistoric dragon, roaring into the sky. The huge dragon body covered the sky and the sun, roaming between the sky and the earth, and with just a flick of its body, it arrived in front of the stone tablet. The golden steel clearly felt its power, and the golden light erupted instantly like a tide. The suppressive force that was originally weighing heavily on Chu Yan disappeared instantly. On the contrary, the golden steel trembled continuously, as if supporting the pressure of the giant dragon with all its strength. As we all know, the power of the Tao realm is the foundation of practicing the method of asking. Only geniuses who have comprehended the Tao realm can be able to practice the method of asking. And the higher the realm of the Tao realm, the greater the benefit to the cultivation of the way of asking. Therefore, the method of asking questions will have detailed classifications and categories. If you reach Tao realm Deshang, the ordinary way of asking questions is almost unlimited. However, the general Tao realm threshold or Tao realm minor achievement cannot practice all the methods of asking. In this way, it is the same method of asking, but the power is very different. In this regard, Li Mutian, including the dozens of peerless geniuses behind him, cannot be compared with Chu Yan at all. Tao realm Deshang, facing Tao realm Xiaocheng, is definitely a crushing existence. Even if they rely on the God King's token to use the situation, it is almost impossible to counteract with Chu Yan's various trump card powers. Tao realm Deshang. All the cultivators, bosses, and giants in the audience were all stunned and shocked. #C3074 Peerless Genius. On the three-party viewing platform, tens of thousands of eyes were all cast on Chu Yan, all of them were pale and their pupils trembled. Tao realm Great Achievement. What a concept! Don't look at the battle of the world's #1 statue, gathering the world's strongest. Sitting on the main stage are bigwigs and tycoons from various forces, but such things as Taoism are extremely precious. Even if it is these big shots, more than half of them have not reached the Tao realm. Including those unrivaled overlords, more than half of them are just minor accomplishments in the Tao realm. But now, on the Bayou city below, an ordinary, unrivaled genius turned out to be a Taoist. It's like an ordinary student in a school turns out to be a teacher who is comparable to a teacher. How can this not be shocking? Those ordinary cultivators of the same level as Chu Yan stood on the viewing platform, their pupils constricted, their faces turned blue, and their whole bodies were trembling. Peerless genius. There really is an existence beyond peerless genius. This natural disaster, Chu Yan, turned out to be a master of the Tao realm, a peerless genius with the utmost efforts in the four elements, and respected success. Looking at the entire Nine Gods realm, only the most core disciples of the Supreme Orthodoxy, or even the descendants of the Nine Heavens Supreme, or even the God sons of the ancient survivors, can achieve it. Too little, so pitiful. If we say that the unrivaled genius is just proving himself, he has the talent to break through the unrivaled overlord in the future. Then the limit of the talent of a peerless genius is the supreme. So that's the case. Could it be this son? The three giants, the envoy of Chongqing, the envoy of Xuanhuan, and the envoy of Yanglong, looked at Chu Yan together and nodded slightly. The few of them were well informed, and they were slightly shocked in their hearts because they had never experienced any kind of storm. Unexpectedly, in such a small place as Shanghai realm, a peerless genius would appear. And I heard that he is still a boundary breaker who just ascended. At the same time, some rumors about the natural disaster Chu Yan, at this time, all have a trace of reasonableness. The edge of a peerless genius cannot be concealed. Everyone remembers that the peerless genius who appeared last time, the #1 in the world, was none other than Empress Xiantian. The three eminent envoys have received the news that Empress Xiantian has closed herself to death to attack the supreme exalted realm. This is enough to show that the martial arts limit of a peerless genius is the rumor of the supreme realm. 10,000 years later, another peerless genius appeared in God's domain. But now, no one knows whether to be happy or sad. Originally, the birth of a peerless genius and the aspiration of the supreme being should be celebrated by the whole world. But now, Chu Yan is facing a dead end. Whether he can survive is a question. More importantly, among the three great envoys, the complexion of the envoy Yang Long turned dark in an instant. Empress Xiantian. That was the lover of his dreams that he had pursued for thousands of years, and according to rumors, this Chu Yan was inextricably related to Empress Xiantian. There are even rumors that the natural disaster, Chu Yan, is the descendant of Empress Xiantian from the lower realm. This time, before the battle of number 1 statue in the world started, and before Empress Xiantian died, she also sent him a message asking him to take care of Chu Yan. Said that Chu Yan came to the same place with him. Needless to say whether they are close relatives or not, just this one is enough to make Yang Longzuan's chest slap loudly. But now, the situation has completely gone wrong. Although Chu Yan has a strong strategy, he is obviously in a bad situation. This time it's easy to handle. On the face of the sun god, a smile appeared. Before, Chu Yan's status offended the 12 orthodoxy, so it was really difficult to intervene. But now, the situation is different. Chu Yan is already a peerless genius. Just for this point, any giant in God's domain has reason to keep him. Look, who dares to stop? This is a peerless genius. As long as he continues undefeated and stands at the end, then Chu Yan will be another number 1 in the world. At that time, I don't know if Empress Xiantian will be satisfied with the result of her care. Thinking of this, the smile on Venerable Yang Long's face instantly became thicker. Moreover, this ascendant of Chu Yan, who has no family and no sect, can take the opportunity to win him over, and instantly kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Brother Xuanzhu sent a message to double the reward, and he should also have taken a fancy to Chu Yan. No need to think about it, Venerable Yang Long finally made up his mind. Fan Wuya, are you all courageous? On the Bayou field, Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, and his voice was like thunder. Fan Wuya, who was originally sluggish, and other peerless geniuses were all shocked to come to their senses, and looked at Chu Yan with astonishment. Ha ha ha, happy, if I die today, I will only die. Fan Wuya's martial madness was completely aroused by Chu Yan, his laughter shook the sky, and his whole body was boiling to the extreme. Not only Fan Wuya, Chu Yan's provocation, but also aroused Bailey Haohun, Zemenpu, and others' desire to win. Originally, for so many of their geniuses, besieging Chu Yan was still forced by the sect's strict order, which felt exaggerated. But now, Chu Yan used his own strength to prove it to them. Kill. The next moment, the 20 unrivaled geniuses who reacted first all broke out and rushed towards Chu Yan. In the sky, countless immortal spells shattered and the earth shook. The 20 unrivaled geniuses belonged to different sects, and their strengths varied, but at this moment, they all regarded Chu Yan as an enemy who broke the Tao. In their eyes, Chu Yan is like a mountain, the best stepping stone for them to break through the limits of martial arts. Such an opponent can't be found usually, how can I miss it now? The long-lost fighting spirit is erupting like a flame, and all the blood is rushing like a river. In this battle, if you don't back down, you will be defeated in the end, and you have to climb the opposite mountain. Someday, they too can. Good. Seeing a large group of unrivaled geniuses rushing towards him, Chu Yan's eyes were suddenly exposed, and the battle mark rose in his body, and his momentum also exploded. So far, the strength he has shown far surpasses any peerless genius present. Now, he has one enemy against 100, and the whole field is enemy. However, what he wants is such a situation, let's have a good fight. God of War Absolute Heaven Sword. Chu Yan chopped the knife with a sword, and the sky was filled with sword rainbows. The endless wave of swords turned into a strong wind, sweeping in all directions. In the huge white jade field, the ground began to crack, and the defensive formations of spirit patterns continued to disappear. And Chu Yan's figure, like a dragon swimming in the void, travels through the world, holding a sword in his hand to block all peerless geniuses in front. Chu Yan at this moment is like invincible. The whole world was silent, and everyone's hearts and breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. And in Chu Yan's body, the divine power that had been circulated to the extreme finally began to degenerate again. Just like flood dragons, rushing through the meridians in his body, dispersing into the flesh and blood of his body, with hundreds of limbs. The mysterious metamorphosis produced unparalleled power, making Chu Yan's divine power seem endless. Above the head, above the sky of Baicheng, a large cloud of thunderclouds gathered quickly. #C3075 called Thunder Calamity. Between the sky and the earth, the thunderclouds are mighty, the sun and the moon are changing, and the momentum is tens of thousands of miles. At this scene, the entire cultivators of the 8th Xuanhuan sect all changed their faces and were full of astonishment. Because everyone knows that this is Thunder Tribulation. The entire 8th Xuanhuan sect has long issued a strict order. During this period of time, the sect's internal affairs focused on hosting the number one in the world. This is the disciple who doesn't know the general situation, and he is going through the tribulation at this time, and he doesn't know how to go to other places. If it was an ordinary small and medium-sized power, it might be understandable for this to happen. However, here is the 8th Xuanhuan sect, one of the 12 orthodoxy. It is impossible for any disciple to dare to violate the strict order just handed down by the sect so blatantly. Therefore, there is no need to doubt that the person who crossed the catastrophe was not from the 8th Xuanhuan sect, but a foreign cultivator. Hosted by the world's number one grand battle, nearly 100,000 foreign cultivators. And who dares to provoke Zongwei of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect like this? This is too disrespectful to the host sect. Boom, boom. The next moment, the heaven and earth thunder tribulation trembled, making thousands of roaring sounds, and the thunder clouds quickly gathered towards the peak of Tsangqiang Ridge. This is the direction of the Baicheng, the number one statue in the world. The elders of the whole sect were all shocked, and they all flew in the direction of Tsangqiang Ridge. This time, something big is going to happen. What's going on? What happened? Oh my God, someone honors you. This is the lightning tribulation of the exalted realm. It's right above Tsangqiang Ridge. How is this possible? It's the world's number one home court, and all of them are experts above the respect level. Go and see. The ordinary elders of the 8th Xuanhuang sect, the law enforcement elders, the supreme elders, and the retreating celestial beings, were all alarmed. You know, being honored is no small matter. Especially when the world's first statue is held, if there is a situation of being honored, it is an act against the sky. Doesn't one have to be honored to participate in the battle for the number one statue in the world? Then the god-level powerhouse. At this moment, in the entire Baiyu field, all peerless geniuses, bosses, and giants all had expressions of shock. Even the young lord of Tianxian Digong, Feng Tianxian, the envoy of Chongqing, the envoy of Huan, and the envoy of Yanglong all jumped up, stood up, and looked at Baiyu with disbelief. Field. The thunderclouds in the sky are locked on the Baicheng, which is unmistakable. In other words, the person who crossed the catastrophe turned out to be the number one cultivator in the world. Look, it's Chu Yan. Finally, someone discovered the powerful aura on Chu Yan's body, soaring straight into the sky. What? That natural disaster Chu Yan. Isn't he Xuanjing? How did it attract the heaven and earth thunder calamity? At this time everyone in the audience was stupid. Some people even thought that this was Chu Yan's super whole card, which was used to deal with these unrivaled geniuses. 3 honored envoys. On the main stage, the king of Duanqing raised his mouth lightly, stood up, and said. Before this Chu Yan participated in the battle, there was still a trace of divine power in his body that hadn't completely transformed. Therefore, in order to trigger the heaven and earth thunder calamity, he completed the final honor on this white jade field with the help of the power of the world's heroes. When the God King Duanqing said this, his face was full of joy. Brother Chu Yan, I didn't intend to hide from everyone, it's really important, I have to do it. When these words fell to the ground, all the cultivators, bosses, and giants in the audience turned their heads to look, all of them looked shocked. No one thought that such a thing would happen in this year's battle of the world's #1 statue. What a Chu Yan, I said, 3 top-level caves, why don't you worry at all? Feng Tianxian came to his senses instantly, his face was green. Damn Chu Yan, he lied to himself. He didn't honor, are you sure? On the main stage, a big man glared at the God King Duanqing, his face twitching. When the words came out, everyone understood the meaning of the words, and the corners of Chi-Chi's eyes twitched twice. What a joke! None of them are respected, but they suppressed the peerless geniuses in the audience, fighting hundreds of respected powerhouses alone. This is so honored by him, then. Hiss. 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 There was a sound of air conditioning, and everyone's sea of consciousness buzzed and shook at the same time. 9th heaven of human dignity. Not honored yet. If this honor is over, you won't rush directly to the peak of human dignity, right? Bold. The holy god Wang Ting stood up suddenly, and shouted angrily. Where is the #1 battle in the world? How can he be allowed to mess around with a small ascension from the lower realm? They don't even pay attention to the entire divine realm. With these words, all the cultivators, bigwigs, and giants in the audience were stunned. Good. This Chu Yan obviously violated the rules of #1 in the world and concealed the truth. Without being honored, one is not allowed to participate in the battle for the #1 statue in the world. This has been the case for many years. What the Holy Heaven King said is right. Shen Gongxi also stood up with a smile on his face, looked at the 3 envoys, and said. If this matter spreads, you are here to watch, but let a person who violated the rules participate in the battle of the world's #1 statue, then everyone's face will be placed everywhere. Although these words were said with a smile, they were much more powerful than what the Holy Heavenly King said about the God Kings, the entire God realm and so on. The complexions of the giants on the main stage changed at the same time. My son, don't stay. According to the rules, kill it. That's right. Otherwise, we'll really be the laughingstock of the world. Don't hesitate, let's do it. Unrivaled overlords, including Wanfu Tianzuan and others, spoke together and said to the 3 envoys. In the battle of the world's #1 statue, success is a necessary condition. Therefore, the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect will issue the qualification token first. And like Chu Yan, there is still a trace of divine power in the body that has not completed the transformation, which is a bit special. Strictly speaking, this kind of thing can be said to be big or small. The key is that Chu Yan offended all the people of the 12 orthodoxy before, so naturally no one would speak for him, let alone miss this opportunity. However, rules are rules, and there are still some giants on the main stage who did not speak. Joke. If they had discovered this situation before the war, perhaps they would have spoken without hesitation. But now, the strength shown by Chu Yan is terrifying. The point is, he hasn't fully respected yet. This talent, this aptitude, future martial arts achievements, including now, if he is just an ordinary ascendant from the lower realm, no one would think so. They are different from the 12 ways. They have no enmity with Chu Yan before, and they will never take the initiative to provoke them. Of course, Xingtian Shenwang and Shen Gongxi also saw this ring, so they jumped out at the first time and aroused public anger. The purpose is to kill Chu Yan before he grows up. Hashtag C3076, try to move him. Remember for a second, free reading of wonderful novels without pop-up windows. The three Duanshan God Kings heard the words of Xingtian God King and others, and found that the atmosphere was not right, and their expressions changed instantly. Just when he was about to speak, Venerable Xuanhuan immediately stood up. Bold Chu Yan, dare to disobey the battle of the world's number one, break the rules, death is not a pity. The envoy of the deity, today, execute the ruling order on behalf of the Lord, and kill him. Return all fellow Taoists in the world, one is fair and just. When these words came out, thunder billowed in the sky and the earth exploded, and a majestic murderous aura rushed out immediately. The entire Tsangqiang ridge buzzed and trembled. The prestige of the envoy is really extraordinary. This longevity envoy has a very close relationship with Shengongxi. Before, the two had discussed secretly with their spiritual senses, and they wanted to take this opportunity to kill Chu Yan. In addition, this Chu Yan offended the 12 Taoist traditions and was doing favors. Immortal Envoy's words immediately changed the faces of the three Duanshan God Kings. They didn't expect that it would be a big trouble for Chu Yan to ask the envoy to speak in person and say that he wanted to make a judgment. Not only the three Duanshan God Kings, but also the big bosses and giants in the audience all looked in the direction of the main stage. In just a moment, Chu Yan's life and death were decided. If Chu Yan is obliterated, the situation on the Bayou field will change drastically. Envoy of the longevity, why are you so angry? At this moment, Yang Longzuan spoke softly with a smile on his face. A gust of breath swept across like a mountain wind, instantly dissipating the solemn murderous aura of the audience, and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned, and they all raised their heads to look at the envoy Shan Yang Long. Yang Long, what do you mean? The eternal envoy frowned, looked at the envoy Yang Long, and shouted directly. Venerable Yang Long, who suppressed him firmly back then, just lost his realm, practiced for thousands of years, but he couldn't surpass him. Therefore, the longevity envoy and the Yang Long envoy are sworn enemies for thousands of years. Originally, when envoy Xuanhuan said these things, envoy longevity didn't even intend to open his mouth, but now it's different. As long as it is something that Venerable Yang Long wants to do, and his elder envoy stops him, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Means nothing. Yang Long Venerable envoy shook his head, glanced at the immortal envoy with the look of looking at Erbewu, and looked at the Bayou field. This Chu Yan, who has not yet been honored, is at the 9th level of the human honor realm. Even the blind can see that there is almost no problem in being the number one in the world this time. At this time, what do you mean by killing them, those of the 12 Dao lineages? Can't you think with your brain? If you kill Chu Yan, you will win the 12th Taoism. People in the world will say that you are fair or shameless. These words, spoken as lightly as light clouds, made the whole audience fall silent. Even the envoys of longevity and Xuanhuan were taken aback for an instant. Seems like that. If they had killed Chu Yan at the beginning, saying that he violated the rules, that would be fine. But now, Chu Yan showed his strength and suppressed the audience with his own strength. Even all the unrivaled geniuses and 7 sons of the sky in the 12 orthodoxy were not his opponents. At this time, if they, the big brothers of the 12 Dao lineages, take action and kill Chu Yan, what will the people of the world say? Is there any guessing? After that, the number one statue in the world can't be done anymore. Done, anyone else dare to come? Could it be that it has become an internal battle for their 12 orthodoxy? The most important thing is, do you want to have the face of the 12 orthodox traditions? Even if they are envoys, they just came to observe the ceremony on behalf of the Lord, and just now, the lords of all the Dao lines have sent orders to pay attention to this Chu Yan. Killing him at this time, from all aspects, seems to have some problems. What is the meaning of the battle for the number one statue in the world? Don't I need to remind you again? The young generation of God's domain, the future God King, and even the supreme fame battle. Familiarity is light and familiarity is heavy. Everyone, think about it carefully. I mean, Chu Yan is innocent. Long Yongzun made these words reasonable, and some bigwigs present nodded repeatedly. In their view, if you are an ordinary cultivator, you will be killed if you kill him. But now, what Chu Yan shows is the appearance of a peerless genius, that is the supreme powerhouse in the future. In front of the whole world, it would be a little bad to kill such a cultivator, and it was still on the battlefield of the world's number one. Long Yang, you are right. I agree. Envoy Xuanhuan, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth and nodded. At this moment, many bigwigs present also nodded, obviously agreeing with Venerable Long Yang. Yang Long, Xuanhuan, you. The Chongqingzun was so angry that his nose was crooked, staring at the two of them, clenching his teeth. Humph. Yang Long, even if you talk wildly today, you can't change the fact that this son violated the rules. Therefore, this son cannot be kept and must be killed. Seeing that Yang Long and Xuanhuan venerable envoys were all singing against him, the envoy Chongqing immediately became angry. Try to move him. How long has it been since there was a united battle among the 12 Dao lineages? Yang Longzuan said lightly without turning his head. This sentence, like the fury of a thunderbolt, caused all the bigwigs and giants on the main stage to change their expressions. What a joke! Doctrine war. That's chaos. For the sake of one Chu Yan, to start a great war sweeping the world, this. A faint domineering aura rushed out from Yang Longzuan's body, rushing in all directions like a wild smoke. The appearance of this aura obviously told everyone that what Yang Long said was definitely not a joke. Yang Long, you. This time, the longevity envoy's nose was completely crooked, and his whole face was covered with blue veins. This kid is too arrogant. How dare you unite the war with morality and threaten each other? The bosses around were all stunned and completely dumbfounded. A Chu Yan, even a peerless genius, actually caused the three great envoys to make such a fuss. At the beginning, Xingtian Shenhuang and Wanfu Tianzuan shouted to kill Chu Yan's group of people. All of them were stupid, and stared at Yang Longzun envoy together. They never imagined that venerable Yang Long would spend so much effort to protect this Chu Yan. Why is that? Yang Long, good. Very good. The longevity envoy took a few deep breaths, and finally suppressed the anger in his heart. I will report to the Lord about today's matter, and I will have an explanation when the time comes. As soon as these words were uttered, all the god kings and big bosses present understood that this was the only way to go. Venerable Yang Long turned his head, glanced at the envoy of longevity, and smiled slightly. Su. Whatever you want, when the time comes, your lord, if you know that Chu Yan is the descendant of that empress, let's see if they dare to fart. Just you as an envoy, a small shrimp-like existence, jumping casually. #C3077-1 battle. Yang Longzuan's aura disappeared in an instant, and he turned to smile, looked at all the cultivators in the audience, and laughed loudly. This battle of the world's number one statue is really exciting, everyone, look forward to it. Ha ha ha. When the words fell, the face of the longevity venerable was dark, and all the bosses in the audience were also speechless. They shook their heads and turned to look at Chu Yan on the field. At this time, the powerful divine light emanating from Chu Yan's body became extremely bright, and all kinds of mysterious Taoism filled the world. Those unrivaled geniuses on the Bayou field suddenly became overshadowed in front of such Chu Yan. Above the sky, thunderclouds rolled, thunder exploded, and the sky was full of lightning. Obviously, the general trend of Lei Jia is here, and Chu Yan's respect is here. Fan Wuya, stop him at all costs. The unrivaled overlord of all the demon sects, directly sent an order to Fan Wuya via voice transmission from his spiritual consciousness. Simon Pu, stop him for me. Bailey Haohun, no. The big bosses of the 12 orthodox traditions continued to transmit voices with their spiritual consciousness and gave orders one after another. This is not the request of some elders, but an order directly issued by the unrivaled overlord in the sect. Even someone like Fan Wuya, who didn't care about the sect's plan before, is frowning at this moment. Destroy transcending tribulation. Among these cultivators, it can be regarded as the most vicious one. It's a taboo at all, and it's in front of so many people. You unrivaled overlords are so powerful, why don't you go by yourself? Not only Fan Wuya, but also other peerless geniuses in Baicheng hesitated. Although most of the cultivators besieged Chu Yan because of the Zoman's order, there are still some of them who wanted Chu Yan to die long ago. However, even this small group of people are still hesitating at this time. The Holy King of Heaven sat on the viewing platform. The smile on his face disappeared completely, and a faint chill rose in his heart. He could feel that if this Chu Yan was honored successfully, he would definitely pose a great threat to himself in the future. Brother Chongqing, I'm sorry this time. I didn't expect that Venerable Yang Long would put so much effort into protecting Chu Yan. If I had known earlier, I would never have offended Venerable Yang Long because of this. Shen Gongxi's spiritual consciousness transmitted sound, and continued to talk with the longevity envoy. These words sound like self-blame, but they are actually further stimulation. Snort. The longevity envoy heard the words, but he hummed coldly. Obviously, Shen Gongxi didn't need to stimulate anything at all, and the longevity venerable himself was about to explode. A little god, my majestic envoy, can't deal with him. Eyes full of anger swept around, and soon the longevity envoy discovered something, and his eyes lit up. Yes. The next moment, more than a dozen spiritual senses spread out through sound transmission. After a while, more than a dozen powerful auras erupted in an instant on the white jade field. These dozens of powerful auras belonged to those unrivaled geniuses who participated in the battle of the first statue and never made a move. Originally, there were more than 90 peerless geniuses participating in the battle of the world's #1 statue. Among them, half of them were besieging Chu Yan, and several practitioners who had the idea of being the first one in Jinggue defeated several of them. The remaining unrivaled geniuses, after a previous battle, stopped and scattered to the corners of Baicheng, paying attention to Chu Yan's praise of Lei Jia. These people are all unrivaled geniuses of middle power, and they don't want to get involved in the battle between the 12 Dao lineages and Chu Yan. But just now, the envoy of the longevity imparted divine consciousness to them and promised great benefits. It was good, of course they wouldn't miss it, so they shot together. Immediately afterwards, more and more people exploded in the Bayou field, and soon reached more than 30 people. More than 30 unrivaled geniuses made a sudden move and rushed towards Chu Yan. The big bosses on the viewing platform were startled at the same time, and quickly reacted, turning their heads to look at the longevity envoy. Facing these gazes, the longevity envoy had a cold expression on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What, these unrivaled geniuses, what are you going to do? 40 unrivaled geniuses, isn't that too strong? It seems that this Chu Yan has offended too many people, and now he is really the enemy of the whole audience. The envoy of Venerable Yang Long is protecting Chu Yan, but he can't directly intervene. Chu Yan can't pass this level. Is there no hope for respect? On the viewing platform, bigwigs from all sides were discussing, many of them sighed. Because, they all know that if Chu Yan is respected, according to his previous burst of strength, then this battle for the #1 in the world will almost come to a conclusion. This conclusion means that in 10,000 years, another #1 in the world is about to be born. All are waiting for this. Even if some big bosses who were not optimistic about Chu Yan before saw Chu Yan crossing the catastrophe, they all looked forward to Chu Yan. But now, the peerless geniuses in the audience seemed to be ready to attack Chu Yan. In this case, can Chu Yan resist it? The number one statue in the world for 10,000 years is about to be lost before it is born. This ups and downs of the situation made everyone nervous. For the first one to appear again in 10,000 years, of course there are more people looking forward to it. Chu Yan. The three Duanxing, Xuanhuan, Huayang, and even Yupeng began to tense up and clenched their fists. The situation is completely out of control. Originally, I thought that with Yang Longzuan's envoy, Chu Yan had hope of overcoming the catastrophe. But now, the situation on the Bayou field has completely changed. Holy Rakshasa Domain. On the Bayou field, Chu Yan, who was full of divine light, glanced down, and of course saw the 40 unrivaled geniuses rushing towards him. Above the head is the thunder tribulation, and below is the entire audience. Such a situation had already been expected by Chu Yan. Others don't know, but Chu Yan has been prepared for this situation in front of him since he was preparing for the battle of the world's number one statue. The current Saint Rakshasa domain is not the original one. Just now, the power of the god of war and the body of the holy Rakshasa have completed the fusion, and they are preparing to display this field. Now, a peerless genius, or a peerless genius in the audience, is the same to Chu Yan. At this time, his whole body exploded with divine power, and Fan Wuya and other peerless geniuses around him, including Li Mutian's stone tablet in the sky, were all blasted back under the sweep of the fusion field of Saint Rakshasa and God of War that had been swept away by the wind. God of War Absolute Heaven Sword. His long hair was flying, the long sword in his hand trembled, and the sword burst out, slashing down. Kill. Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, Zemenpu, and other peerless geniuses charged towards Chu Yan like a flood. At this moment, in Baicheng, thunderclouds were billowing in the sky, and the murderous aura was soaring below. Boom! 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 In the entire Bayou field, countless chi exploded, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains, and the sky trembled. #C3078 Thunder Tribulation Vision. Exercising the fusion domain of the Saint Rakshasa god of war, Chu Yan, who is full of supernatural power, is extremely dazzling in this turbulent sea. However, there are too many enemies, and none of the more than 100 enemies who can stand up to now is weak, and the unrivaled geniuses alone account for more than half of them. Under the bombardment of countless fairy arts and the method of asking questions, Chu Yan fell into a disadvantage in an instant, and even the blue armor of the god of war on his body showed cracks. At this moment, thunder and violent clouds broke out in the sky at the same time, rolling out a huge vision. In that vision, it is not a concrete image of the heaven and earth thunder calamity, but a piece of chaos and emptiness. However, as the shocking battle broke out below, in the chaotic and clear sky, little phantoms continued to appear. What appeared were mountains and rivers, thousands of immortal beasts, mortal towns, etc., and so on. Look, that's the vision of thunder calamity. Damn it, Honor Lei Jia, a vision has appeared. At this moment, all the cultivators in the audience were stunned, with astonishment on their faces. Around the entire Baicheng, countless bigwigs on the viewing platform, no matter whether they hope for Chu Yan's death or expect Chu Yan to be honored, they are all nervous at this moment. The vision of Lei Jia appeared, that is to say, Chu Yan's honor was at this time. Impossible. Chu Yan, stop dreaming. On the Bayou field, Li Mutian was already crazy. Normally, the most gentle senior brother under the command of the Holy Heaven King, at this moment, he was ferocious like a wild beast. While yelling, he formed a seal on his opponent, and a large piece of golden light spewed out from his mouth, which merged with the seal in his hand, and instantly made the stone tablet above the sky rush towards Chu Yan like a mountain rampant past. Feng Tian's Wandashu. Wan Heichi Ocean. Kill. Unparalleled geniuses such as Bailey Heohun and Zamenpu all let out a long howl, their momentum soaring to the sky, all kinds of power gathered together, and they played their most powerful fairy art. Give me, break. Chu Yan is also erupting, even if he is in a turbulent wave, but the sword in his hand does not waver at all. When the sword is raised, it is like a sword that soars into the sky, like a soldier of heaven and earth, dividing the sky, passing by in this place, all the immortal arts and divine skills were chopped into powder. Looking from a distance, Chu Yan at this time seemed to be facing a vast ocean, facing the suppression of a heavenly peak. With the long sword in his hand, he cut through one bit by bit, and stepped forward with difficulty. Good boy. The immortal envoy, the Holy Heaven King, Shen Gongxi, and the unrivaled overlords of the Dao lineages, big bosses, all of them couldn't help but change their expressions slightly when they saw this scene. Of course they could see that Chu Yan had consumed a lot of divine power in his body after repeated battles. As long as at this time, Bai Mengting and Jin Gu shot at the same time, double-teaming Chu Yan, he would definitely be injured. Bai Mengting was exactly the woman in a white skirt with a gun that Chu Yan first saw before. Among the 9 sons of the sky, the most low-key and mysterious existence. Chu Yan, do you know? Bai Mengting held a snow-white long spear in each hand, and flew in a white skirt in the void, walking towards Chu Yan. My dream is that one day, I can become an existence like Empress Xiantian and achieve supreme martial arts. Originally, today is an opportunity. From the beginning to the end, the tip of Bai Mengting's spear pointed at the Baichang below, not at Chu Yan. You have an irresistible relationship with Empress Xiantian. I will not attack you today, but I hope that after this battle, you can tell me about Empress Xuantian's past. Her face was as calm as water, without any ripples. In addition to the snow-white long dress fluttering like white clouds, it gives people a feeling of purity. She has no hostility towards Chu Yan. Moreover, from the beginning when the two looked at each other, from that smile and nod, she felt a sense of intimacy with Chu Yan. This sense of intimacy may come from the same unreliable people, or it may be from Empress Xiantian. However, one thing is certain. Now, if she doesn't take action against Chu Yan, it will be a violation of the Zoman's order and she will be severely punished. It's now. Fan Wuya, who was farther away, now had bright eyes. Apart from Bai Mengting and Jin Gu, he was the closest person to rush to Chu Yan, and he also left the most powerful whole card. The Devil's Chaos Sword. On Fan Wuya's body, the endless dragon's breath and magic power erupted at the same time, and a powerful Daoguang, like a sharp sword, pierced through the air. On this knife, there is an incomparably powerful power, enough to destroy the world. Everyone knows that Fan Wuya has a half-dragon body, but no one knows that his half-dragon body is not from an ordinary dragon, but the extremely rare dragon. According to legend, the rebellious dragon clan known for killing and madness, the Black Dragon Clan. This point, except for Fan Wuya and his master, is a secret known to very few people. The moment Fan Wuya performed the strongest move, it was broken. Everyone will know, Fan Wuya's final resort. And all of this is for one goal, to kill Chu Yan. Are you going to work hard? Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the sky. The magic knife that roared like a black dragon was splitting the sky and the earth, and spoke softly. It seems to be asking Fan Wuya, but it is more like asking himself. The current Chu Yan's combat power has exploded to the extreme, barely blocking the attacks of dozens of unrivaled geniuses and hundreds of strong men. However, powerhouses like Bai Mengting, Jin Gu, and Fan Wuya, who break through the realm of the Holy Rakshasa, will appear from time to time. With Chu Yan's current state, it is impossible to accept this trick, which has been hidden by Fan Yexu for so many years. However, at this time, Chu Yan still had a trump card, which he never used. That is, the 9-region star atlas. The fusion of the 11 methods of asking questions has been basically completed, and that power has been gathered in the 9 regions star map, and has been sleeping. However, in this environment, using this method, what are the consequences? That's completely face-to-face, slapping the 12 orthodox in the face. If it is exposed, not to mention the envoy of Yanglong Venerable, even the presence of the Venerable Lord in person may not be able to stop the explosion of the 12 Dao lineages. Not to mention, both the Yanglong envoy and the Lord may turn their guns around and fight him forever. The situation is extremely dangerous. However, even so, Chu Yan must be respected today, and no one can stop him. Chu Yan. Die. Holding the magic knife in his hand, he leaped in the air, staring at Chu Yan with blood-red eyes, Fan Wuya, who was about to slash the knife fiercely. Suddenly, the soul trembled slightly, and there was a wave of fluctuation without warning. The Dao he practiced is the same as Chu Yan, killing Dao. Same as everything, defeating opponents, especially powerful opponents, will allow him to continuously improve his avenue. And now, facing Chu Yan, I am afraid that he is the best opponent he has ever met in his life, which makes him in a state of excitement from the beginning to the end. He even dreamed that after he slashed Chu Yan with a knife and broke through the bottleneck, his own Dao realm would directly break through to Dao realm de Shang. But now, he suddenly hesitated. Why? Because Chu Yan did not honor him. Therefore, this strongest opponent is only half a step to the prestige level now, but he is the real prestige level. Even if Chu Yan is slashed with a knife now, in the final analysis, he is the strong against the weak, not at the same level, or at a higher level to defeat. The most important thing is that Chu Yan is now against 100 with 1. #C3079 Earth Zuanjing 3 Heaven. Taking advantage of others' dangers, using the strong to bully the weak, group to single. All kinds of strange thoughts flashed in his sea of consciousness, and the heart of killing that was originally determined to be incomparable collapsed instantly. Reading Pavilion www Xhuge GE. Co. The way of killing is the way of going forward without hesitation, killing the ground and cutting the ground, invincible, even in the face of the gods and demons of heaven and earth, the way of killing will dare to raise a knife. If one does not use all means to practice this kind of Dao, and does not rely on one's own strength, is it still the Dao of killing? If this is the case, then the executioner in the world is not invincible in the world. In the final analysis, Fan Wuya seemed to realize instantly that he had fallen into the wrong way. Along with Minggu, there is also the scene of him fighting Chu Yan in the immortal ancient tomb. At that time, the two had the same cultivation base and equal strength, but Chu Yan's Dao realm was great. Therefore, after the First World War, Fan Wuya gained a lot and was honored smoothly. But then, after Chu Yan left due to an incident and left an agreement to fight again in the future, he did not expect this situation to be like today. I, together with 80 unrivaled geniuses and dozens of respected cultivators, besieged Chu Yan and beheaded him. Under such circumstances, is it possible for him to break through the Dao realm? Impossible. There is even a danger of the avenue that Fan Wuya practiced before falling down. You must know that there are no demons in the world, and everything is born of the demonic nature of desire. Although I have the blood of a half-demon dragon, I never thought that one day I would fall into a demon. After all, as a bloodline of a half-demon dragon, he knew very well that before the ancient times, the demon dragon clan was slaughtered by the world to the tragic end of the clan. The magic way is inaccessible, that is the real abyss. Maybe, I know what the real killing Dao is. The hesitation in Fan Wuya's eyes slowly dissipated with his enlightenment, replaced by 2 bright lights that awakened the world. The knife in his hand disappeared in an instant, and Fan Wuya stood above the sky and the earth. Loudly said, "My whole life, Fan Wuya, I will never take advantage of the situation. You honor me." Looking at Chu Yan, Fan Wuya opened his mouth, and then said, "I'm waiting for you. After being honored, we will fight again." After finishing speaking, Fan Wuya turned around, the black knife appeared again in his hand, and turned his head to look at the gold tool that was quietly touching Chu Yan. "Little man, die for me." Boom. 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 Fan Wuya collided with the gold tool, and there was a shocking wave, which directly knocked the gold tool into a daze. "I recruited you. Why don't you hit Chu Yan? Hit me." Seeing this scene, Chu Yan also had a look of joy on his face. It's not because Fan Wuya's departure solved the crisis, but because it seems that he has an enemy in the future. By Mengting, Fan Wuya, you are courting death. On the viewing platform below, the envoy of longevity, Qin Xingtian, Shen Gongxi, and other bigwigs all had a dirty face and screamed in anger. Such a good opportunity wasted. Look, Chu Yan is going to be honored. The three Duanxing Xuanhuan looked at the sky with joy on their faces, and even Venerable Yang Long's eyes froze. Break it. At this moment, between the heaven and the earth, a sound like a torrent bell resounded, shaking the sky and the earth. Above the sky, the original vision of chaos and emptiness has fully appeared. A figure in black robe leaped towards him with a long sword in his hand, and he slashed, with the sword raised. The sky-shattering sword light fell, and the sky shattered. The next moment, the aura of heaven and earth thunder calamity dissipated crazily. A blessing fell from the sky, covering Chu Yan's body, a trace of divine power emerged, fused by that blessing, and quickly transformed. That was the last divine power in Chu Yan's body that hadn't changed. The 10 heavens of human dignity. The earth respects the first level of heaven. Earth respect level 2 heaven. The earth respects the 3rd heaven. After breaking through the 4 realms, Chu Yan's cultivation breakthrough suddenly stopped. From the realm of human dignity to the realm of earth dignity, it is a boundary between heaven and earth. Anyone who breaks through the realm of heaven and earth must have a thunder calamity. But this time, when Chu Yan broke through to the earth venerable realm, there was no thunder tribulation at all. Just broke through directly. In fact, the reason is also very simple, because Chu Yan has just passed the tribulation of honoring thunder. And compared with respecting the thunder robbery, especially the vision of Chu Yan called the thunder robbery in the earth respect state is not enough to look at. In this case, Tianwei is certainly not stupid, and he is too lazy to waste the power of heaven and earth, so he cancelled it directly. It turns out that there is such a mystery. At this time, Chu Yan, bathed in the blessed light of thunder and calamity, with his eyes slightly closed, was deeply aware of all his strength and Tao. At this time, Chu Yan, bathed in Tianwei, was in an invincible state. Anyone who dares to attack Chu Yan will be judged by Tianwei. All the unrivaled geniuses and the bosses of the viewing platform looked at Chu Yan's aura and continued to improve. Even the Haotian sword in his hand, the green armor of the god of war on his body, and the tiger's roar cape are all undergoing qualitative changes. Prestige. This is the real prestige. Chu Yan can clearly feel that he has completely broken through from the divine realm to the honorable realm, and his body and the surrounding world have all changed. At this moment, Chu Yan fully understood the real difference between gods and mortals. How to revive you, Linglong? Why don't you have any idea? In the next breath, Chu Yan's consciousness moved to the jade coffin in the 9 realms star map, and he frowned suddenly. Logically speaking, when he breaks through to the exalted realm, that is when he has the power to revive you, Linglong. But now, he felt the transformation of his body and the power of heaven and earth, but he still didn't know how to revive you, Linglong. Ever since the promise was made, Chu Yan has been waiting for this moment. I hope that woman like the breeze and the moon will stand up from the jade coffin and smile at herself. Boom, boom. Just when Chu Yan was pondering and wondering, in his sea of consciousness world, there was a sudden gust of wind, thunder, and fury, and an incomparably violent force, like a flood, rushed towards his body and limbs, slamming into his spirit and soul. On the seal of the God of War. What? Chu Yan's face was startled suddenly, and a lot of emotions gushed out of his spirit. There was anger, surprise, rage, and even a trace of killing, rolling endlessly like clouds and waves. Click. The next moment, a piece of jade rose from the sea of consciousness, releasing an endless curtain of light, unfolding in front of him like a scroll. This is the divine sea realm. Chu Yan looked at everything on the scroll, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. The next moment, one piece after another, jade stones continued to appear and unfold, like a scroll of thousands of miles, endless. Mountains, rivers, and maps of God's domain with infinite heaven and earth kept appearing in front of him. Every piece of jade corresponds to a God's domain continent. At present, only the map of the Xuanhuan realm is extremely clear, while the others are all hazy. In the next moment, pieces of blue light burst out from every map, gathering and merging on the sky and the earth in front of Chu Yan, forming an extremely tall body. Chu Yan, you finally did it. The majestic and excited voice of the supreme god of war resounded throughout the world. #C3080 Linen Old Man. Remember for a second, free reading of wonderful novels without pop-up windows. The whole process seemed to open some kind of taboo. For this day, with my crippled body, I went to the abyss of the 9 heavens, and searched everywhere in these tens of thousands of worlds. When everything was about to sink, I finally found you. You are not what you are now. The majestic and ancient voice of the supreme god of war, with haste and excitement, exploded in Chu Yan's mind like pieces of thunder. However, before God of War could finish speaking, another voice suddenly shook in the sea of consciousness. Don't dream. You don't have any chance, the world doesn't allow it, and it's taboo outside the law. If you dare to come back, you will definitely be wiped out, dead without. The sound was extremely chaotic, like a group of lunatics, roaring. Before the second voice could finish speaking, another voice forcibly rang out. Don't forget, never forget, who you are. You must remember, you are. Ho 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 ho. The roar sounded, covering everything, replaced by the endless mourning and screaming sounds of heaven and earth, as if there was a terrifying war or killing going on in that place. When people are running, some people are fighting bloody. What's the situation? Chu Yan's consciousness was in a mess, and he didn't know what happened at all. Just when the voice in the sea of consciousness gradually calmed down, the jade floating in front of him released a lot of immortality, which suppressed Chu Yan's mind. Exhaling lightly, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness returned to its place, and he looked up and looked around. At this moment, everything in front of him has completely changed. The original Biachang is gone, Songqiong Ridge is gone, and all the cultivators have disappeared. But Chu Yan himself stood on a huge desert. There is no limit at a glance. However, on this desert, there is no scorching sun, only endless dark thunderclouds, faintly shaking, as if there are thousands of terrifying thunderbolts lurking in it, and one will fall at any time. Gravel. The gravel under my feet is obviously thicker than that of ordinary deserts, and there are some broken bricks and tiles in it. The world is lost, everything does not exist. It was as if only Chu Yan existed in this world. The thunderclouds above the sky covered the sky and the sun, and there was no end in sight. Even if Chu Yan operated the unicorn pupil, he would not be able to penetrate it. I only saw the vast sea of stars, and it seemed that even the sky didn't exist. The land under his feet was barren, and it didn't look like there were any living beings at all. Everything around was terribly quiet, not even the sound of the wind. Boom. 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 Just when Chu Yan was about to move forward and explore, suddenly, the thunder clouds above the sky rolled away, and beams of light broke through the terrifying sea of thunder and appeared above the vast sky. These beams of light stopped in the air, like clusters of huge stars, releasing a monstrous aura, and the gale that was picked up, rolled up the yellow sand like a storm. The sky trembled with thunder, the sky trembled, and the air stagnated. After a while, as the wind and sand receded, huge altars appeared in the sky. On each one, there are one after another eternal figures, sitting cross-legged on the top of the altar, with pairs of eyes like the vast sea of stars, slightly opened, looking at Chu Yan below. This gaze, as if through the ages, saw through the sea and the mulberry fields. At the same time, in a Jedi secret realm, a figure in a snow skirt sits cross-legged in the spiritual formation, and the 10,000 miles of sky around him is a vast mist, with all kinds of terrifying auras intertwined, constantly surging and rolling. Among them, a touch of extremely weak supreme will is as light as smoke. The figure in the snow skirt suddenly opened her bright eyes and looked at the sky, as if she wanted to see through the secrets. This time, she knew that there would definitely be a change in Chu Yan Qingzuan. But she retreated and broke through to the supreme realm, so she couldn't participate in it at all, so she could only deploy some means to take the opportunity to create momentum. But now, the momentum has come, but it still can't stop the changes caused by Chu Yan's respect. After a full 100 breaths, she narrowed her gaze, raised her hand slightly, and a crystal-clear blue lotus appeared on the palm of her hand. This little cyan lotus exudes a faint breath, like a candle in the wind, flickering and shining. Lingji. How did she appear? In the next breath, surprise appeared on her face, and her bright eyes were full of strange colors. When he was in the 10 Directions starfield, the heavenly Daoming curse on Chu Yan had already been fulfilled, but Chu Yan himself did not know or understand the Tiandaming curse at all. That's because Chu Yan's wisdom and soul are all wandering in reincarnation. But now, the appearance of spiritual wisdom, what does it represent? The wisdom of the supreme god of war returns. Or rather, Empress Shantian fell into contemplation. She even put aside the practice of breaking through to the supreme. At the same time, hundreds of millions of miles away, the 8th Xuanhuan sect, one of the top 10 ancient cities, Etian Taiching. On the top floor of an antique restaurant, in a box, an old man dressed in sackcloth was sitting upright, holding spirit wine in his hand, watching with interest the bustling crowd coming and going on the street below. At some point, the indifferent smile on the old man's face gradually froze. Just like before him, in the 5 Elements Immortal Ancient, the expression when he killed the 2 great spirits of the living world and the dead world appeared on his face again. Woke up so soon. The old man in sackcloth turned around, returned to the table from the window and sat down, put down the spirit wine in his hand, and the moment he looked up, his eyes were black and white. The 2 eyes, like nebula flowing, flickered lightly. Well. After a long time, a long sigh sounded. All developments and changes seem to be faster than he expected. Even this half-white leisure has become a luxury. Click, click. The sound of fingertips tapping on the table is light and crisp, but after listening to it for a long time, it seems to make people feel in a trance. The old man in sackcloth was pondering. He didn't understand what happened, which made everything seem to be much faster. Young man, come on, help me pay for the drink. Raising his head suddenly, the strange color in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he returned to the old look of an ordinary old man, turning his head to look at the handsome young man at the other table. What? The young man in a gorgeous silver robe looked at the old man in sackcloth, pointed at his nose, and looked dazed. Master, leave him alone. He's drunk. The old man standing behind the silver-robed youth had been staring at the old man in sackcloth half an hour ago. I don't know why, as a cultivator of the 7th heaven of the human spirit realm, he has been unable to see through that very ordinary-looking old man. However, the other party did not give him a sense of danger, which surprised him. Ha ha ha, drunk. I really want to. I have a kung fu technique, it's not bad, just treat it as a thank you for helping me pay for the wine, how about it? The old man in sackcloth didn't even look at the guards of the human god realm, and kept staring at the silver-robed youth. #C3081 Venerable Dragon. Remember for a second, free reading of wonderful novels without pop-up windows. Master, no. Etc. The guard spoke again, trying to stop him, but the silver-robed youth raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Okay, old man, please do your own thing, this wine will be treated as if the boy bought your old man. In front of all the drinkers in the audience, the silver-robed young man who seemed to be of extraordinary status stood up and bowed to the vulgar old man in sackcloth. I don't need skills or anything like that in Tianling's family, so there's no need for it. The old man in sackcloth looked at the young man in silver robe, without saying a word, for a full 10 breaths, there was only an intriguing smile on his face. Good. During these 10 breaths, the silver-robed young man saw that the old man in sackcloth did not reply, but kept bowing his hands, with a humble attitude, and finally attracted a good word from the old man in sackcloth. Swish. The next moment, the sackclothed old man, sitting there, slowly dissipated like light smoke. Ah! This scene immediately stunned all the drinkers present. Melt into heaven and earth. This can only be possessed by the strong above the respectful realm. Master, look. The silver-robed young man standing there in a daze, was woken up by the guards, behind him, and looked down at the wine table in front of him. A withered and yellow paper book was placed on top of it. Taiyuan scripture. Looking at the ancient paper book on the table, Bai Pao was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand suddenly, and put the book into the space jade talisman. The speed was so fast that the drinkers around had just reacted and didn't even see what it was. All he saw was the silver-robed youth and the guards behind him. This is not going to be. Open mouth wide. The silver-robed young man with round eyes looked at the guard behind him with the same expression, all dumbfounded. Uncle He, let's go. Go home and see my father. Yes, master. The two walked in a hurry, threw down a few pieces of divine crystals, turned and went downstairs. Master, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Should it be? That's right. I just want to go back and tell my father that our Yishanling family is planning to relocate the whole family. There are hundreds of thousands of members of the Ling family. This move will probably lead to decline. No. Will rise. When the silver-robed young man walked out of the gate on the first floor of the restaurant, his eyes shone like stars. The way of asking. The Ling family is finally about to rise. On the Bayou field, the dead silence was broken, and the exclamation sounded like a mountain and a tsunami. Earth, earth, respect and realm 3 heavens. How is this possible? Just after he was honored, he directly broke through to the earth venerable realm, returning to the 3rd heaven. A realm of heaven and earth, or a realm of heaven and earth. The first person in 10,000 years. It's definitely the first person in 10,000 years. It's terrible. I seem to be in his fancy, seeing the power of the Empress Shantian back then. You mean the number 1 in the world? On the 3-party viewing platform, all the cultivators and bosses were all surprised. But the 3 Duanxing Wang were full of ecstasy. Chu Yan praised success. Moreover, it directly broke through to the 3rd heaven of the earth respect state. In this way, even the god kings present had to admit that Chu Yan's strong rise has been irresistible and irreversible. It won't be long before Chu Yan's name will spread throughout the god realm. On the other side, the holy heavenly king's face was black and blue, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he was looking at the black-robed figure hanging in the air on the white jade field. Shen Gongxi, not far from him, also had a dark face, with veins throbbing on his forehead. How far is it from the 3rd heaven of the earth respectful realm to the 9th heaven of the heavenly respect realm? It's not far. According to his breakthrough speed, 10 years. 5 years. Once Chu Yan breaks through to the 9th level of Heavenly Exalted Realm, breaks through the bottleneck, and breaks through to the unrivaled Overlord in one fell swoop, how terrifying is his combat power. On that day, Chu Yan could really threaten them. He really respected him. It's over. It's over. On the 3-party viewing platform, Yupeng was about to cry. According to his bet with Chu Yan, after Chu Yan became respected, he would really be his mount. Isn't this fatal? Not to mention, his own father is still there. Fan Wuya, the unrivaled overlord of the various demon sects, stood up angrily, making a thunderous roar. This unrivaled overlord, among all the demon sects, is the one who values Fan Wuya the most. Regardless of resources, opportunities, or even top-level immortal weapons, they are all poured into Fan Wuya. However, just now, he missed the golden opportunity to make a breakthrough with one blow. Is this the battle against all demons, completely giving up? Master, this knife cannot be cut. Otherwise, my martial arts will come to an end. Fan Wuya heard the roar from the viewing platform in the distance, and hurriedly stood with his sword down, facing the direction of the master, and reported. He is my real opponent after being honored. I will definitely win him with dignity. When these words fell to the ground, the overlords of the demon sects in the distance turned green with anger. You. However, before he could open his mouth to curse again, a voice sounded from the sky not far away. Okay. Well said. I didn't expect that, in this generation of demon sects, there will be another talented person. As these words sounded, all the bigwigs and giants present all turned their heads to look at the sky as if they had been struck by lightning. I saw, above the sky, a purple-robed figure, covered in fairy clouds all over his body, came lightly, and his eyes burned like 2 clusters of star flames. Behind him are more than a dozen elders of the 8th Xuanhuan sect, and a group of deacon elders. See Venerable Tianlong. See Venerable Tianlong. See. On the 3-party viewing platform, on the side of the main platform, a group of bigwigs stood up and bowed in salute. Including the 3 venerable envoys, this is the case. Almost the entire main stage, more than 90% of the giants, are all in the air. The purple-robed venerable who just arrived pays homage. How honorable this person is. Sir Tianlong. In the other 2 stands, most of the people didn't know this purple-robed venerable, but when they heard the words Tianlong Venerable, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly stood up and saluted. Because Venerable Tianlong is the deputy suzerain of the 8th Xuanhuan sect. The Divine Sea Realm, and even the entire Divine Realm, the deputy suzerain of Tianlong, is the real Taishan Beidou. Even if it was just a slight stomp of the foot, the entire God realm could stir up shocking waves. A deputy suzerain of the 12 orthodox sects is definitely the top existence of the pyramid in the realm of the gods. It's just that no one thought that the battle of the most common number 1 statue in the world would attract a deputy suzerain of the 12 Dao lineages. If the 3 great envoys were only present as a courtesy, then the deputy suzerain's presence in person would be very meaningful. Half-step supreme. Only 1 step away from the supreme realm, known as the first person under the supreme realm. Could it be? Everyone looked at Venerable Tianlong in bewilderment, and the next moment their expressions changed, thinking of something. Could it be because of Chu Yan? If it is true, then after this battle, Chu Yan will really soar into the sky. Hashtag C3082 Vientiane Cloud. Remember for a second, free reading of wonderful novels without pop-up windows. Rumble. Venerable Tianlong, who had just fallen, had not had time to speak when a thunderclap exploded in the sky. It was as if a gap had been broken in the sky, and the continuous rumbling sound, like the roar of giant beasts in heaven and earth, resounded in all directions. Endless immortal light surged out from the gap, and poured down towards the continuous mountain range below. Abnormal lights of various colors suddenly appeared in the void of the sky, like an aurora, dyeing the entire sky in a rosy glow. These rays of light do not scatter, but are projected in one direction, like tens of thousands of spotlights, shining at a certain place in the sky at the same time. And at the central point of the 10,000 rays of light, a 9-color spiritual cloud is being conceived and born. The rumbling thunder disappeared instantly. Instead, there was an extremely weak sound of fairy music, and the fragrance of hundreds of flowers scattered all over the world, making all those who looked up feel refreshed. "This is Xuanhuan," a big man suddenly shouted excitedly. Elephant Cloud, also known as the Cloud of Vientiane. It represents the way of all phenomena in this world, and the law returns to heaven and earth. If there are 10,000 ways in this world, that way is an image. Now, the phenomena of heaven and earth appear in the sky, and the floating clouds represent that a new phenomenon is about to be born. What a concept! To put it simply, a peerless genius is about to appear. The primordial era was the most prosperous era of the Xuanwu era. After it was lost, there were not many ancient books in existence. However, there are clear records in the rare ancient books. The appearance of Xuanhuan represents the prestige of heaven and earth, the recognition of a practitioner. His self-way is in harmony with heaven and earth, and he will be able to ascend to the supreme realm in the future. Originally, such ancient books only existed in records, and no one had ever seen them. Unseen things? For ordinary people, it is unbelievable. But now, when this unbelievable thing appeared in front of him, the legend became the most powerful evidence. Venerable Tianlong stared straight at Chu Yan in mid-air, with a pair of eyes shining like a sea of stars. That elephant cloud, under the shroud of Wanzhong Shuguang, floated towards the top of Chu Yan's head. At this moment, including Venerable Tianlong, the eyes of many bigwigs present were all sharp. Not bad. Venerable Tianlong nodded slightly, with various expressions on his face. This little fellow Taoist who was honored just now has actually attracted Xuanhuan. With such talent, looking at the entire God realm, the number cannot exceed the number of hands. At this moment, Venerable Tianlong finally made up his mind that he must pull Chu Yan into the Bayou Xuanhuangzong. If it really doesn't work, invite the Lord who retreated out. Anyway, he will recruit Chu Yan at all costs. This is a peerless genius. Not only are they rare in God's domain, but the probability of them appearing is extremely low. This is troublesome. On the main stage not far away, Shengongxi's eyes finally showed a hint of impatience. This kid actually has such a talent. Even Xuanhuan has been brought out. No, he must be abolished before he enters the 8th Xuanhuang sect. Shengongxi kept mumbling, the veins on his forehead popped up, and poisonous schemes kept flashing in his mind. Rumble. Another sudden thunder exploded, as if it had received a strong impact. Above the thousands of miles of sky, the void was all distorted and deformed, and countless mighty winds of heaven surged. It was as if a terrifying hand of heaven and earth was stirring the sky. The next moment, a gray figure unexpectedly appeared amidst the majestic wind. Hee. The appearance of the figure, accompanied by his chuckle, seemed extremely strange. Tread. Stepping out with one step, the majestic wind above the sky was instantly annihilated, and replaced by a powerful murderous aura, like a continuous mountain range, suppressing all directions. Bold. Who dared to trespass on the 8th Xuanhuang sect? Venerable Tianlong, envoy of longevity, and other big bosses reacted suddenly, roaring in unison, their whole bodies surged with momentum, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Come, no one knows. But it is extremely powerful, powerful enough to make an existence like Venerable Tianlong look tense and alert. If it's just an ordinary strong man, even a stranger at the level of a god king, as long as he dares not to report and break into the range of the mountain gate of the 8th Xuanhuang sect, he will definitely be directly bombarded and killed by the mountain gate formation. you don't even need to think about it. As one of the 12 Dao lineages, the Baiyu Xianhuang sect is also the most powerful sect force in the Shanhai realm. His mountain gate formation will be simple. But this one is simply breaking into the formation, as if entering the land of no one. This is enough to cause the tension of Venerable Tianlong, the three great envoys and others, because this is absolute strength. All the big cultivators in the audience were all stunned, and they all looked up at the sky with disbelief on their faces. There is such a powerful existence. How dare you break into the 8yu Xianhuang sect alone? If this is other orthodox forces, it is almost a declaration of war. Because this kind of strength can be achieved by every supreme power among the orthodox forces. But being able to do it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. And that comes at a price. Or, be besieged and killed by the power of the entire sect, in the name of his own supreme, to achieve the reputation of destroying the other sect. Or, it will directly lead to a war between the two sects, and there will be no end to death. This matter is related to the dignity of the 12 orthodoxy, and there is no room for negotiation at all. Now, what is this strong man in sackcloth with a smile on his face going to do? Above the sky, the old man in sackcloth completely ignored the tense atmosphere below and countless pairs of hostile eyes. Even the voice of questioning from an existence like Venerable Tianlong seemed to be inaudible. Stepping in the void, step by step, calmly walked down from the sky. That way, it looks like you are walking in the small yard of your own house. But in front of him, there are tens of thousands of powerful people in the God realm, and hundreds of big men and giants. In his eyes, they are nothing. This kind of momentum can only be possessed by the truly strong. Including the aura of the old man in sackcloth, with a faint murderous aura, it seems that the murderous aura released by any cultivator is 10,000 times stronger than him. However, such a weak murderous aura surged between heaven and earth, and wherever it passed, even the coercion released by Venerable Tianlong was directly shattered. At this moment, the audience was silent, and everyone's eyes fell on the old man in sackcloth. In a blink of an eye, the old man in sackcloth walked up to the sky above Songqiong Ridge, looked down at the Baiyu field below, and waved his hand lightly. In the four corners of Baicheng, the four guarding elders dissipated like light smoke and disappeared instantly. Next, the old man in sackcloth turned his eyes to Chu Yan, who was also looking at him in the midair of Baicheng. "You are Chu Yan." The eyes of the old man in sackcloth were cloudy and dull, but glowed like a lake of swords. "Then die. Raise your sword and cut it down." #C3083 Supreme. A small psychic sword with a faint gray sword light, when raised by the old man in sackcloth, the whole world fell silent. The heavenly power and murderous aura that originally surged between the heaven and the earth, all poured into the little spirit sword like a whale sucking a siphon. On this sword, it seems to be the will of the heavens, ruling the mortal world and directly painting the world as the end of the world. The cultivators present were shocked by the sword and their faces changed drastically. Everyone felt that when this sword fell, not only Chu Yan, but even them would be annihilated. Small. Even the existence of the three great envoys and Venerable Tianlong are like gravel. Supreme. The faces of Venerable Tianlong and the big bosses present all changed, and they were all shocked. Hiss. Supreme. Hearing Venerable Tianlong's words, all the cultivators present gasped, their souls trembled. The Supreme Realm powerhouse, looking at the entire God Realm, is almost invincible. Any powerhouse in the Supreme Realm is the founder of one force, the founder of the Supreme Orthodox Force. It is definitely not an ordinary force, but an ordinary giant can be compared. These cultivators and bosses present are usually high-ranking existences, but even among them, how many of them have actually seen the Supreme Powerhouse? Don't say I've seen it, even if I heard a voice, or a ray of supreme will, I'm afraid I haven't felt it. But now, when a powerful man in the Supreme Realm appeared in front of them alive. He was about to come. Kill Chu Yan. All the heavenly venerable realm, hurry up, take action and mobilize the big formation of Songqiong Ridge. Venerable Tianlong roared sharply, with a powerful aura, gushing out like a frenzy. In an instant, while flipping his hands, countless divine seals rushed out of his body and merged into the void of the surrounding world. The sky is coming, the heavens are guarding. Venerable Tianlong's face was full of dignity, his hands were flying, and he moved the void again and again. Star-like lights lit up in the void, releasing monstrous fairy spirits. Roar! Ho ho ho! The great formation of Songqiong Ridge, which had been silent for thousands of years, suddenly woke up, and there was a faint roar that shook the sky and the earth. A series of behemoth-like figures stepped on the mountains and emerged from the void, glaring at the sky at the same time. Quick, let's shoot together! After the great kings of the gods and the masters of the heavenly exalted realm reacted, all kinds of fairy arts and spiritual weapons were blasted out together, turning into countless waves of rays of light, covering the entire Songqiong Ridge with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Boom! All the giants made a move to envelop the Songqiong Ridge formation, and just after it took shape, the little spirit sword fell down, making a loud noise that shook the sky. The sword light collided with the defensive formation, almost without any hindrance. The entire formation was shattered directly, and countless fragments rushed in all directions accompanied by the violent wind of heaven and earth, knocking out countless cracks in the surrounding void. Puff! Venerable Tianlong was the first to bear the brunt of the blow. He was so powerfully backlashed that he spewed out a mouthful of blood mist. The cultivators present felt that a mountain was falling down, as if it was going to crush them. The new 81 Chinese website is updated the fastest. Computer side. This kind of fear is under the pressure, they even have difficulty breathing. Even the powerful ones in the heavenly exalted realm are the same. And those cultivators in the divine realm were directly disturbed by the suppression and fell to the ground in a coma. With one move, the whole audience was destroyed. This is the absolute strength of a supreme realm powerhouse. What he held in his hand was just a very ordinary short spirit sword, but the power of this sword was beyond everyone's imagination. Even a strong man with the status of Venerable Tianlong, in front of him, is like an ant and a mountain. Moreover, the old man in sackcloth obviously didn't make a move with all his strength. Dangerous! Dangerous! Quick! Activate the Zoman formation. Fight the enemy with all your strength. In a moment, the entire Bayou field was in chaos, and a large number of giants shot up into the sky, releasing all kinds of powerful immortal powers. Some went up against the enemy, and some went to the core of the sect. All kinds of bright fairy lights erupted in the sky instantly, like a tsunami of rays of light. Boom, boom. All kinds of majestic mountains, stalwarts like peaks, shattered the void, and appeared behind Songqiong Ridge. All kinds of super-large spiritual formations burst into the sky, forming a variety of powerful visions. This is a sign that the great formation of the mountain gate of the 8th Xuanhuan sect is being opened. Above the sky, the old man in sackcloth stared straight at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. I'm here to kill Chu Yan, don't let anyone get in the way, otherwise, I'll kill a few more. The old man in sackcloth held the dagger and continued to walk forward. However, on the road to Baicheng, almost every step you take will leave a sword-light footprint in the void. When the footsteps moved away, the footprints of the sword light seemed to rise up into the sky, following behind the old man in hemp clothes. After 100 steps, behind the old man in sackcloth, there was a flash of sword light, like an army. At this time, he also arrived in front of Baicheng, looking at the Baicheng defensive spirit array that was blocked like a wall in front of him. Without even thinking about it, he raised his hand and slashed down with his sword again. Hundreds of sword lights merged together in an instant, rushing into the small sword in his hand, and when it came out, it turned out to be a huge sword with a length of 10 feet. This sword is so powerful that it seems that all the light and darkness in the world are gathered on the sword. Venerable Tianlong's scalp was numb, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. Such a terrifying sword intent, even the few supreme beings he had fought against before, could not compare with it. There is no doubt at all, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving this sword cut. Who is so bold? At this moment, a thunderous sound resounded, and the entire world of the 8th Xuanhuan sect trembled. My Taiyu Xuanhuangzing, is it a place for you to be presumptuous? A big hand fell from the sky, shuttled through the void, and grabbed the sword light directly in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a long-robed figure appeared in the sky, a whitish-gray robe, fluttering without wind, flying like a fairy stepping on the clouds. This person is the lord of the 8th Xuanhuan sect, the lord of the Xuanhuan sect. Facing the lord of the 8th Xuanhuan sect, the old man in sackcloth didn't have any expression fluctuations on his face, he just smiled lightly, drew his sword back, raised his hand and slashed down with the sword again. When the sword was struck, the little spirit sword in the old man's hand was instantly annihilated, completely unable to withstand that force. But when the sword was broken, the power of the sword became several times stronger, and the grey murderous aura condensed together to form a giant sword, which slashed towards the head of Lord Xuanhuan. Murdering intent, condensing sword. Are you one of the 9? Lord Xuanhuan looked at the grey giant sword with a look of shock on his face. However, without waiting for him to think about anything, the giant sword fell, and he could only use his immortal power to turn it into a spirit seal all over the sky, and block the killing sword. Boom! 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 The old man in sackcloth, and the Lord Xuanhuan rushed forward at the same time, chasing after their respective ultimate moves. When the first explosion blasted away, the figures of the two rushed together. Pieces of heaven and earth are constantly collapsing, like a catastrophe. #C3084, the strong are all enemies. A terrifying battle erupted immediately in the 8th Xuanhuan sect. Tianlong, take Chu Yan away and go to the holy land of the sect. Lord Xuanhuan sent an order to Venerable Tianlong through sound transmission through his spiritual consciousness. Yes. Venerable Tianlong took the order, turned around and rushed towards Chu Yan, reaching the broken white jade field. Sir Tianlong, what's going on? Who is that person? So strong. The 3 honorable envoys, including the longevity envoy, hurriedly surrounded them and asked. Including the surrounding god kings and elders of various forces, they all surrounded him with worried expressions on their faces. This is a 9-realm supreme. Ordinary cultivators may not know it, but they, big guys, of course know what the 9 realms supreme represents. This is too weird. It was just a battle of the world's #1 master at the level of an unrivaled genius, but the supreme being of the 9 domains came to kill him. Moreover, this 9 realms supreme is still here to kill Chu Yan. Let's talk later. Venerable Tianlong sometimes pays attention to these people, his eyes are fixed on Chu Yan, and he is going to bypass these big guys. At this time, Chu Yan on the Bayou field was still in the midst of respectful comprehension and did not wake up. To Venerable Tianlong, although Venerable Xuanhuang's order was simple, he certainly knew the meaning and importance of it. Even he himself came this time, because of Chu Yan. Therefore, at this time, Chu Yan must not be allowed to make any mistakes. Chu Yan, wake up. Venerable Tianlong operated a secret skill of the soul, and the sound transmission of the consciousness, like a Sanskrit sound, resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. With the sound of this voice, Chu Yan's whole body trembled, only feeling that the sky was cracking, and the whole world in front of him became clear from blur. Who? Why are you interrupting me? Chu Yan's expression changed, and he looked around. Just now, the powerful willpower released by the figures sitting on the huge altars made Chu Yan feel extremely mysterious. Just these wills, Chu Yan knows, are very important to him. It may take a little time to figure out what these altars are, and who are the people sitting on them. But now, enlightenment was interrupted, and everything disappeared. Chu Yan, come with me. Without waiting for Chu Yan to fully react, Venerable Tianlong came in front of him in one step, grabbed Chu Yan and circulated his immortal power, and was about to take him away from Baicheng to the holy land of the sect. In the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, including Tianming Taiching, they are all forbidden areas of the sect, but the most core forbidden area is the Holy Land. The land of the Holy Realm, even the strongest of the Supreme Realm, would never be able to break through and break into it. The person I want to kill. Who dares to take it away? A murderous voice sounded, and a gray airflow surged, condensing into a huge sword, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at where Chu Yan and Venerable Tianlong were. Even if the sword hadn't been stabbed out, the bodies of the two of them would feel as if they had fallen into a cellar of ice. No one can imagine that the killing intent is so powerful. The temperature of the entire Zhangqiang Ridge seemed to have dropped for a long time because of this huge sword, and all the cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Old and old. Venerable Tianlong's complexion changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, which formed a blood mark and turned into a huge blood-colored shield, blocking in front of him. This shield looks no different from an ordinary shield, but it is full of spirituality. Following the action of Venerable Tianlong, follow closely. Call out. In the next breath, the gray sword arrived, and the sword and shield collided. Amidst the loud rumbling sound, Venerable Tianlong was chopped off by the sword and flew upside down, and the entire Baicheng picked up a torrential wind. Wherever it passed, the ground exploded and the void was annihilated. Under a single strike, the half-step supreme has no power to fight back. However, after the gray sword cut through the blood shield, it didn't collapse, and turned to rush to the sky. Rushing up to the sky, it exploded into countless tiny gray air swords, falling wildly towards the sky ridge below like a rainstorm overwhelming the sky. This move, attacking the entire Zhangqiang Ridge, seems to be to bring all the cultivators present into the attack range. What? Seeing this scene, the three great envoys immediately changed their expressions, watching the rain of swords fall from the sky, as if a piece of hell was descending. An extremely dangerous aura surged in their bodies. After an unknown number of years, they finally felt the death energy surging in their bodies again. Boom! 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 The entire Baiyu field, including the cultivators and bosses of Zhangqiang Ridge, made their moves together and began to resist these small gray swords. Countless roars and air explosions exploded in the sky, and various fairy skills, spiritual weapons, jade charms, etc., soared into the sky. 9 Territories Supreme. Kill me. At this time, Chu Yan finally figured out what happened in the endless chaos around him. Looking at the figure of the old man in sackcloth in the sky, Chu Yan was stunned and twitched. Have you been recruited yet? I don't know you at all, okay. At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly remembered that in the 5 elements immortal ancient, the Qingjia god of war reminded himself to be careful. In addition, Chu Yan himself guessed that it would never be smooth to honor him. Originally thought that it was just a group of unrivaled geniuses and bigwigs targeting him, but never expected that there would be a 9-realm supreme. This is the supreme being of the 9 realms, a much stronger existence than the lords of the 12 Dao lineages. Why, you want to target yourself as a little ordinary cultivator. Moreover, even if they braved the taboo among the various forces in the God realm and forcibly broke into the mountain gate of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, they would kill themselves. Could it be that he dug his ancestral grave? Chu Yan. Just when Chu Yan was stunned, a shocking shout sounded. Following this thunderous roar, Chu Yan looked up at the sky, only to see that the old man in sackcloth had, at some point, escaped from the battle with Lord Xuanhuan, and had already reached the sky above Baicheng. Dressed in sackcloth and robes, he hunted in the air, with a sharp glint in his old and hazy eyes, staring straight at Chu Yan. Senior, no matter who you are or what background you are, this time Chu Yan is in my 8U Xuanhuang sect, no one can hurt him. If you retreat now, I don't have to pursue this matter. Lord Xuanhuang fell from the sky and stood in front of the white jade field. Within 10,000 feet of his body, there was a phantom of a fairy world. Hee, you want to block me? The old man in sackcloth raised his head and glanced at Lord Xuanhuang. However, anyone can see this look. The look of the old man in sackcloth is like looking at an ant like these big brothers. Your Excellency, you can't hide your secret plan from everyone. This is the 8U Xuanhuang sect. Although Your Excellency is one of the supreme beings of the 9 regions, I, the 8U Xuanhuang sect, will not be bullied. Sect Master Xuanhuang's tone was flat, and the aura of the supreme powerhouse did not fluctuate in the slightest. Moreover, in the phantom of the wild world behind him, a figure like a mountain god and demon strode forward. The appearance of this tall figure immediately caused all the avenues in the sky in the 4 directions to boil together. #C3085 must kill. Daiyu Xuanhuang spirit. The towering figure like a mountain blasted out with a punch, directly smashing the boundary wall between the wild world and the world in front of him. Delta look at Book Delta Pavilion WWW and SH huge. CO. The next moment, a wave of violent energy rushed out of the wild world like a flood, rolling towards the old man in sackcloth like a flood, trying to swallow him up. This figure is another Supreme Realm expert of the 8U Xuanhuang sect. Unlike the Lord Xuanhuang, this Supreme Realm has been guarding the wild world of the 8U Xuanhuang sect, and has basically never appeared. The strength of Lord Menghuang is only slightly weaker than Lord Xuanhuang. Now, the 2 Supreme Realms, facing a 9-realm Supreme, have the upper hand. Bayak Xuanhuang trapped the sky, 9 Yin and 9 Yang suppressed the sky. Give me the ban. Lord Xuanhuang made seals with his hands and slapped towards the sky. The phantom of the vast wild world behind him expanded rapidly, and roars of gods and demons resounding through the entire sect. Immediately afterwards, in the wild world, the bodies of the 8 thunderbolts appeared, like the 8 gods of thunder, and came stepping forward. These 8 thunder bodies occupy the heavens and the earth in all directions, and the powerful thunder force rushes out like iron chains and shoots towards the space between the heavens and the earth. The prehistoric power of the Great Tao, like a series of talismans, completely sealed the entire world. This time, in the battle of the number 1 statue in the world, Empress Shantian was particularly worried about the change of Chu Yan's reputation because of her own retreat. Therefore, not only have I greeted the envoy of Yanglong, but also the Venerable Tianlong. Originally, Venerable Tianlong was just curious about what kind of person a younger cultivator could make Empress Shantian care so much about, but now, he has really seen it. Later, when God of War Lingji appeared, she even directly invited the 2 supreme beings of the 8U Xuanhuang sect to come out of the mountain. 8 thunders lock the heaven realm. This kind of great immortal art can only be displayed by the 2 supreme beings working together. This kind of large formation uses the power of the primordial, and it is in existence on the same level as the spirit of primordial mists and the aura of chaos. Even if it is the 9 realms supreme. Without 1 or 2 hours, it is impossible to break through this large formation. Your Excellency, this is the last chance, please leave immediately. With the supreme being of the wild and the 8 thunders locking the heaven realm, the Lord Xuanhuang has more confidence. However, the opponent is a 9-realm supreme after all. It is best not to fight if you cannot fight, and it is best to spend it peacefully. If this is not handled well, the whole sect will be destroyed at any time. This kind of crap, you can get it. Hee. The laughter of the old man in sackcloth was still cold, full of teasing intent. Great universe skill. With a wave of his hand, dots of starlight shot out, like a sword of starlight, piercing the sky, and wherever it passed, the lightning grids were all broken. The 8 thunder bodies occupying the sky in all directions seemed to be hit by a critical strike in an instant, and the power of thunder and lightning exploded from their bodies, all roaring to the sky. The 8 thunder lock heaven realm that originally enveloped the entire sect lost more than half of its power in an instant. What? Lord Xuanhuan and Supreme Menghuang looked at each other, with astonishment on their faces. The next moment, in the eyes of the two of them, groups of anger rose up at the same time. This old man in sackcloth, in order to kill Chu Yan, actually expended his original power so much. Could it be that he really had to kill Chu Yan? That being the case, the two supreme beings can only do their best. Heavenly law, earth profound mystery, 10,000 ages Jiu. The Menghuang Supreme roared loudly, and the aura in the phantom of the entire Menghuang world surged crazily, turning into a wave like a sea, rushing out. Boom! Under the powerful force and speed, the power of this sea tide unexpectedly knocked out a void storm. Countless mountain-like figures appeared in this sea tide, walked out from the phantom of the wild world, and formed a battle formation in an instant, surrounding the old man in sackcloth. This move is not a unique fairy technique, but the phantom of the wild world, the original power of this top-level fairy weapon. Draw out the original power of a part of the fairy artifacts, and fuse with your own original power to achieve the power enough to destroy the world. The spirits of the heavens and the earth, the law of the sky, and all phenomena. Lord Xuanhuan didn't hold back either, and pulled out a spell, causing the surrounding world to vibrate. Hundreds of thousands of miles of heaven and earth, under the casting of this talisman, powerful momentum kept rushing in like a mighty river. As the Lord of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect, the Lord Xuanhuang can mobilize the original power of the entire sect. This kind of power is stronger than the source of the immortal artifact of the Menghuang Supreme. Now, he has also used the power of the original source, which aroused the power and will of the sect to descend. Town. Lord Xuanhuang raised his hand, and all the forces suppressed it at the same time. The power of the two worlds seemed to have evolved into thousands of troops, carrying all kinds of magical weapons and immortal weapons, rushing towards the old man in sackcloth like a tsunami. Hee, it's interesting. Seeing the overwhelming army of immortals attacking, the face of the old man in sackcloth rarely showed a look of light. Fortunately, I have lost my soul and body, and my strength is less than 1 out of 10. Otherwise, I could have snatched this blessed land and made it into something. While the old man in sackcloth muttered, his 5 fingers moved rhythmically, creating ripples in circles. As these ripples spread, the void within 100 miles exploded like a boiling spring. The heavens and the earth are in a hurry. A little ripple is collected, all souls are unified, and the Dharma is born with each other. Tall figures rise from the ground under their feet, like mountains growing, soaring into the sky. Roar! Ho ho ho! In the blink of an eye, 10 puppet soldiers, as tall as a mountain, broke through the air and roared to the sky. These 10 puppet soldiers, as big as a mountain peak, rushed out with majestic soldiers, turned into a gray cloud wave, rising into the sky like a wall, blocking all the fairy army, making it difficult to enter. This is impossible. The expressions of the Lord Xuanhuang and the Supreme Man of the Wild changed drastically at the same time. Both of them are the existence of the Supreme Peak, even if they are facing a 9-realm Supreme, they can completely suppress them. But now, even with the use of the 2 Supreme Sources, it was still cracked by the opponent's move. You, who are you? No, are you? Before saying a word, Chu Yan's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. Soldier. That appearance is exactly the same as the general of the God of War battalion back then. This old man in sackcloth can actually summon the God of War battalion. The next moment, when Chu Yan was full of astonishment, the old man in sackcloth followed Chu Yan's gaze, turned around suddenly, and grinned. With a flash in his hand, the little spirit sword reappeared, and with a wave of his hand, the infinite killing intent turned into a grey magic weapon. Seeing this scene, the two supreme beings suddenly burst out with all their dignity, rushed out, and slammed into the 10 puppet soldiers. Not good. No matter the speed or distance, plus 10 puppet soldiers blocking the way, it was too late. Chu Yan, die. When the grey divine sword was raised, the world was suddenly quiet, and when it fell, the world trembled violently. When this sword falls, it can destroy everything, and its killing power is soaring. #C3086 Battle of the Top. Facing this sword, Chu Yan did not hesitate, and directly urged the strongest combat power. Battle Seal. With a loud roar, from the body fused with the body of the god of war, a ray of light from the spiritual seal soared into the sky. This battle seal is not the Tao seal of the god of war, but the protective hull card left to Chu Yan when the god of war disappeared. As long as this battle seal is activated, according to the god of war, all dangers can be resisted. However, using this spiritual seal will cause a lot of trouble. But in this situation, use is death. But at the next breath, Chu Yan was stunned. Because there is no movement at all. Why didn't there be any response when he clearly activated the spirit seal by himself? Bold. Breaking ground on Tai Sui's head, my Baiyu Xianhuang sect will not allow anyone to desecrate it. Between lightning and flint, a cold snort resounded, as if the sound came from the 9 heavens, and a ray of light swept across the sky like a whisker, directly sweeping away the grey air current. Master! Master! The Lord Xuanhuan and the Supreme Man of the Wild heaved a long sigh of relief. A battle of this magnitude took place within the gate of the 8th Xuanhuang sect, and even the master was alarmed. In this way, Chu Yan should be able to save his life today, and the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong is also safe. After all, when the Supreme Realm battle breaks out in the mountain gate, Master will naturally sense it. The old ghost is out. Hee. The old man in sackcloth turned his head, glanced at the depths of Songqiong Ridge, and laughed. The next moment, the grey sword in his hand exploded directly. However, you seem to be late. As soon as the words landed, the grey sword was raised again, and the blade slashed towards Chu Yan, like a path of destruction, directly attacking Chu Yan. Destroying Dao and losing Star Sword. The light of the sword is like dust. When the sword comes out, all magic is extinguished, the wind stays in the clouds, and everything freezes instantly. Delusion. The one above the sky was completely irritated, rumbling thunder swayed on the top of the sky, and a group of bright lights like stars shone brightly. Not good. This is. Before he could make a move, the terrifying existence above the sky seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and said in a stunned voice. This time, it was too late to stop. The grey sword light fell and cut into Chu Yan's body. It was as if a wave of air had broken through Chu Yan's body, and the void around him spread out like a shock wave. And the divine power and immortality in Chu Yan's body began to disappear quickly like the snow mountain melting. Ah! An incomparable sense of pain erupted from Chu Yan's body, and his whole body seemed to be screaming in pain. Chu Yan let out a scream, and his figure fell downward, his face full of pain. Don't blame me. If you don't kill you, then all of this. The eyes of the old man in sackcloth regained his cloudiness, staring closely at Chu Yan's falling body. There seemed to be a trace of extremely obscure pain flashing past his eyes. Maybe he didn't want to, so he killed Chu Yan, just like that, and smashed all his ways. However, it had to be cut. If it was his personal wish, he would rather have a good drink with this kid. You wanna die? The terrifying existence above the sky finally reacted and exploded with rage. A great flame exploded in the sky. Endless billowing flames, like a volcano, hit the old man in sackcloth. Hee, Baiyu Xuanhuan, that's all. The old man in sackcloth retracted his sword, looked up, laughed, and greeted the terrifying volcano with his own body. His whole body was instantly swallowed and turned into ashes. Above the sky, all the puppet soldiers disappeared. The terrifying killing intent that filled the world, as well as the powerful coercion, dissipated, except for the painful scream between the world and the earth. It was still roaring. Humph! You bastard! You escaped. The terrifying existence above the sky is full of anger. Menghuang, you come with me. Xuanhuan stays to deal with the aftermath. With one order, the terrifying aura above the sky also disappeared, and the whole world instantly returned to calm. Yes. Lord Xuanhuan took the command with his hands in the palm of his hand, with an extremely respectful attitude. At this moment, the aura sweeping the entire Baiyu Xuanhuan sect finally completely calmed down. This son is still alive. After teleporting, Lord Xuanhuan appeared on the broken white jade field, looked at the people on the ground, and waved his hand. A large amount of pure immortal power poured into Chu Yan's body. In just an instant, all the injuries on Chu Yan's body recovered. Alive. The eternal envoy and the 3 other envoys were all surprised when they heard this, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But the immortal power of Lord Xuanhuan did not completely withdraw from Chu Yan's body, but was constantly checking his physical condition. In less than half a breath, the Lord Xuanhuan frowned tightly. The Tao Foundation is completely shattered, and the soul is wounded. This. After these words fell to the ground, the 3 great envoys present, as well as several big bosses who rushed over, gasped in unison. Hiss. Daoji is ruined. This. Isn't this completely useless? The Tao Foundation is destroyed, it's better to die. The faces of a group of bigwigs changed. This is a peerless genius who just appeared in this world, just ruined like this. Tao Foundation is the most important thing for a peerless genius. When Chu Yan was honored, Shang appeared in the world, descending the fusion of Tao and meaning, and after achieving the foundation of Tao, there is the possibility of becoming supreme in the future. But now, Dao Ji had just formed when he was cut off by a sword. The road to martial arts has been cut off, and there will be no possibility of being supreme in the future. Unparalleled genius, God King Realm, is the limit after Chu Yan. Although, in God's domain, peerless genius and God King Realm are already considered very strong. However, compared with the peerless genius and the supreme, it is too far behind. You know, just by touching the threshold of the Tao realm, there is a great chance of growing into a peerless genius. This kind of Tao foundation is only in the embryonic state. To lay a solid foundation, not only talent is needed, but also a lot of opportunities are needed. Every step is extremely difficult. In this case, if the Tao foundation is destroyed, it will be more than 10 times more difficult to conceive again. Originally, a peerless genius was born, became famous in God's domain, and paved the way to supremacy, but now, in the blink of an eye, he has become an ordinary genius. When Feng Tianxian heard this, his face was startled. As the young palace master of Shantian Digong, he has seen quite a few amazing and peerless geniuses. However, this is the first time I have seen that the originally high-ranking Tianjiao fell from the sky to the ground in an instant and turned into an ordinary genius. This. Not only Feng Tianxian, Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun and other unrivaled geniuses also stood there with stunned faces. All kinds of complicated emotions surged in their hearts, making their spirits messy. These unrivaled geniuses who are used to being superior, thought that they would be lost, and that they would be hopeless, but they never thought that what they have now would suddenly lose most of it. Ha ha ha. Farther away, Xingtian Shenwang, Shengongxi, and other big shots listened with pricked ears, but laughed wildly. #C3087 Nominal Disciple. For Xingtian Xuanhuan and the others, Chu Yan's fall from the attention of the public to the ordinary one is the most in line with their ideas. Most importantly, they solved a big problem without their taking action. Kanchuj Free Serial Novel Reading Network. Although now, after Chu Yan is cured, he is still an unrivaled genius. However, with their current status and strength, it couldn't be easier to deal with a peerless genius. At this time, Chu Yan, who was surrounded by the big bosses from the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, suddenly woke up. Immediately, the divine consciousness swept over his body, whether it was the sea of qi, the sea of consciousness, the soul, or the physical body, everything was instantly clear. Although he didn't speak, Chu Yan's fists were already clenched white, and they trembled a little due to excessive force. Chu Yan, I'm so sorry. When Lord Xuanhuan uttered these words, the expressions of the other big bosses present changed at the same time. Just kidding. This is the lord of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, he actually told Chu Yan, sorry. Someone entrusted you to me to take care of you, but now, you have an accident in the 8 Yexuan Wangxing. Having said this, His Holiness Xuanhuang's face turned purple. As a sect master, he couldn't even protect a genius, and as one of the 12 lineages, he was the most powerful in the Divine Sea realm. As a lord, he is really disgraced. Thank you, Senior. This matter has nothing to do with you and the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect. The old man came here to kill me. I am already very grateful to the seniors for helping me. Chu Yan stood up slowly, bowed his hands, and his voice was low. Well. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lord Xuanhuang shook his head and let out a long sigh. From this point of view, this Chu Yan is really a good genius. Not only has he just broken through to become a peerless genius, but his temperament is also very good. It was originally planned that after this battle, receive him as a personal disciple. But now, Chu Yan's Dao Foundation is completely destroyed. Yang Long, pass on the order. Venerable Lord Xuanhuang turned around, looked at the 3 envoys, his eyes fell on envoy Yang Long, and said, from now on, Chu Yan is my core disciple of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect, and at the same time, he is also the nominal disciple of this deity. Speak a word, with supreme majesty. Senior. Chu Yan was startled suddenly. Follow the order. The envoy Yang Longzuan bowed his hands to accept the order, turned around and took out the token of the sect, and began to transmit the sound with his spiritual consciousness. Not only the Lord Xuanhuang, but even the envoy Yang Long now has an apologetic expression on his face. After all, Empress Xiantian not only entrusted the 2 supreme beings, but also entrusted him to take care of Chu Yan. But now, not only did Chu Yan not soar into the sky, but he was also cut off from the foundation. This made him how to face Empress Xiantian again. Chu Yan, this is your disciple token. Lord Xuanhuang took out a wooden sign with 8 colors from his body and handed it to Chu Yandao. With this token, you can contact me at any time, find me, whatever. Because Chu Yan was accepted as a nominal disciple, his disciple's token is not the same as the ordinary core disciple's token of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect. It can only be let him, the Lord, distributed himself. This is a symbol of status. In this token, there are my 3 wills, which can resolve 3 dangers. Having said that, Lord Xuanhuang looked at Chu Yan and couldn't help but shook his head again. So far, that's all he can do to help Chu Yan. Next, he has to go to his master as soon as possible to find out the identity and motives of the old man in sackcloth, and at the same time, he has to think about how to explain to Empress Xiantian. Lord Xuanhuang, who was about to leave, reported to his master and asked for an audience. At the same time, he looked at Chu Yan, frowning slightly and his eyes flickering. He didn't understand why this Chu Yan attracted such a terrifying existence. 9 Realms Sovereign. The strength is so strong that even he and the Monghuang Supreme are almost no match, and the master needs to take action in person. Chu Yan, you are now. The three Duanxing Xuanhuan also flew over in a hurry, and landed beside Chu Yan. They were about to speak to comfort, but they seemed unable to speak for a while. However, right behind them, a group of other bosses also flew over at the same time. Chu Yan, let him go quickly. A group of bosses such as Wanfu Tianzuan directly opened their mouths to order, and their tone was full of sternness. Moreover, these bigwigs of the 12 Orthodoxy directly surrounded Chu Yan, obviously not letting him escape again. I promised you back then that I would release him after the war, and I will not break my promise. Taking a long breath, his eyes swept over the big guys in front of him. Chu Yan stretched out his hand, and the 9 realms star map emerged. In the blink of an eye, a large stream of light swept across. Lang Yi, Duan Jiuxiao, and other peerless geniuses were all released. These unrivaled geniuses just appeared, looking around in bewilderment. For them, it's completely unknown what's going on. Humph. Chu Yan, now that things are going on, you think it's over, just to let people go? How do you settle this account? All the bigwigs of the Daoist system all looked angry and savage. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 Duanxing Shenwangs all changed. Not far away, King Xingtian and Shengongxi had sneers all over their faces. The other bosses and cultivators who came around looked helpless, shaking their heads and sighing. If Chu Yan, who had just soared into the sky, hadn't fallen down, these orthodox bigwigs would dare to speak like that. How dare you force Chu Yan like this? Of course not. But now, Chu Yan has been half useless, cut off the road of martial arts, and will rise to the sky in the future, that is, the king of gods. Even if he is a nominal disciple of Lord Xuanhuan, he is only a nominal disciple. There are many such disciples in the 12 Dao lineages. Want to do it? Come at me. Yang Longzuan took a step forward, walked directly in front of Chu Yan, and looked at the big brothers opposite. This sentence fell to the ground, coupled with the body of Yang Longzuan standing in front of Chu Yan. The faces of all the big brothers of the Taoist line suddenly sank. What time is this? You are still protecting him. He is useless. Okay. Even if you give Yang Longzuan a face, this matter will be exposed. Now that Yang Longzuan has come forward, Shan Shui Renqing just happened to step down the stairs. Could it be that these people really dare to do something in the 8U Xuanhuang sect? After all, it's all a matter of face. Moreover, the time is still long, and there will be more opportunities to deal with Chu Yan in the future. Elder, Chu Yan has learned the method of asking questions from my ascension to immortal sect. Uncle, he stole my demon slayer sect's code of inquiry. The Supreme Elder, this Chu Yan must have learned from our sect. Duan Jiuxiao, Lang Yi, Xue Shoulua and a group of unrivaled geniuses saw that the elders of the Zongmen wanted to let Chu Yan go, so they hurriedly opened their mouths to report. What? This sentence was like a groundbreaking shock, and immediately made the pupils of all the Daoist leaders present shrink suddenly. Not only them, but the other bosses and cultivators present all trembled and their faces were stunned. How can this be? Chu Yan has learned so many ways of asking by himself. #C3088 That's illusion. The method of asking was stolen. This is an earth-shattering event. Reading Pavilion www Xhuge GE. Co. If it is really as these unrivaled geniuses said, the method of asking questions of the 12 ordinances, then 10 families have been stolen. This is amazing. Everyone, in the battle of the 5 elements immortals, each has his own means. You have the method of asking questions, and I have my own illusion technique. Chu Yan didn't change his face, looked at the various orthodox leaders present, and explained. Of course it is impossible to admit it. If you really have to admit it, then even if Empress Xiantian came, she would not be able to live. I ascended from the lower realms. Except for the Baiyu Xianhuang sect, I have never been to any sect of Taoism. It is impossible to obtain your method of asking. Also, you can check how long I have been here. In such a short period of time, is it possible to practice the method of 10 schools of inquiry at the same time? I believe that all seniors are wise and will not make a fool of themselves. If the method of asking is so easy to practice, then... When these words came out, Duan Jiujiang, Lang Yi, Xuexiao, and other peerless geniuses who were present were suddenly dumbfounded. What the hell? Illusion. Doubt is of course doubt. After all, Chu Yan fought against a group of peerless geniuses alone, and won. However, Chu Yan's explanations are completely fine and reasonable. Could it be that it was really a powerful illusion that made all peerless geniuses fall for it? Humph. Rubbish Chu Yan, rubbish illusion. In fact, I have already seen it. When Lang Yi opened his mouth with a word, he was immediately astonished, causing all eyes to turn around. What are you talking about? You can see it, his illusion. Trash Chu Yan, the last fight doesn't count, let's fight again, this time I will let you have one hand. Before he could say the next sentence, the corners of the eyes of all the bosses and peerless geniuses twitched. Map, Canon Longy. It really is a well-deserved reputation. What he said seemed to be the same as the truth, and he gave up one hand. Are you sure that you and Chu Yan will not be disabled one-on-one? This guy obviously heard Chu Yan talk about illusion, and thought he had an opportunity to defeat Chu Yan in one fell swoop and become famous. However, since you just came out, it seems that you have nothing to do with the matter of Baiyu Chang. Just now when Chu Yan fought against nearly 70 peerless geniuses and more than 200 powerful geniuses, you were still dreaming in the prison. I can't wake up from this dream, can I? Forget it, seeing how badly you are injured, let's fight again next time, or else you will be accused of being unfair if you win. Humph. Lang Yi turned her head, and the expression on her face completely returned to her usual aura. Regardless of whether he is clear in his own heart, but at least, after these words, the language momentum is still very strong, completely suppressing this Chu Yan. Is it really an illusion? What Lang Yi said made Chu Yan speechless, but it made everyone present a little confused. Chu Yan, if you are not convinced, come and fight now, I will let you too. Ah. Master, what are you doing? Before Lang Yi could be arrogant again, Tianzuan Shangxianzong with a dark face dragged Lang Yi away. Why did I accept such a disciple? Shame on me. Even if the Chu Yan Dao Foundation is destroyed, the previous strength is still there. Of these unrivaled geniuses present, I am afraid that no one is Chu Yan's opponent in a one-on-one situation. You let people have two hands. Dear friends, this time the battle of the world's #1 statue, no one managed it well, and a big change happened. Venerable Yang Long stepped out of the crowd, clasped his hands in all directions, and said softly. Let's end this battle. First place Chu Yan, fellow Taoists, do you have any objections? The battle for the #1 statue in the world has no real content. In the final analysis, it is nothing more than a battle for the fame of the young disciples of various sects and sects. Moreover, this time the battle of #1 in the world, from beginning to end, Chu Yan played the whole field by himself. If he really wanted to find another person to compete for the #1, there was no way to start. Is it easier than who was beaten by Chu Yan? Hearing the words of Venerable Yang Long, the leaders of various orthodoxy pondered for a moment, and after staring at Chu Yan for a while, some people began to turn and leave. As of now, there is nothing left. Young fellow Taoist Chu Yan, congratulations! Shen Gongxi walked up to Chu Yan, smiling all over his face, his eyes full of adultery. I believe we will meet again next time, it shouldn't be long. Seeing that Chu Yan ignored him, Shen Gongxi still smiled, turned and left. The Holy Heaven God King, who was with him, took a look at Chu Yan, before turning around and leaving. The big worry in their hearts was gone, but the sense of threat in their hearts disappeared, and they were in a good mood. Elimination, it must be removed, but there is no need to worry. Chu Yan, first recover your injuries in the sect, as much as you can recover, in the resource pavilion of the sect. I will greet the elders who guard the pavilion, and the resources are at your disposal. Venerable Yanglong has been standing beside Chu Yan, looking at the background of Shengongxi and Xingtian Xuanhuan's departure, frowned slightly, turned to Chu Yan and said, "In a short time, you don't want to become a sect. Whether it's the 12 or those two, stay out of the limelight for now." When these words came out, Chu Yan looked at Venerable Yanglong, grateful in his heart. "No need. I promised the 3 God Kings that I will do something for them." Although Chu Yan was grateful, he did not forget the 3 Duanshan God Kings, but they waited for him for a long time all the way. As soon as this sentence landed, Chu Yan suddenly felt dizzy, his eyes went dark, his whole body shook, and he almost fell down. "I can't even stand." Although Lord Xuanhuan healed his injuries, his soul was wounded, and it was impossible for immortals to save him. That's all. I don't advise you either. Be careful outside. If you have anything to do, you can contact me. Your token will do. Envoy Yanglong finished speaking, glanced at Chu Yan, sighed deeply again, turned and left. Today, such a big event happened in the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, he was busy. There should be nothing wrong with the 3 great God Kings and Chu Yan. "Brother Chu, I'm with you." When Huayang heard this, he spoke with a full face. For him, Chu Yan is extremely dangerous now, and he must give up his life to accompany him. Even if he goes to hell, he must stand in front of Chu Yan and make a breakthrough. This time, Chu Yan was a little surprised. He turned his head to look at the 3 God Kings, and when he saw them nodding, he agreed to Huayang. "That. Chu Yan, there is a small matter." Yupeng walked up to Chu Yan with a face full of purple, and said awkwardly, "I know what you think. The bed is void, right?" Chu Yan glanced at Yupeng and asked, "My father asked me to go home. If I were to be your mount here, he would pluck all the feathers. My feathers are the most handsome in our clan, so." Yupeng is really embarrassed. As a genius, the bed he made doesn't count, which is absolutely embarrassing. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't want to be a mount. Originally, Chu Yan broke through the peerless genius, he still wanted to try. But now, Chu Yan's Taoist foundation has been destroyed, and he can only be a peerless genius forever, and will only be a God King rank in the future. It is absolutely impossible for this kind of realm to be worthy of the Ping clan as his mount. "It's okay. You go, the bed is void." Chu Yan smiled lightly and raised his hand. "Huh? Really? Don't worry, I will make it up." #C3089 World Famous. Remember for a second, free reading of wonderful novels without pop-up windows. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Yupeng didn't know why, and suddenly panicked in his heart. "Really, you helped me on this Shangu battlefield, I will never forget it." As if he didn't want to say anything to Yupeng anymore, Chu Yan turned his head and looked at the 3 great kings. "3 seniors, you can go." When the words landed, the 3 great God Kings looked at each other, nodded, waved their hands, rolled up Chu Yan and Huayang, and flew towards the outside of the mountain gate. Yupeng stood there with a messy expression on his face. "Are you so heartless? Although I am a bit too much, but what I said is true." In fact, he really misunderstood Chu Yan on this point. Chu Yan is not really heartless, but for Yupeng's consideration. After this battle, no matter what, Chu Yan offended too many people. Leaving aside whether the people of the 12 Orthodoxy believe it or not, I am afraid that those who just come to seek proof and revenge will stare at themselves. It's okay for me, the people around me. Friend Chu Yan. Seeing that Chu Yan and Hua Yang were about to leave, Yu Ling'er didn't even look at her from the beginning to the end. Yu Ling'er was even more sour than Yu Peng, and she yelled directly. Huh? What's the matter? When Chu Yan heard the sound, he stopped, stood in the air, and looked at Yu Ling'er. Wearing a blue dress, the long wind came, like a cloud of clouds falling in front of Chu Yan. The smile on his face remained the same as before. I believe in you, I am optimistic about you, one day you will definitely return to the top. When these words came out, Chu Yan, who had a cold face, suddenly froze. Extreme peak. Before Chu Yan could react, another voice sounded in the distance. Ha ha ha, well said. Me too. Among the unrivaled geniuses, the only one left, Fan Wuya flew from not far away and landed in front of Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Chu Yan, don't forget, you and I have another appointment. I'm waiting for you. Not bad. Chu Yan, do it yourself. Hope to meet next time, you have recovered. Looking forward to fighting again. Not only Fan Wuya, Bailey Haohun, Zemenpu, Bai Mengting and other unrivaled geniuses all bowed to Chu Yankong from a distance, and their spiritual consciousness transmitted the voice. This battle is absolutely the battle of the world's #1 statue. Compared with any previous session, there is no controversy and dissatisfaction. All unrivaled geniuses are convinced of Chu Yan's strength. For an opponent like Chu Yan, they all hope that Chu Yan can really recover. Chu Yan, our account needs to be settled, don't forget, you have my private token, come to me when you have time. Feng Tianxian waved his hand, and a jade talisman flew over and fell into Chu Yan's palm. This scene made Chu Yan froze, and stood there for a long time. Ha ha ha, good. Everyone, see you in the future. Under the eyes of everyone, Chu Yan bowed his hands, and then rose into the sky, like a rock rushing into the night, and quickly disappeared into the sky. Really gone. Yu Peng's eyes were dull, and he stood there in a daze, looking at the empty sky. A trace of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. With the end of the battle of the #1 statue in Kenqiangling of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect, all kinds of gossip spread in the realm of the gods like dark clouds covering the sky. All the cultivators in God's domain were shaken by these gossips. Oh my God, are you really telling the truth? The first one in the sky is honored in the battle, and directly broke through to the third heaven of the earth respect state. What the hell is the Tao state? That Chu Yan you mentioned, why didn't he go to heaven? 70 unrivaled geniuses fighting alone. Are you talking about a myth? Either he is pretending to be a god king, or I am blind. Peerless genius. If this is true, God's domain has been absolutely #1 in the world for 10,000 years. It's terrible. In the future, I will be the supreme. Is God's domain really going to produce another supreme? What? Wasted. I can't imagine, this blow is too big. Tao Foundation is destroyed. What the hell is Tao Foundation? Do I have it? It's a pity, the sharpness is too strong. Who is the old man in sackcloth? What enmity, what resentment does he have with Chu Yan? Supreme of the 9 domains. Such a strong boss, how could he kill a peerless genius who has just been honored? Do you have time to spare? The #1 statue in the world, this is considered famous, or no matter if it is the powerful sect leader, the unrivaled god king, or the cultivator, there are all kinds of discussions and surprises. Of course, the most of them are size and size. Peerless genius. It's such a waste, what a pity. Under such a turmoil, Chu Yan's name swept across the entire god realm like a storm. Wherever he passed, there was thunder and rolling, shocking the world. On the other side, Shanghai realm, in a city. In the box on the top floor, Xingtian Shenwang and Shengongxi were sitting together, drinking spirit wine happily. Come on. Let's drink this cup. Ha ha ha. Shen Gongxi hadn't been in such a good mood for a long time, and raised his glass to toast the Holy Heaven King. This time, Chu Yan's reputation has spread throughout the God realm, and he is also the #1 in the world. Xuanhuan touched the cup, chuckled, and drank it with his head up. Ha ha ha, this reputation, isn't it good? By the way, brother Xuanhuan, how do you plan to deal with Chu Yan next? Shen Gongxi smiled and asked. When it comes to dealing with these two words, it seems that Chu Yan is a pile of garbage, waiting for them to wave and destroy. However, if Chu Yan's realm stagnates at the level of unrivaled genius, then there is really no threat to them. If my guess is right, we don't need to do anything at all. Those people from the 12 Taoist lineages have already planned to kill him after they go back. Oh. Shen Gongxi was taken aback. You are not a god king, and you don't know the importance of the method of asking. That Chu Yan used illusion as an excuse, that is, it is useful in the territory of the 8 Xuanhuan, and who cares whether he is an illusion or not? The Holy Heaven God King snorted coldly, then said. The foundation of the 12 Tao lineages is the method of asking. Even if Chu Yan is really an illusion, just in case, the 12 Tao lineages can't keep him alive. After all, only the dead don't have to doubt it. When these words came out, Shen Gongxi understood instantly, and kept nodding. Not bad. However, I am still a little worried about that Chu Yan's performance in the Battle of the World's #1 statue. Shen Gongxi nodded first, then shook his head. Even if Chu Yan's cultivation stagnates at the level of a peerless genius, he is still an invincible genius. This combat strength, as his cultivation base improves, if he reaches the heavenly venerable realm, he may be invincible under the God King. Therefore, like the 12 Orthodoxy, Shen Gongxi didn't want to take any risks. Sanhejio, are you familiar with it? Can you ask them to take action? Xuanhuan asked back. This needs a rhetoric. Huh. Don't you think about it, that Chu Yan just claimed his honor, and he was a Taoist. Although he was ruined, there must be a reason. Do you really think that an ascendant from the lower realm is based on talent? As soon as these words came out, Shen Gongxi's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha ha, okay, I understand. After drinking the wine in the glass, Shen Gongxi got up directly and walked outside. #C3090 Gods 9. Remember for a second, free reading of wonderful novels without pop-up windows. At this moment, the 8 Xuanhuan sect was in the Holy Realm. In the majestic and huge immortal palace, the Lord Xuanhuan and the Supreme Man of the Wild are seated on the left and right respectively. Sitting high on it was a white-haired old man. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were cloudy, and his aura from top to bottom was extremely terrifying. This old man is the master of the 2 supreme masters who rescued Chu Yan before. Master, this disciple really doesn't understand why the old man in sackcloth wanted to attack Chu Yan. And he just cut off his Tao foundation and left directly. The Monghuang Supreme frowned and asked with cupped hands. In fact, he still had some doubts. When the sword slashed, the master obviously made a move, but it was suddenly interrupted. You can't kill him. When that sword fell, I had already shot and sealed his sword power. Even if he wanted to kill Chu Yan with that sword, he couldn't do it at all. The old man's voice was light and empty, and he said. If he confronts me forcibly, then in the end, even Chu Yan's Dao Ji will not be able to hurt. It's just that I didn't expect that this kind of Taoist sword intent is really so strong that even I can't dissolve it. Having said this, the 2 supreme beings suddenly realized at the same time, and nodded in unison. It turned out that that sword was the legendary Zhu Dao sword intent. There are many doubts, but the biggest doubt is that the old man in sackcloth, how powerful he is, came to the 8 Xuanhuan sect. If he specifically cut off Chu Yan's Tao foundation, it would really be unreasonable. However, I am not absolutely sure that I can see through that sword, so it is also possible that he really only wanted to cut off Chu Yan's Dao foundation. I am afraid that only the person himself knows about this relationship. The old man shook his head, looked up at the sky outside the hall, and his eyes instantly became bright. What's even more unimaginable is that the appearance of the two of you, including me, has already been included in his calculations. When this sentence sounded, the two supreme beings were shocked. The old man in sackcloth can get this far. How much the master exists, to calculate his words and deeds, it is almost to the extent of seeing through the secrets. In this world, people who can see through the secrets really exist. That would be horrible. The two supreme lords frowned tightly. After contemplating for a long time, they finally relaxed their brows. There is almost no such possibility. What are you worried about? At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded in the hall. The two supreme beings, together with you, this existence with half a foot in that realm, can't even block that old man in sackcloth. So, are you worried? With the frost-like sound, everything in the entire hall was covered with a layer of ice and snow. The old man in the high position, the two supreme beings were not particularly surprised, but their faces became a little darker after hearing this sentence. You came. The old man looked up and saw a tornado of ice and snow whirling in the void of the hall. Breakthrough Supreme, you're kidding. It's not so easy to deal with the combination of several supremes. Take back your mind and concentrate on fighting. The voice became a little harsher, and he shouted at Empress Xiantian. The two supreme beings sat there, looking up at the snow tornado, also speechless. Breakthrough Supreme, how important it is. At this time, your divine soul avatar ran out. What is the matter? However, the two supreme beings are certainly not fools. At this time, there is probably only one thing that can distract Empress Xiantian. This matter was something she had spent a lot of time preparing and planning before retreating and breaking through. When did she become so warm-hearted for the sake of a little peerless genius? It's just a few supreme ninth heavens, it's nothing. Empress Xuantian's clone appeared in the ice and snow tornado. Her voice was still as cold as a stone. How would you answer my question just now? Boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent power like the wrath of the sky erupted and rushed to the fairy palace, causing the entire hall to tremble. Wherever the power passed, cracks exploded everywhere, the walls of the temple, the ground, and even the void were shattered like crystals. Can you calm down? Lord Xuanhuan was so frightened that his face turned pale with fright, and he quickly stood up. Master said just now that it is the sort of punishment, and Master did not think of it, so that's why. The barbarian supreme smiled wryly, and wanted to say something, but he looked up at the high-ranking master, whose face was turning green with anger, and quickly shut his mouth. In fact, in this god's domain, everyone thought that Empress Xiantian was just the nominal elder of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. Even the existence of the 3 envoys such as Yonglong Zun envoy thinks so. However, these supreme beings, especially those of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, are very clear about it. The true identity of the Empress Xiantian is that she has a very deep relationship with the 9 heavens, that Lord. If this kind of relationship is really going to be made public, even the position of suzerain of the 8 Xuanhuan sect in front of him can be easily obtained. Moreover, Empress Xiantian is the most valued person by the master. Back then, in order to recruit his disciples, she and the other 4 terrifying existences nearly destroyed half of the Divine Sea realm. But Empress Xiantian was lucky enough to refuse all of them directly. Even the relationship between the 9 heavens and above is cut off without a trace. Looking at the entire God realm, there is no other person who dares to do such a thing, except for her, Empress Xiantian. Therefore, I am afraid that there is no second person in God's domain who dares to talk to Master like this. Face. Don't want any more. Empress Shantian turned a deaf ear to Xuanhuan Supreme's words, and just stared at the high-ranking old man. As soon as these words fell to the ground, the corners of the mouths of the two supreme beings twitched twice. Dare to say this? I don't know that the master is angry, it's really that the pot can't be opened and the pot is lifted. But, looking back, it seems that this time, the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong is really a bit shameful. Even master's face is. After all, the old man in sackcloth rushed into the Baiyu Xianhuang sect, and in front of the heroes of the world, he said that he wanted to kill Chu Yan. Although he failed in the end, he just cut off Chu Yan's foundation, but he retreated completely, not even a root hair was hurt. Moreover, in the words, it is extremely disrespectful to the 8 Yexuanhuangzong and the master. This problem is big. Shantian, you were not at the scene, you don't know. Shizhuan made successive attacks at that time, and was finally destroyed by Shizhuan. In his physical body, he has all kinds of sword intent, and it is very likely that he has something to do with 9 Heavens Supreme. Lord Xuanhuang looked at Empress Shantian, and quickly opened his mouth to explain. This lord deserves a heartbroken heart. What kind of temper is master? What kind of temper is this Empress Shantian? One is more tempered than the other, the point is, he can't afford to offend both of them, which means it is not irritating. 9 Heavens Sovereign. So what? When these words fell to the ground, the old man and the 2 supreme beings shook their heads at the same time. They knew that Empress Shantian was crazy. He doesn't care, it doesn't mean they don't care. Baiyu Xuanhuangzong doesn't care. Because the old man in sackcloth was originally one of the 9 Heavens Supremes. Boom. The entire immortal palace seemed to be struck by a thunderstorm. Under the rumbling, 3 eyes looked at Empress Shantian like lightning, all of them were shocked. One of the 9 Heavens Supremes. #C3091 Believe him. 9 Heavens Supreme, known as the gods of the gods. How can this be? Shantian, are you sure? The old man raised his head, his eyes were not cloudy at all, and he stared straight at Empress Shantian. Watermark add test. It is certain that he is the 9th one of the gods. Empress Shantian remained expressionless, and opened her mouth to answer. At this moment, the faces of the 2 supreme beings present all changed drastically. That old man in sackcloth turned out to be the 9th god of the gods. In this way, it is completely reasonable for him to be able to run rampant in the 8 Xianhuang sect with his strength. However, the nature of the matter has completely changed. If what Empress Shantian said is true, then the appearance of this old man in sackcloth, the 9th god venerable, is of great significance. Immemorial taboo, immortal realm of the heavens, primordial protoss, etc., will they all be? You can really count, I'm afraid you won't say more. The old man's complexion became incomparably deep, with a little more solemnity. God respects the 9th person, just to kill Chu Yan, regardless of my attack, even if the body is broken, I will not hesitate. Why is this righteous? As soon as this question came out, the eyes of the 3 of them all looked at Empress Shantian. Don't look at me, I don't know either. A trace of doubt also flashed in Shantian's eyes. None of them knew the details of Chu Yan, but she knew, but even if she knew, she was still at a loss. Chu Yan is the descendant of the god of war, the supreme god of war, and that is the 4th existence of the gods. That being the case, the old man in sackcloth, as the 9th god, has no reason to attack the lost 4th descendant of the gods. Moreover, he should know that the 4th god of war among the gods would not allow the successor to be easily killed or his martial arts to be ruined. Here, it seems that there are too many entanglements involved. This time, it's because of one thing. Empress Shantian shook her head, discarded distracting thoughts, looked at the old man, and continued. Now Chu Yan is named Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, even if I am not here in the future, what's the matter with Chu Yan? I hope you can give your full support. Having said that, Empress Xiantian thought for a while and added, "If not, maybe you will regret it in the future." After saying this sentence, without waiting for the three of them to respond, Empress Xuantian's avatar disappeared immediately on the spot. The ice and snow that originally covered the hall also melted quickly. Master, Xiantian, she the barbarian supreme looked puzzled. If it was Chu Yan before, he and his senior brother might still value him, but now, Chu Yan's Dao foundation is completely useless. Just an unrivaled genius, even at the invincible level, still stops at the God King realm. Even if this person's talent is astounding, to break through to the supreme realm in the future, I'm afraid it will take a great opportunity and 1,000 difficulties. Talent is one thing, danger is another. For the unrivaled geniuses, breaking through the supreme realm is extremely difficult and dangerous, but it is said to be a narrow escape. It is as difficult as reaching the sky for ordinary god kings to break through. Is it possible for this Chu Yan? There is no need to ask more about this matter, and there is no need to talk about it. The old man pondered for a moment, and said to the two supreme beings. According to what Xiantian said, the three of us will fully support the matter of Chu Yan in the future. It must not be easy for him to attract the 9th target of the gods. Having said that, the old man paused and looked up at the sky outside the halls. I always feel that this Chu Yan may break through and be reborn. Break the road and rebirth. Exiting the 4 words was as shocking as a stone breaking the sky, causing the bodies of the two supreme beings to tremble in unison. How can this be? The Dao Foundation is destroyed, but it can be reborn. You just have to believe that there must be a reason for Xiantian to value this son so much. This is enough. When the two supreme beings heard this sentence, they finally nodded together, and all the doubts and thoughts on their faces disappeared. Ever since they knew Empress Xiantian, in the endless years, when had she cared so much about a junior? They knew about Empress Xuantian's identity and background. Therefore, this Chu Yan is probably extremely extraordinary. In addition, Empress Xiantian is about to break the realm supreme. At that time, those orthodoxy who still want to target Chu Yan, I am afraid they will be very pleasantly surprised. Empress Xuantian's horror seemed to make this god's domain somewhat forgotten. Wait. It won't be long before that kind of horror may come again. Above the boundless sky, the sky is full of red clouds, covering the sky. Chu Yan, who was surrounded by the immortal power of the 3 great kings, flew towards the supreme cave at an astonishing speed. As they passed along the way, Chu Yan didn't say a word, as if he was looking at the scenery along the road. However, the 3 great god kings could tell that Chu Yan's spirit was extremely distracted. During this journey of cultivation, I have never experienced anything. It has been difficult and dangerous to get to where we are today, and there are even contributions from others that cannot be repaid. But now, for no reason, no sign. The old man in sackcloth made a brutal move, cutting off his future martial arts path with a single strike. If it is said that Chu Yan doesn't care at all, it is absolutely impossible. As long as Chu Yan knows who that old man in sackcloth is, then Chu Yan will never die with him in this life. But now, Chu Yan doesn't even know who the other party is. And the opponent's strength seems to be unable to compete with it even if the two supreme beings join forces. Even the most terrifying existence of the Baiyu Xianhuang sect had to make a move to barely block the next move, and finally succeeded against that person. This gap is too scary. Brother Chu, don't think too much. The road to martial arts is actually bumpy. Ups and downs, life and death, ups and downs, etc., are nothing. Huayang's speech was a little knotted, but seeing Chu Yan's brows furrowed tightly, he couldn't help but comfort him. That's right. The God King in red in front turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said with a light smile. Yes. Really, like you Linger, I believe that Brother Chu will be able to return to the peak. That broken bird is stupid, ignore him. Although Huayang has known Chu Yan not long ago, after all, his spirit and soul are connected, and he knows Chu Yan very well. Outsiders' attack on Chu Yan will only make him stronger and stronger. On the contrary, Yu Peng's attack by Chu Yan as a friend will cause him great harm. Chu Yan turned his head to look at Huayang, and squeezed out a smile. When he turned his head again, two groups of flames suddenly rose from the depths of his eyes. Cut off my Dao foundation, destroy my martial arts. With this, I want my life to be wasted. Since you won't let me practice or be strong, then I will let you down. Before the earliest time, Chu Yan, as of limit 3 wastes, never despaired. Things like adversity can destroy a cultivator, but at the same time, it may also be a fertile ground for geniuses to grow. 9 Territories Star Map. With a soft drink, a large starlight flickered in the sea of consciousness. Just as Chu Yan was about to communicate with it, his eyes trembled. Crystal Coffin. When he was honored, the crystal coffin of the 9 Territories star chart even had a vision. Could it be that? #C3092 Open the cave. In any case, self-proclaimed has been successful. According to the guidance of the original 9 realms star chart, after being honored, it is possible to revive Yu Linglong. And at the time of respect, the abnormal movement of the crystal coffin should be a sign. Chu Yan looked at the crystal coffin in the 9 realms star map and took a deep breath. Destroy my foundation. So what? Big deal, rebuild the foundation. When I return in the future, I will only be stronger. With the body of the god of war, the 9 realms star map, and the Wuhun of the 5 great beasts, all of his whole cards have not been damaged in the slightest. Moreover, the 10 ways of asking questions have been integrated. Let me ask the world, who can compete with it? What is a mere road foundation? As for now, the most important thing is to resurrect Yu Linglong, so that the alluring woman can reappear in the world. Should be this. Chu Yan's entire spiritual consciousness is constantly exploring in the 9 realms star chart. As the investigation deepened, Chu Yan became more and more nervous. At the beginning, the power left in the 9 realms star map could only be used after Chu Yan became respected. This power should be in the stars near the crystal coffin. Moreover, some of the original mysteries of the Supreme God of War, the origin of the 9 realms star map, etc., will be hidden inside. Originally Chu Yan was extremely curious about these things. But now, what he wants to know most is the method of resurrecting Yu Linglong. Chu Yan, if you want to revive Yu Linglong, come to Supreme Cave, I am waiting for you in the deepest place. An ethereal voice sounded, echoing in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. Not in the star map. Chu Yan was startled. Frowning slightly, Chu Yan always remembered what the 9 Territories star map said at the beginning. As long as he was honored, Yu Linglong could be revived. Okay. Is it the Supreme Cave Mansion? Chu Yan raised his head and looked up at the vast starry sky with thunderous eyes. Isn't it just a Supreme Cave? Then go ahead. Hurry on the road wholeheartedly, the speed is getting faster and faster, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. For God's domain, 3 days is a very, very short time. But in such a short period of time, the original tide of rumors about Chu Yan quickly extinguished. In the realm of the gods, there are fewer and fewer cultivators who discuss the battle of the world's #1 statue and Chu Yan. After all, in the god realm, which is as vast as the stars and the sea, it is very rare for a flash in the pan like Chu Yan to cause a storm for nearly 3 or 4 days. On the contrary, if Chu Yan had not been cut off in the battle of the #1 statue in the world, but had really soared into the sky, then I am afraid that this trend will sweep for more than 10 days. A peerless genius who has fallen from the altar will naturally be quickly forgotten. It's like a koi that jumps up in the mulberry fields of the blue sea, and will eventually fall back to the surface of the water. After a stunning look, it will be gradually forgotten by people. A koi is a koi after all, it cannot become a dragon and ascend to the 9 heavens. Chu Yan and his party, who didn't pay attention to all this at all, and didn't care at all, had already arrived in front of the supreme cave. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 great god kings, Huayang swore an oath of heavenly power, never to reveal any news about the supreme cave. Brother Chu, this is really the supreme cave mansion. Looking at the vision of the sea of clouds in front of him, Huayang asked in surprise. Supreme. When he was fighting against the number 1 supreme being in the world, Huayang witnessed with his own eyes that there were 2 supreme beings, and there were 2 horrors beyond the supreme beings. Therefore, when a supreme cave appeared in front of him, he was of course shocked. Don't worry about these. You just have to remember, after the opening of the cave and the shocking inheritance, the 2 of us have been going deep. Along the way, Chu Yan negotiated terms with the 3 great kings. Chu Yan's task is to induce the supreme cave, so that Kai can be born. After that, Chu Yan and Huayang will go all the way to the depths of the cave, and when the time comes, they will act separately. Although the 3 god kings expressed that they were worried about the safety of Chu Yan and Huayang, they didn't say much, and they all agreed. After all, it was agreed at the beginning that Chu Yan was qualified to share with them equally. However, the 3 god kings knew in their hearts that with the strength of Chu Yan and Huayang, it was unlikely that they would get too much chance in this supreme cave. Everything depends on their respective strengths. Chu Yan, are you sure? The red-clothed god king looked at Chu Yan, and couldn't help asking, including the god king Duanqing and the god king of thousands of souls, who also frowned slightly. Originally, according to the thinking of the 3 of them, Chu Yan was to follow them. With the strength of their 3 great kings opening the way, they should be able to obtain some opportunities and treasures in this supreme cave. At that time, among these things, those that are useful to Chu Yan will be distributed to him. In this way, it is much safer. I'll trigger it first. Chu Yan didn't say much, just looked at the 3 great kings and nodded, then walked towards the sea of clouds in front of the supreme cave. The 9 territories star map was activated, and the green lotus emitted a faint blue light. As the ripples of the green lotus spread, Chu Yan's eyes flickered with blue light. Before that, Lulian triggered the changes in all the ancient immortals, including the changes in the blessed land of the sect, which was like this. However, the lion at that time was completely autonomous and out of control at all. But now, Chu Yan's spiritual awareness actually works. This is a big change. Now it seems that this green lotus is the same as the 9 realms star map, very strong and self-conscious, but it is recognized by itself. In the next breath, Chu Yan did not hesitate, gathered all the immortal power together, and slowly poured it into the green lotus. Propelled by Chu Yan's immortal power, the green lotus began to bloom slowly, and the blue ripples on it became more and more intense, and even the 3 great god kings standing beside Chu Yan felt a special aura. Although they still don't know what it is, they do know that it was caused by Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan watched the spreading blue ripples with a pair of eyes, and went towards the depths of the sea of clouds, disappearing into the void. Whoosh! Before Chu Yan could react, there were shocking lights in the depths of the sea of clouds, as if a peerless gun shot into the sky. The sea of clouds, which was originally calm and leisurely, was pierced with thousands of holes in an instant and began to boil. This supreme cave, there is a reaction. The faces of the 3 god kings changed at the same time, their eyes were full of brilliance, and they looked far into the depths of the sea of clouds. Pieces of illusory visions of ancient immortals appeared above the sea of clouds like a sea of grand towers. There are rare and strange beasts, ancient trees of fairy spirits, and powerful gods and men, fighting constantly on the vast continent of the world. What's more, an incomparably powerful figure rushed to the sky, resisting the thunder of the sky, and surviving all kinds of catastrophes. This scene is extremely shocking. However, the three great god kings all knew what this meant. It's done. Joy appeared on his face, and the three god kings looked at each other, and all looked at Chu Yan. Originally, it was a trip of hope that bet on Chu Yan, but I didn't expect it to be really successful now. #C3093 Enter the Prefecture. Chapter 3088. Just when the expressions of surprise appeared on the faces of the three great god kings, Chu Yan's expression suddenly changed. Not good. This time, Chu Yan's Tao foundation was destroyed, and his original cultivation base fell from the third heaven of earth respect to the eighth heaven of human respect. Originally, he thought that his celestial power was enough to attract the Supreme Cave, but he obviously underestimated the background of the Supreme Cave. The current Green Lotus is like a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring Chu Yan's immortal power, turning into circles of ripples, like moths flying into the sea of clouds. What worries Chu Yan the most is that the spiritual connection he established with Lulian cannot be broken. This has completely become a kind of forced engulfment. If it continues, all his immortal power and even the Sea of Qi will be completely engulfed by the Green Lotus. 3 seniors, I just broke through the lack of immortal power, please support me. Chu Yan turned his head to look at the three great kings, and said. No problem. Small things. Good. When the three god kings heard Chu Yan's words, they all smiled and waved their hands at Chu Yan at the same time. The majestic power of the god king flooded into Chu Yan's body like a tide. Chu Yan's body shook slightly, feeling the infusion of 3 powerful celestial powers. He restrained his mind and began to fully control these external celestial powers. With strong support, or the support of the 3 god kings, Chu Yan has no worries. This devouring of the Green Lotus lasted for 3 full hours, and an incomparably powerful wave of Green Lotus spread in all directions before it stopped. The originally blooming Green Lotus also gathered at this moment and returned to calm. Stopped. Chu Yan was sweating and heaved a sigh of relief. Why did it stop? There are no restrictions on this Green Lotus. The price is so high this time, and the consumption of immortal power alone may have reached the entire immortal power of a heavenly exalted realm. With this experience, Chu Yan secretly thought in his heart that if he wants to attract Lulian in the future, he must be fully prepared. Boom, boom. Before the 3 great god kings could open their mouths to ask, an earth-shattering violent sound resounded from the depths of the sea of clouds in the distance. That voice didn't sound like a vision, but it seemed like a certain peerless powerhouse punched the void, and the sky trembled violently. Chu Yan and Hua Yang's bodies trembled, and the sea of consciousness buzzed. Even the 3 great god kings all changed their expressions, and at the same time frowned and looked into the depths of the sea of clouds. It took a few breaths of time before they reacted, releasing the divine king's aura, covering the audience. However, when they saw the situation in the depths of the sea of clouds clearly, they all gasped. I saw that in the depths of the vast sea of clouds, the original illusory world of visions had completely collapsed, as if the illusory world of visions had experienced a catastrophe. No matter whether it was mountains, rivers, or the ground, they all exploded, and everywhere lava, bones. A series of terrifying cracks in time and space, cutting the world like the blade of a magic soldier, is creepy. Behind the blade-like rift in time and space, there is a fairy world exposed, which seems to be the Supreme Cave. Wisps of supreme aura spilled out from the cracks in time and space, which lifted people's spirits. The Supreme Cave Mansion is open. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, thanks to you this time. The 3 great god kings were full of surprises, and Chi said to Chu Yan. The Supreme Cave is opened, and if there is a supreme inheritance in it, then they will have a chance to break through to the Supreme Realm. The 3 seniors are polite, and I would like to thank you for your care. Chu Yan shook his head and bowed his hands. If this honor is honored, without the backing support of the 3 great god kings, I am afraid that I would have died several times already. Okay. We'll be polite. The Duanqing God King smiled lightly, and continued. Even if the three of us owe you a favor, let's go in and have a look first, you two be careful. After finishing speaking, the three God Kings directly turned into three startled rainbows and flew towards the nearest space-time crack. According to what they said in advance, Chu Yan and Huayang acted separately from them. The three God Kings all came for the supreme opportunity. And this kind of opportunity has no meaning at all to people like Chu Yan and Huayang. Therefore, they should be allowed to wander around in this peripheral land. Maybe they can gain other benefits. Regarding these small gains, the identities and statuses of the three great kings did not care at all. Brother Chu, Huayang's eyes were burning hot as he looked at the stunning fairy light near those cracks in time and space in the distance. Even if he is one of the three true disciples of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, he has never seen so many immortal weapons. Some of them, even under the cutting of time-space rifts, did not have the slightest operation, and even with the light of the fairy weapon, they can resist the attacks of several time-space rifts. Immortal treasures of this level are absolutely extremely precious. Go. I want to follow them and go deep. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he directly activated the pupil of the unicorn, and looked at the cracks in time and space. Just as before, another consciousness came from the 9 realms star chart just now, urging him to enter the depths of the supreme cave. If it wasn't for this, Chu Yan would never think of going in, it would be courting death at all. What? You don't have the power of a god king to protect your body, it's too dangerous. Huayang's complexion changed drastically, and he stood in front of Chu Yan, stretching out his hands. I must go. Chu Yan looked at Huayang with a calm expression on his face. But, okay. Then I will accompany you. Looking at the expression on Chu Yan's face, Huayang didn't persuade him anymore, but prepared to die with him. Chu Yan has just been destroyed Dao Foundation, this supreme cave, is there anything that can help him recast Dao Foundation? If this is the case, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he will not let Chu Yan go alone. You wait for me here. Chu Yan reached out and patted Huayang's shoulder, and then his figure disappeared on the spot. Huayang froze there, his expression constantly changing. Finally he gritted his teeth, turned his head and rushed into a time-space rift. The other side. According to the guidance of the 9 realms star map, Chu Yan entered a crack and immediately felt that everything around him was distorted and deformed. I don't know how long it took, and when he woke up again, he had already fallen into a mountain. Looking up and looking around, there are fairy lights everywhere, like little elves, flying between the sky and the earth. The big trees in the mountain stand towering, covering the sky and the sun. Everywhere is filled with a prehistoric atmosphere, as if returning to the ancient wild land. Chu Yan's consciousness spread out, and after some investigation, he flew forward. After flying less than 10,000 feet away, Chu Yan's mind sank suddenly. The astonishing chill caused the hairs on his whole body to explode, and he couldn't move for a moment. Human race. Is it only the 3rd level of the earth respect? How much flesh and blood can there be? A gloomy and coercive voice sounded, blasting the whole world. In all directions, among the mountains, rivers, and forests there, tall figures kept appearing. Pupils of various colors, with strange light, all stared at Chu Yan in midair. Those eyes are bloodthirsty, ferocious, and more greedy. Ask for a wave of recommendations, thank you. #C3094 finally come. Chapter 3089 finally came. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan gasped suddenly. All of them are heavenly venerable realm monster beasts. With a glance, the tall figures walking out of the surrounding mountains and forests are all monsters of the heavenly exalted realm. Among them, there are still a few heavenly exalted realm 9th layer heavens, who are one step away from entering the Demon King realm. There are endless mountains, and I don't know how many monsters have not shown up. There are more than 100 monsters just in front of him. With such a frightening lineup, the three great god kings would turn around and run away in fright when they arrived here. 9 territories star map, what are you going to do? Chu Yan's face was dark, and he didn't know what was going on. I completely followed the guidance of the 9 realms star map, but I didn't expect that I would plunge into the monster beast's den. This is simply dead. Could it be that the 9 territories star chart brought him here just to kill him? The 9 territories star map is in the same group as these monsters. It is the treasure of the Yaozu. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, all kinds of consciousness flashed, and his heart was in a mess. This human kid is too thin, he doesn't have much meat. A cold voice sounded, but it was a spider the size of a hill, with 8 hooked legs, walking towards Chu Yan. In that way, it was like walking toward a dying prey trapped in its spider web. In fact, when one reaches the cultivation level of the Xuanjing, no matter whether it is a monster or a human race, there is no need to eat at all. The reason why so many monsters are staring at Chu Yan and drooling is because they have been here for too long. So long that I even forgot the taste of flesh and blood. Roar. After walking a few steps, the spider had already arrived in front of Chu Yan, opened its ferocious mouthparts, and bit down on Chu Yan fiercely. Heavenly Exalted Realm 7th Heaven. Such a cultivated monster. It's not something Chu Yan can fight against, and he can't even dodge. The 2 realms of heaven and earth are missing, and nothing can make up for it. With Chu Yan's current strength, he may still have a chance to deal with the first layer of earthly prestige realm. However, this is the 7th heaven of the heavenly exalted realm, and there is more than one end. Even if you have escaped this spider, the surrounding densely packed other monsters of the heavenly sovereign realm are like tides. What to do? Can it only rely on war seals? Just at the moment of life and death, a powerful rainbow light descended from the sky like an umbrella and hung over Chu Yan's head. An extremely powerful and terrifying coercion was released from the rainbow canopy. Ah! The 8-legged celestial spider, because it was too close, was directly bounced by the rainbow light and flew out backwards. A shrill scream resounded through the entire sky. Roar! Ho 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 ho! A roar with a trembling sound resounded in the surrounding mountains and forests. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of all the Tianzuan monsters at the same time, and they kept stepping back. The eyes of these heavenly realm monsters all looked at the rainbow umbrella above Chu Yan's head, their whole body trembling uncontrollably, as if they lost the strength to turn around and run away in an instant. They never expected that the human race in front of them, who were only in the 3rd level of respect, had something to do with that terrifying existence. This is... Chu Yan raised his head, saw the rainbow light above his head, and immediately understood. It seems that the 9 territories star chart didn't want to kill himself, and had already prepared a countermeasure. Next, with the protection of the rainbow umbrella, all the pressure on Chu Yan disappeared instantly, and his actions returned to the original. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw a large group of celestial monsters crawling densely around him. Come here. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, and he took a fancy to a fire lion monster, and directly raised his hand to point. Back me. This lion monster with hair like flames all over its body has reached the 9th level of heavenly sovereign realm, and it can be regarded as the most powerful monsters. It was also because he was too close to Chu Yan and was suppressed by Hongguang. He didn't even have a chance to turn around, so he directly pressed the umbrella cover of Hongguang to the ground. After one word was uttered, the next words could no longer be said. The lion demon trembled all over, and suddenly felt that the pressure was lightened. This is such a terrifying existence, let yourself carry this human kid on your back. I am a majestic horseman who has become a king of the sky, and wants to be a mount for this ant-like human race. Even if he doesn't want to, he must weigh the consequences. Standing up, he walked up to Chu Yan honestly and let Chu Yan jump on his back. Roar. The lion's roar shook the sky trembled, and a ball of lion fire rose into the sky with a human race on its back. Under the horrified gazes of countless double heaven-exalted giant monsters, they headed for the distance. If the three great god kings were here, their jaws would be broken in shock. Is this right here? It has to be said that the speed of the monster beast in the 9th level of the heavenly realm is really fast. It even distorted the surrounding void during the flight, and in less than half an hour, it finally stopped after flying a distance of no less than tens of billions of miles. Jumping off the ground from the back of the prostrate heavenly venerable lion, Chu Yan raised his head and saw an extremely tall city gate in front of him. Near the city gate, there is a thick gray mist. It was as if a bronze gate, with a height of 10 feet, opened in a huge cloud and mist. This bronze gate is very similar to the gates of the subordinate cities of those top powers in God's domain. However, the only difference is that on the gate of this city, there are no spirit seal spells, and there is no spirit array aura. There are only two completely different special marks printed on the left and right gates. It looks like two eyes. But when Chu Yan wanted to take a closer look, the two marks became blurred again, making it more and more difficult to see. Then Chu Yan ran the unicorn pupil, but it didn't work at all. However, Chu Yan guessed that this imprint mark should be a special mark of a powerful force, or a peerless powerhouse. Could it be that all of this is related to the 9 territories star chart? The giant lion that came over with Chu Yan on its back was crawling in front of the bronze gate, its head buried deep in the ground, its whole body trembling, and its mouth was full of whimpers. The demonic beast in the 9th heaven of the heavenly exalted realm seemed to be under a lot of coercion, and it didn't even have the strength to stand up. But this invisible coercion obviously has no effect on Chu Yan. It even made Chu Yan faintly feel that the immortal power in his body became stronger and more solid. There is a feeling of being mixed together, which makes the blood in Chu Yan's body tumbling and boiling. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan looked at the door and walked towards it. After taking a few steps, Chu Yan walked directly to the bronze gate, and the celestial force pushed it away. Boom, boom. A frenzied wind of heaven and earth rushed out from the open bronze chamber. This burst contained the eternal breath of Tsangu, which made Chu Yan's eyes hard to open, and the long black robe made a rattling sound. You are finally here. I've been waiting for you, for a long time, for a long time. See 3095 Method of Resurrection. Chapter 3090, The Law of Resurrection. This is an extremely huge golden altar. From the moment Chu Yan entered the door and looked up, he even thought it was made of gold. The huge golden altar is filled with endless powerful aura, and countless spiritual seals and runes are carved on it. Each of these spiritual seals and runes seems to have life, like wild beasts that will rush out at any time, roaring and devouring people. And on the top of the altar, a golden eye is floating. Those eyes, like the eyes of the void, opened, looking at Chu Yan under the altar. Now, I have honored you. I don't care whether you are the 9 realms star map deity, or someone related to it. All I need to know is the method to revive you Linglong. Chu Yan looked at the huge eyes on the top of the golden altar, and said. In the dark, whether it is the will of the god of war, or the consciousness of the 9 realms star map, it seems to be conveying to Chu Yan, be careful of the feeling in the eyes. Although Yu Linglong's resurrection method was used to lure him to this place, which made Chu Yan a little impulsive, but it didn't make him lose his mind completely. Yes. Of course there is a resurrection method. That I was extremely intelligent, and even a hint of a smile appeared, and a buzzing voice replied. If I didn't have this resurrection method, I wouldn't have attracted you. However, you should also understand that nothing in this world comes for nothing. Therefore, if you want the method of resurrection, you must exchange it with your Daoguang. When these words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. Sure enough, there is no such simple thing. I don't know the origin of this eye, but it is staring at its own Daoguang, and it may have been planning something since the first time Chu Yan came to Supreme Cave Mansion a long time ago. Waiting to be honored. Then use special means to lure yourself in here in exchange for your Daoguang. All of this turned out to be a complete and detailed plan. Ha ha ha, don't worry about anything. There's nothing to worry about either. The eyes of the altar looked at Chu Yan. Suddenly burst out laughing. You are a smart person, and I like to communicate with smart people. You don't need to make too many detours, just be straightforward. Your original origin, when you were honored this time, I'm afraid you also have some discoveries and doubts. Having said that, the eyes of the altar stared straight at Chu Yan, as if examining and waiting for Chu Yan's reaction. Yes. You guessed right. Your origin is extremely extraordinary. Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you directly that your group of Daoguang is not an ordinary Daoguang. It is far more powerful than you imagined. Once it is completely fused and refined, it is very powerful. It is so powerful that it is infinitely powerful. Chu Yan was startled when he heard this. It's not easy. Infinitely powerful. These words made Chu Yan's doubts and strange feelings that had been entangled in the world of consciousness suddenly start something. It was as if a thread suddenly appeared among the countless distracting thoughts, and this thread was constantly piercing through all the doubts and distracting thoughts. The original foggy world finally began to dissipate, revealing the truth of everything. Suddenly, Chu Yan's body trembled violently, his body sizzling like electricity, his soul shrank rapidly, and the pores all over his body were pricked into goosebumps. There was a rumbling sound in the sea of consciousness, and all the power of consciousness and soul poured into the sea of consciousness, sky and sea, that piece of the Nine Realms star map. With the trembling of the consciousness sea world and the infusion of spiritual power, the Nine Realms star chart began to spread rapidly. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan was in a trance, the Nine Realms starry sky, which was originally only the size of a cloud, completely occupied the entire sea of consciousness and sky. The original sea of consciousness and sky with blue sky and white clouds turned into a foggy starry world. And in the depths of the starry sky, there was a round of light as bright as the sun, shining like a star. When Chu Yan reacted, his consciousness rushed over, and after adapting to the strong light, he clearly saw that it turned out to be a golden throne. And on the throne, a figure like the ruler of heaven and earth sat on it. A terrifying coercion and aura that looked down on the world, and everything was like dust swept across the entire sea of consciousness world. Completely different from before, in the face of this coercion, the 5 divine beasts and Saint Rakshasa did not react at all, and all chose to restrain their breath. This is absolutely not normal. Because Chu Yan still felt that when the coercion swept over his spiritual body, there was no sense of coercion, only a strong sense of intimacy. Only for his own feeling. Could it be that figure is? At this moment, Chu Yan thought of the wisdom, soul, and body of the Qingjiao god of war. A method of reincarnation that the world cannot understand. And this terrifying existence sitting on the throne in front of him is also his own reincarnation. Whether you believe what I said or not, I have already stated what I mean. All the power to choose and decide is in your heart. The eye of the altar was silent for a long time before speaking again. I can tell you directly that if your own Daoguang is refined, you can definitely embark on the path of supremacy, and even restore the Dao foundation, and it will not be a problem to sweep God's domain in the future. Those so-called unrivaled geniuses, including Supreme, are nothing in front of you, and have no value. Speaking of this, a playful look appeared in the eyes of the altar. Of course, if you choose this way, your beauty will completely lose the chance of being resurrected. If you want me to tell you how to revive her, you must hand over your Daoguang. As these words landed, an extremely strong and powerful aura rushed out from the huge golden altar, sweeping across the 4 directions. Chu Yan's body, being attacked by this force, suddenly shook violently a few times. At this time, he suddenly wanted to know who the Qingjia god of war was. What name, how strong is he? There is also the Nine Realms star map, what is the origin of it, and why God of War uses it as a whole card to assist himself. These doubts seem to have a lot to do with the ruler of the golden seat in the Sea of Consciousness starry sky. Now, maybe as long as he refines that Daoguang, all this will be unraveled. But, what about Sun Yu Linglong? It seemed that he was caught in a big situation, which made him even more uncomfortable than the death situation when he faced the battle of the world's #1 statue. After all, in the battle of the world's #1 statue, facing dozens of unrivaled geniuses and many strong men, as long as they fight hard, they can kill a bloody path. In that case, just fight. But now, the situation in front of me is much more complicated. Dilemma. There is also a more terrifying feeling, as if he has fallen into the control of the altar eye. Although it sounds like I have the right to choose, in fact, I and the eye of the altar already know how I will choose. Therefore, I have no choice from the beginning to the end, and the eye of the altar controls everything. #C3096 Great Reversal Technique. This situation made Chu Yan very uncomfortable, even unhappy. Looking up at the eyes of the altar, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Needless to say, you want Daoguang, I'll give it to you, tell me the method of resurrection, besides, you'd better not lie to me." Chu Yan's tone became extremely cold, and at the same time, his consciousness and soul returned to their original state. The only thing that has not been recovered is the Nine Realms star chart after the diffusion. Ha ha ha. The eye of the altar did not have much surprise and excitement, but laughed out loud. This kind of laughter seems to be a matter of course, and everything is within its expectation and control. Ignorance. Ignorance is so ridiculous. For an insignificant woman, you are really willing to pay Daoguang. So, I knew it a long time ago, my choice and decision, yes. This Daoguang, you are not worthy at all. The god of war is so stupid that he bet everything on you. He won't listen to what I say. Back then, if it wasn't for that plan. Now, God of War is gone, I will continue to complete that plan. As if the emotions were completely released and vented in an instant, the eyes of the altar kept telling, and all the resentment accumulated for endless years poured out. The entire golden altar was constantly shaking, and even the huge bronze gate behind it was shaking. In the surrounding void, there were bursts of beast roars, and the powerful demonic breath fell, and scattered in all directions, with powerful demonic power and scattered aura, as if struggling and whimpering, screaming and begging. Even if it was Chu Yan, he was overwhelmed by the out-of-control emotional power of the eye of the altar, the blood of the impact was rolling, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Hand it over. You don't deserve it anymore. The wild laughter just now has disappeared. The voice of the eye of the altar became extremely cold, staring straight at Chu Yan. On the golden altar, a wave of golden clouds surged out, evolving into a giant golden hand, stretching towards Chu Yan. Instead of waiting for Chu Yan to give it, he grabbed Chu Yan's body directly, forcibly broke Chu Yan's body shield, and rushed straight to his Sea of Consciousness world. This time, it was extremely violent, causing Chu Yan to snort, his face pale. This golden altar is so strong that even if Chu Yan's bodyguard Gang Yuan, which Chu Yan just honored, has been completely transformed into immortal power, it can't stop it at all. Daoguang in the Sea of Consciousness world seemed to feel the threat, and under a slight tremor, he released an extremely fierce aura and rushed in all directions. Like a large spider web, firmly stuck to the surrounding starry sky, it seems that it doesn't want to leave at all, and it means to resist with all its strength. Submit. He is not your master. He is not worthy of you. The eye of the altar roared loudly, and the power of the golden palm continued to grow. With the soaring power, under the impact, even those spider webs would be broken in an instant, turning into aura and scattered in all directions. Dao Guang was grasped by Xie, and he pulled hard, bringing out Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. Chu Yan's face became extremely painful and completely distorted. This raw sense of peeling gave Chu Yan a feeling that his soul had been pulled out of his body. Humph. It doesn't make any sense. God of War, he didn't know where he put Xinghai, hiding it so secretly. The eye of the altar let out a resentment, and after stabilizing his breath, he turned to look at Chu Yan. I won't lie to you. I promise you, I will definitely give it to you. The next moment, a golden jade talisman rushed out from the golden altar and flew towards Chu Yan. Inside here is a life altar, which can be used directly. This is because of my previous friendship, and I will help you for the last time. Hearing this, Chu Yan recovered himself, and at the same time, a look of joy appeared on his face. He quickly reached out and held the jade talisman in front of him. Under the force, his hand was shaking. Finally, Yu Linglong can be rescued. Boy, your life is very valuable. Keep it well. In addition to the stupid god of war, there is also that old guy who used all the origin of the gods to break the crisis for you and let you go to the present. Although I look down on them, but they lost because of you, if you dare to let them down, If you are lucky and can persist until my plan succeeds, then I can let you go to Kunlun to see what the real God realm is. After saying this, the golden altar and the eyes of the altar began to blur at the same time and slowly disappeared. Old man. Spell out the source of the gods. Break the crisis for me. Kunlun. The words of Eye of the Altar left Chu Yan in a daze and couldn't understand at all. The moment he got the jade talisman just now, he started to check it directly, and he became even more confused when he was single-minded. But the content in the jade talisman is extremely clear. The heaven-defying art of the universe. The sky is dry, the earth is Kuan, the great way of yin and yang, the law of heaven and earth, the law is impermanent, the form is impermanent, the situation changes and the sky changes, yin and yang go against nature, all blood sacrifices to the sky, reverse yin and yang. Offerings, Songshua branch, immortal soul tree, Buddha heart fruit, 9 extreme god demon fruit. A large text is an extremely heaven-defying secret technique, and at the same time, it needs a lot of treasures from heaven and earth, as a confession, to pay homage to heaven and earth, before it can be displayed. It's not just 1 or 2 treasures of heaven and earth, but at a glance, there are tens of thousands of them, which are extremely complex. After all kinds of obscure spells, there is the key method. According to this method, yin and yang can be reversed, and the soul can be recast. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and he immediately sent a message to Empress Shantian to help her confirm. He believed in Empress Shantian. This secret technique. Very good. I've heard of it. In less than 10 breaths, Empress Xuanhuan's voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. The 9 great gods back then created many powerful ancient secret techniques, many of which were left by the ancient gods. This secret technique is one of them. It's just that this is the unique secret skill of one of the 9 great gods, which has been lost. Where did you get it? It is rare for Empress Shantian to say so many words. It can be seen that she is also extremely surprised. It seems that this is really useful. Chu Yan asked back. At the beginning, I got a chance, reminding me that I only need to be honored. Then, Chu Yan told some basic information to Empress Shantian. Dao Guang. Change to this secret technique. After listening to Chu Yan's explanation, Empress Shantian pondered and said. Although Dao Guang has integrated reincarnation, the method of asking, Dao realm, etc. But, I think you should not be at a disadvantage if you change this secret technique. As far as I know, there is only this secret technique of recasting the soul in God's domain. And the soul is the root of a cultivator. If at the beginning, forget it, don't mention it. Chu Yan nodded, naturally knowing what Empress Xiantian meant. Daoguang is very powerful. But in the final analysis, it is also a resource to improve strength. However, this trick is different. If he can recast his soul, it is equivalent to having an extra means of saving his life. The difference between icing on the cake and sending charcoal in the snow. #C3097 Gods. Even that Daoguang, with reincarnation, has amazing resources. However, for Chu Yan, that was also the past, and it cannot represent the present, let alone his future. Therefore, to him, the resurrection of Yu Linglong is even more important. What's more, Yu Linglong was lost because of him. This keeps him in the back of his mind. For this obsession, even if you give everything, you must complete it. 9 great gods, that is, what you said before, the gods. Could it be the strong of the ancient gods? In Chu Yan's eyes, the light flickered. Although when the eye of the altar left, he basically couldn't understand what he said. However, at least he could tell that the status of the eye of the altar and the god of war is probably equal, and it should be one of the 9 gods. As for the matters of the gods, now that you have honored them, you are entitled to know them. Empress Xiantian pondered for a moment, then answered Chu Yandao. The so-called gods are the 9 most powerful people among all the gods in the ancient god race era. Each of these 10 people is extremely powerful, and they are definitely not comparable to other strong people. The god of war is one of them, ranking 5th. And the old man in sackcloth who wanted to kill you not long ago is also one of the gods, ranking 9th. The altar and the eye you just mentioned should also be one of the 9 gods. Depending on your situation, your reincarnation status may be the first among the gods, or the second. Having said that, Empress Xiantian fell silent for a long time, as if she didn't understand something and was thinking. Although the 9 great gods are the largest existences in the heaven realm, with the power of the heavenly Daoming mantra, they should be able to sense Chu Yan's reincarnation. Moreover, Chu Yan's reincarnation also used the law against the sky, forcibly leaving him with the Daoguang. My reincarnation. Gods first, second. Hearing Empress Xuantian's words, Chu Yan was startled suddenly, his face full of shock. That old man in sackcloth is still the 9th of the gods. Since it was related, why did he kill himself? Revenge. Reincarnation grievances. What the hell is going on? Although Chu Yan couldn't understand it at all, he knew one thing. One day, he would find out these reasons. At that time, everything I suffered today will be repaid 100-fold. Senior, there is one more thing to ask. Chu Yan thought about it for a second, and said a little embarrassedly. Starting from the 10 Directions starfield, Empress Xiantian seems to have been helping her to resolve many crises. Speak. There was still no trace of emotion in Empress Xuantian's tone, it was always the feeling of 10,000 years of ice. That, the heaven-defying art of heaven and earth, if you need tens of thousands of natural treasures to recast the soul, I have been busy recently, and I have not gained much. Besides, I have just come to God's domain, and I am not very familiar with it. Can't please you. Having said that, Chu Yan became more and more embarrassed. With his heart, he would never ask anyone for help in such a matter. However, he wants to revive Yu Linglong as soon as possible, and if he collects the tens of thousands of natural materials and earthly treasures by himself, he doesn't know when he will collect them. Moreover, he is now being watched by people of the 12 Orthodoxy, and if he appears outside, it is very likely that he will cause other troubles. These things can be found except for the soul of the God King, which is a little more troublesome. I will tell Yang Long to collect it as soon as possible, and it should be completed in at most 3 months. Empress Xiantian said. She was silent for a while, and then said. However, the main medicines, the blue blood branch, the Buddha heart fruit, and the 9-pole god devil fruit, these 3 need to be found by yourself. Hearing this, Chu Yan was taken aback. These 3 main medicines, why are you looking for them? Originally, Chu Yan approached Empress Xiantian just to borrow the powerful strength of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. It should not be difficult to collect these 10,000 offerings. Unexpectedly, in the end, there are still 3 main ingredients, and you need to rely on yourself. You are still not satisfied. You don't understand the value of these 3 main medicines. Don't say that the 8 Xuanhuan sect doesn't have one. Even if there is, even my position in the 8 Xuanhuan sect can't be used at all. I just asked about it, and all the forces of the 12 Dao lineages don't have these 3 main medicines. They only grow in a very special place. It should be the Dead Sea. Having said that, Empress Xiantian paused for a moment, as if thinking of something. She continued to add. Thousands of years ago, I had a battle with the 7 supreme beings of the 9 domains in the Dead Sea realm. At that time, I swore an oath to never go to the Dead Sea realm again. When these words landed, Chu Yan's eyes twitched suddenly. Thousands of years ago, the 7 supreme beings fought a battle. Even if you were at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm thousands of years ago, you could fight against the 7 supremes. It seems that Empress Xuantian's super-level strategy is no worse than her own. But listening to the meaning of Empress Xuantian's words, it seems to be reminding herself that she has offended the Dead Sea realm, so go find the medicine by yourself and be careful. Okay, you are awesome. The heavenly venerable realm can hit 7 supreme mirrors, and offend the entire realm. In a realm, there are not many supreme auras. And I heard that the Dead Sea realm is much smaller than the Divine Sea realm. Empress Xiantian beat up 7 supreme realm at once, and I am afraid that the entire Dead Sea realm will be blown up. This is not ordinary heaven-defying. In God's domain, I am afraid that there is no other person. Empress, thank you. Chu Yan took a deep breath, bowed to the void, and thanked him sincerely. This time, if it wasn't for the help of Empress Xiantian, if it was all on his own, he really didn't know that he would have to go to the Monkey Ox Horse Moon. This kind of nonsense, needless to say. Empress Xiantian didn't understand Qingyi at all, and said directly. At that time, you go and do something for me. After finishing speaking, Empress Xuantian's spiritual consciousness sound transmission was cut off immediately. Standing there, Chu Yan restrained his consciousness, let out a long breath slowly, carefully put away the golden jade talisman, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Finally, the day has come. Hope and opportunity are at hand. As long as it goes well, Yu Linglong can be revived within 3 months at most. Looking up at the starry sky of 9 territories, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised. The pair of suspended crystal coffins seemed to be slowly opening, and a woman in a white skirt stood up from it, also smiling warmly at herself. That year, Qing Feng understands Zhao Hai's tomb, and cuts off the end of the world, and the moon is exquisite. The old man in white clothes is Qing Qing, and he is not drunk with the love of heavenly girls in foreign lands. Roar. Without waiting for Chu Yanren to wake up from his longing, a deafening roar exploded in the sky in the empty world in all directions. This voice, obviously the roar of a monster, came from the direction of the bronze gate behind him. The roar was mixed with extremely powerful anger and coercion, which shook Chu Yan's sea of consciousness and buzzed. #C3098, see you again. Chu Yan circulated his celestial power, and at the same time stabilized his mind. He turned around and looked around. The roars of these monsters should be those monsters who gathered in front of the bronze gate before. With such a roar, could it be that someone broke in? Who else can there be in the Supreme Cave? The 3 God Kings. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, one after another consciousness flashed. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan soared into the sky and flew towards the bronze gate. After exiting the gate, one could see an extremely tall fairy peak standing in front of him. There are hundreds of huge and mighty monsters gathered around the fairy peak and surrounded it. And on the top of the fairy peak, surrounded by them, a figure stood and looked at the group of monsters. This man was covered in black energy, with waves of magic waves, long hair and shawls, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the earthly prestige realm. Damn it, what's going on? Did I offend you? Why are you staring at me? Master, get out of here, or I will die for you. The projection of demonic energy kept roaring, as if scolding the big monsters. But when he turned around, his face was full of flattering smiles. He cupped his hands and said, Masters, uncles, bosses, the little ones are passers-by, not worth mentioning. Please show mercy and let the little ones pass. The big monsters will pay attention to him, and after roaring, they are ready to shoot. But all of a sudden, as if they felt something, the demon body suddenly trembled, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling all over. What's the situation? You can eat as you please, and you need a pre-dinner ceremony. Don't bring this kind of food, I have little meat. The young man was stunned and almost cried. Who are you? Chu Yan flew over. Looking at the young man above the fairy peak, he was suspended in the air. At this time, Chu Yan was full of alertness and confusion, and his brows were tightly frowned. This supreme cave is extremely hidden, except for the three great god kings and himself. No one knows about it. Moreover, the three god kings plus himself, the four of them joined forces to open the entrance, and outsiders couldn't get in at all. The long-haired young man in front of him is just an earthly prestige realm cultivation base, and it is impossible to get in. After all, the three Duanqing god kings in the god king realm have to help open it themselves before they can come in. Damn, you. When he turned his head and saw Chu Yan, the long-haired young man had a frightened expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Forget it, you guys kill him. Chu Yan waved his hand and gave orders to the surrounding monsters. In the golden jade talisman given to Chu Yan by the Eye of the Altar before, in addition to the technique, there is also an altar, which should be used for Chu Yan to pay homage to the heaven and the earth. It is also possible that it is a matching fairy treasure that is integrated with that secret skill. And these monsters are the guardian monsters of the altar for worshipping heaven, and they are completely controlled by the altar. Now, Chu Yan became the master of the altar, and the monsters naturally obeyed Chu Yan. Roar! Ho ho ho! When the ancient monsters heard Chu Yan's order, they were immediately excited and roared in unison. Like the big monster in the supreme cave, they have not seen flesh and blood for countless years. This time, hundreds of pairs of blood-red eyes all looked at the long-haired young man in front of him. Damn it, Chu Yan, you bastard, stop quickly, I am Demon Lord Obsidian, I saved you back then. The long-haired young man's face turned green with fright, and he roared loudly. Black Obsidian Demon Lord. Chu Yan was about to turn around when he was startled. Back then in the core of the immortal palace, the forbidden and powerful existence that he encountered only seemed to have a lot of crippled cultivation. I didn't expect to meet him again here. This guy didn't like his own body, and wanted to take it away, so his soul flew away from being frightened by the Shantian Empress. Later, the core terror was triggered, and he ran away while taking advantage of the chaos. What are you doing here? Chu Yan raised his hand to stop the demons. This demon Venerable Obsidian heaved a long sigh of relief, his eyes were rolling, obviously he didn't want to say anything. Then let's kill it. Chu Yan grinned and raised his hand again. Fuck, Chu Yan, don't. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Demon Lord Obsidian almost peed in fright. This kind of ghost place is definitely called every day should not be done, and the land is not working. If you die here, it will be really wronged. The point is, the death is too miserable. And after death, it will become the excrement of hundreds of monsters. Anyway, he is also a God King realm, okay? Although it's half broken. I've known about this supreme cave for a long time, and I left a transmission channel before. I originally planned to rely on him to hit the supreme realm, but at that time I couldn't induce the inheritance, so I waited until now. After I left last time, I went to do some small things. I sensed the awakening of the inheritance here 2 days ago, so I hurried over here. However, as soon as I came here, I bumped into 3 God Kings, and they chased me all over the world. I managed to escape, and when I arrived at this place, I was surrounded by a group of big monsters. I remember that when I came here before, there were no such big monsters. Demon, it is very safe. Damn, it's really unlucky. Just don't kill me. Can you? As Demon Lord Obsidian spoke, he felt more and more desolate in his heart, and his eyes turned red. Is it easy for yourself? After finally escaping from the forbidden place, there was no smooth day after that, and even drinking water was stuffed between the teeth. It's a bit unlucky. Forget it, let's go. Hearing what he said, Chu Yan immediately smiled wryly and shook his head, his heart full of sympathy. After all, there was a friendship. Although it was not very friendly, there was no need to kill him. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. Brother Chu Yan, I am so righteous, this kindness, wait, you, can control these big monsters. Obsidian Demon Venerable Obsidian, who just had a look of joy on his face, was sure that he was safe, and his mind began to come alive, and he discovered a big problem. However, when Chu Yan on the opposite side heard this sentence, his expression sank. Brother, don't be impulsive, I am kind. Seeing that Chu Yan's face changed obviously, Heiyao Mozen was so frightened that he quickly explained. I just want to suggest that this time it is better for us to join forces again. I know that the inheritance of the Supreme Cave Mansion is there, and there are still a lot of opportunities and benefits in that place. When these words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. For Chu Yan now, his Dao foundation has been destroyed, and it takes a great opportunity to recover. Now it's Demon Lord Heiyao, who actually knows the inheritance location of this supreme cave. 3 months, completely in time. Join hands. You also said to join forces last time, and then ran away alone. Chu Yan sneered. You are ashamed to mention it yourself, you have caused a lot of trouble by yourself, I can live until now, if I don't escape. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mozen Heiyao felt bad all over, his face twitched, and he roared in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say that to Chu Yan face to face. Then, that was an accident, you know, my strength hasn't recovered, and I can't help you, but this time it's different, I have a physical body, and I promise to advance and retreat with you. Then, all the gains, 5 to 5 points. 5-5. You deserve it too. Chu Yan continued to laugh, shaking his head and said, up to 3-7. It's only Sanchi. Okay. It's okay for me to give way a little bit. Heiyao Mozen smiled crookedly. #C3099 King's Sword. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to Demon Lord Heiyao's little thought. Just leading the way and giving him 30% benefits, this is what Chu Yan said last time, treating him as a human shield. If you change someone else, don't even think about it. Send the Altar Guardian monsters, assemble. Chu Yan raised his head and looked around, and issued divine sense commands to all the monsters. Roar. Ho ho. With an order, bursts of beast roars erupted, and a series of shocking monsters swept away like a gust of wind. In the next moment, in less than 10 breaths, powerful monsters appeared one after another in the surrounding sky, gathering towards Chu Yan. The densely packed mahjong completely covered the entire sky, and there were no less than 1,000 monsters, all of whom were above the honorable realm. So strong. Chu Yan and Demon Lord Heiyao were startled when they saw the scene. Especially Chu Yan, he is very clear that these are the eyes of the altar guard monsters left for him to worship the altar. However, these altar guard monsters alone have reached the level of thousands of heads, which shows how precious this altar is. You have too much, I'm only in the prestige, I can't take so much. Demon Venerable Xie Yao was about to cry, but he never expected that Chu Yan had such a group of powerful subordinates. Huh? Chu Yan was taken aback. No. To go to that place, you need to open the void channel. With my current cultivation, I can bring up to 20 heads with me. Demon Venerable Xie Yao quickly explained. It's not that Demon Lord Xie Yao is being lazy, according to his inner thoughts, he really hopes to bring all these monsters with him. There are thousands of monsters like Chu Yan, and they can chase those 3 guys and chop them at that time. Those 3 bastards dared to chase and kill themselves. Okay, let's open the void Dao. Chu Yan nodded. Thousands of monsters. Almost an army of monsters and beasts, this level of power is enough to sweep half of the Divine Sea realm. It's really not suitable to run around with. In the next moment, Chu Yan's spiritual sense swept through the entire area of monsters, and selected 20 monsters with the strongest bloodlines and cultivation bases that had reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. All the others were collected in jade talismans and surrounded the altar. Because of the thousands of monsters guarding the altar, Chu Yan also realized that the precious altar of offering sacrifices to heaven must be guarded. Open! Demon Venerable Xie Yao waved his hands, chanting an obscure incantation. The void in front of him began to distort, tearing a gap. Chu Yan, let's go. The void channel was opened, and a large amount of magic breath poured into Xie Yao Demon Venerable, impacting the crack, expanding it, and at the same time turning his head and roaring loudly at Chu Yan. Good. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan waved his hand and rushed into the void crack with 20 powerful monsters. After a few breaths, Chu Yan and his party appeared in a completely unfamiliar space. Looking up and looking around, I saw a gray air current surging in the sky, as if thousands of tides were rushing. The huge lake was hanging upside down, and the surface of the lake was layered with waves. This piece of gray sky is rushed by a powerful aura, flowing continuously, without stopping for a moment. And between the whole world, there is a supreme aura like a strong wind, sweeping past. This powerful supreme aura suddenly made Chu Yan's mind tense. Looking far away, thousands of miles away, a tall stone palace stands on the top of a mountain, like a row of powerful giants. Even beside Chu Yan, the 20 tall monsters with a height of 100 feet looked insignificant like ants. The supreme inheritance is there. Wait a moment and be careful, those 3 bastards are also inside. Demon Lord Xie Yao seemed to have a strong resentment towards the 3 great god kings, and reminded Chu Yan Dao, with hatred on his face. Chu Yan thought for a while, but just nodded, without directly stating his relationship with the 3 great god kings. After all, this is the supreme inheritance. The 3 great god kings have been coveting this place for hundreds of years, and their goal is to inherit the supreme being. But now, with the current interests, even if they had a good relationship before, it is impossible to explain what they will do. Chu Yan just hopes that he will not become an enemy in the end. After all, he had a good impression of the 3 great god kings. After pondering for a moment, after making up his mind, Chu Yan and his party began to fly towards the stone palace. However, when Chu Yan was concentrating on his surroundings and observing the environment at the same time, the 9 realms star map in his consciousness sea world quietly had ripples, as if a star was shining. The sky is full of stars, shining with great joy. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to fall into the stone palace, and the 20 monsters in the heavenly exalted realm began to tremble all over. In this stone palace, the aura of the supreme realm is getting stronger and stronger. Even Chu Yan sank, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and it became difficult to walk. His current cultivation level is obviously the 3rd level of the earth respect, but in fact, he only has the 8th level of human dignity. Facing this free supreme coercion, it is difficult for even the 5th level of human dignity to exert himself. However, at this moment, an extremely gentle force suddenly circulated in Chu Yan's body, allowing Chu Yan's whole body to relax, and he was no longer affected by the supreme breath. This is the token given by Lord Xuanhuan. Chu Yan was stunned, and immediately remembered that when Lord Xuanhuan accepted himself as a nominal disciple, he placed 3 pieces of his will in the token, saying that it could resolve 3 crises for him. Supreme against supreme, the coercion will naturally disappear. As a result, Chu Yan's eyes instantly lit up. Now, although his cultivation base is weak, he has this token in his hand, and there are 20 monsters at the peak of the heavenly exalted realm beside him. This kind of power can be fought for, and maybe you can get the supreme inheritance. Damn, Chu Yan, look at the sword tomb. At any rate, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao, who was once the supreme being, suddenly exclaimed. Sword Mountain. Chu Yan was taken aback, and looked up. I saw that on the huge square in front of me, there were graves everywhere, like a mass grave. However, above each tomb, there is an extremely sharp spiritual sword suspended. Some of these spirit swords are broken, some are complete, and the grades range from human to earth. There are also a small amount of heavenly weapons, and even stronger Taoist weapons have also been found. However, the ranks of these spirit swords don't mean anything. Each spirit sword has an extremely strong will power, making their power far surpass that of the same rank. Any human spirit sword might be comparable to the ordinary earthly artifacts in the outside world. Huh. Those 3 spirit swords. As Chu Yan's gaze passed, he immediately stopped on 3 tombs that occupied a huge area. The spirit swords floating on these 3 tombs are covered with divine patterns, and the golden light flows through the whole body like water, releasing circles of sword intent, sweeping across all the floating long swords. Obviously, these 3 swords are like generals, controlling all the spirit swords here. The king of the sword, take the lead in the world. The several spirit swords of the Tao level, in front of these 3 spirit swords, all seemed much dimmed. Haha, the sword tomb of supreme sword madness is actually here. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao laughed loudly with surprise on his face. This sword mad supreme, it is said that there are 3 natal sword spirits, it should be these 3. Looking at the 3 swords of the king, Xie La Jiao Mozen's eyes turned red. #C3100 Wild Sword Supreme. Taoism. It refers to the sword spirit, which possesses Daoguang. As for the natal Taoist weapon, it must be at least a strong man above the God King realm, and the spirit treasure nourished by immortal power and blood essence is extremely terrifying. As for the supreme being, the natal Tao artifact is even more terrifying. This kind of Tao weapon of the same level, even if the owner loses it, their power is comparable to that of a god king. The Mad Sword Sovereign. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled when he heard this. Judging by the name, this supreme cave mansion was definitely left by a supreme sword cultivator. In this way, it doesn't just fit me. Asshole. However, before Chu Yan could be pleasantly surprised, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao was already scolding beside him. Those 3 bastards actually took away 12 supreme Tao artifacts. Pointing at the 12 empty tombs on one side, Xie La Jiao Mozen's face was so ferocious that he could almost bleed out. The next moment, without waiting for Chu Yan to react, Xie La Jiao Mozen turned over his fingerprints, shot out one after another devil's breath, and shot towards the 5 graves not far away. Chu Yan, what we agreed to be 3 to 7 points, then it is considered a treasure of heaven and earth. These spiritual swords and so on, you can grab your own, and whoever grabs it will belong to you. Hee hee. Mozen Xie La Jiao moved his consciousness, and saw the 5 spirit swords wrapped in 5 groups of magic breath, pulling them with all their strength, and almost laughed out loud. Snort. Who is this deity, this deity is Demon Lord Xie Yao. Supreme. Do you understand the Supreme? A master countless times stronger than you. Just because of you, you want to have sex with me. Looking at Chu Yan's eyes, Chi Guoguo was full of teasing. Although Demon Lord Xie Yao's cultivation level has not recovered, but his secret methods are not damaged at all. After all, he was the Supreme before. As far as this method of grabbing things is concerned, a small person can compare with himself. Okay. It depends on what you have. Please feel free. Chu Yan glanced at Demon Venerable Xie Yao, nodded and replied. In fact, according to Chu Yan's mind, he has Haotian sword and Duantian sword, plus a Xuanhuan sword, which is the most precious human race, so he doesn't need other spiritual swords. I don't know, what's the difference between this weapon and my 3 swords? Thinking of this, Chu Yan waved his hand, and 3 rays of light shot up into the sky behind him. Call out. Whoosh. Like a giant golden dragon, Xuanhuan sword soared into the sky, roaring and shaking the entire sky. The powerful sword breath, like a raging tide and tsunami, rushed in all directions, sweeping the entire sword grave in an instant. The Haotian sword and the Duantian sword, one on the left and the other on the right, guard the 2 sides of the Xuanhuan sword, one black and the other white, and the 2 sword lights shine like stars, sun and moon. At this moment, in the entire world, the original aura of the Supreme and the aura of the Sword Tomb were all shattered by them. Hum. 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 It seemed that he felt the sword intent of the 3 king swords, and was resisting his own sword intent. Xuanhuan sword, Haotian sword and Duantian sword all twisted in unison, pointing straight at the 3 king swords, trembling violently. The battle of sharpness is unparalleled in the world. The Lord of the 3 swords challenged the audience, the battle of kings, the sword is out of the sheath. Chu Yan, you are crazy. Seeing this scene, Demon Venerable Xie Yao was so frightened that the hairs all over his body stood on end. He shouted loudly. You can't do this, it will wake up all the sword spirits, and then it will be a shocking killing. Before he could finish speaking, all the thousands of Sword Tomb spirit swords in the field trembled violently, bursting out with endless sword intent. Like a quiet herd of beasts, they suddenly became angry, the group of monsters danced wildly, and the wild swords attacked the sky. Hum. A spiritual sword at the level of a Dao weapon burst out a 3-foot-long sword rainbow. It couldn't help it, and it was the first to rush out, slashing fiercely at the Xuanhuan sword in the sky. The sword pierced out, bringing out a bloody red light, as if it wanted to cut the sky into a sea of blood. This is a Dao sword used by a supreme powerhouse. Its power is by no means lower than that of a cultivator in the realm of heaven. Moreover, without the infusion of immortal power, it relies entirely on his own sword intent. When swords compete with swords, the comparison is sword intent. Above the sky, the golden dragon roared and exploded, and amidst the waves of golden light all over the sky, the Xuanhuan sword was restored to its original state, a huge golden sword spanning across the sky. It seemed to be extremely disdainful of the Dao sword that was rushing forward. It didn't even point the tip of the sword, and it shook around, continuing to release sword intent. Only when the Dao sword was only 10 steps away from it, did it suddenly swing, and cut out a semicircular sword light, cutting on the Dao sword. Boom. There is no suspense at all, the sword intent of Xuanhuan sword contains the huge will of the sky continent. Not only the sword intent surpasses the Dao sword, but the power of the sky alone is simply not something the sword can bear. Because, within Xuanhuan sword, there is a human world. Xuanhuan sword itself is a realm. The entire Dao sword was shattered by the Xuanhuan sword, and it was blown into powder, and the sky was full of blood, bursting like a gust of wind. Swish. The blood-red Dao sword seemed to be frightened. After reorganization, it turned into a flash of lightning and fled back to its original grave. The sword intent disappeared and trembled. This time, all the tomb swords in the audience were enraged. Did you figure it out? Whose place is this? These three outer swords dare to provoke them here, how could they bear it? The three swords of the king raised their heads together, the tip of the sword pointed to the sky, and the sword intent broke. The majestic sword power surged like a tsunami, rushed to the sky, turned into three ferocious beasts, and roared with their mouths open. Between heaven and earth, everything is devoured and shattered, only the sword will last forever. Xuanhuan's sword, Duantian's sword and Hao Tian's sword were attacked by these three powerful sword powers. They all backed up a few steps, and when they raised their swords again, they were completely angry. Call out! Call out! Call out! Without waiting for the three swords of kings to make a move, Xuanhuan charged downwards with Hao Yan's sword and Duantian's sword on the left and right. It was as if three shocking rays of light shot directly at the ground. Boom! 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 Three sword lights exploded, hit the ground, and exploded, three groups of waves rushing towards the sky. Countless tomb swords soared into the sky, like a wave of swords like the Xuanhuan sword, they collided together, and a sword fight started. With 3 enemies and 1,000, the Xuanhuan sword spins like flying, sweeping across the world, and there is no enemy with a single sword in the way the sword passes. Any tomb sword standing in front of it will crack when rubbed, fly when knocked, and shatter when cut. The Hao Yan sword turned into starlight and traveled through the void. Wherever it passed, on a straight line, tomb swords continued to shatter violently. Duantian's sword is like a big mountain, it soars into the sky frantically with the pressure of Taishui, and slashes down heavily. Exploding circles of sword storms can smash at least 10 tomb swords each time. In less than 100 breaths, the 1,000 tomb swords scattered and fled in all directions like a frightened herd. On the ground, the 3 swords of the king rushed up against the scattered tomb swords, and slashed at the 3 swords of Xuanhuan. With the next knock, the 6 spiritual swords launched a one-on-one sword fight in the sky. This. Demon Venerable He Yao was below, he couldn't even close his mouth, completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? This is the Supreme Sword Tomb, Supreme, There are thousands of Supreme Swords, but they are no match for the 3 swords of the earthly respect cultivators. What a nonsense. #C3101 Trouble again. In less than 100 breaths, the battle in the sky began to turn around. Originally, because of the many swords, the tomb sword could compete with the Xuanhuan sword 3 swords, but as the tomb sword continued to collapse and flee, the entire battle situation was completely controlled by the Xuanhuan sword 3 swords. Demon Lord He Yao really couldn't accept it. This is the natal sword of the Supreme Mad Sword, and it is matched with thousands of spirit swords that have been used before. But now, even Chu Yan's 3 swords can't compare. He Yao Mozen remembers very clearly that when he first met Chu Yan, he seemed to be in the God realm. Before He Yao Mozen could react from the shock, the Xuanhuan sword above the sky turned into a golden light, returned directly, submerged into Chu Yan's body and disappeared. The Duantian sword followed closely behind, and only the Hao Yan sword flew over and fell into Chu Yan's hands. It depends on a battle, there is no sword in the sky. At this moment, even Chu Yan was full of astonishment. The scene just now was not controlled by himself. 3 swords appeared on his own initiative and took the initiative to provoke. But now, like the 3 little kids who have won a group fight and returned triumphantly, they are showing off in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness together. The majestic 9 Realms Supreme's natal sword can't compare to his own 3 swords. Of my 3 swords, apart from the special background of Xuanhuan's sword, Hao Yan's sword and Duantian's sword, they should all be considered ordinary. Boom. Above the sky, the 3 swords of the king trembled violently, and circles of sword intent continued to overflow. That way, it was like the chests of the 3 big men were violently heaved by anger. The next moment, 3 incomparably violent breaths burst out in an instant. Wherever these sword powers attacked, endless thunderstorms exploded between the heavens and the earth, and various kinds of lightning appeared. I rely on it. Demon Lord He Yao saw this scene. Suddenly his face changed drastically, from white to red, from red to purple. Chu Yan, you are a bastard, you caused trouble again. Without waiting for his words to fall, the huge stone palace in front of him began to tremble violently. A large piece of golden streamer, like a wave, poured down from the broken dam, rushed towards Chu Yan and the two of them, and completely submerged them. Drifting with the tide, all the power of the immortals is useless. I don't know how long it took before Chu Yan woke up from the coma and opened his eyes. The wave of golden tide just now seemed illusory, but in fact it was extremely real. The first wave of contact smashed the bodyguards of Chu Yan and He Yao Mozen, rolled them up and left. Under the rolling waves, he soon passed out. Bah! Bah! Chu Yan, little bastard, I can't stop talking to you. Demon Lord He Yao seemed to have choked on a few mouthfuls of water, and at the same time let out a roar, his entire face turned green with anger. Sorry. If I had known this kid was so capable of causing trouble, I wouldn't have teamed up with him if I was killed. Wrong. It seems that every time I meet this kid, I will be unlucky. This time, it won't be the same as last time, the final result is either death or escape. Shut up. Chu Yan glanced at He Yao Mozen, and yelled at him. Turning his head and looking around, he found that this is a huge valley, the kind of cliffs perpendicular to the ground, like cutting with knives and axes. On the stone wall, there are densely packed divine patterns. Although it is in a state of deep sleep, just looking at the complexity makes my heart feel cold. What is this? Chu Yan suddenly saw that at the far end of the valley, a huge stone pillar was completely broken, with obvious traces of man-made. At this moment, Chu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly. The last time I came to the Supreme Cave, Chu Yan was a large skeleton made out of a single stone in a place outside the law, and he practiced for a long time. The endless stream of dead objects and the endless battle made Chu Yan still worry about it. This stone has nothing to do with that stone. After walking a few steps, Chu Yan stopped, staring at the stone pillar with his eyes, and the pupil of the unicorn was running in his eyes. However, when Chu Yan's gaze just touched the stone pillar, he was instantly pulled into it. It was as if that stone pillar was a space-time black hole that could swallow everything. Chu Yan's face changed drastically, he quickly cut off his consciousness, and stepped back 10 steps. This time, the feeling of devouring disappeared instantly. What the hell, what should I say? You are a monster. He Yao Demon Venerable saw the scene in front of him, and shouted directly. This is the Supreme Spiritual Jade. How did you do it? We have reached the deepest part of the Supreme Cave. Chu Yan on one side turned his head to look at Demon Lord He Yao, and frowned slightly. This is the deepest part of the Supreme Cave. Supreme Spiritual Jade. Hearing Chu Yan's doubts, He Yao Mozen's face was full of charming smiles. Not bad. Supreme Jade, you can't go wrong. It is the final condensate of all the power after the Supreme Loss, and most of it is the Supreme Will. The Supreme Inheritance we are looking for, the clue is on this Supreme Jade. When these words fell to the ground, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and he turned to look at Demon Lord He Yao. Even the 20 big monsters all looked at him with strange expressions. Before, when he just landed, this guy was still roaring there, as if he wanted to settle accounts with Chu Yan. Now. Hey, just now, who knew that the 3 natal swords were the entrance to the depths of the Supreme Cave? It's impossible to know. No, anyway, I didn't find out. You boy, you are a monster. When he said this, Demon Venerable He Yao's heart was complicated. How could this kid in front of him know that the last time he came to this Supreme Cave, he ran around and solved countless crises, almost lost several times. However, the entrance to the depths of the cave could not be found at all. But this kid, just like the son of destiny, didn't seem to even take a road of anger, just entered the depths of the cave. What the hell, go there and reason. The point is, now I will be despised by this kid and a group of monsters. Son of destiny. Those bastards outside say he is a body of natural disaster. Are you blind? Heiyao Mozen stared at Chu Yan, looking up and down. Now, he finally realized that something was wrong. This kid is just an ascendant who has just broken through the realm, but he has the foundation of great success in the Dao realm, and he is also favored by Empress Xiantian. If it was an ordinary cultivator who killed Heiyao Mozen with a single sword, he would not believe it. Or, this kid has great luck, the son of destiny. Or, he is the one chosen by heaven and earth. Wait, these two seem to be similar. Forget it, never mind, Supreme Spiritual Jade is important. When Demon Lord Heiyao came to his senses and looked up at the Supreme Spiritual Jade, Chu Yan had already walked up to the Supreme Spiritual Jade, and put his hand on the Supreme Spiritual Jade. This time, he was well prepared, sticking to the Sea of Consciousness. Although the devouring power is very strong, it can still resist it. The next moment, Chu Yan's pupil shrank, and he let go of a gap in the Sea of Consciousness. His consciousness rushed out, was pulled by the force of devouring, and instantly entered the Supreme Spiritual Jade. #C3102 Killing Order. Demon Venerable Heiyao was very sure that the three great god kings at this time might have encountered the same experience as the last time he came here. He was still running around in the Supreme Cave, being bombarded and killed by those extremely terrifying trap spirit formations. But now, the heart of the kid in front of him has already been pressed on the Supreme Jade. In this Supreme Jade, there is definitely information about the Supreme Inheritance. Swish. At this time, Chu Yan's entire consciousness has been pulled by Supreme Jade and fell into an infinite darkness. Call out. A shining light lit up in the endless darkness, like a meteor streaking across the night. That is a sword light. The extremely powerful sword light can shatter the world. Moreover, the momentum above the sword light seems to fight against the world, break everything, and break open the sky. This kind of willpower instantly made Chu Yan think of sword madness. This is the sword intent of the Mad Sword Supreme. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, staring closely at the sword light passing through the air. His whole mind was instantly attracted by it, and fell into it. The same sword cultivator, with such a powerful sword intent, how could he not be moved? Moreover, the appearance of that sword light instantly affected Chu Yan's sword heart, and danced with it. What is this kid doing? Still motionless. Demon Lord Heiyao circled around Chu Yan's body, rubbing his hands like ants on a hot pan. Of course, it is guarded by 20 big monsters. Like 20 iron towers, the big monsters surrounding Chu Yan's Supreme Jade walked back and forth, staring at Heiyao Ant with a full face of wariness. Even if Demon Lord Heiyao wanted to go up and touch the Supreme Jade, it was impossible to squeeze in. 20 great demons stood there. It is no different from the continuous mountains on one side. On the one hand, Demon Venerable Heiyao's current strength cannot even defeat one of the big monsters. At the same time, he didn't dare. Just the power of Zuzunyu's pull just now scared him. Anyway, Chu Yan is the son of destiny, and he will definitely find clues to the Supreme Inheritance, so he just needs to follow. It was agreed at the beginning, how to divide it, Sanchi. Demon Venerable Heiyao would certainly not admit to what he said at the Sword Tomb before. Whoever snatches it will belong to him. Time passed little by little, and the scene was completely frozen. Demon Lord Heiyao, who was tired from walking, sat there with his buttocks, looking at Chu Yan eagerly. After a full 7 days, Chu Yan's body exploded with an incomparably terrifying sword energy, like an air storm. Bang 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 bang. 20 big monsters rang loudly in a row, and the 20 big monsters gathered around Chu Yan were directly blasted away by this sword energy. That astonishing momentum, like the wrath of the gods, rushed straight to Jiuxiao. Rumble. Call out. The next moment, those auras hit the sky, blasting endless tumbling air waves. The air wave didn't dissipate, but a large cloud was constantly shrinking, and finally condensed into a shining jade talisman, which fell towards Chu Yan below and landed on the palm of his hand. This jade talisman is pure black, like jade and crystal, with blood-colored divine patterns engraved on the jade body. Ha ha ha. He Yao Mozan jumped up from the ground and rushed to Chu Yan's side, staring at the jade talisman with a pair of green eyes. Crazy killing order. Son of Destiny, the absolute son of destiny, this crazy killing order is the signboard of the supreme mad sword. Only 13 pieces have been issued in his life, and each piece represents the loss of a supreme. I didn't expect you to even come up with this. What's wrong with this supreme inheritance? The face of the Black Demon Lord was full of ecstasy. Crazy killing order. That was the existence in the ancient times that made the entire God realm fearful, and was called the Lost Order by all the supreme beings. Wait a minute, what the hell is? A mad order to kill blood. In the next breath, the smile on He Yao Mozan's face froze in an instant. Looking at the jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand, all the hair on his body exploded. Because he could clearly see that in the jade talisman, streaks of blood were like fish and shrimp jumping out of the water, looming. Crazy killing order. This is not the 13 mad killing orders at all, but an even more terrifying mad killing blood order. Legend has it that when the Mad Sword Supreme broke through to the Supreme Realm, he crossed the heaven and earth thunder tribulation, and forcibly tore off half of his soul, blood essence, and blood from half his body, and the only mad blood killing order that was fused. The goal of this crazy killing order is God. Therefore, the Mad Sword Supreme finally died under the catastrophe, a violent catastrophe. 5,000 years up and 5,000 years down, even at the end of the ancient era, there will never be a more powerful heavenly tribulation than when the Mad Sword Supreme crossed the tribulation. Why are you here? Just when Demon Lord He Yao and Chu Yan were all in a daze, a surprised voice sounded from behind. The two were startled suddenly, and turned their heads to look at Chi. But I saw that the God King Dingdanfang and the God King Myriad Souls appeared behind them with tattered robes, cracks in the spirit weapons in their hands, dirty faces, and disheveled hair, looking at them in shock. Damn it, it's those two bastards. He Yao Mozan reacted immediately, jumped into a rage, and instantly hid behind Chu Yan and the 20 big demons. Senior, where is the God King in red? Chu Yan glanced over, but only saw the two God Kings, and asked immediately. The red dress, just lost her. Hearing Chu Yan's question, both the Dingdanfang God King and the Xuanhuan God King showed a look of sadness on their faces at the same time. What? Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and his face was full of shock. An unrivaled overlord, a powerhouse in the God King realm, was lost. Chu Yan, how did you do it? I mean, how did you get here? The God King Dingdanfang asked anxiously and in disbelief. I am. Chu Yan restrained his mind, and explained to the two great kings. After these words were finished, the two God Kings looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched in disbelief. In the eyes of the two of them, there are all kinds of wonderful colors. What you have in your hand is the blood-killing order. The next moment, the eyes of the two great God Kings all looked at the jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand, and their expressions changed drastically. Chu Yan, you are really unexpected. But, this jade talisman is extremely important to us, can you give it to the two of us? the God King Duanqing said, and walked towards Chu Yan with a smile on his face. We've worked together for so long before, and you know who we are, so the date won't hurt you. Duanqing Xuanhuan said a word with a heavy tone. Damn. Do you think we are fools? Can this thing be given to you? What good things are you thinking? Before Chu Yan could answer, Heiyao Mozan behind him spoke first. The order of crazy killing blood is related to the loss of the crazy killing sword master. It must be the key to inheritance. If you want to grab it, just say it. What cooperation is there? Chu Yan and I are really cooperating. You rubbish bastards are not human. If I guess right. The other beautiful king, you are the one who killed it in a sneak attack. When these words fell, Chu Yan's face changed suddenly, and he subconsciously withdrew his right hand, holding the jade talisman in his hand. No matter what the situation is. Anyway, Demon Venerable Heiyao made up his mind to disrupt the situation. Just can't let Chu Yan cooperate with them, otherwise, what should I do? Hearing these words, the God King Duanqing's face instantly became gloomy. #C3103 right. Seeing Chu Yan's actions and Heiyao Mozan's words, Duanqing Xuanhuan finally couldn't help but lose face. Duanqing, there's so much nonsense. The God King of Myriad Souls stepped forward with one step, his whole body surging with momentum. For the sake of him leading the way, we can change another chance. As long as you hand over that jade talisman, let him live. Boom, boom. As soon as the King of Souls landed, he raised his hand and punched violently. The violent fairy light exploded on his fist, and the terrifying power and momentum blasted out like thunder. Although during this period of getting along, there is somewhat of a relationship between him and Chu Yan. But in the face of the supreme inheritance, what is love? Friendship is a fart. Even if it is the red-clothed God King who has been with him for tens of thousands of years, it is still the same, he will kill if he wants to. Not to mention the kid in front of him, whom he has only known for a few months. On the opposite side, Chu Yan's complexion has changed. In a pair of eyes, the glint of the ice front and cold sword kept flashing. A long time ago, I no longer believed in the faith of human kindness, but after a few months of getting along with the three God Kings, this is the result. Don't you know enough about this world? Human heart, what kind of thing is it? Chu Yan raised his head slightly, looking up at the sky and the earth, and the tidal roar of beasts behind him was earth-shattering. The 20 great altar-guarding demons simultaneously released monstrous demonic aura, roaring into the void. They are the big monsters with the peak cultivation base of the heavenly venerable realm, the altar-suppressing monsters, and also Chu Yan's followers. Roar! Roar! Ho ho ho! In an instant, all kinds of thunder and lightning, ice thorns, and angry flames spewed out from the mouths of all kinds of blood basins, and there were even beast claws like sharp weapons of magic weapons, tearing the world apart. In pairs of bloody demon eyes. It was full of killing intent and destruction, even in the face of the two God King realm, there was no intention of retreating at all. Chu Yan, do you think these 20 little monsters can protect you? The face of the God King of Thousand Souls was full of disdain. 20 great monsters at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm may be able to block a God King, but there are two God Kings here. Chu Yan, stop struggling, alas. A complex expression flashed in the eyes of the God King Duanqing, and he looked at Chu Yan and said, "Don't worry. Even if your foundation is destroyed, it will be restored one day. I believe in that. The supreme inheritance may be that great opportunity." Chu Yan knows the opportunity to help Chu Yan restore the Dao Foundation, and the King of Duanqing knows it himself. However, this is the supreme inheritance. What? Daoji is gone. Demon Venerable Heiyao's face changed instantly, he hadn't noticed it before. Such a big problem, as a demon lord, I didn't notice even half of it. Could it be that my cultivation base has been greatly damaged, and even my eyes and spiritual consciousness have problems? Blood falling into the mammoth. The handprint of the Duanqing God King flipped, and in the void, a large stream of water was drawn, red as blood, congealed like beads, like a long river of stars, composed of blood beads. This is not a powerful killing move. For him, there are still some secrets in Chu Yan's body that they don't understand. For example, the one that triggered the vision of the Supreme Cave Mansion may even have more secrets. Therefore, he didn't think about killing Chu Yan, not because of love. Damn, you're so ruthless. Heiyao Demon Venerable watched the long river of blood beads fall, his expression changed suddenly, his figure flickered, and he hid behind the group of big monsters. Duanqing, Xuanhuan, your thinking is too beautiful. Chu Yan's voice was extremely cold, and the kind of Chu Yan who made heaven and earth his enemy reappeared. The next moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Chu Yan's hand, and a powerful and majestic breath gushed out from the token. That's the Xuanhuan Supreme Order. Boom, boom. The entire valley was shaking, and a large amount of Dao light gushed out from the surrounding void, rocks, and land. In the next breath, the void couldn't bear it, and they all exploded, revealing the starry sky, the sky's way. A tall and illusory figure came from nothingness, with a pair of empty eyes. It seemed as if he could see the whole world, and everything could not fall into his eyes. It's just a sweep, but with all the situation in front of me in my eyes, I raised my hand and took a picture. Supremal Body. The faces of the Duanqing Shenhuang and the Xuanhuan Shenhuang changed at the same time, the aura in their hands flickered, and the natal Dao artifact appeared, floating in front of them, fused with the bodyguard, ready to resist. Boom. Boom. The ground fell into space, and the whole world was exploding. The attacks of Duanqing and the God King of Thousand Souls were erased in an instant, and the two of them groaned at the same time. Their bodies flew upside down, hit the distant mountain wall, and rolled to the ground, in a state of embarrassment. Ha ha! Demon Lord Heiyao burst into laughter immediately, and came out from behind the big demon, smiling very proudly. Have you seen it? This is the power of the Supreme Being. This deity was before. However, Chu Yan is a kid who hides deep enough. Fortunately, I didn't do it myself. Just now, Demon Lord Heiyao had been staring at the jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand, ready to grab it and run away. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the three of them fighting, as long as they can grab the hand, open a void crack and run, there is definitely a chance. Duanqing, Xuanhuan, think about the previous friendship. I will give you a chance, let's go. Chu Yan's face and eyes were still cold. Humph. Bah. The God King Duanqing snorted coldly, spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, and circulated his immortal power to suppress the tumbling qi and blood in his body. Chu Yan, it's just a will, you want us to retreat. Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, Xuanhuan Lord, accepting you as a nominal disciple, how much benefit will it give you? 3 ways, or 5 ways? When these words landed, Chu Yan's expression froze. The King of Gods is the King of Gods, so it's really not easy to fool around. Do you want to try? Yes, let's go up together and see who dies in the end. Chu Yan looked directly at the Duanqing God King and the two, and said in a cold voice, without moving half a step. At this time, there should be no mistakes, changes in expression, fluctuating eyes, fluctuating breath, etc., will let the other party see the flaws. These are 2 God King powerhouses. What do you have? The remaining 2 supreme wills, and the 20 big monsters behind them. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, the 2 great God Kings frowned slightly. If it is 3 or 5 paths of supreme will, then you can resist if you resist, and you can always carry it through, at worst you will get hurt. However, if there were more, it would not be a problem of injury. Also, that evasive guy is a supreme power. Although most of them have been crippled, how can they not know the supreme method, so they have to guard against it? If we add those 20 big monsters on this basis, it is really possible that they will be lost here. At this moment, the entire valley was filled with dead silence. On one side are the two great god kings, and on the other side is Chu Yan with 20 big monsters, just facing each other like this. The atmosphere has become a little weird. How about, let me say a few words? Demon Venerable Xie Yao stood up and asked, tentatively. #C31041 Step Tianzuan. The appearance of Demon Lord Xie Yao just happened. Otherwise, it's really embarrassing. One side is the two great god kings with absolute strength, and the other side is Chu Yan, who doesn't have many whole cards. The appearance of Demon Lord Xie Yao just happened to relieve the atmosphere. I don't think there is a way for you to continue to waste like this, but if you start fighting, it will be a battle between two tigers. Even if you get the Jade Talisman and enter the Supreme Inheritance, who can guarantee that there will be no murderous intent in it, and it will be damaged in it all at once? Speaking of this, Demon Lord Xie Yao couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, with a look of bitterness and hatred on his face. I think back then, I just made a mistake. Alas. This is not good. A living example of you is here, so that others can not empathize. If a supreme being is ruined like this, then his two great god kings are afraid that there will be no scum left. This really needs to be carefully considered. What are you trying to say? The faces of the God King Duanqing and the God King Myriad Souls were dark at that time. I'm just suggesting that there's no need to fight before seeing the Supreme Inheritance. It's better to join hands together and let's talk about it first. If there is a Supreme Inheritance, then each depends on his own ability. Of course, if he is killed by murderous intentions, his fate is bad. Just like weeding out redundant people, we don't need to fight anymore. You say, don't you? Demon Venerable Xie Yao finished speaking, smiling all over his face, looking at the two great god kings. His heart was a little terrified. What do you mean if you are killed, you don't have to fight? What the hell are you looking at us? It means that we must be the ones who lose. Humph. Just do it. Whether you are happy or not, like it or not, it seems that this is the only way at present. It's impossible. Start playing now, and then really gamble on how many cards Chu Yan has. What if I lose the bet? It seems that the result is the same as the loss in the Supreme Inheritance. The most important point is that the two god kings have left a thought. It was also Xie Yao Mozhen who reminded them that if there were any kills or visions in the Supreme Inheritance, with Chu Yan here, maybe it can be induced, so it will be much safer. Duanqing, you. The God King of Thousand Souls wanted to stop him, but soon his eyes flickered. Obviously, the two God Kings are communicating with each other through sound transmission. Chu Yan, what do you say? Turning his head to look at Chu Yan, the God King Duanqing asked. At this moment, the Divine King Duanqing's eyes were back to normal, without the coldness and killing intent, as if nothing happened just now. In this case, Chu Yan frowned slightly, glanced at Xie Yao Mozhen, nodded, and said, let's do this first. He can guess the thoughts of Demon Lord Xie Yao and the thoughts of the two great God Kings. However, taking one step at a time, the current plan is the best choice for me. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the two great God Kings did not hesitate. They raised their feet to the piece of crystal jade, and raised their hands to press it. Even if Chu Yan has been enlightened and got the Jade Talisman, there is no trust between the three of them at all. In any link, you have to try it yourself before you can rest assured. Chu Yan, you're welcome. Who of us is with whom, isn't it? Xie Yao Mozhen swayed to Chu Yan's side, raised his head and chest, and patted Chu Yan's shoulder with a brotherly look. I didn't say thank you. It's you, keep an eye on them. Chu Yan was speechless, turned around and found a place, and started practicing directly. In front of the enemy, if you can recover more, you can recover as much as possible, and it is useless for others to think about it. At this time it was 3 days in a flash. In the past 3 days, the 2 god kings also got 2 jade talismans from the spar, and practiced and recovered like Chu Yan. The injuries he suffered before were not serious, but after all, he was going to enter the supreme inheritance. Who knows if there is any danger? Of course, it is safest to maintain the peak state. However, when Demon Lord Xie La Jiao glanced at the jade talisman in the hands of the 2 of them, his face turned red immediately. That is to laugh, hold back. Because, the jade talisman in their hands is obviously smaller than that of Chu Yan, and their aura is much weaker. Could it be that his 2 great god kings are not as good as a junior kid? Fortunately, no one else was there, otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Let's start. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao saw the unkind expressions on the faces of the 2 great god kings, so he quickly changed his words. After refining the jade talisman, let's all go in and have a look, the supreme inheritance. As he said that, without waiting for others to move first, he flipped his hand and took a jade talisman, and began to infuse immortal power. This jade talisman was obviously not obtained here, it should have been obtained a long time ago, when Demon Lord Xie La Jiao came. As he activated the jade talisman, a mysterious force emerged between the heavens and the earth, wrapping towards Demon Lord Xie La Jiao. Chu Yan, the 2 great god kings followed suit, and the mysterious power also wrapped the bodies of the 3 of them and disappeared on the spot. In the next breath, when the figures of the 4 landed on the ground, they were in another world. This is. Before he had time to see the surrounding environment clearly, the 9 realms star map in Chu Yan's consciousness sea world started to work. Moreover, the released star power gave Chu Yan an extremely happy feeling, even a little excited. 9 territories star map. Chu Yan was a little puzzled. Just as he wanted to enter his body to see the 9 realms star map, he suddenly heard an exclamation. I rely on. What? This is. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao and the 2 great god kings looked into the distance with astonishment on their faces. Chu Yan raised his head and followed the eyes of the 3, his face also changed. I saw that on a river not far away, there was a piece of fairy light floating on the river, like water vapor. The colorful fairy light was condensed and did not disperse. In that way, it was as if the rainbow in the sky was crushed and sprinkled on the river. This scene, that is the 2 great kings, and they are also amazed. Because, they can clearly see that among those colorful fairy lights, there are dragon shadows swimming in them, which feels like a vision of heaven and earth. This is not something human can do, it is definitely the formation of the vision of heaven and earth. What kind of river is this? Chu Yan took a deep breath and asked. This should be the legendary one, the heavenly Jade Dragon River. Demon Lord Xie La Jiao's eyes were shining with a red light, obviously knowing the origin and background of the river. The heavenly aura on this river can directly transform an ordinary person into the heavenly realm. When these words landed, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Chu Yan's face. The heavenly exalted realm, although it is not as good as the divine king realm. However, what is the concept of cultivating from ordinary people to the realm of heavenly exalted? Not to mention the endless years, just the narrow escape on the road of cultivation is extremely terrifying. But now, the heavenly aura in front of him only needs to be refined, and he can go directly to the heavenly realm. You don't need to be honored, you don't need to cross the catastrophe, this is too. It's simply entering the Tao and ascending directly, stepping into the world, it's too powerful. At this moment, not only Xie La Jiao Mozen, but also the eyes of the 2 great god kings instantly turned blood red. This is just coming in, and when encountering such a great opportunity, who cannot be tempted? #C3105 Pushenshu. The Supreme Cave. Up to now, even the two great god kings have their hearts beating faster and their eyes bloodshot, thinking about how to swallow this supreme cave. 9 Territories Star Map. Chu Yan looked at Xuantian Yulong River in the distance, frowning slightly. In the Sea of Consciousness, the 9 Territories star chart sent a strong signal, and it turned out to let him enter the river. Call. A gust of violent wind came from nowhere and swept across, blowing away all the colorful celestial lights on the river. Afterwards, one could clearly see a huge tree plant growing on the surface of the river. Every leaf is as crystal clear as a jade leaf, and a faint fairy light shrouds the big tree, giving people a solemn and sacred feeling. Could this be Putian tree? He Yao Mozen was so startled that his eyeballs were round, and he cried out. Putian tree. Known as the mother of all trees in the world, the top-notch treasure of immortal origin, it takes hundreds of years to find one tree in the entire God's domain. Yes, it is the Putian tree. The two god kings were taken aback when they heard Demon Venerable He Yao's words, and then they all looked ecstatic. Although Chu Yan had never heard of Pushinshu, but seeing the expressions of the two god kings and He Yao Mozen, of course he knew it was a good thing. Stimulating the pupil of the unicorn and looking up, Chu Yan's face changed again. Huh. This is. Under the shroud of the holy mist of spiritual light, Chu Yan saw the real body of the big tree clearly. The middle of the trunk of the big tree turned out to be empty. A golden spiritual coffin stands in the middle of the tree trunk, like a wrapped cradle, and the people in the coffin are as peaceful as sleeping. That's a woman. With stunning looks. The long hair like a waterfall hangs down, reaching the length of the feet. On her left and right shoulders, there are 2 talismans attached to each other, like some kind of special spirit, suppressing her. The handwriting on the talisman seemed to be breathing, one bright and one dark, which looked quite strange. Hum. When Chu Yan's gaze fell on the talisman, 2 strong tremors struck. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness was shaken, and he quickly retracted the unicorn's pupils and the detection of his consciousness. Impossible. She is the supreme mad saber. Chu Yan, who was full of doubts in his heart, suddenly discovered that his forbidden body started to move by itself when a thought arose. Moreover, the sense of crisis in my heart flashed. This is. A thunder flashed in Chu Yan's heart, and enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Ancient taboo. His taboo body comes from Taboo Ridge, and his biggest enemy is the ancient taboo. Only the ancient taboo can trigger the taboo body to be on alert. In other words, those 2 talismans are the ancient taboos. This crazy saber supreme didn't die by himself, but was pasted here with a taboo talisman in ancient times. That's the coffin of the supreme mad saber. He Yao Mozen raised his throat and roared loudly when he saw the golden coffin in the tree trunk. However, compared with Chu Yan's pupil technique, they can only see the golden coffin, and they can't see what's inside. Great! Really. The god King Duanqing was extremely excited, and said repeatedly with a blushing face. Chu Yan, die. The King of Thousand Souls turned his head, raised his hand, and there was a golden light, and when he held his big hand, it turned into a golden thunder, pointing directly at Chu Yan. No matter how much supreme will you have, you must die this time. The golden thunder exploded like an arrow, and under the urging of the seal, the thunder roared. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, there was a strong wind, the leaves in the distance were rustling like tides, and the whole tree was trembling. And from the golden coffin in the tree trunk, there was a faint and inaudible sound, which suddenly changed the expressions of several people. Because that voice sounds like someone is waking up. The entire Yulong River began to boil, and countless water dragon fists appeared, picking up waves more than 10 feet high and blooming in unison. Lei Wei Wan Zhong, kill evil and demons. Regardless of the thunder in the hands of the King of Souls, he swung it towards Chu Yan. Swish. On the Putian tree in the distance, hundreds of green lights flickered, like green arrows, shooting straight. This patch of green arrows, like a net of heaven and earth, enveloped Chu Yan and the King of Thousand Souls together. Ho ho ho! The 20 big monsters following Chu Yan felt threatened, roared together, and blasted out the sky full of monster skills. The monster's breath like a tide is rolling and turbulent. However, against the arrows transformed by Yuya, the demonic skills of the 20 great demons are useless at all. In just a few breaths, the wounds on the body of the 20 big monsters continued to burst, and the blood of the monsters overflowed. What? Chu Yan's expression changed. It never occurred to him that the God King of Thousand Souls was in the same group as that Puxianshu. Moreover, the strength of this Puxianshu is far beyond imagination. This wave of leaf arrows alone has injured 20 big monsters. If you do it with all your strength, maybe even Lord Xuanhuan can't resist it, right? What to do? In Chu Yan's mind, thoughts flew one after another. Now they can no longer compete with the two great god kings, they can only consider saving their lives first. Ha ha! The King of Thousand Souls looked at Chu Yan and laughed wildly. As a majestic god king, he still can't deal with a small earthly deity. When he was in the valley, he wanted to do it directly, but the god king Duanqing told him that Chu Yan might be needed after entering, so he gave up. Everything is settled now. If you don't make a move now, let alone when. It's just an earthly deity, even if there are a few supreme wills in his body, he can still turn the sky upside down. Chu Yan, finish it yourself. When I make a move, you will know what pain is. Because you are the first peerless genius I killed, I will give you a chance. The Duanqing God King stood in the distance, frowned, and said. Fuck the fuck up. Demon Lord Xie La Jiao, not far away, roared, without waiting for him to speak. This roar, like ping delay, made Chu Yan and the two god kings stunned at the same time. What's the situation? Why is this trash so arrogant? From the beginning to the end, Xie La Jiao Demon Venerable was a very low-key kind, because his strength was crippled, and the two great god kings didn't care much about him. But now, dare to shout. What's happening here? If it was an ordinary person yelling, maybe the two great god kings wouldn't care at all. However, this demon lord Xie La Jiao, who was with Chu Yan, used to be the supreme. Could it be that he still has some whole cards? Humph. You control Puxianshu, you think you control everything. Stupid, this time, you have caused a catastrophe. As the words landed, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao suddenly turned his head and looked at Puxianshu. With this glance, the body of Xie La Jiao Mozen disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already under the tree. I saw him, reprinting with both hands, one after another magic breath gushed out, and 3 black magic knives appeared in front of him. Break! With a loud roar, the magic breath in his body exploded, and the 3 magic knives turned into 3 black thunderbolts, splitting through layers of branches, and smashed heavily on the golden coffin. With this knife, the entire Putian tree shook violently. #C3106, the cave is here. In an instant, all the leaves that attacked the 20 big monsters flew back like an ebbing tide, and blocked in front of the golden coffin. Countless celestial powers twisted and evolved into a huge celestial knife, based on jade leaves. An extremely violent and domineering force gushed out from the golden coffin, as if destroying the world. Swish! The fairy sword formed by Yuya slashed towards the 2 great god kings. With this slash, the 2 god kings woke up instantly, and retreated violently with the Taoist weapon in their hands. But the speed was still a bit slower, and he was cut in the chest by the knife gang, and immediately his body flew upside down, and he opened his mouth to spurt 3 feet of blood. What? The 2 god kings were stunned on the spot. Before, the 2 of them teamed up to sneak attack on the god king in red, and the treasure they snatched was the core treasure that controlled the Putian tree. But now, why are you disobedient? Say you're stupid, now you know. Demon Venerable He Yao smiled triumphantly, stepped out from behind the tree, and looked at the two god kings, who were vomiting blood. Then what kind of bullshit core treasure is it? It's just a bureau, deliberately attracting people to touch the prohibition of the Putian tree. As long as you attack the golden coffin with a knife, the Putian tree will naturally fully wake up. Now, you have become the archenemy of Mad Saber Supreme. Demon Venerable He Yao said this sentence very proudly, looking at the two god kings like a mouse looking at a cat. Keep laughing. I was not very proud just now. Why don't you keep laughing now? How dare you? The faces of the two great god kings instantly turned black and purple, staring at Demon Venerable He Yao. They never expected that there would be such a variable in the originally good situation. Hee hee. He Yao, it seems that you are very bad. Chu Yan chuckled. Ha ha ha, of course, bah. Who do you say is bad? This Demon Venerable was in the god realm back then. He Yao Mozen was furious and yelled at Chu Yan. Click. At this moment, the golden coffin made a creepy sound, as if a wooden plank was being opened. It was extremely weak, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Chu Yan, the two great god kings all changed their faces, and they all turned their heads to look. I saw that the golden coffin in the trunk of the Putian tree was opened a crack, revealing the peerless beauty inside. His eyebrows, which were as light as willow leaves, trembled slightly, and those eyes suddenly opened. A ray of light sprinkled across the audience. There was no coercion, but Chu Yan, the two great gods present, including He Yao Mozen, all trembled in their hearts. This Mad Saber Supreme, is alive. Time, so fast. Has it been 1,000 years? Qingyue's voice sounded. Mad Saber Supreme slowly turned his stiff jade neck, looked at He Yao Demon Venerable in front of the tree, nodded and said, "Thank you." Such a small movement, such an ordinary greeting, at this moment, makes one's scalp tingle with shock. 1,000 years. Thank you, Demon Venerable He Yao. However, Demon Venerable He Yao's face turned pale in an instant, and his whole body was shaking. He looked at the jade-like face in front of him, but he was frightened stupid as if he saw a hellish ghost. It's over. Big trouble now. This crazy Saber Supreme has really woken up. Could it be that the secret that I discovered in the previous time was also a bureau? However, there is something wrong with you. The voice of Mad Saber Supreme became more and more human, as if a devil was trying to speak human language, from inarticulate words to melodious silver bells. I messed up everything here, can you afford it? As soon as the words fell, the entire Putian tree, all the jade leaves and branches, all trembled violently, and suddenly spread in all directions like a big open umbrella. In just the blink of an eye, the world, including everyone, is covered under it. Quick, run! He Yao Demon Venerable roared, turned around and dodged. Chu Yan reacted very quickly. With a wave of his hand, he took all the 20 injured monsters back to the altar, and rushed into the big river in front of him with a single note of Yulong Tianxia. Demon Venerable He Yao's whole body was like flames, burning with a bang. All the recovered and accumulated power poured out and exploded. Like a black meteor, it smashed into the river with a bang. Mad Saber Supreme looked at this scene, but his brows were slightly frowned, a little thoughtful. The young man just now was a bit, is it a coincidence? Let's go. The god King Duanqing also let out a roar, and was about to flee. Up to now, life and death are just a matter of thought, and any supreme inheritance treasures are not within the scope of consideration. To be able to escape alive would be a blessing. Moreover, even if they can't escape, they have to rush into the river, and then Chu Yan and the others die together. Do you want to go? Stay. The voice was still so light, as if they were chatting about family affairs and pleasing guests. At this time, the golden coffin was fully opened, and a jade foot with icy muscles like snow protruded from the golden coffin, stepping into the void. It's over. It's over. The faces of the two god kings were all black, and their whole bodies were icy cold. On the other side, the bottom of the big river. Chu Yan rushed into the river, only to find that the water in the colorful river was as hot as hell magma. Even if it was the Gangyuan bodyguard, the strong heat still penetrated through, making him feel as if he was going to be burned. There is no way, there is a 9 realms supreme above. Chu Yan can only grit his teeth and swim to the bottom of the river. However, the harder Chu Yan swam, the more he discovered that the river was bottomless. It's over. It's over. I, the devil, Yushu Linfeng, tall and mighty, I haven't married a wife yet, am I going to die in a ghostly place? As Demon Lord He Yao spoke, his heart was full of sadness, and he was almost on the verge of crying. Chu Yan turned his head to look at him, his face twitched, and he really wanted to kick him directly. He is the Supreme, and you are also the Supreme. You look at him, and then at you, it's okay if you don't have the strength, and you are still so worthless. Chu Yan, who tried his best to swim with all his strength, wanted to stay away from this supreme being, but found that a large piece of light rose from the bottom of the river below. It was a circular area, exuding a strong golden light, a large piece of chalcedony-like white water, swimming in the golden circle. It's like a lake at the bottom of a river. In the middle of the white water flow, one can vaguely see a hazy shadow, like a building. This is Dongfu. Demon Venerable He Yao let out a scream, his eyes were full of astonishment. Qingyu Lake. How could it be here? And, it's surrounded by a cave. His voice was trembling. This Qingyu Lake, like the Putian tree above, is a rare treasure in the God realm, and even Qingyu Lake is even rarer and more precious. It is said that some people in God's domain have been looking for him specifically for thousands of years, but there is no news at all. If people outside know about this, it will not be a shock. The point is, the most unexpected thing is who is so bold and dares to build such a big cave under the eyes of the Mad Saber Supreme. Ha ha ha, the sky will never stop me. The sky will never stop me. No matter what it was, Demon Venerable He Yao reacted, and was overjoyed immediately, laughing again and again, turning into a water arrow and rushing towards Qingyu Lake. #C3107 Eldar. At this time, a cave unexpectedly appeared. He Yao Mozen felt that as long as he entered this cave, all dangers could be resolved. Boom! The surrounding river suddenly rolled up. He Yao Mozen's whole body was shocked by this sudden force. Just now, I used all my strength to escape, but now, I can't even resist the rapids of the river. Here is the place where the 9 realms star map was triggered. Chu Yan looked at Qingyu Lake below, all kinds of thoughts flashed in the sea of consciousness, and then his heart flashed, and he began to urge the 9 realms star map to rush towards Qingyu Lake. Seeing Demon Lord He Yao being wrapped in turbulent currents, Chu Yan did not rush in, but accumulated strength and slowed down. When he came into contact with that piece of golden light, he was not blocked by anything, and he should have gotten in directly. The original feeling of blazing flames completely disappeared at this moment. You went in. Demon Venerable He Yao looked surprised, but immediately thought of his teen talent, looked at Chu Yan and said, "Brother, give me a hand." The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he turned his head to look at He Yao Mozen. Too lazy for this supreme being who misrecognized his elder brother, he turned his head and walked towards the cave. Come back. Big brother, my dear uncle, no, the boss can do it. He Yao Demon Venerable was completely dumbfounded, and kept roaring. At this time, the turbulence in the surrounding river water became more and more fierce, and the temperature continued to rise. In an instant, Demon Lord He Yao, who was roaring, and Chu Yan, who was about to step into the cave, stopped at the same time and looked up at the river. Both of them could clearly feel that the mad saber supreme above the river was watching them through the river. The feeling of being stared at, like a thorn in the flesh, made the hearts of both of them twitch at the same time. Across such a big river. And Chu Yan was even targeted by the crazy saber supreme even across the golden light. This power is too powerful. Chu Yan, master, help me. Demon Lord He Yao was really dying, and he couldn't hold on at all, no matter it was the temperature of the river water or the supreme mad saber above. Chu Yan turned his head, waved his hand, and a beam of starlight flowed out, pulling Demon Lord He Yao in. Call. Almost limp and fell to the ground, He Yao Mozen's face slowly turned from green to red, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Although Chu Yan felt extremely unreliable towards this Demon Lord He Yao, after all, he never harmed himself from the beginning to the end. Moreover, he seems to be very familiar with this cave, and it seems to be useful to keep it. Chu Yan, hurry up. After resting for a few breaths, Demon Lord He Yao struggled to get up from the ground and walked away. This Jingyu Lake, it is impossible to stop Mad Saber Supreme, let's go in quickly. Chu Yan nodded and walked towards him. In less than 100 breaths, they walked along the jade road at their feet, and soon came to an antique courtyard. The courtyard looked very ordinary in appearance, like an ordinary farmyard. This is Dongfu, Chu Yan said in surprise. Demon Lord He Yao was stunned for a moment, but without hesitation, he pushed open the courtyard door and entered. As soon as he entered the door, he jumped up directly. Damn! Look, this is Tiankui 100 flowers. Breathing spirit fruit, Jiuxiao, Dong and green branch. One name after another was reported, and Chu Yan, who had just entered the courtyard, also changed greatly. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures are all the top immortal medicines in God's domain, yet they all grow in the same courtyard without any conflict. Is this a Chinese cabbage? Such a worthless crowd appeared. So many fairy medicines. Chu Yan's expression changed, and he quickly took out a jade talisman and threw it to He Yao Mozen. Find out these kinds of immortal medicines, I can use them. He Yao Mozen took the jade talisman, just swept it away, and immediately stood there in a daze. Chu Yan looked at the sluggish demon Lord He Yao with disgust on his face. This majestic supreme is definitely the most unreliable supreme he has ever seen, and this is shocking. On this point, Chu Yan really blamed He Yao Mozen a little bit. You know, those immortal medicines that Mozen He Yao read just now are extremely precious ancient immortals. This level of immortal medicine, even the Supreme One, may only have seen 1 or 2 plants. But now, how could Demon Lord He Yao not be shocked by the ancient fairy medicines that filled the courtyard? Chu Yan ignored him, walked directly across the courtyard, and walked into the room. As soon as he entered the room, a powerful spiritual breath rushed towards him, which instantly lifted Chu Yan's spirit. This spiritual breath has extremely strong spiritual power, and most importantly, it also carries a faint fragrance. Even if it was on him, the little injury he suffered just now healed in an instant. This time, Chu Yan was a little surprised, and quickly looked around. The room is not big, and the layout is extremely simple, a bed, a table, an incense burner, and nothing else. This is... Chu Yan suddenly saw something, and his whole body trembled. In the sea of consciousness, the 9-region star map suddenly rotated, emitting an incomparably powerful starlight, and was extremely excited. I saw, in that sensor, under a little smoke, a faint lotus fire was burning. This Cyan spirit fire has no fire power, let alone overflowing breath. If it weren't for Chu Yan's strong spiritual sense, he would almost treat it as an ordinary candle. In addition, this flame had a strong sense of familiarity with Chu Yan, which was also one of the reasons for his shock. That's it, has been attracting the 9 realms star map. Chu Yan felt the state of the 9 realms star map, and when he looked at the flame, he frowned slightly. In the next breath, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved, a divine sense flew towards the candle. Swish. When his consciousness entered the fire, the whole room shook suddenly, and an eternal and old voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. This fire is called Nishan Yen, and it was born when the deity refined the main god Pil, and the heavens and all spirits were conceived. Cultivate this flame, you can break through the mortal world and establish the way, penetrate the heavens and penetrate the universe, and burn all the heavens in the god realm. This deity has reached its limit, and I will leave it to those who are predestined to melt this flame and prove the Tao to become heaven. Remember, this flame was born against the gods. Although it was conceived by 10,000 ways, it is not tolerated by the heavens and hated by the gods. It must not be discovered by the spirit clan before reaching the supreme cultivation level of the 9 realms, otherwise the consequences. In the end, the voice became weak and completely inaudible. However, those Chu Yan heard it clearly before, and wrote it down carefully. Chu Yan's face was full of shock at this moment. There is no need to doubt the authenticity of this voice, the key is, how could this flame be destined to me? In other words, anyone who comes in at random can get these. But, if this is the case, why doesn't the Mad Saber Supreme take it? Could it be that he is really lucky, or what is called a natural disaster body? It seems that from the beginning to the end, as long as you do things against the way of heaven, you have great opportunities and connections with yourself. This is a coincidence. Spirit race, what is it? Whether it is in the lower realm or in this realm of the gods, Chu Yan has only heard of the gods and demons, but has never heard of the spirits. #C3108, call me Lin Meng. You don't need to think too much, Chu Yan can judge. The so-called predestined people, in the final analysis, do not want the 9 realms star chart. If there is no 9 realms star chart to guide the way and stimulate the lotus fire, it is impossible for fusion to appear. In other words, all of this is related to one's own reincarnation. Mars. The last time I heard Senior Shantian say that my reincarnation is the first or second person of the gods, I didn't expect it to have such a big impact on me. There was doubt in Chu Yan's eyes, but he was not curious. It seems that everything has a definite number. What I have to do is to follow my orders and open up all the fog. Master Kuang, it has nothing to do with me, really. Nothing at all, I don't know anything. Demon Venerable He Yao's voice came from outside the room. Chu Yan's expression changed, and just as he was about to go out, he saw He Yao Demon Venerable retreating into the room with a face full of horror. In front of him is the Supreme Mad Saber. What's more, she was accompanied by the God King Duanqing and the God King Myriad Souls. The 2 God Kings also had ferocious expressions on their faces, with unwillingness and regret in their eyes. Huh? How did you get in? Chu Yan shrank his eyes, turned his hand and took the token of Lord Xuanhuan. His eyes were fixed on the Supreme Crazy Saber, ready to launch at any time. Here, if I want to go in. Crazy Saber Supreme looked at Chu Yan with a pair of beautiful eyes, full of interest, and when her eyes swept over the incense burner, a flash of surprise flashed across her. It turns out that you are that old guy, the destined person you've been waiting for. The corners of frenzied Saber Supreme's lips turned up, and he immediately laughed. Old man. Demon Lord He Yao and the 2 God Kings. At the same time startled. You know this. Chu Yan's complexion changed, he looked at the Mad Saber Supreme, and after a moment of pondering, he cupped his hands and saluted. Senior, please tell me about the original owner of Lianhua. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Mad Saber Supreme shook his head and said with a dissatisfied expression. Are you so born? Between you and me, you can still be called a senior. Call me Lin Meng. Mad Saber Supreme, surnamed Qin, named Lin Meng. When these words landed, Demon Venerable Xie Yao and the two great god kings were dumbfounded. What does this mean? Between you and me. Listening to these words, it seems that the two have known each other for a long time and their relationship is quite good. Could it be that this Chu Yan has been here long ago, and he and Mad Saber Supreme set up this game together? I have all become prey in the game. Chu Yan was full of astonishment, but he was even more surprised than Demon Venerable Xie Yao and the two great kings. Do you know it? Don't know me at all. Who is Lin Meng? Okay, Lin Meng. Whether he recognizes him or not, the key is to stabilize the other party and ask about Lianhua. The supreme being of the 9 realms, his strength is so great that he has almost reached the top of the golden realm of the god realm. Compared with other warriors in the realm of cultivation, who are always thinking about improving their cultivation and hitting the supreme realm, the characters of these 9 realm supremes are mostly eccentric. Anyway, following the opponent, there should be no danger for the time being. Want to know? Give me your sword. Mad Saber Supreme stretched out his jade hand and smiled at Chu Yan. My sword. Just borrow it, I won't kill you. Seeing Chu Yan's dazed look, Mad Saber Supreme smiled even more happily. You want to borrow that one? Of course Chu Yan didn't think that the opponent couldn't see how many swords he had. Of course it's Xuanhuan's sword. Mad Saber Supreme said with a smile. Here. Soft and boneless, Bai Ruyu raised her hand, tapped the left and right shoulders lightly, turned her head to look at Chu Yan, and said with a pitiful face. A few talismans have been entered by the ancient taboo, which is a bit troublesome. I need your Xuanhuan sword to break the spell. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan immediately understood. In Pushenshi's place before, there were 2 talismans on the body of Mad Saber Supreme who hadn't come out yet. It has been ripped off by her now, but the 2 spots of golden light are still on her body, which is obviously not something that can be removed by ordinary means. After all, the forbidden technique that can seal a 9-domain supreme will not be broken so easily. However, my Xuanhuan sword has such power. It can also break such a powerful forbidden technique. Why, don't you want to? The smile on frenzied Saber Supreme's face disappeared instantly. How is it possible? Of course I am willing to die, absolutely no problem. Borrow it casually, use it, Chu Yan, and I have no opinion at all. Xie Yao Mozan heard this sentence, and then saw the face of Mad Saber Supreme, and quickly said. Originally, he thought that like the 2 god kings, he would be directly given to the Harvest War Servant by the Mad Saber Supreme, and stay in this cave forever. But I didn't expect that Chu Yan would have such a good relationship with this. How can this be missed? Isn't it just a sword? At this time, Duan Sheng and Wan Hun, who were standing on both sides behind the Mad Saber Supreme, looked at Chu Yan with envy, jealousy, hate on their faces. They never imagined that their 2 divine kings were even worse than ants in the eyes of the Supreme Mad Saber. On the contrary, it was this respectable kid who had his Dao foundation destroyed, who was so valued by her. Still worried? Then I will make an oath of God's power. Mad Saber Supreme glanced at Xie Yao Demon Venerable, the smile appeared on his face again, and he was about to raise his jade hand. No need. Chu Yan shook his head. I trust you. With a flip of his hand, the golden dragon soared into the sky, the Xuanhuan sword appeared through the sky, and thousands of golden lights spilled out. It's not that Chu Yan really believed in this Mad Saber Supreme, but because Xuanhuan's sword is different from ordinary spirit swords. It is self-selection. In other words, even if anyone snatches it, it is impossible to force it to recognize the owner. Good sword. Looking up at Xuanhuan floating in the sky, 2 rays of light burst out from the eyes of the Supreme Mad Saber. Xuanyuanjian was startled slightly, and a sword light struck out, directly cutting those 2 pupils into fine powder. At this moment, several people present, including Chu Yan, were all startled. Sure enough, a good sword. In front of it, the supreme being of the 9 domains seemed to look down on him a bit. This sword is awesome. Raising his hand, waving and pulling, the supreme divine consciousness enveloped Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan didn't move. Instead, he turned the tip of the sword and looked at Chu Yan. Only when Chu Yan nodded, the Xuanhuan sword turned into a golden light and fell into the hands of the Mad Saber Supreme. It's such a good sword. Where did you get it? People also want one. Mad Saber Supreme looked at Xuanhuan's sword in his hand, and talked to Chu Yan, but he didn't turn his head, staring straight at Xuanhuan. Let me tell you. That old guy is one of the top 10 gods. Specifically, the old guy won't let me tell you which one. But, there is something good to tell you. Hee hee. As if thinking of something happy, Mad Saber Supreme showed a naughty look on his peerless face, and said to Chu Yan in a low voice. If you take this lotus fire and refine all the elixir outside, your Dao foundation will be restored. Daoji, can it be recovered? Chu Yan froze there, as if struck by lightning. #C3109 Anti-God Flame. Even before, Chu Yan was not so surprised when he heard that the 10 gods left Lianhua behind. But now, when he heard that his Dao foundation could be restored, Chu Yan stood there in a daze. The entire sea of consciousness is trembling. If you can't restore the Dao foundation, you won't even be able to break through the Divine King realm, let alone the 9 realms supreme realm in the future. The original darkness on the road ahead suddenly reappeared in light. Chu Yan originally planned to revive Yu Linglong first, and then devote himself to finding a way to restore Daoji. But now, with such a God-given opportunity, it fell on him all of a sudden. Even what Mad Saber Supreme said just now is only possible. No way. Heiyao Demon Venerable's mouth was open and couldn't close at all, staring at Chu Yan with big bullseye eyes. You boy, you can't be the body of Fulu. Who the hell said you are the body of natural disasters? Such natural disasters, give me a dozen, I want them all. Demon Lord Heiyao twitched all over his face turned purple with envy. He thought that his avenue and cultivation had been destroyed. For thousands of years, he had searched everywhere for a way to restore it. But not even a single part of it recovered. Fortunately for this kid, Daoji had only been destroyed for a few days, and when he turned his head, it seemed that he was about to recover soon. You say this is irritating or not? Although it is impossible to know who is the senior among the 10 gods, this kindness must be engraved in my heart. Chu Yan turned to face the censor and bowed respectfully. Next, he strode away without hesitation, and when he arrived in front of the incense burner, he sat cross-legged, his consciousness surging. Now that he has learned the method of restoring Dao Foundation, Chu Yan doesn't want to wait for a while. As for other things, I have no time to take care of them for the time being. Behind him, Demon Venerable Heiyao looked at this scene. But his face was gloomy. Co-authoring, this kid has reaped great benefits, but as for myself, it's wasted work. Those fairy medicines, leave some for me. When he said this, Chu Yan had already entered the state of cultivation and could not hear him at all. Speaking of which, even if he heard it, Chu Yan would not pay attention to him at all. Wait, that Qingyu lake outside. Thinking of something suddenly, Heiyao Mozan rushed out like an arrow while his eyes brightened. Haha, this is the Supreme Cave, and there are so many houses, I don't believe I can't find the treasure. A black smoke rolled towards the entire courtyard like a wolf. Time passed by in a flash, and 3 days passed. During this period, the Mad Saber Supreme who took away the Xuanhuan sword never appeared again. It was as if he never existed at all, not even a bit of information or breath came from him. Demon Lord Heiyao was completely released, and ran around in the entire Supreme Cave like a wild boar out of the enclosure. After he found a few fairy treasures, he began to get busy around Qingyu Lake. It took 3 days before and after to set up a super-large formation, with the eyes of the formation pointing directly at Qingyu Lake. When the formation started to operate, the powerful spiritual power in Qingyu Lake rushed towards him like a tide. Demon Venerable He Yao's eyes twinkled like stars, frantically absorbing these spiritual powers. On the other side, Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged in front of the lotus fire. His hands were constantly forming seals, and he slapped the lotus fire in the incense burner. The flame swayed and tilted slightly towards the direction where Chu Yan was. A little bit of firepower continuously overflowed from the lotus fire and fell into the fingerprints of Chu Yan's hands. At this moment around Chu Yan's body, a faint illusory dragon shadow emerged, circling around his body, constantly circling and winding, opening the dragon's mouth from time to time, spewing out large swaths of colorful clouds. These colorful clouds spread out like cooking smoke, and flowed towards the immortal medicine outside the room. Gradually cover it all. This lotus fire seems to exist specifically to devour the essence of heaven, material, and earth treasures. The devoured spirit source poured into the flames, and then flocked to Chu Yan. After these spiritual sources passed through the lotus fire, they seemed to turn into crystal sands, and penetrated into Chu Yan's body, constantly repairing the broken Taoist tower in the dark. A feeling of transformation arose in Chu Yan's heart, causing the aura of his cultivation to increase exponentially. The sky cages the earth conceives the sky, the heaven and the earth are impermanent, everything is renewed. In Chu Yan's eyes, faint brilliance flickered continuously, the pupils had completely disappeared, and an aura gushed out from his body, completely merging with the surrounding void. Every time a word is uttered, the surrounding space will tremble slightly. It's as if this voice is like a mantra of heaven and earth. If you say it, the world will be shocked. The fire is like a mighty fire, and the swaying speed is getting faster and faster. It seems that there is a force in it, slowly waking up. The entire Qingyu Lake seemed to be affected, and the golden lake began to boil. Pick! After half an hour, Chu Yan yelled loudly, and the void around him seemed to be condensed to the extreme, and it exploded, rumbling away in all directions. In the next breath, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly looked at the flame in the incense burner, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. The flame seemed to have a spirituality, and it dodged instantly, but it was obviously not as fast as Chu Yan, but just as it moved, it was held in Chu Yan's hand. The flame started without any pause, like a dry and hot air flow, entering from the palm of the hand, rushing through the meridians, and exiting towards Chu Yan's sea of qi. Chu Yan didn't dare to be negligent, and kept making seals with his hands, turning out various spiritual seals, urging the heat to roll. Finally, the heat wave entered the sea, and instantly merged with the 5-color pill fire that had been staying in the sea of qi. Boom! The two flames were like dragons and tigers fighting each other. The moment they collided, a fiery torrent exploded, making Chu Yan's body scorching hot all of a sudden. However, pill fire didn't seem to have any rejection of the flame, or in other words, it had been prepared for a long time, and it just resisted for a while, and then directly merged into it. A brand new flame appeared in Chu Yan's sea of qi. This is a flame that blooms like a lotus flower. The 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple are constantly changing without stopping for a moment. Every time there is a change, there will be a wave of heat gushing out, and after rolling around in the entire sea of qi, it will flow into the meridians and then flow to the whole body. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan could feel his sea of qi bursting out. The earth respects the 4th heaven. The 5th layer of heaven in the respect of earth. In just a moment of effort, the cultivation base broke through 2 bottlenecks from the original 3rd level of the earth respectful state, and directly reached the 5th level of the earth respectful state. Moreover, Chu Yan's cultivation breath carried an extremely strong fire power. This fire power is extremely powerful, and it seems that it can set the world on fire at any time. Anti-God flame. Chu Yan sensed the changes in the breath of his whole body, and his face was full of joy. Worthy of being the strange fire of the top 10 gods, it is really extraordinary. Stepping out with big strides, and walking out of the room, the aura around Chu Yan's body suddenly changed, turning into real fire, burning to everything in the courtyard. Every step I took, there was a torrent of flames rolling, burning the elixir in the courtyard to ashes. The refined immortal power melted into Chu Yan's body like 10,000 rivers, returning to the sea. Such a powerful immortal power. No wonder Demon Venerable He Yao was so shocked. Chu Yan glanced at it. Not only his Tao foundation was recovering, but also his physical strength and true energy were all improving. Even, his unicorn pupils were instantly increased by a level, more than twice as powerful as before. Ancient immortal level elixir. With the unicorn pupils after the advancement, Chu Yan also recognized the extraordinariness of these elixir. Okay. Very good. Let's refine them all. As soon as a word fell to the ground, an endless sea of flames roared in the courtyard. #C3110 Pull wire. The sea of fire is like a tide, rushing in all directions. Hundreds of top-level immortal medicines were swallowed by the sea of fire, continuously refined, transformed into the purest spiritual source, and poured into Chu Yan's body. The fifth layer of heaven in the respect of earth. The earth respects the sixth heaven. With the spiritual source entering the body, Chu Yan's Tao foundation recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the continuous recovery of the Tao foundation, the strength of the cultivation base is also constantly improving, and in the blink of an eye, he has reached the sixth heaven of the earth presence realm. The elixir in the courtyard was almost completely burned, only the 9 ancient elixir were still resisting the engulfment of the flames. As expected of an ancient immortal panacea, Chu Yan turned his gaze, looked at the 9 ancient immortal medicines, and waved his hand to collect all the sea of fire, divided into 9 fire dragons, and flocked to the 9 ancient immortal medicines. This refinement took nearly 6 hours. Under the continuous burning of Nishenyan, the ancient fairy medicine finally couldn't resist, and turned into a majestic spiritual source, allowing Chu Yan's cultivation to break through again. The feeling of Tao Foundation recovery has been filling Chu Yan's consciousness, and it feels extremely mysterious. The most important thing is that after these 9 ancient immortal medicines were completely refined by him, Chu Yan also felt that there seemed to be a wonderful connection between himself and this world. 9 stalks of ancient fairy elixir, the majestic source of spirituality produced by refinement, is like 9 great lakes, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Chu Yan is constantly refining, devouring, and merging. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. All the immortal medicines, as well as the ancient fairy medicines, were all refined, and Chu Yan's cultivation base finally broke through to the level of the 9th heaven of the earth respect state. The whole body exudes a light red light, hazy like a cloud, and lingering with fairy spirit. This is a standard sign that the peak powerhouse of the earthly venerable realm has stopped in front of the gate of the heavenly venerable realm. Chu Yan seems to have opened up a brand new road, moving forward step by step. The Tao Foundation is recovering, but it is completely different from the previous Tao Foundation. Just now, in the eyes, the flames that had been completely subdued suddenly erupted, like 2 eyes of fire, falling on the spiritual source in front of them. 9 stalks of ancient immortal elixir, originally the source of spirits the size of a small lake, are now the last ones left. According to the previous refining speed, it would take at least several hours for this spiritual source with a diameter of several meters to be completely refined. But now, with the improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation base and Tao Foundation, especially after the mysterious connection between breath and heaven and earth becomes more and more dense, the speed of refining is getting faster and faster. One after another mighty source of pure spirits, as well as immortal power, flowing with extremely mysterious and strange power, poured into Chu Yan's body, making Chu Yan's consciousness roll in the sea of consciousness, and between the mysterious and myriad ways of heaven and earth, becoming more and more enlightened. For Chu Yan, everything in front of him and around him turned into nothingness, and instead, he was in a piece of sky, stepping on the top of the sea of clouds, and a jade road stretched from his feet to the edge of the sky. As if completely fascinated, Chu Yan continued to move forward in front of the jade road. His eyes looked at the end of the jade road on the edge of the sky, and his eyes were like clouds. Along the way, the various scenes I have experienced are constantly appearing in the sea of clouds on both sides of the jade road. All kinds of life and death battles, all kinds of secret relics, and all kinds of vivid faces are constantly emerging like a scroll. Boom, boom. Suddenly, behind Chu Yan, a golden light shot up into the sky, turning into a body like a mountain, standing between the sky and the earth, looking up at the sky. Boom. 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 Crazy Saber Supreme's cave seemed to be struck by thunder after thunder, and the sound of thunder reverberated under the trembling. Immediately afterwards, the Qingyu Lake in the distance and the Putian tree above seemed to sense something. The lake was swaying and the big tree was shaking. What happened? What happened? Demon Lord Heiyao, who was stealing Qingyu Lake, huddled in a dark corner, the joy on his face froze in an instant, and his face was full of surprise. No way. It's only been a few days. That kid actually retrained the Dao Foundation. Moreover, he is still a top Daoist who is more than twice as powerful as before. Abnormal. But this is too perverted. At the same time, in a secret place outside the Supreme Cave, the God King Duanqing and the God King Myriad Souls stood at both ends of the entrance, guarding them like guards. And Mad Saber Supreme was not far away, chatting softly with an old man in sackcloth. If Chu Yan is here, it can be seen at a glance. That old man in sackcloth was the same old man in sackcloth who wanted to kill him in the battle of the #1 statue in the world. Don't use it as a dream. Don't even think about it, it's impossible, and, let me add, you are old and unscrupulous, don't think about me. Crazy Saber Supreme's face, Jean Yuron, was all purplish red, staring at the sackclothed old man in front of him and gritted his teeth. Crazy Saber, why are you bothering? The road to martial arts is like a long night, it's so boring. You purposely sealed the ancient taboo, isn't it just to pass the time? With your strength back then, even if there were 10 gods, they wouldn't be much different, and even surpassed a few of them. Lin Meng, I really mean it. In the future. The old man in sackcloth was like a matchmaker, constantly persuading with a smile on his face. This young man is really good. He is handsome and talented. He is a perfect match for you. Crazy Saber Supreme kept shaking his head, but he was completely unmoved. Men are not good. I don't need it. The gaze of the old man in sackcloth suddenly became cold, and even the surrounding space became a little heavy. Although I have been lost, the agreement between you and me back then is invalid. Hearing these words, Mad Saber Supreme's complexion changed, and his beautiful eyes kept flickering. What is the origin of this Chu Yan? Why can't he see through this reincarnation? Who the hell is helping him so desperately, even consuming the source? Hearing this, the old man in sackcloth was silent for a long time, shook his head, and sighed. If you want to know, it's not impossible. But you must listen to me and become a Taoist partner with him. He is not one of the 10 gods at all. After the 4th child and the others reached that level, they just boom, boom. As soon as he said this, the sound of thunder exploded behind him, coming from the cave. What? So fast? Crazy Saber Supreme's complexion changed drastically, he turned his head suddenly, his eyes were full of astonishment. It's just an earthly prestige realm, even with Anai Xinyan's help, he recovered his Dao Foundation so quickly. Make such a big commotion. This is still in her Supreme Cave enchantment, if it is in the outside world, the phenomenon of heaven and earth will explode, and the sky will tremble. However, if it were another person, even if her Tao foundation was destroyed, it would never be so fast to recover here. Interesting. The old man in sackcloth also looked surprised, looked in the direction of the cave, and began to think about something. Crazy sword, I've said everything that should be said, it's up to you to do it or not. However, if you want to regain your freedom, this is the only way. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the old man in sackcloth shook his head and sighed again. I don't have much time left, let's go see him again. Hearing the words of the old man in sackcloth, a look of decline suddenly appeared on the jade face of the Mad Saber Supreme, nodded, and said, Well, I'll go with you. #C3111 Lord. At this time, in the Supreme Cave, Chu Yan wholeheartedly felt the amazing changes brought about by the God-defying flame in my body. That fire unicorn roared out, and rushed to Qingyu Lake with 7 colored flames all over its body. With just one mouthful, it swallowed half of Qingyu Lake. All the essence of Qingyu Lake, swallowed by the fire unicorn, turned into extremely pure immortal power and poured into Chu Yan's body. The current Chu Yan is like a glutton, the origin of all things in the world, almost inexhaustible, devouring them all. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, after devouring so many immortal spirit sources, the power in his body did not make any progress. His cultivation base is also stuck at the 9th level of the earthly presence realm, and he can no longer make an inch of progress. Then, these spiritual sources that I devoured, go there. Damn, don't bring such a thing. Demon Lord Xie Yao was on the verge of crying, tears streaming down his eyes as he looked at Qingyu Lake, which was 30% smaller in front of him. Is it easy? Is it easy for yourself? It's hard to make a formation, and I want to get some spiritual source from Qingyu Lake, so as to restore myself. But who would have thought that this Chu Yan would suddenly intervene and swallow so much Qingyu Lake water at once? In the past few days, I have been doing it day and night, and I haven't even gotten 1/10 of what others have done. There is no comparison between this person and another person. However, this supreme being himself is a fake. It can't even be compared to a land-respected state. It's okay if they can't compare, if the gap is so big. Forget it, I don't have the same knowledge as him, this kid is going to cause trouble again, stay away from him. Demon Lord Xie Yao originally wanted to settle accounts with Chu Yan, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Call out. Call out. 2 lights. It passed in front of him, so fast that he couldn't see clearly. What the hell has passed? A ghost? Xie Yao Mozan was dumbfounded on the spot. He is the Supreme One, so he can see everything clearly. What is the situation now? Is it getting worse and worse? It seems to be 2 people. I'm about to die. I didn't even see who it was. In a dark corner, Xie Yao Mozan's mind is collapsing. And the old man in sackcloth and the supreme Mad Saber passed through Qingyu Lake and entered the cave without stopping. It's so easy to rebuild the Tao foundation. Even if all the ancient spirit medicines here are refined by him, it's just. As soon as the crazy Saber Supreme entered the courtyard, he glanced at Chu Yan who was standing there, looking up at the sky, and then looked at the elixir that had disappeared in the courtyard. Before he finished speaking, he saw the towering body like a mountain behind Chu Yan. Sure enough. Even the old man in sackcloth had a complex expression, his gaze trembling as he looked at the towering figure. Brother God of War. 5th among the gods, his name is as bright as the galaxy. The eyes of the old man in sackcloth stayed on the tall figure for a long time, and he spoke after a long time. Really? The eyes of the frenzied Saber Supreme instantly brightened. Mars? Who doesn't know? Why not know? Under this starry sky, how many warriors look up to the God of War? The next moment, Chu Yan's body suddenly trembled violently. In the distance above the sky, the fire unicorn roared and roared, its breath continued to skyrocket, and the speed of swallowing Qingyu Lake increased several times in an instant. A huge black hole appeared directly above Chu Yan's body, frantically devouring the spirit wave from the fire unicorn. The whole body became brighter and brighter, and the red glow changed from light to thick, covering all directions like a bloody light. Boom! The thunder is like the tide, and the sky and the earth are drums. One after another, the sound of the tiangu resounded through the sky, like the heartbeat of the universe, shaking the soul. Flames like burning clouds burned in the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. Not bad. This kid. The crazy saber supreme looked at the vision of heaven and earth, and finally looked at Chu Yan with his beautiful eyes. After the recasting of the Dao Foundation, it will directly hit the threshold of the Dao realm, and there is a tendency to achieve a small success in the Dao realm. This is an ordinary person. Those who have not destroyed the Dao Foundation want to reach this level. It is as difficult as reaching the sky. Speaking of this, the crazy saber supreme looked at the increasingly dense Huoshayan in the sky, and then glanced at the towering green armored giant. This kid seems to have great luck. He won't rush to the Taoist realm all of a sudden, right? As soon as she finished her sentence, the Dao Guang on Chu Yan's body burst out suddenly. The original red light around him turned into flashes of different colors. Moreover, Dao Guang is getting stronger and stronger, and in just a few breaths, it has already hit the edge of Dao realm Daoqing. At this time, a sudden change occurred. In the void of heaven and earth, an extremely powerful wind suddenly appeared, like a huge fan, sweeping across fiercely, sweeping all the light in the sky into dust. Most of the Dao Guang on Chu Yan's body disappeared in an instant, and changed from a 7-color glow to a dark one. What's the situation? The old man in sackcloth and the supreme mad saber were startled at the same time. They could see clearly that the Dao Guang on Chu Yan's body was at most only a small achievement in the Dao realm. In this realm of the gods, it is not unheard of for Dao foundations to be destroyed and find opportunities to recast Dao foundations. Of course there are peerless geniuses, but for a sect, peerless geniuses are extremely important, and they will be restored with all the strength of the sect. However, it has always been just heard that after recasting the Dao foundation, it will be stronger than before. But it has never been heard that after recasting the Dao foundation, it will become weaker than before. Boom! Boom! It was as if the roar of 2 mountains came from Chu Yan, suddenly. The Dao Guang on his body, which had already weakened, was suddenly deformed by being bumped and dented. With a puff, it was like a water polo bursting, and a large amount of Dao Guang's spiritual source gushed out from the gap, flashing in different colors. Is this a different color Dao light? The crazy saber supreme was shocked, and turned his head to look at the old man in sackcloth, but he only had a heavy expression on his face. You already knew? Yes. The old man in sackcloth nodded, just glanced at Mad Saber Supreme, then turned to look at Chu Yan. He is, my lord. As soon as these words came out, Mad Saber Supreme opened his mouth slightly in shock, and his body trembled continuously. She never thought that the master she had waited for countless years would be this young man. The cultivation base of a mere respectable realm has completely destroyed the Dao Foundation. With such weak strength, how could he be his master? I'm different from old 5. The old man in sackcloth turned his head, looked at the Mad Saber Supreme, took a deep breath, and his eyes were bright. This son is exceptionally talented, with great luck, a mantra of the heavens, and he was fused with the original source by the 5th child. He should be what we are waiting for, my lord. But now, look at him, he's only thinking about a woman, and in order to resurrect that woman, he gave up a great opportunity. So back then, the second brother banned his reincarnation, and I was by the side. I hope you can understand. His Dao Foundation cannot be fully restored, that person has already discovered him. When the old man in sackcloth said this, he pointed to the top of his head. You mean, Supreme Will? The face of the Supreme Crazy Saber has become shocked. That's right. I came late, and I didn't stop him from being honored. The old ghost of Jihai Xianshan told me a lot. I know most of the things. In the future, he will go his own way. And you can only rely on yourself. As for me, that's it. Having said that, the voice of the old man in sackcloth sank, and there was no more sound. #C3112 Great Perfection. This speech is full of sadness. Crazy Saber Supreme is a woman who can bear this, the affection of tens of thousands of years. Hearing it is a rare taste of parting in the heart. In any case, the Tao is the Tao, and the road is the road. If you step on it, you will not return, but... Turning his head, slowly, he looked at the figure standing over there. This good-looking young man turned out to be Master. They all have reincarnation, but this young man's reincarnation is that one again. Thinking and watching, the eyes of the Supreme Crazy Saber seemed to gradually become blurred. The world in front of him was full of illusion and shadows, and countless streamers and fairy mist rose up. No, not right. After all, he is the Supreme Being, but he was stunned for a while, then suddenly realized, and shouted. Old ghost, quick look, what's going on? The sad old man in sackcloth quickly raised his head and looked into the sky. This, different color Daoguang, how can it be so strong? This is wrong, oh my God. Before he could finish his sentence, in the distant sky, a large expanse of fairy light erupted at the same time, like a snow peak falling from the sky, rumbling and surging. The entire courtyard has disappeared, replaced by a vast sea of stars. What? What is this? The expressions of the old man in sackcloth and the Supreme Mad Saber changed at the same time. This is not a field, nor is it an illusion, it is real. Joke. In this world, who can use domains and illusions in front of them, that would be against the sky. But how is this done? Chu Yan doesn't have this strength, it's just an earthly respect, absolutely impossible. Quick look. Oh Supreme. To say a word, she stuttered like this, and her eyes were rounder than the moon, and her eyes were full of shock. The old man in sackcloth raised his head, only glanced at it, and then froze there on the spot. I saw that in the vast starry sky, a large golden seat was horizontally above the sky, and the figure of Wei Yan sat on it, like an immortal. Really, it's really him. The pupils of the old man in sackcloth shrank rapidly, and his whole body began to tremble. Mad Saber Supreme covered his mouth, a smile was about to bloom on his face, but was blocked by the astonishment that she hadn't retreated. Euron turned pale, and his expression was extremely complicated. It's really terrible. She never thought that Chu Yan's reincarnation identity was actually... Boom. The figure of Wei Yan stood up, ripples appeared in the starry sky, and with just one step, he had already walked behind Chu Yan, his eyes shining like stars, looking at the whole world. Subordinate. Just looking at it at a glance, the trembling body of the old man in sackcloth couldn't hold on any more. He knelt down with a bang, and sang loudly. See my lord. When this sentence landed, all the expressions seemed to disappear. The old man in sackcloth had a smile on his face, and the feelings of humiliation, unwillingness, decline, and helplessness for thousands of years all disappeared. At this moment, there is belonging and everything. Myself, still that me. The Crazy Saber Supreme woke up, leaned over and knelt down quickly, and was about to speak, but suddenly saw the stalwart body turn around, facing Chu Yan, and suddenly fell to the ground. My lord, I'll wait for you. Kneeling on the ground, the starry sky flickered, the endless void was like a strong wind, and Wei Yan's figure just knelt in front of Chu Yan, calling out to my lord. These two words, like two thunderbolts from the blue sky, bombarded the old man in sackcloth and the supreme soul of Mad Saber, almost knocking them out of their wits. What? Sir, stay in Kunlun forever, just waiting for my lord to return. The sound of thunder was like the sound of a celestial Brahma, resounding through heaven and earth, like a vast sea of nebula, stretching for thousands of miles. Boom, boom. Without waiting for the old man in linen and the supreme Mad Saber to react, the stalwart figure shattered and turned into a sky full of stars, merging into the sea of stars in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the starry sky also began to dissipate, turning into endless spiritual breaths, scattered and rushing in all directions. In less than 3 breaths, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. However, the old man in sackcloth and the supreme mad knife stood there, 2 stone sculptures with their mouths open, but they firmly proved that something really happened just now, an extremely terrifying thing. No. It can't be the domain. When the old man in sackcloth spoke, his mouth still couldn't close. It's not an illusion either. Mad Saber Supreme was extremely excited as his jade face was like blood. The most important thing is that the atmosphere of the stalwart figure just now exudes in the heaven and earth in her cave, which lingers for a long time. This is simply a reminder, or even a warning. Who is the old man in sackcloth? That is the 9th person of the gods. In the whole world, there are very few people who can fall into his eyes. Not to mention, the stalwart body he called the Lord just now. Not only the old man in sackcloth, but the supreme Mad Saber didn't even have time to meet. Who is this Chu Yan's reincarnation? Your lord, you actually called him, my lord. Whether it is the old man in sackcloth or the supreme Mad Saber, they are all stunned there now, their minds are blank and all kinds of mess. What's going on? What's the situation? Should we be surprised, shocked, or puzzled? Which pose is the right one? For them, as one of the former 10 gods, there are very few secrets in this domain of gods that they don't know. However, when it comes to their lord, there are things at the level of the supreme will, and of course there are secrets that they don't know about. For example, their lord has never mentioned to them that there is also the existence of our lord. Moreover, now it seems that the lord's loss is obviously related to this Chu Yan. Chu Yan, who the hell is that? The eyes of the two woke up at the same time, and Chi looked up, only to see endless Daoguang above the sky, converging into a river, flowing around Chu Yan's body. Daoguang, which was originally recasting the Dao Foundation, was wiped out by the sudden gale, and ignited again, even much stronger than before. Dao Realm Threshold. Dao Realm Xiaocheng. Dao Realm Desheng. Dao Realm Peak. The Dao Realm is complete. With every breath, the fusion of Chu Yan and Daoguang improved, growing at a terrifying speed. All the realms of the entire Dao Realm are completed in one go, breaking through without a trace of hindrance. Roar. 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 On Qingyu Lake in the distance, Huaqilan let out a roar that shook the sky, and the whole sky trembled. Immediately afterwards, the huge green dragon, the mountain-like fantasy, the god-killing white tiger, and the lord of the Emperor of Heaven, the Suzaku, rushed out of Chu Yan. The mysterious light of the 5-colored beasts, like the lights of immortals, permeates the entire heaven and earth. These 5 divine beasts seemed to be reborn, and the majesty of the divine beasts was like a raging sea roaring, filling the heaven and the earth, roaming the empty sky, with great joy. After 10 breaths of time, the 5 great beast spirits gathered around Chu Yan's body with excitement, layered on top of each other like guards. Heaven, spiritual beasts. And 5 gods. Demon Venerable He Yao's spiritual formation burst, and the spiritual source that had been absorbed with great difficulty flowed out like a cracked egg. However, Demon Lord He Yao was completely dumbfounded at this time, seeing the shocking scene in the sky. He was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. This natural disaster. Bah! This young man actually possesses the guardians of the 5 great beasts in one body. Who the hell is he? Hashtag C3113 Dao disappears. Visions come quickly and disappear even faster. In just 10 breaths, no matter whether it was the perfect Dao light on Chu Yan's body or the 5 great beast spirits around him, they all disappeared completely. Even the aura of cultivation on Chu Yan's body disappeared, and all of them were restrained to the extreme. The 2 supreme beings present, one the 9th of the gods, looked at Chu Yan, who was slowly falling from the sky, all with expressions of seeing God. Powerful. Too strong. Under the dome of the starry sky, apart from the 9 gods, this young man is invincible. Of course, it refers to him in the future. Even if Chu Yan revealed his strongest trump card and his shocking reincarnation identity just now. But in the end, Chu Yan's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Earth Presence realm. This kind of cultivation strength may be considered strong within the exalted realm, but if it is a strong person above the Divine King realm, it is still very easy to kill him. When Chu Yan stood in front of the 3 of them, the 3 stone sculptures did not respond. Old ghost, talk. Even at this moment, Chu Yan didn't have a trace of breath exposed, just like an ordinary person standing here. But the crazy Saber Supreme was so stiff that he couldn't open his mouth at all. He could only call the old man in sackcloth through sound transmission with his consciousness. Ha ha ha. Suddenly he let out a wild laugh, which frightened the mad Saber Supreme and Heiyao Mozen to jump, and turned to look at the old man in sackcloth at the same time. I didn't expect it, you turned out to be. A pair of dim eyes, brighter than ever. It seems that all the haze and confusion that have been entangled in his heart for thousands of years have all disappeared at this moment. Hong, you would never think that, my lord. Having said that, he stopped suddenly, looked up at the sky, and sneered, everything will be reversed, everything. It was a relief. The extremely refreshing tone moved even mad Saber Supreme. Old ghost, you said it. She was a little anxious, and shouted at the old man in sackcloth. Need to say. The old man in sackcloth actually had a smile on his face. He looked at mad Saber Supreme, and asked questions instead of answering. You mean? This sentence completely changed the expression of mad Saber Supreme, and when he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his eyes also completely changed. Is he really, my lord? That's right. You have no chance, the old man in sackcloth laughed. What chance? I asked you to become a Taoist partner with him before, but now I have no chance. Because you are not worthy. Without a breath, the frenzied Saber Supreme almost suffocated. Don't say it, it's true. If I knew this earlier, I agreed just now and got the job done. Anyway, I didn't reveal my identity at the time, and there were some mistakes, so maybe it was a matter of course. Is there no chance at all? Crazy Saber Supreme regretted his heart and liver, looked at the old man in sackcloth, and asked, cautiously. Yes. No, even if you break through again, you still have no qualifications. Heiyao Mozen stood beside him, opened his mouth wide again, and looked at the 2 people who were talking, completely dumbfounded. Are we from the domain of the gods? What the hell are you talking about? A supreme being, even if he wants to form a Taoist couple with an earthly one, he is not qualified. Moreover, even if the mad Saber Supreme breaks through, he is still not qualified. How can this be? Above the supreme, that is the supreme existence, no qualifications. You guys, play me. I'm such a supreme being, I don't even have a wife. It's good for you, the supreme wife is up to you, and you don't like it. When did the supreme become so worthless? Don't show loyalty. Little bastard, don't give it to me, I can post it upside down. Demon Lord Heiyao gritted his teeth. If it wasn't that he couldn't offend the supreme mad saber, the old man in sackcloth, or the Empress Shantian, It seems that now, even Chu Yan can't afford to provoke him. Forget it, let's be honest. Ever since he was released from the seal by Chu Yan, wherever he went, he seemed to be the weakest. Chu Yan shook his head and smiled wryly. Supreme Tao Companion. Can this work too? The recasting of the Tao Foundation has just been completed, and the Tao realm has also broken through to the perfect realm. The remaining consolidation will take a lot of time. You say I are not qualified. The face of the Supreme Crazy Saber was instantly icy cold. As the majestic supreme being of the 9 realms, 10,000 years ago, he was one of the 3 supreme beings. If she hadn't fallen into the trap of an ancient taboo, then she would be the #1 supreme in the sky. With such an identity and status, when he came to the old ghost, he only got this result in exchange. Old ghost, you're going to lose your soul immediately, and you still want to meddle in my business. I want to see, who can stop me? Sword girl. The old man in linen said the words, and the body of the supreme Mad Saber trembled violently. When he turned his head to look at the old man in linen, all the frost on his face turned into a warm sun. This name represents a kind of friendship, and no one has called it for many years. You can't be his Taoist companion, I'm doing it for your own good. Even if I lose. But, he has his mission, the Lord has been waiting for him. You have also seen that this time the Lord paid such a high price to show us the original source, don't you understand? Speaking of this, the eyebrows of the Mad Saber Supreme were completely twisted into knots. Yes. The old ghost is about to die, but the elder brother is still there. The stalwart figure in the starry sky was the #1 among the 10 gods back then, Big Brother. Gods first. The figure on the throne in the starry sky is the #1 of the gods. Beyond the existence of the 9 realms supreme, the strongest of the gods. It is even heard that the top 4 of the gods have all broken through the realm and raised to a higher level. The eldest brother, who is #1 among the gods, is there any opponent in this god's domain? Of course not, not to mention the opponent, even destroying the entire divine realm with one hand would not be difficult for him. Humph. My strength has already reached the top 7 of the gods. As long as I break through a little bit, I will be the 7th of the gods. Even so, isn't it worthy? In the heart of Supreme Mad Saber, he will never be convinced. It's not a matter of forming a Taoist couple with Chu Yan, but the word not qualified makes her very upset. Who is she? Crazy Saber Supreme. There are things in the world that she dare not do, cannot do, and are not qualified to do. Well, if there is, then try it. Don't think about it, remember, protect him. The face of the old man in sackcloth was dark. It's not caused by that kind of emotion, but the color after losing vitality, like the big tree starts to wither and the grass starts to wither. When will his reincarnation wake up? Mad Saber Supreme asked. Soon. Having said that, the old man in hemp clothes ignored the Mad Saber Supreme and turned to look at Chu Yan. With a bang, he knelt down on one leg and deeply bowed down the head of the 9th god. Subordinate, guilty. With a bang, he hit his head on the ground suddenly exploded, the void trembled, and blood shot out. With his strength, not to mention hitting the ground with his head, even if it is a bumper, it is impossible to get injured. Doing this is just for the 1/10,000th point of salvation. I really don't know what I did. He actually destroyed the Lord's foundation with his own hands. Fortunately, now the Lord has recast the Taoist foundation, so that he will not be ashamed to see his brothers. My lord, the sinner begs you, you must revive our clan. You must. Before he could finish his sentence, a little bit of black starlight burst out from the old man in sackcloth, and flew away like fireflies. In less than half a breath, the old man's body in sackcloth disappeared like light dust and smoke, peaceful and ordinary. Everything has returned to silence. #C3114 Reincarnation The old man in sackcloth disappeared, and the Tao disappeared. If the oil lamp exhausts the last trace of power, it just turns into a little smoke, no more brilliance. If it is not a witness with their own eyes, who would have thought that there was a dim eclipse in this icy void? Crazy Saber Supreme looked at the empty space, his eyes lost sight, and he remained silent for a long time. She didn't understand, and even now, she couldn't understand it at all. Brother 9 is the 9th person of the gods. Why has he been wandering around instead of looking for a way to recover for thousands of years? Why, the former 9th person of God's domain, should respect this junior in front of him who is no more than the earth's respectable state. Even if it is reincarnation, it is also the past. Can it represent the present? Is it all worth it? Does it make sense? If it was her, even if the loss disappeared, she would never bow to anyone. But for some reason, the scene before Brother 9 disappeared just now reappeared in her sea of consciousness, and there was always an inexplicable and unclear feeling, like a gurgling river, which could not be calmed down. Reincarnation to you, is it really the same as before? I don't know how long it took. Crazy Saber Supreme looked up at Chu Yan, and asked directly. At this time, Chu Yan was still immersed in the consolidation of the Taoist realm, like a light sleeper. Although he heard something vaguely, he did not wake up completely. So naturally, there was no way to answer her. Forget it, don't care about his reincarnation. Mad Saber Supreme suddenly felt relieved, yawned a lot, and said to himself. The old ghost asked me to protect you, but my mad knife can only kill. However, you still have to pay back what you owe Brother 9. Seeing that Chu Yan was still immersed in the Tao realm, Mad Saber Supreme's beautiful eyes gleamed, and his figure slowly disappeared. The Supreme Cave Mansion fell into complete silence. Time flies. Just a few days passed. The peaceful Supreme Cave Mansion is like a land outside the world, without waves and mist. But in the outside world, the entire God's domain is still turbulent, with constant battles and extremely exciting. During this period, some geniuses rose up, some strong ones fell, some people broke through the path and were reborn, and some broke through the realm, soaring in a day, countless. But at the beginning, Chu Yan, who fought against all peerless geniuses and won the first place in the world with his own strength, was forgotten long ago. The surface of the lake, which seemed to be rippling, completely returned to calm, and no one thought of that black-robed figure who cut the sky with his sword on the white jade field. After all, a number 1 statue in the world who ruined the Tao Foundation is not worth mentioning. At this time, Chu Yan experienced the biggest twists and turns in his life in the past few months. What is Tao realm? It's not a skill, it's not a fairy power, and it's not something that can be seen or touched. It was a kind of comprehension of the 10,000 dharmas of the universe, a kind of mysterious comprehension from emotion to nature. However, Chu Yan's human Tao foundation was destroyed, and Chu Yan broke through to the current Tao realm of great consummation, but the mystery of this, it is not a matter of a day to make the transition. But the harvest is incomparably huge. To him, the consummation of the Tao realm before was like a thin mist, what could be seen in the haze, but the water was always clear. The entire Tao realm world is so gray that people can't see the direction clearly. But now, the whole world is clear, and the feeling of what you see is what you get is excellent. Call. Exhaling a long breath, Chu Yan finally withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. A mighty divine power, like a gushing spring, rushed to the surroundings, filling the entire room. Whatever Xuanhuan touched, whether it was tables, chairs, or walls, all melted. It continued to surge, mountains, rivers, and seas, everything that touched this divine power began to mutate. In Chu Yan's eyes, a piece of starlight was shining, and with a wave of his hand, the immortal power was like a tide. Half-step heavenly exalted realm. Not bad. Recasting the Tao Foundation, the cultivation base has also been improved by half a step, from the 9th heaven of the earth respect realm to standing in front of the gate of the heaven respect realm. This benefit is really huge. It will take at least 100 years for ordinary warriors to break through to the heavenly venerable realm after being honored. Of course, for the peerless genius after being honored, all sects will tilt their resources, and I will try my best to find all kinds of opportunities and human medicine. Some powerful unrivaled geniuses may only need a few decades to be enough. However, Chu Yan seemed to have only spent less than 3 months. In 3 months, in terms of these few days, if people know that Chu Yan has just refined hundreds of original fairy medicines, including 9 ancient fairy medicines, half of Qingyu Lake, and a strange fire, the words of the origin of countless gods may scare the jaw off. With so many resources, it is enough for many people to break through to the heavenly exalted realm. Huh. My light. After waking up, Chu Yan immediately discovered that his Daoguang had undergone tremendous changes. A cluster of light that shone like a glow, in the depths of Daoguang, hangs like a star in the sky. Endless rays of light, shining from the depths of the clouds, render the entire Daoguang into a colorful color, from inside to outside, from strong to weak. Isn't that right? Chu Yan had an incredible expression on his face. Daoguang is the color of the original Dao, and his own original Dao is the codex of the God of War, so it should be blue. Could it be the reason for recasting Dao Foundation? Various thoughts flashed in Chu Yan's mind. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't find the reason, so he could only shake his head. However, at least it is possible to confirm that this situation is by no means a bad thing. Dao Realm Dzogchen, it can't be too bad. The power of the God of War. In the world of Sea of Consciousness, in the 9 regions star chart, that piece of nebula became incomparably condensed. The power of the God of War originally invoked from it has also become much stronger. 9 territories star map, I don't know what has changed. Even if the power of God of War has changed, then the 9 regions star map should also change. Thinking of this, Chu Yan separated a piece of consciousness and poured it into the 9 realms star map. Boom! Almost the moment his consciousness touched the 9 regions star atlas, his entire consciousness instantly turned into a body of consciousness and was sucked into the 9 regions star atlas. The next moment, the world in front of him changed drastically. The original world disappeared, replaced by a prehistoric and eternal world, full of killing and bloody atmosphere. The place where the eyes look, the realm swept by the consciousness, are all battlefields. This is where. Even if Chu Yan cultivated the way of killing, when he first appeared in this world, he was shocked by the strong murderous aura. How could there be such a powerful killing aura here? Could it be that this is the supreme battlefield? Boom! 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 The sound of thunderstorms exploded in the sky, and Chu Yan hurriedly looked up. I saw that there were mountains towering in the sky, completely covering the sky, and the strong Daoguang overflowed, so that people couldn't even open their eyes. When Chu Yan got used to it slowly and opened his eyes to look over, he found that those were not mountains at all, but figures. More than 40 powerful figures stood upright in the sky, like the gods of this world. That is. With a glance, Chu Yan was so shocked that his pupils shrank instantly, staring at a figure in green armor, his face full of surprise. War, God of War. #C3115, the sword controls the world. Covered in green armor, with the body of a mountain, the might of battle is like a tide, and the king dominates the world. With such an aura, there is no other person except the Qingjiao God of War. See clearly. Just when Chu Yan was astonished, the God of War in the sky suddenly turned his head and glanced at Chu Yan below. Immediately, the halberd in his hand flickered and disappeared, and a blue thick heavy sword evolved, and the blade pointed directly at a mountain opposite. War God Sword, the sword controls the world. When this sword is slashed out, the sky collapses and the earth sinks, all Dharma is extinguished, it is as majestic as the sea, it is as powerful as destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and it is like a lone star hitting the moon. Chu Yan, below, all his eyes and mind, were all attracted by this sword, and with the thick blue sword, he cut through the world. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent burst out of Chu Yan's body, the Haoyan sword screamed, and the sword screamed in the sky. The finger of the sword is the world. Controller, invincible. Chu Yan swung his sword, and the sword intent around his body suddenly shattered, replaced by a wave of fighting intent. Cutting the sky and destroying the earth, who else can I have? Fight for the sky, only with this sword. War God sword, the sword controls the world. War God sword, the sword controls the world. War God sword, the sword controls the world. With the sword in his hand, the power in his heart melted into the sword, and he was so infatuated that he completely ignored the battle of supreme beings above the sky. Chu Yan holds the Haoyan sword, one sword after another, constantly cutting out. The bright sword light, sometimes like the sea, sometimes like thunder, rushed past, shaking the sky and the earth. This was a mysterious feeling, and it lasted for 3 full days, before it slowly subsided on Chu Yan. And the blood in Chu Yan's heart finally calmed down. So strong. Such a strong sword. Stand there. Chu Yan looked at Haoyan in his hand in disbelief, his eyes twinkling like stars. It turned out to be wrong all along. It was a bit outrageously wrong, and I never realized it. 10,000 dermas, 10,000 ways, in fact, they don't exist at all. The so-called 10,000 dermas and 10,000 ways are just a manifestation of some people who are not good at learning, or those who take advantage of the tricks, forcibly stripped from the original source. Over time, 10,000 dermas and 10,000 ways have been formed. This kind of power, at the beginning of martial arts, will show a strong power, but the more the realm is improved, the more it will be hindered by this kind of magic. The way is the way, and the power is the power. Where does the way of the sword come from, and where does the way of fighting come from? All are false. Ha ha ha. Holding a long sword in his hand, Chu Yan looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. His voice was like a wave, and the heavens trembled. With a swipe, the sword was retracted, and the world suddenly became quiet. Chu Yan turned his head and looked around, ready to leave. However, when he had just returned to his body and woke up from the 9 realms star chart, he opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face that almost stuck to his face. "Husband, how are you?" This soft call, coupled with that flower-like jade face, made Chu Yan back away in fright. What's the situation? What is this crazy Saber Supreme going to do? With a full retreat of 100 steps, Chu Yan stood still and looked at the mad Saber Supreme from a distance, staring like a bull. "Husband, isn't the servant's house beautiful?" Crazy Saber Supreme didn't show any strangeness to Chu Yan's behavior, but smiled even more beautifully, moving his lotus steps lightly, and walked towards him. "Looks great." Joke. This is mad Saber Supreme, how dare he say no? Then why are you running away? Could it be that you despise the slave family? The crazy Saber Supreme continued to move forward. "However, I can't blame you, because there is one thing that I forgot to tell you. Have you ever heard of throwing a hydrangea?" "Throw the hydrangea." Chu Yan was taken aback. "Listen, of course I have heard it, but what do you mean by this now?" "That flame against God is my hydrangea." The crazy Saber Supreme smiled very happily, seeing Chu Yan's surprised look, suddenly felt that this young man looked very pleasing to the eye. "So, if you refined that God-defying flame, it is equivalent to receiving the hydrangea from my slave. Although you are only now. Half-step Tianzuan. This realm, but the slave family will not dislike you, and will definitely protect your husband." The second half of Crazy Saber Supreme's sentence was obviously a little shocked. Puff. Every word was like a thunderbolt on Chu Yan's heart, making him almost bleed. This, not very good. Regarding this, I didn't know about this before. Senior, don't come here. Chu Yan stammered. I hate it, I still call him Senior, didn't I call him Mang before? Puff. This time, the breath in Chu Yan's body was really messed up, and a mouthful of blood spattered 3 feet. Dream. When did I call you Mang? Wait, this is not the case. This is a supreme being, comparable to the existence of the 9 realms supreme. What is the situation now? Why, you don't want to. The Mad Saber Supreme stopped, his face turned icy, and with a wave of his jade hand, a huge sword appeared in her hand with a flash of thunder. This. Chu Yan's sweat came down. This seems to be a bit of a life and death feeling, and it is impossible that just after recasting the Tao Foundation, he was hacked to death by this supreme powerhouse who claimed to be a slave. No. You listen to me. Chu Yan quickly shook his head and waved his hands, explaining to Mad Saber Supreme with a pale face. I already have a wife and a Taoist companion, both, so, this is not. Huh. Tell me, who is it? This sentence is an explanation, it's okay not to say it, but when it is said, a strong murderous aura surges out of the body of the supreme frenzied saber. Before, that dead old ghost kept saying that she was not qualified. Fortunately, this Chu Yan not only has a Taoist partner, but even a wife. Could it be that there are so many people in this realm of the gods who are stronger than Hurry Up, and if you catch them casually, there are only 2? How could the crazy Saber Supreme accept this? Now, Chu Yan also knows that if he doesn't make it clear, the Supreme Crazy Saber will let him know why she is called Crazy Saber. So next, Chu Yan told Mad Saber Supreme about Gong Ningyue in the lower realm and Yu Linglong in the 10 Direction Starfield. This talk took a whole day. At the beginning, the Crazy Saber Master was holding the knife, his face was ashen. But after listening to it, the complexion of Mad Saber Supreme changed, his eyes were covered with a layer of mist, the knife was also put away, and standing in front of Chu Yan, his eyes were straightened. It has to be said that a person like her has spent her whole life in martial arts, how could she know what love and hate are? Now, when I suddenly heard Chu Yan's story, I was instantly attracted. Good. I'm so envious. Is there really someone who can sacrifice himself for the sake of his lover? Why? Crazy Saber Supreme looked at Chu Yan, his eyebrows were slightly frowned, his pupils were dilated, and he seemed to be in a state of ecstasy. Chu Yan didn't dare to disturb him, so he stood by and watched quietly. I just hope that Mad Saber Supreme can figure it out. Otherwise, a supreme being can't afford to provoke him. But after a long time, Mad Saber Supreme raised his head slightly and looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of tenderness. This is God's domain, Taoist companions can be one to many. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard this. #C3116 strong. Polygamy. Of course this Chu Yan also knows, but does this rule also apply to Supreme? The existence of rules is meant to be broken, and in the world of martial arts, the stronger the strength, the stronger the rules. Just like the existence of the supreme being of the 9 realms, it can be said that 80% of the rules in the God realm have lost their binding force on them. After all, with their strength, no one can stop what they want to do, and they can't stop it. Therefore, for an existence like Mad Saber Supreme, not to mention accepting polygamy, if she doesn't marry a few husbands herself, it is considered old-fashioned. Now, in front of Chu Yan, she proposed to have multiple wives, to serve one husband, which is a bit scary. Moreover, Chu Yan and her only met once, and their cultivation bases are also very different. Senior, you are the supreme being of the 9 realms, and I am just an earth-venerable realm, this is not. If it was someone else, he might have rushed forward now and hugged the thigh of the supreme Mad Saber, but Chu Yan was full of anxiety and tried his best to persuade and stop him. Don't worry, this is just a suggestion, don't worry, I won't use force. Mad Saber Supreme laughed. Use strong. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched violently twice. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen to me. Seeing Chu Yan's dull gaze, a playful smile appeared on the face of the Mad Saber Supreme. I know, feelings can't be forced, take your time. Suddenly, it feels so interesting, much more interesting than cultivation. She is still some kind of supreme being there now, like a little girl who has discovered a new toy. Her eyes are full of shining stars. Moreover, the more Chu Yan refused to agree, the more competitive she would be. The most important thing is that the two beauties whom Chu Yan said before made a long closed area in her heart seem to burst. I have never lost before, in martial arts, so in this respect, I can't lose. As long as Chu Yan is taken down. At that time, that lost old ghost can still say that he is not qualified. Okay, as long as you're happy. What else could Chu Yan say, but he was speechless. It's useless to say anything, this Mad Saber Supreme has been sealed in the Putian tree for thousands of years, time has no meaning to her. Tell me about your breakthrough just now, what happened? Crazy Saber Supreme achieved his goal, and did not continue to entangle, looking at Chu Yan and asking. I just comprehended some sword intent, and I am preparing to practice it. Can you return that Xuanhuan sword to me? Sword intent. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mad Saber Supreme became excited at that time. The saber technique is domineering and the sword technique is light and nimble. Although they are different, they have the same origin. Demonstrate it to me. Don't worry, I specialize in Tao of the sword, I just want to give you some guidance. As a supreme being, how could he not know? Peeping at other people's martial arts skills is a big taboo. So, she hurriedly added a sentence, after all, she was supreme, and she didn't blush at all when she said this. It's not that she doesn't know Chu Yan's identity and background, and it's precisely because she knows that she wants to see it. After receiving the Xuanhuan sword, Chu Yan didn't think much about it, nodded, and stood with the sword in hand. 10,000 ways return to one, the origin of all things, the way of swordsmanship is the way. In this world, everything is Tao. In an instant, the breath on Chu Yan's body began to rise like a ball of flame, and an extremely strong wind rushed around. War God Sword, the sword controls the world. With a long cry, the sword in Chu Yan's hand, the fire in his eyes, all violently burst out, and a sword slashed out, the sky was about to split, the earth collapsed, and the endless power of heaven, following his sword, rushed like a natural disaster. Chung. So strong. The Crazy Saber Supreme looked at this scene and was stunned. She never thought that the power of this sword would reach this level. Of course, as the Supreme Being, she could tell that it wasn't because of how powerful this sword technique was. It's because, in this sword, the original meaning of Taoism is contained. This Chu Yan, in just a few days, comprehended the original meaning of Taoism, and practiced swordsmanship to such an extent. Monster. Seeing Chu Yan's movement of the sword, the Mad Saber Supreme curled his lips. Stop. In the next breath, the Crazy Saber Supreme waved his hand, and a powerful force surged through, breaking up all of Chu Yan's aura. What's wrong? Chu Yan stopped where he was, turned his head to look at Supreme Mad Saber, with a look of astonishment on his face. The other party is the Supreme Being of the 9 realms, the top existence of the golden character realm of the God realm, so one can really see some shortcomings. Your swordsmanship is not a swordsmanship at all. It was originally a shooting, and it demonstrates the original intention of Taoism. Do you understand? Know what? Chu Yan, who said this, was dumbfounded. Still stupid. You don't even understand, is it because I don't have the talent to teach people? Mad Saber Supreme actually began to doubt himself. If other people saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their teeth would fly out. This is Mad Saber Supreme. In the realm of the gods, the most famous people only use knives and don't reason. Don't talk about teaching people, even if you hear someone say a few more words, you will directly draw your sword. How can you teach people? It means, this is not swordsmanship. This is the original intention of Taoism. Don't use it to practice swordsmanship, but treat it as the original intention of Taoism, that is, the power of Taoism. Don't just think about swords. The sword is dead, the Tao is alive, and when the Tao is completed, the sword will be completed. With the origin of the Tao, not to mention the sword, it is a piece of grass or a branch, all of which are swords. Whether it's a knife, a gun, or a sword, it doesn't matter, it's just an external expression. What matters is the moral. Crazy Saber Supreme really has no talent, but he has tried his best to explain it to Chu Yan. It turns out that it is like this. In the next breath, Chu Yan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he realized instantly. Persistent. I am paranoid. With a sword in your hand and a sword in your heart, you will fall into it, unable to transcend. The sword has entered the heart, so you have to abandon the sword. In the next breath, Chu Yan swung the sword again. The sword was like a fairy, wandering through the sky, as if completely free, roaming between the heaven and the earth. And Chu Yan stood indifferently, just looking at the sky and the world. The sword was like silk, connected with the Xuanhuan sword, and kept waving it. No, 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 still wrong. Crazy Saber Supreme shook his jade head lightly, stepped out directly, and walked in front of Chu Yan. Although the sword is a foreign object, it is also the source of the original way. We use it to control. While saying this, doubts appeared in Chu Yan's eyes again. Abandoning the sword means abandoning the sword in your heart, not the sword in your hand. If you want to, forget it, I will hand it over to you personally. Regarding his ability to explain, Mad Saber Supreme gave up directly, drew the saber with his backhand, and took a step forward. This time, the two directly stuck to some, and Chu Yan's pupils dilated on the spot. A strange fragrance hit. Chu Yan never expected that the Mad Saber Supreme would be so bold. What are you doing? At this time, Chu Yan, what kind of swordsmanship is there in his heart? Only two words echoed, strengthen. #C3117 Call me dream. Of course, Chu Yan is not unexperienced. After all, he has a wife and has made friends with women. However, in recent years, Chu Yan has devoted himself to martial arts, and these mundane things have long been abandoned. Now that the Crazy Saber Supreme suddenly posted up, he was still suddenly a little dazed. This is also too close. Call me. Mang Mang. The breath is like blue, as if it is close to the ear, it only needs half a distance, and the two will be in direct contact. Or, you can also call me, lady. Chu Yan wanted to back away, really. However, the aura of the Supreme Being is where he can do whatever he wants. At this time, not to mention backing away, even moving a finger is simply impossible. This is simply a scheme. I'm afraid it's for the sake of. Don't do this. The little sense of kendo just now disappeared completely, Chu Yan said quickly. That's it. I'm just teaching you how to use a sword. That's what I said, but in the eyes of the Supreme Mad Saber, the blind man can see the thick playful look. Attention, the knife is like this. Saying that, the Crazy Saber Supreme handed the long knife in his hand to Chu Yan, and guided the breath in Chu Yan's body with a burst of immortal power, wandering in the knife body. I see. Following the guidance of Crazy Saber Supreme, Chu Yan instantly understood that there was a lack of a fusion method between his immortal power and Tao will and the sword. In the past, I just poured celestial power into the sword, just like charging it. I never thought that the original celestial power in the sword can have a special way of operation. However, it is obvious that according to this way of operation, the overall balance of the sword is balanced, and the application of Xianli is much stronger. The most important is, Chu Yan could feel that this kind of immortal power surged through the meridians, so that between himself and the sword, it was as if an arm had grown out, and it was completely controlled like a body. Why is that so? What are you thinking? Crazy Saber Supreme's plot succeeded, the beauty in his heart, but he put on the look of a senior master on his face, and taught Chu Yan a lesson. Yes. Senior, it's my fault. I'll concentrate on realizing it right away. Regardless of whether this crazy Saber Supreme is serious or not, this method of using a knife is absolutely serious, so hurry up and learn it. But, after all, for a cultivation master like Chu Yan, it couldn't be easier to concentrate on this kind of thing, but now, it seems difficult. It's almost like holding a beautiful woman in his arms, under the smell of strange fragrance. How can this make people concentrate? Who? Chu Yan kept breathing in and out, trying to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind. But the effect was much worse than he thought. Only when the crazy Saber Supreme felt complacent enough, and began to restrain his breath, and the power of will scattered in all directions, Chu Yan's mind suddenly became clear. Clang! Xuanhuan felt the change in Chu Yan's mind, the sword power trembled, and a mighty sword energy gushed out, causing Chu Yan's willpower to surge again. Crazy Saber Supreme has a serious face, leading Chu Yan to swing the long knife. Lotuses grow under his feet, and every step he takes, he will let the knife in his hand lick a little more. This kind of strength and technique is not one's own strength, but the power of the sword, and even the footwork of each step increases the power of the sword. As the saying goes, 10,000 ways return to one, all phenomena originate. At this moment, Chu Yan can feel that the mad Saber Supreme has merged everything in himself into one, as if he doesn't exist anymore, leaving only the only sword in the world. Knife in hand, chop. When the knife is cut out, the sky and the earth are without flowers, the sun and the moon are like edges, the sky and the earth are 10,000 dermas, and the sky and clouds are different, all of which change accordingly. Although there is no shattering or cracking, the result of this kind of arbitrary manipulation is more than 10 times more difficult than chopping. After a few breaths, Chu Yan even felt that he no longer existed, only the knife. Call out. Call out. Call out. The light of the sword and the shadow of the sword, in the entire world, the energy of the sword is like thunder, and the shadow of the sword is like electricity, there is nothing else. After 2 hours of continuous sword dancing, the current Chu Yan is completely different from the original one. If before, when Chu Yan used his sword, he wanted to use his sword power and self-power to the extreme, then Chu Yan's use of the sword now is to make the sword the number one in the world. Good. The number one sword in the world, nothing can be erected without urging it, and nothing can be cut without it. The sword is the king, everything, in front of the sword in the hand, is all ants. Because of this, the sword that Chu Yan slashed out now does not have any sword power, but only a decision, like a judgment. Sword out, destroy. Time kept passing, and 6 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Crazy Saber Supreme went from being amazed at the beginning, to being bored later, and finally stood aside and yawned. And Chu Yan has maintained that kind of mysterious Taoism from the beginning to the end, swinging the sword like rain, sweating all over his body, but he didn't stop for a moment. Finally, the last ray of light in the void suddenly extinguished, returning to eternal peace. Chu Yan stood with his sword closed, his eyes lightly closed, and he raised his head to the sky. A series of light and weak tornadoes are slowly moving around Chu Yan's body, as if they are guarding or brewing. This scene is like the moment when Chu Yan first experienced the sword storm. That was a long time ago. At that time, Chu Yan's strength and sword were far worse than now. Could it be that you have regressed? Immediately afterwards, several sword-intent tornadoes disappeared one after another. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan's surroundings no longer existed, and they also returned to calm. Clang! Suddenly a bright light flashed across, the sword was raised and returned, there was no trace of sword energy accidentally overflowing from the sword, the body of the sword was like a void, and it was as light as a void. A crack opened in the void in front of the sizzling sound, revealing a large area of turbulent time and space behind it, devouring the aura of the surrounding world. Chu Yan turned around and walked towards Mad Saber Supreme with a smile on his face. And behind him, the space-time rift showed no sign of receding. It's done? It's done. Bowing to the Mad Saber Supreme, Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly. This time, the help of Mad Saber Supreme to him was extremely great. If it wasn't for her personal demonstration, then after breaking through, if I want to master these powers, I'm afraid it will take a long time to realize it little by little. And this little bit of insight, the only way to gain is the only constant life and death battle, hovering on the edge of that kind of life and death. However, a battle of life and death is easy to say, but finding the same opponent is more difficult than finding a supreme cave. Just like that Fan Wuya, as long as he sees Chu Yan now, it's like seeing a big beauty. Thank you. My own people are welcome. Well. After only 3 sentences, Chu Yan was stunned when Mad Saber Supreme brought that issue up again. How to answer this? Go. I'll take you to a place. Mad Saber Supreme's jade-like face smiled, happier than Chu Yan. The small plan was successful, and then the big dishes will come on stage. Anyway, this time, she is very happy. I'm afraid it won't work. I must go back to the 8U Xuanhuan sect as soon as possible, and get a lot of elixir. Then I have to go to the Dead Sea Realm. Dead Sea Realm. Oh. By the way, you want to revive your beauty? Mad Saber Supreme's eyes lit up all of a sudden, and that gaze seemed to be looking forward to Yu Linglong's resurrection even more than Chu Yan. By the way, before Crazy Saber, Lin Meng, I wonder if you've seen a young man named Hua Yang. A lot of people just now didn't know who it was. #C3118, the Supreme Woman shall not be offended. After hearing about Huayang, Chu Yan felt relieved. I heard from the Mad Saber Supreme that among those who came before, there were 2 Supremes who did not fight. That Huayang should be fine, so he left on his own. Lin Meng, so I will stay soon, hope to meet again next time. Chu Yan still has a good impression of Mad Saber Supreme. Since Pushenchu, she has never shot herself. Of course, except for the fact that you must marry yourself, everything else is fine. Okay, my husband. Crazy Saber Supreme smiled and blinked, moved his lotus step slightly, and bowed in a lady's salute, which made Chu Yan twitch the corners of his eyes again in fright. Congratulations to my husband. After saying a word, the Mad Saber Supreme smiled even more happily, and then his figure slowly melted into the void and disappeared. Chu Yan stood there in a daze, his whole heart was up and down, and he couldn't tell what it was like. This Crazy Saber Supreme is also the 9 Realms Supreme, so why does he have to stare at himself? Congratulations. Could it be that she really couldn't escape from her palm this time? Dream. Although my strength is not as good as hers, as long as I go to the Dead Sea Realm, then. Chu Yan thought for a long time and finally set off. This Supreme Cave Mansion can't be kept for a while, maybe that Mad Saber Supreme will run out. So, while Chu Yan hurried on his way, he kept practicing new Dao realms. It will take a long time to consolidate the Dzogchen realm. Because of the existence of the different color Daoguang, his comprehension speed was much faster. In less than 3 days, most of the methods of asking questions in the 9 Realms star chart had been merged. The current hymn can be said to be an existence that has fused most of the ways of asking in God's domain. If ordinary people have learned so many Taoisms, their own Taoism will be affected. But the recasting of Chu Yan's Dao realm, coupled with the existence of the different color Daoguang, not only has no effect, but its strength has greatly increased. The strength of each breath is improving, and the speed is astonishingly fast. As long as there is a chance, I will collect all the remaining Taoism of the 12 Taoisms. At that time, how strong will my own way of asking be? The method of asking is the foundation of the power of God's domain. Every method of asking is extremely mysterious and must be acquired. Of course, in addition to the 12 Dao lineages, those ancient sects and aristocratic families should also have ways of asking questions, so pay attention. Chu Yan pondered the plan in his heart, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Tianming Taiching, as the main city of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, usually does not allow other cultivators to enter, but now Chu Yan's identity is the nominal disciple of the Xuanhuan Lord, and he has a token, so of course he is free to enter and exit. He found a random restaurant, and just as he sat down to rest, he heard discussions from all around him. "My Lord Empress Xiantian, you are really powerful." Of course, one retreat directly broke through to the Supreme Realm. "I heard that you will fight against the 3 Supremes, and you will win 3 battles. It's too strong. The number 1 in the world broke through to the Supreme Realm, is it so powerful?" "That's right. The elder of the sect said that a few days ago, she made an appointment to fight 2 of the 4 Supreme Beings, preparing for a life and death battle." "What, life and death battle? Is this to aspire to the 4 great sovereigns?" "It's too scary. Is the Empress going to aspire to become the number 1 sovereign in the world?" "Haha, the elders of our sect are really strong." "Impossible. A cultivator like us may never reach that level in his entire life. Of course, only those unrivaled geniuses have hope. I heard that the unrivaled geniuses from Sanna's sect and other sects have all come to our sect recently." "What happened?" "I heard that it was a sect exchange or something, who knows, this kind of thing happens often, it's not surprising." "That's right, I just don't know how strong these unrivaled geniuses are." The people chatting and discussing in the restaurant are some outer disciples. Usually the task and practice are not so heavy, so they have time to mingle in the restaurant. Chu Yan was surprised when he heard all this. As expected, Empress Xiantian made a breakthrough, and just after she broke through, she declared war on those veteran Supreme Beings. Really tough. However, this is Empress Xiantian, otherwise, she would not be her. "Should I congratulate you?" Chu Yan took out the jade talisman, thought for a while, and sent out a thought. "Senior Xiantian, congratulations to the Supreme One, because the recasting of the Dao Foundation was delayed. I will definitely prepare a congratulatory gift when I turn back." As soon as the consciousness was sent out, an echo was received immediately, like a wave of ice hitting. "What is it?" The 2 words are indeed in the style of Empress Xiantian, without a trace of emotion. "Ahem, just to ask, I have already arrived at the 8U Xuanhuang sect, how should I get those elixir?" Chu Yan was a little embarrassed, so direct? It seemed that he was only looking for her when he had something to do, and congratulations were just an excuse. However, regarding the elixir, Chu Yan really could only find her. "Wait, someone is coming." After a full 100 breaths of time, Empress Xiantian replied. "Thank you." Chu Yan hurriedly said politely, and at the same time heaved a long sigh of relief. "Why every time I talk to Empress Xiantian, it seems more tiring than fighting a life and death battle." "You don't have to thank me. You have a different status now, so you don't have to be so polite with me." "Different identities? You mean the nominal disciple of Lord Xuanhuang?" Chu Yan was startled. "Supreme Husband." When these words came, Chu Yan's face suddenly twitched, and he was stunned. "What's the situation? How could he become the Supreme Husband-in-law? How did this Empress Xiantian know?" "No, I am not at all, I have never promised Mad Saber Supreme." No, it's not what you think, I was just..." Then, Chu Yan hurriedly told Empress Xiantian exactly what happened in the Supreme Cave. Including the old man in sackcloth, the throne in the starry sky, and other mysteries, nothing is hidden. After all, he has great trust in Empress Xiantian, and Empress Xiantian knows more about many things than he does. But then, there was silence. For a full 300 breaths. There was no movement from Empress Xiantian. Doji, how did you recast it? Although Empress Xiantian retreated to attack the Supreme Realm, and later made an appointment to fight the various Supremes, she was paying attention to the destruction of the Chu Yan Dao Foundation from the beginning to the end. They even sent some people to look for opportunities to recast the Dao Foundation. As a result, no news came back from the people sent out, and Chu Yan's Dao Foundation had been restored. This, luck. I found the God-defying flame. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan told Empress Xiantian again in detail about Nishenyan and Mad Saber Supreme's cave. After that, there is no more. This time, Empress Xiantian fell silent completely ignoring herself. After half an hour, there was another commotion from the restaurant. See Senior Brother Chongqing. All the disciples in the restaurant stood up together and bowed to a figure who stepped into the restaurant. #C3119 Where the God King. The man who was respectfully called Senior Brother Chongqing by his peers was smiling all over his face. After saluting one by one, he looked around the audience and his eyes fell on Chu Yan. Brother Chu. It's right here. I am a direct disciple of Master's sect, you can just call me Chongqing. I have seen Senior Brother Chongqing. The one who can be called a master is of course Lord Xuanhuan, who belongs to the same brother as Chu Yan, so naturally Chu Yan will not call him by his name directly, but call him a brother. You're welcome. I'll take you to see Master. As soon as the words landed, Senior Brother Chongqing stretched out his hand to signal, and then turned to lead the way. Chu Yan nodded, and followed Brother Chongqing all the way. All the outer disciples in the restaurant were dumbfounded. On the other side, the 8 Xuanhuan sect, in the innate secret realm. The huge immortal palace suspended in the sky, towering above the clouds, is the core suzerain palace of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. Lord Xuanhuan was sitting in the hall, drinking 9 immortal spirit tea, looking extremely leisurely. Below him was an old man with eagle eyes, his eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his face was dark. Brother, this is absolutely impossible. After a pause, the eagle-eyed old man gritted his teeth and spoke again. I won't say anything about the other elixir, but how precious is that Kang Zuetzi, a junior with a ruined Dao Foundation is not worthy at all. The eagle-eyed old man was really angry, and his beard trembled as he spoke. As one of the 3 God Kings of the 8 Universe Xuanhuang sect, the God King Fan Tian and the Lord Xuanhuang are fellow teachers, and their friendship is not shallow. If it was normal, he would unconditionally support any decision made by Lord Xuanhuang. However, precious treasures like Kang Zuetzi are extremely precious to the God Kings. Now it is a waste to give a sect junior whose Dao Foundation has been destroyed and has no future. If this Kang Zuetzi was given to his only son, maybe he could break through the Dao realm Xiaocheng. Reach Dao realm Desheng. The core disciple of Dao realm Desheng will be the top 10 disciples of the sect from then on. But now, that Songshua branch was wasted like this, how could he not be in a hurry? Junior brother, you should know that Chu Yan was destroyed in the battle of the #1 statue in the world. So what? Life and death arena, everyone lives in peace. This battle of the world's #1 statue was presided over by my 8 Yuxuan Huangzong. When the old man appeared, I was waiting right in front of me. Even the master took action, but in the end Chu Yan's Dao Foundation was still destroyed. It's gone. This is no longer a matter of him alone, this matter is related to the face of the sect. This. Hearing these words, King Fan Tian immediately frowned and his face darkened even more. Of course, it's not that he doesn't know the reason behind this, but that blue blood branch is too important to his parents and children. Stop talking, Chu Yan is here. When he wanted to say something more, Lord Xuanhuang shook his head and stopped the King of Gods. In less than 30 breaths, Chu Yan followed Senior Brother Chongqing out of the hall and bowed to salute the 2 big men. Lord Xuanhuan was polite, and returned the salute with a smile on his face, but King Fan Tianshan snorted coldly and turned his head to one side. There was no concealment of this expression. This made Chu Yan frown slightly, feeling puzzled. It seems that this is the first time I have met this Uncle Mortal God King. Why don't I deal with it? Chu Yan, this is your first time entering the inner realm of the sect. How do you feel? What kind of person is Xuanhuan Lord? He quickly opened his mouth and smiled. The disciples were amazed. It was really extraordinary. This is true. After entering the inner realm of the 8U Xuanhuan sect, along the way, I have seen many fairy mountain treasure halls, various spiritual formations, including the caves and lands, which are densely covered with stars. This top-level sect fairy land naturally opened Chu Yan's eyes. After all, it is one of the 12 orthodoxy, and it is also the largest sect force in the Shanghai realm. Humph. Glib tongue. King Fantian snorted coldly, obviously targeting Chu Yan. Uncle Fantian, are you in a bad mood? Chu Yan turned to look at King Fantian, and asked. God King can talk like that. For no reason, they dig your ancestral graves, or eat your rice. The speechless Lord Xuanhuan shook his head. He stopped him just now, and now this junior is here again. Chu Yan, you are really right. Your Uncle Fantian is in a bad mood today, so don't worry about it. When saying these words, Lord Xuanhuan glared at King Mortal God with warning eyes. Let's get down to business. This is the panacea you want. Lord Xuanhuan waved his hand, and a golden jade talisman flew towards Chu Yan and fell directly into his palm. Chu Yan's face froze, his consciousness flooded in, and he swept quickly. In this jade talisman, there are tens of thousands of elixir, including a blue blood branch. Thank you, Lord. The sect will send you some assignments in the future, and the disciples will definitely repay you with all their strength. Chu Yan bowed his hands and made a solemn promise. After all, he is very clear about the value of these elixirs. Although the Kangzuetzi was not comparable to the few ancient immortal medicines that he had refined in the Supreme Cave, it was also an extremely precious natural treasure in God's domain. With this sentence out, King Fantian couldn't bear it anymore. You, a junior disciple whose Tao foundation has been destroyed, what can the sect do for you? Got cheap, still here to act like a good boy. However, because of his senior brother's warning just now, the God King Fantian still resisted and just rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, just wait for your words. Don't forget. Lord Xuanhuan laughed, replied casually, and then asked again. Chu Yan, what are your plans for the future? Before, he accepted Chu Yan as a nominal disciple in front of the world. Therefore, in Chu Yan's current situation, he had to ask. My lord, I am going to go to the Dead Sea Realm. Dead Sea Realm. This. Lord Xuanhuan's expression changed immediately, and he quickly reminded. You are now a disciple of my Baiyu Xuanhuang sect. If you go to the Dead Sea Realm, don't let others know your identity. Seeing Chu Yan nodded, Lord Xuanhuang nodded and said. Chongqing, send your junior brother away. Chu Yan thanked him again, turned around and left with senior brother Chongqing. After the two disciples left, Lord Xuanhuang also left immediately to deal with the affairs of the sect. As the suzerain of the 8U Xuanhuang sect, there are many things to do. In the main hall of the Lord, the King of Gods and Gods was soon left there alone, with a pair of eagle eyes shining continuously. It's so easy, you took away the Kangzuetzi, humph. With a gloomy face and a heart full of displeasure, the King of Mortal Gods continued to murmur. The preciousness of the Tsanxue branch, I think the senior brother is also reluctant to part with it, but he is the suzerain, and he is considering the sect's face, but he has given it away now. If I take it back, isn't it reasonable? Thinking of this, the eyes of King Fantian instantly lit up. You go and do something for me immediately. He took out the token, and said directly with his spiritual consciousness, from Chu Yan, who just left, bring me the Kangsuetsi. After the order went down, King Fan Tian put away the token with a sneer on his face. As a god king and the junior brother of Lord Xuanhuan, of course he couldn't do this kind of thing himself. What's more, it's hard to say something when things get big. Therefore, leaving it to his son to do it is not only reassuring, but also easy to delay if something happens. This plan is perfect. #C3120 Come One Game. After leaving the inner territory, it is the outer city of the 8th Xuanhuan sect. Chu Yan was impatient, flying high all the way, crossing the clouds, and heading for the Dead Sea. Junior brother Chu, the youth conference is being held in the outer city, why don't you come and observe it with me? Chang Xingfei was around Chu Yan and suggested at the same time. No need. Chu Yan shook his head, and said, I intend to be in the Dead Sea realm, and I have important things to do, so come and observe again when I have a chance in the future. Hearing this, Changsheng nodded and didn't say much. Boom. At this moment, a thunder roar sounded, and in the outer city below, one after another, figures rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures rushed up to the clouds, surrounding Chu Yan and the two of them. These people flew up from the outer city below, completely blocking the way of the two of them. Chu Yan stopped his figure, glanced across, and found that the dozen or so people were all young people, and their cultivation was in the realm of human dignity. A few of them were still at the peak of the realm of dignity, and the rest were just in the realm of earth dignity. The two people in the lead have reached the 7th heaven of the earthly presence realm, and their 4 elements are doing their best, which is extremely extraordinary. Junior brother Xiao, you are so courageous, you dare to block my way. Brother Chongqing stepped forward, his tone was calm but powerful. You know, his long life is not only a transcendent identity, but also a cultivation base that has reached the peak of the earth respect state, and the Tao state has achieved great success. Yes. I'm sorry. Brother Chongqing, of course I dare not block your way, This junior brother Xiao is not a disciple of Lord Xuanhuan, he is also called senior brother, but his relationship is far away. Therefore, if it was normal, even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to block the road of longevity so arrogantly. Chongqing didn't bother to listen to his explanation at all. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped it. Boom, boom. Palm-like tide. Wherever it passed, the cloud waves rolled like a tsunami, rolling towards the dozen or so disciples on the opposite side. In the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, it is strictly forbidden to do anything, except for punishing disciples. Brother Chongqing is the direct disciple of Lord Xuanhuang, and his status is much higher than other disciples. Therefore, his actions can be regarded as punishing younger disciples, and it is not considered a violation. Boom. Suddenly, a dazzling light blasted, like a thunder dragon piercing through the clouds, crashing into the waves of the clouds while roaring, blasting them to pieces, dissolving the palm of senior brother Chongqing. Chongqing and Chu Yan were taken aback at the same time, and turned their heads to look. Haha, senior brother Chongqing hasn't seen him for a long time, but he's still so domineering. A disciple with short red hair and wearing a golden robe flew over from the sky and landed in front of them, followed by a woman with a cold expression on her face. It was this red-haired disciple who just made a move. But you don't have to make things difficult for junior brother Xiao, he's doing things according to my wishes. Huh. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at the other party. The cultivation bases of these two people are not weak, they are all at the peak of the earth respect state, and the Tao state is small. At such an age and with such strength, he must be the core disciple of the 8th Xuanhuang sect. Brothers what do you mean? Brother Chongqing asked. Junior brother Xiao didn't finish his sentence just now, so you interrupted him. If that's the case, let him finish his sentence. The red-haired disciple smiled all over his face and said with a smile. Chong, senior brother Chongqing, we are not blocking your way, but for the person beside you. Brother Xiao, who was reminded by the red-haired disciple, was a little stuttering when he spoke. He was glared at by the red-haired disciple, and said quickly, "That, the number one Chu Yan in the world." When this sentence fell, Chu Yan and senior brother Chongqing's expressions changed at the same time, and they suddenly realized. Chu Yan, junior brother Xue is the son of King Fan Tian, Xue Lai, the two beside him are. Senior brother Chongqing hurriedly passed the sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness, and told Chu Yan the situation of the three people on the opposite side. After talking about the identities of the three, he thought about it and added, "I heard that Xue Lai and Fan Tian God King have been looking for Kang Xuetzi for the past few years." The words were so pointless that senior brother Chongqing stopped at this point. This Xue Lai's status is only weaker than his own, but his father has an excellent relationship with his master. This trouble is still a bit difficult to deal with. If it's just the brother Xiao and the female disciple, his longevity is just a matter of one word. But now that Xue Lai came forward, the situation was different. Besides, he also knows Xue Lai's purpose. This is blocking his way of martial arts, and offending him will be serious. Although he and Chu Yan are brothers of the same school, they have no communication. Chu Yan glanced back at senior brother Chongqing, understood instantly, and nodded slightly. It's no wonder that when he was in the hall before, the king of all gods targeted him so much. It turned out that it was because of this. 3. Chu Yan turned around and was about to speak. In any case, these people are considered to be his own clan. If they cannot make a move, it is best not to make a move. After all, the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect was kind to him. As soon as he made a move, he got tens of thousands of elixir, including the precious item of Kang Xuetzi. Right now, the outer city is holding a youth meeting, and it would be bad for the sect's reputation to start at this time. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to speak, a young man named Zhao Yang stood up and shouted loudly, "Don't talk nonsense with us, hand over the Xuanhuan branch, that belongs to senior brother Xue." Xue Lai chuckled lightly, shook his head, and said, "I'm sorry, junior brother Chu, this Zhao Yang doesn't know what to say, but he's telling the truth. This bloody branch is important to me. Now the Dao Foundation is also destroyed, and the blue blood branch has no effect on recasting the Dao Foundation. Even if you refine these treasures, it is a waste. Why not use them for me? I will take care of them in the sect in the future, to you." This rephrasing is well-founded and reasonable, but there is obviously a hint of coercion and contempt. But it was like this, but it made all the disciples around nod in unison, and even senior brother Chongqing didn't say a word. No one knows the preciousness of the Xuanhuan branch. It is a treasure that can improve the Dao realm. How many treasures that can improve the Dao realm? How many can there be in the entire God's domain? Isn't it a waste to give it to a newcomer whose Dao Foundation has been destroyed? These words immediately made Chu Yan's face turn cold by 3 points. However, because of the previous targeting by the God King of Heaven, Chu Yan didn't have any impression of Xue Liben, which is not surprising. "I'm sorry, but I want to take this blue blood branch to save a friend. I can't give it to senior brother. Goodbye." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan was ready to leave. No one thought that Chu Yan would say such decisiveness, leaving no room for it. "Stop." Xue Lai's face turned dark instantly, and he shouted loudly, like thunder rolling. Chu Yan turned his head, looked at the other party with cold eyes, and said, "What's the matter?" Xue Lai took a step forward, and there was still a smile on his face, all of which were grim. "Chu Yan, I don't care about the life and death of any of your friends. If this is the case, go and lie to the ghosts. Even if it's true, you are a trash yourself, and a trash friend is even more trash. Can it be compared with my Dao realm great achievement? For the sake of Lord Xuanhuan, I will give you one last chance to hand over the Xuanhuan branch." Junior brother Xiao Yang and the female disciple stepped out at the same time, pushing towards Chu Yan with awe-inspiring momentum. Chu Yan's body trembled slightly, blocking the coercion of several people, and a red light rose in his eyes. These people are looking for death. Waste. They say they can, but they can't say. Yu Linglong. Because Yu Linglong values love and righteousness in order to save herself from loss. In Chu Yan's heart, she is more important than anyone else. You are worse than a strand of my friend's hair, kneel down and apologize. When Chu Yan said these words, the audience was stunned. #C3121 The first one in the world returns. Chapter 3121. Including senior brother Chongqing, everyone's face was full of shock. He, Chu Yan, asked Xuanhuan to give his friend to kneel down and apologize. This is crazy. And Xuanhuan also had the expression of seeing a ghost. His eyes were full of anger, and he made himself kneel in front of so many people. What are you? Just because. But before he finished speaking, the expression of the female disciple beside him changed slightly, and a thought came out. After the two flirted with each other for a while, a playful look emerged at the same time. Chu Yan, you are for your friend, right? Well, then I will give you and your useless friend a chance. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face again, and he strode back and forth with his hands behind his back, saying, The central square of the outer city below is the 3 youth exchange meetings. Go down and fight. If you lose, you only need to hand over the Kangsuetsi. If I lose, I will apologize. After saying these words, all the disciples present nodded in unison. After all, they are from the same sect. After all, they are within the sect. After all, the 3 sects are holding an exchange meeting below. At this time they are going to fight, and the sect makes a ruling, and everyone will be finished. Moreover, it is also a year-round competition with the brothers of the sect, and it is in accordance with the rules to go to the arena to fight, and it is not restricted by some sect regulations. The most important thing is that it is better to bet on a contract than to grab it directly. This method can not only get the Tsangxue branch without dispute, but also repair this Chu Yan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Junior brother Chu Yan, don't. Brother Chongqing hurriedly sent voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness to dissuade Chu Yan. Others don't know, but of course he knows that this will lie, as the parent and son of Master Fan Tian, is extremely powerful. Compared with himself, he is only a little weaker. As long as he entered the Dao realm, he would definitely be among the top 10 disciples of the sect. Chu Yan Daoji is ruined, it is impossible to be his opponent. After all, he is a brother of the same sect. Brother Chongqing will naturally consider Chu Yan's side, and more importantly, consider the face of the master. However, his words sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but they didn't have any effect at all. Chu Yan just stared at Xuanhuan, and said in a cold voice, It's okay to fight, but since it's on the stage, then follow the rules of the stage. This sentence stuns Xuanhuan and everyone else. Battlefield rules. Whatever the rules on the battlefield, of course life and death do not matter. Is this Chu Yan going to? In the next breath, the expressions of all the disciples, including brother Chongqing, changed. This is going crazy. Life and death battle. For Chu Yan, this battle is meaningless. If it is not for special reasons, he will only think it is a waste of time. However, just now Xuanhuan opened his mouth to insult Yu Linglong. This matter is serious. The dragon has reverse scales, and it will be angry when touched. Yu Linglong, who was lost for herself, is Chu Yan's Anilin. Since you dare to blaspheme, be prepared to bear the price. Oh. Everyone was shocked. Only the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth rose, and the playful look on his face became more and more intense. Kill, of course not, and dare not kill. However, since the opponent proposed a life and death battle, it would be reasonable to beat him into a cripple. Anyway, when Lord Xuanhuan accepted him as a nominal disciple, he was already useless. Now that it is abolished, I don't care if it is a little more abolished, there is no difference anyway. Okay, since that's the case, then, a battle of life and death. Xie La pondered for a while, and quickly agreed, as if he was afraid of Chu Yan's repentance. Immediately afterwards, he turned around, like a meteor falling from the sky, and fell towards the battle platform below. A dozen or so disciples were startled for a moment, but followed closely behind. The Baiyu Xianhuang sect, as one of the 12 orthodox lineages in the divine realm, is also the strongest force in the divine sea realm. Every year, some sect exchanges will be held, and the geniuses and powerhouses of other sects will testify to each other. To pursue breakthroughs and extremes in martial arts, to enhance genius and martial arts strength. Tianming Taiching is endless, even if you look down from the sky, you can't see the end at a glance. In the city, the southeast, the north, and the west are bustling like a tide, and various battle platforms are scattered everywhere, interspersed among various streets. And the battle platform in the center of the city is the largest and most important battle platform. Generally speaking, it will only be opened when sects of the same status come to communicate. At this time, the central square was already crowded with people because of the holding of the 3 youth exchange meetings. The 3 major sects of the 8 Yu Xianhuang sect, the Sanhe sect, and the 9 Qing sect have gathered a large number of disciples to participate in this exchange. Disciples from any of the 3 sects can come to the stage to compete. Including elders, grand elders, god kings, and other bigwigs, they all sat in the VIP seats. This time is not an ordinary youth exchange meeting. The 3 major sect forces almost represent the 3 strongest sects in the Shanghai world. The opportunity held every 100 years, to put it bluntly, is a genius battle where 3 sects secretly compete for the number 1 position in the divine sea realm. Although it may not be possible to really decide who to change to become the number 1 in the Shanghai realm, but in the world of martial arts, it is well known that the strength of a genius is equal to the strength of the sect's future. This kind of exchange is also the best time for the 3 sects to test each other. Including some unrivaled geniuses known by Chu Yan, Li Mutian, Yu Linger, Yu Peng, etc. all came to participate in this exchange. However, an elder of the Baiyu Xianhuang sect who was present suddenly stood up and issued an order. All the communication geniuses present stopped. This time everyone in the audience looked at the host stage in astonishment. Everyone, there is an emergency situation. Please leave the field for the time being, the 2 geniuses on the field. There will be a temporary life and death battle soon. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's expression changed immediately. Life and death battle. These 3 kinds of exchange meetings generally prohibit killing, and peace is the most important thing. But if there is a life and death battle, it is often extremely exciting. As a result, the disciples present, the geniuses, and the bosses all lifted their spirits and showed interest. After all, the battle between warriors can only be seen between life and death, and the kind of killing that is prohibited is basically just playing house, showing off your fists and showing off your legs, which is meaningless. Haha, life and death battle. This time it's the right time. Yu Peng, who was sitting next to Yu Linger, was talking excitedly. Before his words fell to the ground, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed on the central battle platform with strong energy like a tide. Picked up 2 gusts of wind and swept across the audience. The eyes of those who were blown could not be opened. When the strong wind passed by, everyone looked at the central battle platform with a look of astonishment, especially Yu Peng, who couldn't close his mouth. One is the famous Xie La of the 8 Yu Xianhuang sect. And the other one was a familiar figure that almost made Yu Peng's eyes pop out of shock. Chu Yan. It turned out to be big brother Chu Yan. Both Yu Peng and Yu Linger were astonished, and the other geniuses present were even more astonished. Number 1 in the world, Chu Yan. The battle for the number 1 statue in the world just ended not long ago, and the one who had his Dao foundation cut off in public, the number 1 statue in the world. #C3122 Are you looking for death? Several months passed, and the black-robed figure who had just been forgotten appeared in front of everyone again. No one will forget, especially the dozen or so unrivaled geniuses present. The scene of Chu Yan fighting against the whole audience with his own strength is deeply imprinted in their minds. However, everyone thought that Chu Yan would just sink. In less than a few months, he actually appeared in front of the world again. This Chu Yan, does he really regard himself as the number 1 in the world, and dare to fight Xie La Jiao to the death? Is this courting death? Xie La Jiao is not a peerless genius who was honored just now, but he has been famous for a long time. You want to be famous, don't you want to go crazy? After all, the number 1 statue in the world, it is not reconciled to just give up like this. Is it worth it? Fight for your life. When some voices sounded, Yu Peng and Yu Linger were shocked, including Li Mutian who was not far away, listening to the discussions around them. Li Mutian had a lot of trouble with Chu Yan. His master, the Holy God King, had already discussed with Shen Gongxi to eradicate Chu Yan. The incident happened suddenly, but those present were all bigwigs, unrivaled geniuses, and elites from various sects. When the two of them appeared on the battle stage, they had already learned all kinds of news and understood the reason for this life and death battle. A disused number 1 statue in the world is not qualified to take another rare treasure like the Zhangxue branch. Too ignorant. If you want to restore Dao Foundation, you will grab everything. This battle between the core disciples of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect is rare. No one cares about it. I don't know how far this battle will go. I heard that the Zhangxue branch was given to Chu Yan by the Lord Xuanhuan, which is reasonable, but what's the point of him fighting Xie La Jiao to the death? Young and energetic, I'm afraid that Xie La Jiao won't let him go today. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Various sneers came. They all thought that Chu Yan didn't know how to live or die, and his face was full of sighs. After all, even if this Chu Yan is now abolished, he is still in existence that has created a 1,000-year legend. Isn't it good to retreat bravely in the torrent? What's wrong with me? At this time, Yu Linger was breathing faster, her face was flushed, and she was full of nervousness. She just hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Brother Xie La Jiao, Chu Yan is my friend, I hope you can show mercy. When this sentence came out, the audience was stunned. Yu Linger, the core disciple of the 9 Qing sect, would plead for that Chu Yan. And Yu Peng beside her also changed his face, under all kinds of distortions, he was all entangled. But in the end, he still didn't stand up. Chu Yan, remember the favors owed to you first, I can't afford to offend Xie La Jiao, so take care of yourself. Yu Peng pondered in his heart. With his current status, of course he could talk to Xie La Jiao, but he thought that Chu Yan had already been abolished, so it was completely meaningless to do this for him and sell this kind of face. Junior sister Yu Linger, it's you. Since you've already spoken, I'll be merciful. After all, my junior brother was once the number 1 in the world, so I have to leave him a whole body. Xie La Jiao smiled, but his words were so cruel that all the cultivators present shrank their necks. Yu Linger's face changed suddenly. Sure enough, in this life and death battle, Xie La Jiao had the intention of killing Chu Yan. Senior brother Xue, I don't think it's necessary at all. Yu Linger was frightened, and hurriedly opened her mouth, ready to persuade again. However, before he finished speaking, Chu Yan, who was also standing on the battle platform, sent a thought. Yu Linger, I have my own measure, you don't have to tell him any more. The corners of the mouth were raised, and there was the same smile on his face, even more detached and indifferent. Yu Linger was stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Yan dully. It was only now that she really looked at Chu Yan, but her expression suddenly changed. What a powerful look that was. It seemed that in his eyes, the whole world was like ants, which could be destroyed easily. This is. Inexplicably, Yu Linger actually felt a sense of lack of consciousness, and Chu Yan became stronger. Moreover, this kind of strength is stronger than before, stronger than her, stronger than Xie La, stronger than all the peerless geniuses present, beyond a huge gap between heaven and earth. This is not a gap in cultivation-based strength, but a gap in realm, just like the gap between a small achievement in the Dao realm and a complete Dao realm. But, isn't Chu Yan's Dao foundation destroyed? Since the two of you have decided to fight, let me host it. Brother Chongqing flew to the battle stage, looked at the two and said. Chu Yan and Xie La nodded at the same time, and neither objected. Xie La was thinking that Brother Chongqing might have the same thoughts as himself, and he was helping him. And Chu Yan naturally didn't care about it. The important thing is that what Chongqing thinks is that Chu Yan's life can be saved at a critical moment, so that he will not be lost. Senior brother, thank you. Xie La clasped his fists and bowed politely to Chongqing. After all, Chongqing's identity and strength were slightly higher than him. Chu Yan, you have only been honored for a few months. Your current cultivation base is too weak. In order not to say that I bully you, I will suppress your cultivation base and fight you fairly. Looking at Chu Yan, he seemed to be smiling but not smiling. When this sentence landed, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Fair fight. What makes you so brazen and confident to say such things? Fighting to the death with a person whose Dao realm has been destroyed, dare to mention the word fair. Those present, who didn't know that when they were above peerless genius, they were compared to Dao realm. People's Dao foundation is gone, so what's the point of cultivation? It's not like someone is a world higher than you, so you just say something about fairness. Whatever. Chu Yan smiled slightly, and then the whole body burst into breath. The endless fairy light rolled away like a tide, and the astonishing coercion was like mountains, rising horizontally, suppressing the audience. Around the entire battlefield, everyone's expressions changed in unison. I'm stupid, this is, half-step Tianzuan. What's going on? Am I blind? His cultivation is half-step heavenly venerate. The last time he was honored, he seemed to respect the three heavens. How long has it been? More than a month, 2 months. More than a dozen breakthroughs, how is this possible? It was just silent for a few breaths, and the whole scene exploded directly, and all kinds of exclamations were like a raging tide. All the geniuses present, big bosses, who don't know Chu Yan. It is even more clear that after being honored, not to mention the incomparably long period of consolidation, even without consolidation, how difficult it is to raise one level of cultivation. Even with the best elixir and the best cave in God's domain, it is impossible to have this speed. This is terrifying. The #1 statue in the world, no wonder. A heavenly old man looked at the black-robed figure on the battle platform and was filled with emotion. With this kind of cultivation speed, it won't be long before you can break through to the God King realm. That is the existence of the unrivaled overlord. #C3123 Between Victory and Defeat. Chapter 3123. There were constant sounds of astonishment, and the audience was in a hustle and bustle. As expected of the 8U Xuanhuan sect, as worthy of being the Lord Xuanhuan, his new master, I am afraid that he has given him great benefits. That's right, the identity of this nominal disciple is really useful. If I want such a master, I can do it too. Looks like it's not just the Kangzuetzi, the treasures of heaven, material and earth have been refined a lot. What's the use? His cultivation base is scum in front of Dao realm. Isn't he about to lose today? That's right, Xie La's cultivation base and Dao realm are only one line away from the Dao realm's great success. The people who reacted returned to their original judgment. Under various arguments, they still believed that Chu Yan was going to lose. After all, it is a fact that Daoji was destroyed. But in God's domain, everyone knows the importance of Dao Foundation. You can make great progress in your cultivation, but in terms of Taoism, it is infinitely more difficult to break through and improve than to improve your cultivation. Otherwise, so many unrivaled geniuses are all elites and core disciples of various sects, and their resources are no worse than yours, so they would have soared into the sky long ago. After all, the Dao realm has very little effect from external forces, and one can only rely on one's own comprehension and cultivation. However, no matter how you listen to these people's words, there is a sour feeling. There are so many geniuses in the three major sects, and there are only a few truly peerless geniuses who can get a lot of resources from this sect. Now seeing Chu Yan, a peerless genius whose Dao Foundation was destroyed, can break through to such a level in such a short period of time, it is impossible to say that he is not jealous or jealous. Xie La Jiao on the battle stage was also dumbfounded, but he quickly regained his composure. Just like those voices of discussion, since you have been promoted, so what, your talent is amazing, so what if you are number one in the world? Today. It's not about to be defeated in my hands. It's just half-step Tianzuan. I thought you broke through to the God King realm directly. His cultivation is at the peak of the Earth Venerable realm, only one step away from the half-step Heavenly Venerate, but he is at the peak of the Xiaoqing Dao realm. If he plays all his cards, he can barely fight against the Dao realm Desheng. With his strength, how difficult is it to deal with a half-step Tianzuan? The most important thing is that the opponent has no Dao Foundation, and can be destroyed with one hand. The number one in the world, right? Come, give me a trick. At this time I can no longer bear the discussions around me. More importantly, take this opportunity to defeat Chu Yan with one move, and let everyone know my strength. That is the real attention. You can also let your father and uncle know that if this Chu Yan is abolished, he will be abolished, and how far he is from himself. Kang Zuetzi should be obtained by himself. While speaking, all the celestial power in Xie Lai's body surged out, his momentum continued to soar, and the powerful celestial power surged, sweeping the entire battle arena. Although there is no burst of power on his body, just this aura, in the eyes of all cultivators, knows how terrifying his strength is. Tianqian 9 shocks the heavens, fighting the promise. Xie Lai shouted loudly, and flew out. Within a radius of 10 miles, there was a raging sea of flames immediately. At the end of the sea of flames, a mass of terrifying power burst out like a star bursting out. The sky and the earth are completely dark, and the wind is like a tide. The faces of the unrivaled geniuses and the cultivators present all changed. Even though he was in the stands, just by feeling the power of the rest of his strength, he could know how terrifying this punch was. It is impossible for other unrivaled geniuses to be able to accept this move. Xie Lai. So strong, is this move going to kill Chu Yan? Chongqing's face changed slightly, and he quickly circulated his immortal power. His mind was divided into two, and he stared closely at Chu Yan and Xie Lai. As long as Chu Yan is slightly invincible, he will take action to save him and stop this battle. It's over. It's over with one move. The gap is too big. The Dao realm in this fist has a faint power of Dao realm, and Chu Yan can't stop it. All the bigwigs present could see the original strength and shook their heads in unison. This kind of punching power is probably unstoppable even with Xing's best efforts. After all, he is a veteran peerless genius, and definitely not comparable to a new peerless genius. However, at this moment, the black-robed figure on the battle platform moved unexpectedly. Boom! The moment his feet hit the ground, an incomparably terrifying force directly blasted the battle platform into a huge deep pit, and the power recovered like a frenzy. The Chu Yan just now was just showing his aura, like a starry sky. So now, it's like a sea of stars. No power can compare to it in front of him. What? Chongqing's eyes narrowed suddenly. This is impossible. All the bosses present were stunned and stood up vigorously. At that moment, they all felt it. Powerful. Very strong. How terrifying the speed, strength, and power are, you can tell at a glance. Before the words of the bosses landed, Chu Yan's fist full of black flames had already blasted out. Boom, boom. On the battle platform, it seemed as if a thunderbolt exploded directly. The wind of heaven and earth, like a thunder dragon, roared across the world, rushing in all directions. Everyone can see that the fist wrapped in thick black flames smashed out, as if carrying the power of destroying the world. It was crushing all the way, and everything it passed was crushed into powder. Even if it was due to the energy and residual power, the entire battle platform would be cracked. Xie La, who was full of astonishment, stood there, watching his fist, which was blasted by the black flame dragon fist like a toy, and then hit him. The whole body flew upside down and hit the battle platform, forming a huge pit. What, how, what's going on? Xie La's face was covered with blood, and his eyes were full of confusion. After all, he was a core disciple, and he was not seriously injured. He jumped out of the pit, staring at Chu Yan with the expression of seeing a ghost. However, anyone could tell that his eyes were full of disbelief. You know, even though he didn't use his full strength in that move, he still had at least 70% of his strength. After all, he was thinking of destroying Chu Yan with one move, and what he used was a unique move. The method of asking questions is contained in it. Logically speaking, even if you lose, you cannot be backlashed. After all, this Chu Yan had just entered the 8th Xuanhuan sect, so he had no time to practice the method of asking in this sect. Moreover, even if he obtained the Taoist method of this sect, his Tao foundation is destroyed, so what can he use to practice? This point is exactly the biggest basis for Xie La to believe that he is invincible. But now this punch really stunned him. But 30% of your strength, you are really a core disciple. Chu Yan said coldly. What? Xie La jerked his whole body, his face was blood red, and his eyes were spitting fire. 30% power. This Chu Yan dared to humiliate himself. It must be my uncle, who gave me a life-saving forbidden technique. You actually used it against me. Xie La's mind was running like a fly, and he finally came up with a reasonable explanation. So what about forbidden techniques? You can increase your strength in a short period of time at most. It doesn't matter if it doubles or triples. It's all external force. Let's see how long you can last. Xie La's mind was gradually replaced by anger. He gritted his teeth and roared. Okay. Since that's the case, let's get serious. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Xie La began to reprint with both hands, and groups of different colors rose continuously from his body. #C3124 What is strong? Chapter 3124. Those flames of different colors, entangled together, twisted into a ferocious fire dragon, roaring and rushing towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan, die for me. Xie La's body was like lightning, and he rushed out, followed by fire dragons behind him. The sky was violent and the sky was collapsing. This time, he not only used the strongest ultimate move, but also prepared a backup. Swish! Swish! I saw 2 bolts of lightning flying from below the battle platform, instantly blending into his fire dragon. These 2 flashes of lightning, one red and one green, are exactly the power of the Dharma of asking that the junior cultivator and female disciple beside him before. Xie La's purpose was not to kill Chu Yan, but to get the Kangxuetzi. Moreover, it is determined to win. Therefore, before the life and death battle, he made an agreement with the 2 of them that if there was any problem, he would use his strongest ultimate move, and the 2 of them would help each other. How terrifying is it that the three people's asking powers are fused together? As for the agreed rules of the life and death battle, let it go to hell. After all, he is the parent and son of the King of Gods, so if there is any problem, let his father handle it. As long as he improves, as long as he breaks through, he can use any means. This point, since he was born, he has been so domineering all the way to practice martial arts. As the son of a god king, do you need to reason? The most important thing is, even if you lose some face, when you break through to the Tao realm and become the core disciple of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, who dare not accept it? In the world of martial arts, after all, strength is the most important thing. What? 3 against 1. The cultivators in the surrounding stands were all surprised. The life and death battle has a very high status in the martial arts world, and no one can destroy it. But now, Xie La is the stronger side. He actually broke the rules of the life and death battle. There is no rule. This life and death battle cannot be aided. Did you say it? Who said it? The junior cultivator and the woman below spoke directly with hard faces. After saying this sentence, everyone in the audience twitched. What a raccoon dog, there are such brazen people in this world. Needless to say, you, Xie La, are stronger than Chu Yan. Since it is a life and death battle, it is of course a one-on-one life and death battle. Not good. Yu Linger in the stands changed her expression. Of course, she never thought that Xie La would be so shameless, or that she underestimated Xie La's desire for Kang Xuetzi. Moreover, she could feel that these three people were now determined to kill Chu Yan. Awesome. The number 1 statue in the world, even without the Tao Foundation, can be so strong, it's just a pity. A supreme elder of the 9 Qing sect shook his head regretfully. Although he didn't know what trump card Chu Yan had that could make him so powerful, he didn't have any chance at all when the 3 core disciples made a move. This should be stopped. Chongqing was suspended in midair. Watching this scene, it was difficult to make a decision for a while. Just when he was about to make a move to stop this life and death battle, suddenly, Chu Yan on the battle stage spoke softly. 3 people. It's still not enough for me to make a sword. As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, the audience was silent. In the next breath, Chu Yan stepped out, his body like a mountain. War Law Code, Wan Lai Long Gang. In an instant, a figure as tall as a mountain rushed out of Chu Yan's body, and the incomparable might of the sea was like a tide, and the surrounding void trembled, as if a field surged, covering 1 person on the stage and 2 people off the stage. Now that you've made the move, let's go together. What? You. Xie La, Brother Xiao, and the female disciple all changed their expressions. They are in this battle power, and their feelings are beyond the comprehension of others. It was as if a seedling had been trampled down by a giant beast, without any resistance at all. Boom! In an instant, Chu Yan punched down, and the endless void and space-time were all shattered. The fire dragon on Xie La's body collapsed in an instant, the spirit treasure in the hands of junior brother Xiao was shattered into pieces, and the spear in the woman's hands was broken into powder. Not only that, the fist continued to attack without any stagnation, and hit the 3 of them, and 3 bloody arrows shot out immediately. The 3 figures flew upside down together and hit the floor, exploding a cloud of blood. The blood from the 3 people's mouths, as if they didn't want money, kept gushing out, instantly dyeing the ground of the battle platform red. With just 1 punch, the 3 of them were hit hard. No. Impossible. The supreme elders, god kings, and celestial venerables all stood up with shock on their faces when they saw the scene on the battle platform. Including Yu Linger, Yu Peng, Li Mutian and other unrivaled geniuses in the stands, they all opened their mouths, and they could still sit there. With the power of 1 punch, the audience stood in silence. These are the 3 core disciples of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. Everyone is a small achievement in the Tao realm, an unrivaled genius who has cultivated to the realm of earthly dignity with the utmost effort in the four elements. If placed in God's domain, any one of the 12 Taoisms would be a top disciple. But now, Chu Yan, who was destroyed by that Taoist foundation, killed 3 times with one punch. What's going on? What happened? Xuanhuan crawled out of the big pit of the battle platform, covered in blood all over his body, raised his finger to Chu Yan, his voice was shrill. You are not Daoji ruined. You have such power. How? Xuanhuan, who was already the king of the gods and was about to become one of the top 10 disciples, even though he was unscrupulous, he still had brains. If it is normal, in a life and death battle, if you lose, you will lose. It's not that he has never been defeated. For example, the Chongqing above often beats him. However, this one is completely different. He was fully prepared, the opponent was weaker than himself, and even with the 3 of them teaming up, they still lost so badly. This is definitely beyond his psychological acceptance. Dogi. Hearing Xuanhuan's question, Chu Yan didn't have any expression on his face. It seems to have just recovered. The next moment, on Chu Yan's body, endless Daoguang shot up into the sky, and above the sky, all kinds of heavenly visions bloomed together. There are fairy lotuses blooming in anger, beasts roaring, and Daoshan towering. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost flew out. The Tao realm has just been restored. Puff. Xuanhuan froze for a moment, a huge force exploded in his heart, and immediately made him spit out another big mouthful of blood. Not only Xuanhuan, Chongqing, junior brother Xiao, female disciples, Li Mutian, Yu Linger, Yu Peng and other geniuses present, but also the God King, the elder Taisheng and other big bosses, all of them were so shocked that their faces changed color. What's called, just restored? Could it be that after you had a fight, Daoji recovered? Isn't this ridiculous? However, what Chu Yan erupted from now is clearly the light of the Tao realm, and it is absolutely unmistakable. Even some people who have participated in the number 1 statue in the world can clearly feel that Chu Yan's Tao state seems to be stronger than before he was injured. This is the ironclad proof after recasting the Tao foundation. But, is it so easy? How long is this? How long has it been since his Tao foundation was destroyed, and he said it was restored? #C3125 The Light of Tao. Chapter 3125. Tao Realm. What Chu Yan is on is definitely Tao Realm. No one can deny this, nor can it be denied. So, in the final analysis, Chu Yan's Tao foundation has recovered. Recasting Daoji really succeeded. Among the myriad methods of martial arts, whether it is cultivation, combat skills, the power of the 5 elements, the method of asking questions, etc., it is simply nonsense to say that there are existences that are more difficult than the Tao realm. Among all the powers, the most difficult to cultivate is the Tao realm. But now, it took less than 3 months for Chu Yan to recast Daoji. When the Tao foundation was destroyed before, it was in the battle of the world's number 1 statue, under the watchful eyes of all. And now, when Tao foundation is being restored, it is also under the attention of everyone, which makes it impossible for people to find any doubts. What a strong Tao! This is probably only 1 step away from Tao realm Tao. What kind of opportunity did this Chu Yan encounter? He was able to recover so thoroughly and perfectly. A strong man at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, a boss who has been stuck in front of the divine king realm for hundreds of years, looked at Chu Yan on the battle stage, his face was speechless, and he was secretly sad. To deal with you, these powers are enough. Standing on the battle platform, Chu Yan looked at Xuanhuan and the other 2 who were climbing out of the deep pit, and spoke coldly. The Tao realm rolled, and the Haoyan sword in his left hand flashed. The sword light was like electricity, and the Tao light was like a tide. Now, kneel down, or die. Holding a long sword in his hand, Chu Yan looked at Xuanhuan and asked, like a god of death. For this kind of person, he will not show any mercy, and he doesn't care who the other party is. No matter who is the son of the God King, since he insulted you Linglong and wanted to kill himself, then there is no need to show mercy. As long as the other party dares to say no, he would directly draw out his sword and kill the three of them on the spot. As for the heavenly God King and the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, so what the hell? The big deal is that this sect is not waiting any longer, and those who owe the Lord Xuanhuan will naturally have the opportunity to pay back in the future. What are you going to do? My father is the king of gods, the king of all gods, the younger brother of the Lord Xuanhuan, his own younger brother, if you dare to kill. Xuanhuan was really scared. He saw Chu Yan's eyes full of killing intent. Brother Xiao and the female disciple are even more afraid than Xuanhuan. After all, Xuanhuan has a backer, but the two of them have nothing. According to common sense, the greatest possibility is that Chu Yan killed the two of them and let Xuanhuan go. But now, it was too late to regret. If he had known this earlier, even if he committed suicide, he would never have come to help Xuanhuan deal with Chu Yan. Don't kneel. Then die. Chu Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xuanhuan. Holding the long sword high in his hand, the sword light was like lightning, and scattered all around the audience. Chu Yan, no. Brother Chongsheng finally came to his senses, his face turned green with fright, and he hurriedly spoke to stop him. Chu Yan's sword, how could it not be sensed? This is obviously to kill people. The key point is that the power of this sword is far beyond his imagination. I am afraid that even if he tries his best, he may not be able to block it. Therefore, he had to speak to dissuade Chu Yan first. Bold. At this moment, a shocking shout exploded, and thunderous thunder rolled. I saw that the sky within a radius of 100 miles sank instantly, and under the majestic might, a figure slammed into the clouds and rushed towards him at high speed. With just one step, all the void in the central square was trampled into powder. The person who came was the king of all gods. On the battle stage, Xuanhuan's father, with a face ashen ashes and blood all over his body. Chu Yan's figure was immediately suppressed, and when he looked up, his eyes met. Bold Chu Yan, who dared to kill his fellow disciples, now release Xuanhuan immediately, and meet the Lord with me to receive the punishment. Every word of the voice of the King of Gods and Gods is accompanied by rolling thunder, falling like a catastrophe, shaking the soul. However, Chu Yan just looked at him quietly, without any emotion. Let him go. In this world, there are such good things. What if we don't let go? Chu Yan said, coldly. God King of all heavens, unrivaled overlord is just a title, it doesn't mean that you can be domineering. Turning things upside down is not black and white, treats people as nothing, and handles them however they want. You. Hearing Chu Yan's rhetorical question, King Fan Tian immediately roared. It's against the sky. Bold, arrogant, you dare to commit crimes above and below. I will give you one last chance to let him go and leave you alive. For a long time, as the younger brother of Lord Xuanhuan, he can be said to be in existence under one person of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect and above 10,000 people. His words are like golden words and jade rules, who dare not obey. It is really lawless for a small earthly respect to dare to oppose him so openly. If he hadn't doubted him, he might really have recovered Dao Ji, and now he would take action directly, cultivate him into a sea of qi, and directly cripple him. It's exciting. All the cultivators in the audience were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Especially the three of Xuanhuan, their souls were trembling, and their faces were full of horror. They didn't expect that Chu Yan would dare to openly challenge the King of Gods. Fan Tian, you have such a big tone. At this moment, another strange sound resounded through the world. In the distant sky, a golden cloud surged in, and the figure standing above the cloud was the envoy of Venerable Yang Long. Yang Long, Venerable Envoy. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Yang Long, you. Fan Tian turned his head and saw Venerable Yang Long's envoy appearing. His expression changed immediately. He wants to kill my son, don't you let me watch. Yang Long's envoy is the representative of the suzerain in the 8th Xuanhuan sect, with a detached status. However, King Fan Tianchen was not afraid, and directly opened his mouth and shouted. Good boy. You have a future. Can you save face and let the three of them go? Venerable Yang Long turned his head, but ignored the King of Gods and looked at Chu Yan and asked. To be honest, the reason King Fan Tian was so impatient and screamed so fiercely was because he and Venerable Yang Long knew it in their hearts. With Chu Yan's current situation, strength, and background, even if Xie La Jiao and the other three were killed, it might not be a big deal. However, with this sword strike, the loss to the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong would be too great. After all, the three unrivaled geniuses, and all god kings will also go crazy. Emissary Yang Long, the three of them just now. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and wanted to talk about the situation just now, but before he finished speaking, Venerable Yang Long shook his head. I know it all. So, can you give me some face and count me as a favor to you? How about it? When these words fell to the ground, Chu Yan stopped chewing immediately. If it were someone else, it would be a shame to say the least, but Yang Longzuan is different. In the battle of number 1 Zun in the world, he has helped him a lot. Moreover, Chu Yan's character is soft, but not hard, and Yang Longzuan has such a status, but he discusses it with himself. Chu Yan was silent, but all the bosses and practitioners in the audience were dumbfounded. What's the situation? That's Venerable Yang Long's envoy, he actually talked to Chu Yan like that. This attitude is too good. Hashtag C3126, Dao Zun comes. Chapter 3126. Facing the astonished eyes of the audience, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and then answered. In that case, I can spare their lives. But, they insult my friend, they must be punished. When the voice fell to the ground, Chu Yan swung out the long sword in his hand, and the three swords slashed straight at the bodies of the three people. Puff! Puff! 3 sprays of blood burst out, and a wound was cut on the chest of the three of them, and their flesh and blood rolled. The powerful sword energy did not stagnate, poured into the wound, and sapped all the way, shattering the meridians and sea of energy of the three of them. The shrill screams resounded over the entire central square. My son. Seeing this scene, the God King of all heavens suddenly fell down like lightning, and stuffed a top-level elixir into Xie La Jiao's mouth, and at the same time poured celestial power into Xie La Jiao's body like no money. With a sweep of his consciousness, the face of the King of all gods instantly became gloomy and terrifying. His face was purple-red, as if time would burst. Xie La Jiao's body was seriously injured. Chu Yan. Turning his head suddenly, his blood-red eyes stared at Chu Yan, and the King of all gods roared like thunder, roaring to the heavens. If you hurt my parents and children, I will not spare you today. With a wave of his big hand, thunder and thunderer everywhere, the color of the world changes, and the majesty of the God King makes thousands of miles of mourning. Mortal! Yang Longzuan shouted urgently, dodged directly, and stood in front of the God King Fan Tian, just blocking Chu Yan. Yang Long, go away. No one can control me today, I will kill him. Even if the Lord came. The divine power of the King of all gods continued to skyrocket, and the entire ancient city of Taiming was trembling. As a God King, he is naturally not impulsive and ignorant. Before Chu Yan took the lead, his son Xie La Jiao was the one who took the initiative to provoke, and was defeated in the battle of life and death. He can't get too involved. But the situation is different now, the life and death battle is over. Yang Longzuan came forward. Chu Yan also severely injured Xie La Jiao, which violated the sex code. According to the law of the sect, since Venerable Yang Long was present, he would naturally handle and adjudicate such matters. The last time was dealt with by the law enforcement elders of the sect. It is of course against the rules for Chu Yan to act privately without going through the sect's law enforcement. So now, Fantian God King took advantage of it, and he was waiting for this opportunity, just to kill Chu Yan and take back the Kang Zuetzi, all in one go. As for Xie La Jiao's injury, with him, mortal God King, it wouldn't be too much trouble. Let's kill Chu Yan, by mistake first, and the other things will be done easily. Father, dear, report. Xie La Jiao, who had taken the top-level elixir, struggled to speak to the God King Mortal Heaven after his pain eased a bit, but he couldn't speak immediately after being pointed out by the God King Mortal Heaven. In fact, he wanted to tell his father that there was no rush for revenge. This Chu Yan recast the Tao Foundation, hiding his strength, and his real cultivation might have surpassed the 5 core disciples of the sect. Moreover, he had a premonition that Chu Yan, who broke out with all his strength, might surpass the 5 cores and rank first. In this way, not only was this Chu Yan not abolished, but he might even become the most talented and qualified disciple of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect. If his father, King Fantian, kills Chu Yan, the consequences. However, he had only spoken a few words before being sealed by his father, completely unable to speak. Originally, King Fantian was afraid that he would say words of revenge, but he never thought that he wanted to tell his father the true situation of Chu Yan. Now, everything is too late. The sky with a radius of tens of thousands of miles suddenly turned into a sea of rays of light. Countless terrifying coercion poured out from the sky, falling between the sky and the earth, filling the entire primordial dream city. All the cultivators in the audience were all stunned and their faces were full of shock. Fantian, what are you going to do? Shouting like thunder, billowing like clouds, shocked the audience. 2 thunderous figures flew over from a distance. They were the Lord Xuanhuan and the Supreme Man of the Wild. The faces of the 2 of them were gloomy and terrifying, especially Lord Xuanhuan, whose face was darker than a pot. The 2 Supremes have arrived. All the cultivators in the audience were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. These are the 2 supreme beings of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect, who will not show their faces for hundreds of years. Now, less than a few months after the last time, the number 1 statue in the world appeared again, and it appeared at the same time. It is afraid that there is a big thing that makes the 2 of them show up. Master, senior brother. Fantian Xuanhuan was completely dumbfounded, especially when he saw the barbarian supreme also appeared. As the master's younger brother, of course he knew that it was impossible for the 2 supreme beings to appear at the same time if it was not a major event related to the survival of the sect. Just like last time, when a master of the level of the old man in sackcloth appeared, the 2 supreme beings would come out at the same time to defend the sect. But now, there is no danger. Why did these 2 big guys appear suddenly? You can think of it with your heels. Of course it is for Chu Yan. However, this kid, a piece of trash that Dao Ji has destroyed, why is it worthy of senior brother to show up? This is unreasonable. Humph. Get out of the way. As soon as Lord Xuanhuan arrived at the scene, he directly gave a cold shout to King Fantian, which made King Fantian tremble in fright. Senior brother usually treats himself like this. However, before the King of Gods could speak up to defend, the 2 supreme beings suddenly turned around and bowed to the void. Welcome, Master. Master. The 2 supreme masters. When everyone in the audience heard this sentence and saw the bowing of the 2 supreme beings, they all went crazy. What's the situation? Taishan Beidu of the 8 Yexuan Wangxing will also appear. This is nothing more than an exchange meeting for the disciples of the 3 sects, which is held sporadically every year. Even this kind of exchange between the 3 sects takes place once every 100 years, which is nothing more than normal. How could it be possible that even that terrifying existence of Baiyu Xuanhuangxing was attracted? Conscious thoughts exploded in everyone's sea of consciousness, like thunder, which made everyone so frightened that they dared not move. The ancestor has gone. In the holy land of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect, in the holy mountains, there are constantly 9 domain supreme beings waking up from their 10,000-year-old slumber and opening their eyes to look into the distance at the same time. They used all kinds of pupil techniques and secret techniques, and all set their eyes on the central square of the outer city, their faces full of doubts. How the ancestors exist. If there is no great thing, it is impossible for him to make a move. The next moment, the whole world became silent, without any breath. Everyone looked up at the sky and waited quietly. Above the sky, a figure was slowly emerging, striding across the sky, heading towards the central square below. With every step, the color of the world changes, 9 different colors flicker, and visions of the world continue to appear. Although the old man didn't have a strong aura gushing out from him, just the horror of this vision alone made people feel that his gestures could completely destroy this world. The 2 supreme beings, Lord Xuanhuang and Lord Manhuang, also seemed extremely small in front of him. Disciple Xuanhuang, see Master. Disciple Manhuang, see Master. Disciple Chongqing, see Master. Disciple Yonglong, see Master Uncle. Disciple. One after another, the big brothers of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect came to pay homage after realizing it. Master, you, how come you are here? Fan Tianqian King was dumbfounded, his tongue was tied, and a bad premonition surged in his heart crazily. #C31271 request. Chapter 3127. Others don't know, but as a direct disciple, how could he not know? My master, not to mention showing off, even if I want to meet him, it is as difficult as going to heaven. But now, the master has actually left the customs. Could it be because of something else? I just had to go out. As soon as this thought flashed across, Fan Tian shook his head, becoming more and more surprised. Impossible. Reverend Longi. The last suzerain of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect. Oh my God. It's not rumored that he has been lost, how could he still be alive? Fart, it's said that he hits a higher level and has been in closed doors. No, I heard that he. The elders of the Sanha sect and the Nine Qing sect were all shocked when they saw this figure, and discussed carefully. Daoist Longi has appeared. No matter how unreliable the various rumors about him were, but now that he has shown up, all the rumors are self-defeating. Free gift. Daoist Longi waved his hand, his eyes swept across the audience, and he paused for a moment on the God King Fan Tian, then looked straight at Chu Yan. You are Chu Yan. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the expressionless real Longi showed a smile on his face. I'm right. Chu Yan bowed his hands. That's right. Dao foundations are completely destroyed, and if 3 of them can't be recovered, I'm afraid I can't do it. When this sentence landed, everyone in the audience changed their expressions drastically. Recast Daoji. Chu Yan actually recast the Dao Foundation. The Dao Guang just now. It is true. It's not a secret technique. Damn, how is this possible? 3 months. Master Longi, you can't be joking. Didn't his Dao Foundation be destroyed in the battle of the #1 statue in the world last time? This is restored. This. A monster. A pervert, how did you do it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So, our Baiyu Xuanhuang sect is going to produce a peerless genius. Ha ha ha, great, cool. Most of the people present were the bosses and disciples of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, and they were all surprised when they heard the news. On the contrary, the other 2 sects and Fan Tianqian Wang and the others were completely slanderous. Recast Daoji. The entire face of King Fan Tian was completely frozen. At this moment, all the doubts in his heart were solved. Venerable Yang Long, Senior Brother Xuanhuan, Supreme Man, including Master Long Yi, all four. Chu Yan. This Chu Yan is no ordinary disciple. Even if other human Dao foundations in the sect were destroyed, it would not be possible to receive so much attention after the Dao foundation was recast. The point is, before Chu Yan was destroyed, he was the number one in the world. Moreover, he is the number one in the world who can suppress the peerless geniuses in the audience with his own strength. No one knows his strength. Now, after recasting the Dao Foundation, when it comes to the future, it is affirmative to grow into the first core disciple of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. It's just luck, I thank Master for the compliment. Chu Yan bowed, shook his head and said. Luck, really luck. Such an ancient immortal elixir from a large courtyard, together with Nishan Yin Yin, anyone can recast the Dao Foundation. Very good. Luck is also one of strength. Master Long Yi chuckled and nodded. He could see that Chu Yan's words were sincere, and his personality was very restrained. Only a person with such a personality can go further on the road of martial arts, like his ineffective second disciple Fan Tian, who was stuck in the God King realm for many years and couldn't break through. It's definitely not because he treats one more favorably than another, and values Lord Xuanhuan more, but because of his heart. Based on this difference in heart and nature, Lord Xuanhuan has broken through to the supreme realm for nearly 1,000 years, while Fan Tian is still in the divine king realm, unable to move an inch. The same sect, the same master, the same resources, the same exercises, and methods of asking questions, what is the difference? Of course it is Xinqing. Therefore, a big boss like Master Long Yi doesn't pay attention to the realm of the geniuses of the younger generations, but pays more attention to the character of mind. And the Chu Yan in front of him suits his taste very well. If not, it wouldn't be worth it for him to show up in person. 3 months ago, when Empress Xiantian told him about Chu Yan, he felt something. Now, through the number one statue in the world and the recasting of the Dao Foundation, Master Long Yi can feel that there is indeed a shocking secret hidden behind Chu Yan. I am afraid that Chu Yan himself is not clear about the existence of this kind of secret. Okay. Let's get down to business first. Master Long Yi turned his head, looked at Fan Tian, stared for a long time, shook his head and said. Fan Tian, you and your son go to Guiyun Cave together, and face the wall for 100 years. After these words came out, Fan Tian's expression instantly changed. Master, return to Yundong. But, without waiting for him to say anything, Master Long Yi looked into his eyes, and instantly became cold, making his whole body twitch in fright. Follow the teacher's orders. If he dared to say one more word, he quickly bowed down and accepted the order. When he lowered his head, his eyes were full of regret. If he had known this, he would not have shown up if he was killed. Originally everything was over, Xuanhuan was only injured a little bit, but now he is healed, facing the wall for 100 years. However, it was too late for him to repent. When Master Long Yi looked at him just now, he found that there was no regret in his eyes, and there was even a hint of expectation that Master would help him. This made Long Yi really disappointed. Thousands of years have passed, this mortal god still hasn't made any progress. From today onwards, Chu Yan is my core disciple of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, ranking 5th. In addition, Fan Tian, as the elder of the sect, is unfair to what happened today. The sect wants to compensate you. You can make a request. When this sentence landed, several supreme beings and bosses all looked at Chu Yan with surprise on their faces. It's a request, but it's a condition set out by real Long Yi, so it's not easy. The junior doesn't have any requirements, thank you Master. Now, he is just eager to go to the Dead Sea realm, and the materials from the Bayou Xuanhuangzong have already been obtained. He is lacking in skills, resources, and treasures, so naturally he can't think of any requirements. That can't be done. Since I said it, you have to. Who knows, Master Long Yi didn't seem to intend to let Chu Yan go, and shook his head directly. This? Chu Yan was a little confused for a while, thought for a while, and said. Then I hope Master Zhu can take care of my junior brother, named Huayong. When these words came out, Venerable Master Xuanhuan and Venerable Yang Long smiled wryly and kept shaking their heads. This is also a requirement. You have already entered the identity and status of the 5 core disciples of the sect, who will accept and provoke Huayong in the future. A request from Master Long Yi, which is too wasteful. Okay. This is the 8 Yu Shan Huang Jing, you can take it. The real Long Yi, who frowned slightly, also shook his head, then waved his hand and threw out a jade talisman. After taking a deep look at Chu Yan, he turned around and disappeared at the end of the void. Hashtag C3128 Fame. Chapter 3128. When Taoist Long Yi left, Lord Xuanhuan and Supreme Man of the Wild also hurriedly followed. It was not easy for the master to go out once, and they would naturally go, but before leaving, they still told Chu Yan about the Death God realm. The 3 bosses left, and the coercion in the entire world suddenly relaxed. At this time, the bosses and disciples present, as well as the geniuses, still felt relaxed. But when they looked at Chu Yan again, everything changed. All kinds of fear, envy, jealousy, etc. were extremely complicated, but the previous contempt was gone. After all, Taoist Long Yi has come out, which shows the importance he attaches to Chu Yan. Originally, Chu Yan performed amazingly in the battle of the world's #1 master, and was promoted to a peerless genius in one fell swoop, but it was a pity that he was cut off by the old man in sackcloth and fell down. But now, his Tao foundation has been restored, and he has been bestowed with the entire Xuanhuang scripture by Master Long Yi. What does this mean? It shows that the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong recognized the identity and status of Chu Yan's peerless genius, and Tai, who was also the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, really came forward in person. The 6 core disciples are ranked 5th. What a terrifying status they are among the #1 force in the Divine Sea realm and one of the 12 sects of the Divine realm. To put it simply, all the unrivaled geniuses in the audience combined may not be as good as Chu Yan's finger. The gap between these 2 identities is like the sun and the moon. In God's domain, strength is the most important thing. This is the fact. Little friend Chu Yan, I am the Jiuxiao. Haha, fellow Taoist Chu Yan, this is. One after another, the bosses reacted quickly and flew towards Chu Yan together, gathering together. Chu Yan responded politely one by one, and thanked them all. After a while, Chu Yan finally escaped from the crowd. Turning around, he walked towards Yu Peng and Yu Linger. Li Mutian and the others sat together. When they saw Chu Yan approaching, they blushed, got up and left quickly, shameless. Chu Yan, I didn't expect that you are so powerful. Yu Peng looked at Chu Yan and said excitedly, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. He has now discovered that as long as he meets Chu Yan, or is with Chu Yan, there will be earth-shattering events. Chu Yan smiled lightly, shook his head and didn't say much, but looked at Yu Linger. Yu Linger, I'm going to leave the Divine Sea realm for a while, here's a token, if you need anything, you can find me. When the people around heard this, Chi-Chi's eyes turned red and they turned their heads to look. Yu Linger smiled lightly, nodded and said, well, okay, let's see who dares to bully me in the future. Holding the token in her hand, Yu Linger also smiled all over her face, blooming like a flower. This, you should know, I offended the 12 ways, so you still. After chatting with Yu Linger for a few words, Chu Yan waved his hand to leave, and his figure soared into the sky. If Yu Linger hadn't spoken for herself on the battlefield before, Chu Yan wouldn't have done so on purpose. Chu Yan's temperament has always been like this, and people who treat him well will never forget. Flying high in the sky, thousands of miles in a blink of an eye, when Chu Yan left the Taiming ancient city area an hour later, the Moa Dizuan who had made an appointment before also waited to meet him in front. On the central square of Taiming ancient city, Yu Linger held the jade talisman and looked at the figure that had disappeared in the sky. After a long time, he let out a faint sigh, and his expression darkened. The two hadn't known each other for a long time, and she was watching how Chu Yan walked from the initial ascendant to the top of the altar step by step. Now she can only look up to his existence, and the distance between the two is getting bigger and bigger. In the world of martial arts, apart from the gap in identity and status, this even more terrifying gap will change all feelings accordingly. Yu Peng, who was beside Yu Linger, had an even more strange expression. Last time in the Xiangu battlefield, this Chu Yan was with him, and he gave himself those seemingly amazing resources. The two fought and fought together, but now, they seemed to have become estranged. At this time, Yu Peng suddenly felt a strong regret in his heart. If he had not left at the beginning, but had followed Chu Yan all the time, what would it be like now? Has the oath I made at the beginning completely dissipated now? No one knows about all this, and it is impossible to have an answer at all. Once something is decided, all you can do is face it. Next, what happened in the central square of Taiming ancient city was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire Divine Sea realm in an instant. The disciples of the three major factions of the 8 Yuxuanzong, the 9 Puritanism, and the Santazong spread the news about Chu Yan, the newly born peerless genius, like crazy. All of a sudden, the major forces in the Divine Sea realm were all shocked, and the news spread more and more widely. After all, the birth of a peerless genius is extremely terrifying, not to mention in the Divine Sea territory, even in the entire Divine realm. Not to mention, this is a peerless genius who was cut off from the foundation and reborn from the ashes. Coupled with the appearance of the two supreme beings, Daoist Longi of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect, this news is even more certain. Just when this storm was intensifying, in the sacred realm of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect. Ha ha ha, Master is so kind, my Baiyu Xuanhuang sect has finally produced a peerless genius. The barbarian supreme was full of excitement, and before Daoist Longi sat down, he began to roar at the top of his voice. That's right. The news has already spread, including the news of Master's exit. I'm afraid it will spread more and more. Lord Xuanhuang nodded, and looked up at Master Longi. Disaster. Master Longi shook his head, and continued, I told Shan Tian just now. What she meant was that news about Chu Yan should not appear in God's domain for the time being. Why? The Lord Xuanhuang and the Supreme Man of the Wild were startled at the same time. They couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence very well. It was tantamount to sealing this news as much as possible. However, although the news has just come out, it has already spread, and it is not easy to suppress it. The most important thing is that the two supreme beings believe that this is a chance for the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect to show its face. Why should it be suppressed? It is not necessary at all. If it was for the people of the 12 Dao lineages that Chu Yan had offended before, then Chu Yan has now become the 6 core disciples of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect. For the previous conflicts, other orthodox forces had to give face, to some extent. Although they didn't like it, as long as Chu Yan didn't take the initiative to provoke them, there shouldn't be any major problems. The big deal is that the Baiyu Zuanhuangzun gave up some resources to appease the grievances of various orthodoxy, which is not a big deal at all. Shantian means that Chu Yan has some very important secrets, which should not be made public now. When Master Longi spoke, he seemed a little puzzled, thinking secretly. Secret. The two supreme beings were taken aback. What he said was unclear, but it seemed to be Shantian's personality. According to what Shantian said, you guys go and carry it out. Yes. Yes. Not long after, with the official notice issued by the 8 Yu Xuanhuangzong, some previous things were distorted and twisted in different ways, which made the original rumors start to become a little complicated. Among them, regarding Taoist Long Yi, the appearance of the two supreme beings is said to be a matter of retreating and breaking through for the king of all gods. And Chu Yan's Daoji recovery is also said to be a secret technique of the sect, and it is only a temporary recovery. As a result, the speed of news transmission slowed down, and gradually became less turbulent. However, some bigwigs of the sect's forces still had a little more doubts about the operation of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, and began to make arrangements secretly, preparing to find out the situation. #C3129 Rumor. Chapter 3129. On the other side, in a fairy mountain in Shanhai realm, Shen Gongxi and an old man were sitting cross-legged in a stone forest, watching the Holy Heaven God King appear from the void. When the Holy Heaven God King appeared in front of the two of them, thousands of strange lights overflowed in the surrounding void. Shen Gongxi and the old man were startled at the same time, and then got up together. Congratulations to the Holy Heaven King, who is about to break through to the Supreme Realm. Congratulations, congratulations, just around the corner. Facing the congratulations of the two, the Holy Heaven King smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "The two of you are amazing, so you can tell." After saying this, without waiting for the two of them to speak again, Xingtian Shenhuang directly shook his head, and continued. "Let's talk about the business. I don't know what your plan is about that Chu Yan." When Shen Gongxi heard the words, he glanced at the old man beside him. The old man nodded and turned to leave. After seeing the old man leave, Shen Gongxi turned his head to look at King Xingtian, and then said, "About that plan, after the news of Chu Yan spread, I contacted two orthodox forces, and prepared to join forces to deal with Chu Yan." Join hands. Xingtian Shenhuang was speechless, and kept shaking his head. It is a joke when the three major forces need to join forces, to deal with a small earth prestige realm. But what is very helpless is that in the past, it was possible to deal with Chu Yan, clearly, but now that Chu Yan's identity has changed, it will be a little troublesome to deal with him again. That's right. The three parties have made a decision, but the power in our hands is not enough. Although peerless geniuses are rare, among the 12 orthodox forces, every sect has them, so naturally we know that sects attach great importance to peerless geniuses. It is precisely because of this that if one wants to compete among the 12 orthodoxy, the peerless genius plays a large role in it. Who can reach the top last? Maybe in the end it still depends on whose peerless genius is more dazzling. It is conceivable how difficult it is to deal with or kill such an existence. So, the plan to kill Chu Yan won't work. The face of King Xingtian was instantly cold. The coercion like a wave continued to pour out, and the surrounding void was all turned into dust. Shen Gongxi's expression changed immediately when he was impacted by this power. The aura of the Holy God King is indeed different from before. It seems that the rumor that he is going to break through to the Supreme Realm is true. As expected, he was one of the 8 veteran God Kings in the domain of gods, second only to Xian Tiannu. The only thing that is sure now is knowing Chu Yan's whereabouts, and is going to the Dead Sea realm to find some immortal medicines. Shen Gongxi quickly explained. Huh. The Holy Sky God King's expression turned serious. He is looking for the immortal medicine to restore the Tao Foundation. So, the announcement of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect is true. This is not clear. Shen Gongxi didn't dare to guess randomly, so he could only shake his head and say. But no matter what, Master Long Yi and the two supreme beings appeared and said that his second disciple should retreat. Such nonsense words are unbelievable. It's probably because of this Chu Yan. With this kind of existence behind him, it is really troublesome to kill Chu Yan. Having said that, both of them were silent for a long time. It seems that I can only do it myself. The Holy Heaven God King pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "When I break through to the Supreme Realm, I will take a trip to the Dead Sea." In fact, before Chu Yan became respected, the Holy Heaven God King had already found out that the Holy Heaven Pavilion in the 10 Directions starfield should have been destroyed by this kid. Xingtian Pavilion has a great effect on him. If it hadn't been ruined by Chu Yan, he would have reached the Supreme Realm long ago. Shen Gongxi's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words of the Holy Heaven King. Supreme shot. This time, that Chu Yan is dead. Thousands of miles away from the ancient city of Taimeng, after Chu Yan and Moa Dizuan met, they headed all the way to the Dead Sea Realm. Knowing that the target this time is the Dead Sea Realm, Moa Dizuan spent a lot of money to find out the situation in the Dead Sea Realm. The ferry ship that goes first. After the two discussed it, Chu Yan followed Moa Dizuan's suggestion and went to take the ferry ship. After all, this is a cross-domain flight. It is not safe to fly alone, not to mention too tiring. And the ferry boat is protected by forces, which is relatively comfortable and much safer. In the major cities under the 8 Xuanhuan, there are ferry ship spots, and the number and route of each launch are fixed. If you miss the time, you can only wait for the next one, which is a waste of time. When he arrived at the place where he boarded the boat, Chu Yan directly showed his identity token, which made the elders at the boat guard turn green in fright. What a joke! Disciple of the Master, the token of the 6 core disciples of the sect, that is almost a wave of existence at the highest level of the sect. Therefore, without any doubt, Chu Yan and the two were led to the most upscale room in the ferry ship. Chu Yan, this Dead Sea Realm is not easy. After the two sat down respectively, they began to chat, and Moa Dizuan said directly. During this period of time I had a good understanding of the situation in God's domain, and found that compared with our 10 Directions starfield, this God's domain is really much more terrifying. Oh. How do you say it? Chu Yan suddenly became interested. After all, he was going to the Dead Sea, so of course he wanted to know something. Let's put it this way, among the dozens of fairylands in this God's domain, only the top 10 are famous, and they are all named according to the first fairyland and the second fairyland, while the names of the other fairylands are not arranged in this way. Already. So, neither the Divine Sea Territory nor the Dead Sea Territory are the top 10 immortal realms. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately reacted and asked. That's right. Some time ago, I learned that there are many ancient races among the top 10 fairylands. The ancient race. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. That's right. These ancient races are all endowed with extraordinary talents. They are different from us. They all differentiate their strengths according to bloodlines. The purer the bloodlines, the stronger the strength. Some of the most powerful ones are even stronger than the method of asking. Huh. This is a bit like a demon clan. Chu Yan mused to himself. The method of asking questions is already considered strong among the 12 orthodox forces, and I didn't expect there to be another existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. According to legend, the Supreme Being can create the Dharma sect of asking. But for countless years, there are only 12 orthodox forces in God's domain. What does this mean? Of course, if you want to create a sect, it is far from enough to rely on a Supreme Being. Just in the Baiyu Xianhuang sect where Chu Yan is now, there are 2 Supreme Beings, and there are even stronger ancestors. I don't know how far the real Long Yi's cultivation level has reached. By the way, spirit race. Thinking of this, Chu Yan suddenly thought that when he was refining Nishenyan, the voice had warned him not to let the spirit race find out. Could this spirit race be the ancient race forces in the 10 great immortal domains? The scariest thing is the first immortal realm. According to the news I heard, if you don't reach the God King realm, you are not even eligible to enter the first immortal realm. Moa Dizuan's words immediately stunned Chu Yan. This first fairyland is so strong. Hashtag see 3130 news from there. Chapter 3130. Although Chu Yan also knew that Shanghai territory was just a low-level continent in God's domain, but he didn't know that the first continent in God's domain would be so strong. But the more this is the case, the more Chu Yan yearns for it. By the way, let's talk about the Dead Sea first. That place is also very unusual. Mo Dizuan patted his thigh with a sad look on his face. What's so special about the Dead Sea realm? Chu Yan asked. However, regarding the Dead Sea realm, both Empress Shantian and Lord Xuanhuan have mentioned it to him before, so be careful. Even the Supreme being so vigilant made Chu Yan always suspicious. Dead Sea realm, you can tell just by the name, it's not a good place. Some people call it the Sea of Sin, because there are no powerful forces to restrain it, and it is a place with no rules at all. As long as you have the strength, you can do whatever you want in it. It's like robbing resources and occupying blessed land. After Mo Dizuan said this, he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Sure enough, even people like Mo Dizuan would do this, let alone others. What level of blessed land? Chu Yan asked, curiously. Immortal level. Mo Dizuan replied. Immortal paradise. This time, Chu Yan was a little surprised. Immortal paradise is the top paradise, and the powerful spiritual breath is of great benefit to cultivation. However, not everyone can occupy this level of blessed land. Most of the powerful forces in God's domain established sects based on the top-level cave. Just like in the holy land of the 8 Xuanhuan, Chu Yan had explored with his spiritual sense at that time, and there were many top-level caves, and the 8 Xuanhuan opened up space, guarded by the ancestors. It is enough to explain the importance attached to these top-blessed places. Therefore, as long as anyone discovers the top-blessed land, it is easy for others to snatch it if they are not strong enough. The Dead Sea realm is the place with the strongest aura of heaven and earth among the dozen or so nearby continents. Mo Dizuan then said, not only is the immortal paradise, but there are so many treasures there. So, from up to Supreme, down to Renzun, there are strong people of various strengths mixed in, looking for resources. It's very chaotic. I see. Chu Yan nodded, and immediately understood. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, as if he understood why those main medicines needed to be found in the Dead Sea realm. By the way, Senior Mo Wu, this is for you. Be careful. Chu Yan took out the jade talisman and handed it to Mo Dizuan, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This made Mo Dizuan suddenly stunned. What is it? Also be careful. Is it necessary? When he took it, his consciousness swept away, and his scalp exploded in shock. The general classic of the great Tao of the universe. Isn't this the method of asking questions from the heavenly demon sect? Holding the jade talisman in his hand, he was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chu Yan, his whole body instantly petrified. You. If you get this kind of thing, give it away. Mo Dizuan originally wanted to ask something, but when he thought of some rumors about Chu Yan, he shut up immediately. It seems that it is true that Chu Yan offended the 12 Taoisms. Thanks. In less than a moment, Mo Dizuan's eyes sparkled. This method of asking is a good thing, not to mention offending the 12 Taoisms. If there is strength, I am afraid that all the cultivators in this God's domain are willing to be like Chu Yan. They would rather offend these Taoisms than grab a method of asking. Practice. After all, this is a symbol of absolute strength. If you don't have the strength to offend others, you will die yourself. If you have the strength to offend others, that is the death of others. The difference is huge. Be polite to me. Chu Yan smiled slightly. Mo Dizuan also smiled, and after a few more polite words, he hurriedly held the method of asking questions and ran to the side to practice. Chu Yan also did not start to consolidate the Tao foundation, and practiced sitting cross-legged. Chu Yan threw the 8yu Xuanhuan Sutra that he had just obtained into the 9 realms star atlas and let him refine it. This method of asking questions was originally obtained from Huayang, but it was incomplete at that time, but this book given by Master Longi is a truly complete method. While practicing, Chu Yan was still thinking about the words of Moadizuan. Whether it's the Dead Sea realm or the first immortal realm, it seems that this God's domain world is not as simple as I thought. I must consolidate my Tao foundation as soon as possible and improve my strength. Chu Yan, who was practicing, discovered that the fusion of the 9 realms star chart and the 8yu Xuanhuan scripture was extremely fast, which was obviously stronger than the other methods of asking. In less than a few hours, a large amount of God of War power surged in the 9 realms star chart, and began to forcibly prevent the fusion of the method of asking. As before, the will of God of War still prevents Chu Yan from practicing other methods of asking. Fusion is fine, and comprehension is also fine, but cultivation is not allowed. This is a bit troublesome. After finally getting a complete copy of the method of asking, Chu Yan really wanted to practice it. In addition, the idea of integrating the 12 methods of asking questions into one has always been there. But now, I have obtained a complete copy of the method of asking, and before the 9 realms star chart is fully fused, the will of the God of War will appear to stop it. After that, if you get other ways of asking, how can you integrate them? Boom. At this moment, in the 9 region star chart, an extremely powerful aura gushed out like a wind sweeping the sky. In an instant, all the power of the God of War was instantly extinguished, and there was no more will power. What's this? Chu Yan's face was startled. Watching the black wind slowly dissipate, he was extremely astonished. Because, that is an extremely pure magic breath. In his body, the magic breath coming from there. The magic breath of the former holy Rakshasa has long been transformed, and it is impossible for the magic breath to exist. What is certain is that this magic breath was generated from the 9 realms star map, and it did not cause any danger, but instead helped Chu Yan solve a problem. Is this a good thing? Chu Yan was a little confused, so after pondering for a while, he stopped entangled and directly began to integrate the 8yu Xuanhuan Sutra. When Chu Yan comprehended and cultivated, that green lotus shone brightly in the nebula all over the sky. And with the flickering of this green lotus, a snow-shadowed woman in a distant place frowned slightly. Magic breath. There is magic breath in Chu Yan's body, which is deeply hidden. Could it be that Chu Yan's reincarnation is a strong man in the way of magic? There will be no answer at all. Empress Xiantian frowned and thought, quickly got up, swept her body, and disappeared on the glacier. As time passed, Chu Yan was immersed in cultivation, becoming more and more addicted. This is the advantage of taking the ferry ship. You don't have to worry about being disturbed or safety issues, and you can concentrate on cultivation. Now, 10 days have passed. The ferry ship, as big as a palace, is getting faster and faster. After a long time, a voice announced from the ferry ship, approaching the Dead Sea area, "Please get ready." This is a common practice. One is to remind those who are cultivating to wake up, and at the same time, it is also to allow practitioners to adapt to the difference in the aura of heaven and earth between the 2 realms. Crash. Less than an hour later, Chu Yan felt an extremely strong aura of heaven and earth rushing in, making him extremely comfortable. The aura of heaven and earth in the Dead Sea realm is really powerful. #C 3131 Undercover. Chapter 3131. Cloudless and Clear Sky. Unlike other continents, there is no sea of spirit clouds in the sky of the Dead Sea. Attention everyone, land immediately. For those who come to the Dead Sea for the first time, go to the Zoman station in the city first, buy a map and familiarize yourself with the situation before leaving the city, otherwise it will be dangerous. An elder of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect loudly warned the sect disciples in the ferry boat. My lords, someone will pick you up later. The elder turned his head to look at Chu Yan and the two, and said politely. At this moment, the other sect disciples in the ferry boat were stunned, and they quickly realized that this was a big shot in the sect. In less than half an hour, the ferry ship descended and fell into a huge city below. Disciple Zhang Wei joined senior brother Chu. As soon as he got off the ferry ship, he saw a disciple wearing a robe of the 8th Xuanhuan sect, standing there bowed. "You're welcome, please." Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan disembarked, walked up to Zhang Wei, and said with a smile. "Senior brother is serious, this is what I should do." Zhang Wei was nervous when he heard what Chu Yan said, and quickly answered. "Brother, please come with me, I will take you to the Zomen station." Speaking of which, Zhang Wei turned around and led the way, followed by Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan. While walking, Chu Yan's consciousness spread out and looked around. Sure enough, in this city, the pedestrians on the road looked a little strange, as if they were extremely vigilant. Some people would avoid Chu Yan and the others when they saw them approaching. It may be that they were led by Zhang Wei, who was wearing the robes of the 8th Xuanhuan, and took the initiative to avoid them. Chu Yan could see that many of these people had used disguises or changed their breaths, obviously not wanting others to know their true identities. A few streets. Except for a few people in Chu Yan wearing the robes of several major sects, there are very few cultivators who can tell their identities and affiliations at a glance. After a stick of incense, the three of them entered a separate courtyard. "Senior brother Chu, here is the map and information of the Dead Sea realm." After the three of them were seated, Zhang Wei took out 2 jade charms and handed them to Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan respectively. After the two took them, he began to introduce. The continent of the Dead Sea is divided into 9 districts, ranging from 1 to 9. Some forces are concentrated in the 1st and 2nd districts, and the other 7 districts are basically in a state of chaos. Beyond the 9th district, there is a place called the Dead Zone, which is a restricted area, so don't go there. Dead Zone? What do you mean? Mo Dizuan was startled, and asked. This dead zone is extremely dangerous. According to previous experience, if one's cultivation level is below the God King realm, one must never enter. What? Divine King realm? Mo Dizuan's expression changed. Yes. Even the God King realm is dangerous, at least you have to go to the Supreme realm to ensure safety. When this sentence fell, Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan gasped at the same time. This dead zone is so exaggerated. Only the Supreme can enter, even the God King realm is dangerous, this is too scary. However, seeing Zhang Wei's serious face, Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan knew that he was probably not joking. By the way, senior brother Chu came to the Dead Sea realm this time. I don't know why. Is there anything I can do to help? I plan to find some natural treasures. Chu Yan replied directly. There is no need to hide this kind of thing, just tell the truth. There are a lot of treasures in the Dead Sea. Brother Chu, do you know where to go to the 9th district? Zhang Wei continued to ask responsibly. To be honest, he was still really worried that something would happen to Chu Yan in the Dead Sea. This? Hearing Zhang Wei's question, Chu Yan was stunned. Yes. At that time, I said that I would come to the Dead Sea realm, but I really didn't know where to look for those few elixir. Senior brother Chu is not familiar with the Dead Sea realm. I suggest going to the Jiuxiao or the Dawang Pavilion first to buy some information and clues, and then set off to search for it. These two are the number 1 and number 2 Chamber of Commerce forces in the Dead Sea world, and you should be able to find relevant news. Speaking of which, Zhang Wei thought for a while, and added, as long as there are enough divine crystals, no matter if it's a top-level immortal blessed land or a fairy-level elixir, you can find clues. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the expressions of Chu Yan and Dizuan Mo suddenly changed slightly. These 2 chambers of commerce are not easy. If it was in a place like the Divine Sea Realm, it would be understandable, but in a place like the Dead Sea Realm, where even the profound sky and earth palaces rarely set foot, these two chambers of commerce were able to do this to this extent. The top-level fairyland, the most advanced fairy-level elixir, these clues are all valuable there. They can actually do such a business, and their strength will definitely not be weak. The Great King's Pavilion still has restrictions on entering the pavilion. Only those who are above the Heavenly Venerable Realm, or members of the Tyrant Clan, the Forbidden Clan, and the Moon Clan, are eligible to enter. So, if Brother Chu is going, it's best to go to the 9 Layers building. Are there any rules or restrictions for this 9 Layers tower? Moadizuan continued to ask. This 9-story building is the opposite of the Great King's Pavilion. There is no restriction at all. Even those who are wanted by major forces or who are tabooed by the ancients can enter it. Ancient taboo. Chu Yan's expression changed immediately when he heard the word. Taboo Ridge. The meaning of ancient taboo is taboo ridge, of course Chu Yan knows this. It's just that he didn't expect that people from Taboo Ridge actually existed. After he knew about Taboo Ridge, he cultivated the body of taboo, but he had never seen anyone from Taboo Ridge. He never expected that there would be such a thing in this Dead Sea realm. Brother Chu also knows about Forbidden Ridge. Zhang Wei was taken aback. That's right. Although Senior Brother Chu joined our sect not long ago, he must know how powerful he is. This Taboo Ridge is very rare in other places in the God realm, but there are many in the Dead Sea realm. The ancient forces in this first realm are said to be very powerful, and their actions are extremely secretive. Most people will not know their existence. I've heard that the power of Taboo Ridge is stronger than that of the 12 realms, and it even ran rampant in the God realm in ancient times, with no one invincible. Thousands of years, the power has gradually weakened, and it has become the enemy of the sections. I am extremely displeased. What did they do? Moadizuan asked. This. I heard that in the ancient times, this taboo mountain was especially aimed at unrivaled geniuses. Many people were caught, but none of them came back. Aiming at the unrivaled genius. Chu Yan was taken aback. It doesn't have to be an unrivaled genius. As long as it is a genius with extraordinary talents, they will catch them. If they can't catch them, they will kill them. The methods are very cruel. Okay. Let's talk about how to get to the Jiuxiao building first. Chu Yan shook his head, preventing Zhang Wei from continuing. He planned to go to Jiuxiao to inquire about these news, and if he kept asking Zhang Wei now, it might attract attention. After all, I have cultivated a forbidden body, which cannot be made public. In this city, there is a teleportation spirit array leading to the Jiuxiao. After the senior brother arrives, the disciples of my sect, Jiuxiao, will pick up the senior brother. I have a responsibility. I can't leave this city. Brother Chu, please forgive me. Zhang Wei bowed his hands. Good. Chu Yan nodded, got up and left. Brother Chu, go slowly. Zhang Wei sent Chu Yan all the way to the teleportation point before turning around and leaving. The teleportation point is very close to the station, and it takes only 100 breaths of walking to reach it. This is the station of the 8U Xuanhuan sect, and it is a good place to choose. After Zhang Wei left, Chu Yan and Moadizuan were ready to enter the teleportation array. However, what they didn't know was that after Zhang Wei left, he didn't return directly to the station, but went to a restaurant. After casually ordering some food and wine, Zhang Wei took out a token and poured his consciousness into it. Chu Yan, have gone to the 9 floors. Hashtag C31329 Chongling Peaks. Chapter 3132. Chu Yan and Moadizuan stepped into the teleportation array. A ray of light lit up in front of their eyes, and their figures disappeared. This teleportation formation is the size of a dojo, and there are other cultivators who entered the teleportation formation together with Chu Yan and Moadizuan. It was only a blink of an eye, and when the two of them opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at another square. This is a golden square, with a tall building standing in the distance. Above the gate and the dojo, there was an endless stream of people coming and going, all in a hurry and bustling. Behind the tall building, there are 9 spiritual peaks, which rise and fall like waves, and one is higher than the other, which looks like a spiritual peak climbing a mountain. Among the 9 spiritual peaks, the aura is like a tide, and all kinds of Tao lights are distorted and evolved into visions, like a large piece of thunder covering the sky and the earth. These visions are probably the origin of the name of Jiuxiao. The Jiuxiao mountain is a first-class paradise, and not only for cultivation, but also for all kinds of people to enjoy themselves. Chu Yan and Moadizuan were still watching, but a strange sound sounded behind them. Turning his head to look, he saw a young man in a dark gold robe with a lightning mark on his forehead, appearing in front of them with a smile on his face. Pick up the disciples in the lower 9-story building, Xuanhuan. If you have any questions, you can ask me. The young man named Xuanhuan bowed his hands to Chu Yan and Moadizuan with an extremely polite attitude. Chu Yan looked sideways, and looked around the dojo, and found that there seemed to be quite a few disciples from the 9 layers building like Xuanhuan. Unexpectedly, this 9-story building is really powerful. The number of welcoming disciples alone is no less than 1,000, and everyone's cultivation base is at least the earth-honored state. Fellow Taoist Shen, since this 9-tiered building has rank restrictions, how can I obtain the qualifications of different ranks? Moadizuan asked. Of course it's strength and resources. Xuanhuan said with a smile. As long as you can pass the restrictions of each spiritual peak, as long as you are strong enough and the treasures are enough, you can go all the way. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, glancing at Chu Yan again, he added. In addition, if the status is sufficient, it is also possible. Huh. You know me. Chu Yan frowned slightly. It was the first time for him to come to the Dead Sea realm, and it was also the first time he came to the 9 layers building, and this Xuanhuan deliberately added that it was obviously because of him. Of course. The most dignified one in the world, one of the 6 core disciples of the Baiyu Xianhuang sect, a disciple of the master, how could the young one not know him? Based on your status, you can go directly to the 4th floor without any other requirements. Xuanhuan laughed. For him to be able to receive such a distinguished guest, there are many benefits for him, so he is naturally happy. Based on his experience, those who come to Jiuxiao with an identity like Chu Yan's to trade, the amount will not be low, and it is even possible to trade some top-level treasures. And Chu Yan was slightly surprised by Xuanhuan's words. Unexpectedly, since he had just arrived in the Dead Sea realm, the 9 layers building would be able to find out his identity. It seems that if necessary, I have to make some changes myself. Guests don't need to be nervous. My Jiuxiao still understands the rules. It's just that we open the door for business, so we don't want to neglect the distinguished guests. Therefore, in this God's domain, we will register all the names and surnames of the major forces. As for the privacy of the guests, we will never get involved. Xuanhuan's statement was obviously done deliberately, and his ability to perceive words and emotions was far superior to that of ordinary people. Therefore, I am afraid that the number of welcoming disciples in Jiuxiao is extremely strict. Very good. Chu Yan nodded, his eyes flickered slightly, he turned his head to look in the direction of Jiuxiao Mountain, and continued to ask, I don't know what tests are there, let's go and experience it. Obviously, the building in front of the dojo is probably the lowest level trading place, and the core of the 9-story building should be the 9 spiritual peaks. You too, please follow me. A smile bloomed on Xuanhuan's face, and he quickly led Chu Yan and Moadizuan to walk forward. He is not surprised at Chu Yan's request at all. He will be surprised if Chu Yan is going to the trading building. After all, the Bayou Xuanhuan has a station in Dead Sea City. I am afraid that I have already told Chu Yan about the situation of Zhuzangla. On this point, Xuanhuan really guessed wrong. Zhang Wei really never told Chu Yan. After walking forward for a while, many welcoming disciples in the dojo led the cultivators towards the Jiuxiao peak, and they quickly gathered together. There were about 100 people, and all of them looked excited. When he arrived at the place, Chu Yan took a look at it, but after a few glances, he fully understood it. After all, Jiuxiao is a chamber of commerce. The so-called test is very simple, it is to identify treasures. Specialized craftsmen or alchemists in the Jiuxiao building appraised the treasures brought by the guests for trade, and came up with a result, and decided to open the authority of several Lingfeng peaks. In this way, this kind of test is required every time I come to Jiuxiao, which is extremely fair. Next. The appraiser in front, an old man with white hair and white beard, called out. Old Feng, I have brought a distinguished guest from the 4th floor. Before Chu Yan could react, Xuanhuan had already introduced to the old appraiser. Quadruple spiritual peak. Well, let's line up. The white-haired old man just glanced up and waved his hand. However, after he waved his hand, Xuanhuan quickly nodded and smiled, and brought Chu Yan behind another queue. This queue is much smaller, only about 8 or 9 people. It's just that Chu Yan swept away his consciousness, and his face changed slightly. Among these 8 or 9 cultivators, there was a bald young man with a pair of eyes that showed a vision of double pupils. One gold and one silver obviously possessed extremely strong pupil skills. The other 2 women who were accompanying each other released a faint blue light, wrapping around their bodies like a gentle stream of water, with starlight overflowing from time to time, which was extremely extraordinary. Guess Chu, these 2 women are from the Moon Clan. Xuanhuan glanced at Chu Yan, and introduced him through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. The Moon Clan is an ancient race with great power, it's best not to provoke them. It is also their responsibility to guide the disciples to remind the guests to pay attention to avoid some troubles and unhappiness. There is also that one, who is the parent and son of Duhun Shenwu, who sent a supreme teacher as his teacher, and his identity is not simple. One after another, the guests were introduced to Chu Yan by Xuanhuan in detail. No matter the origin of their identities or their own cultivation, they were very clear. However, some obscure names and titles were all omitted by him. Ancient race. Moon Clan. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and glanced at the 2 women again, thinking of the matter of the spirit race in the sea of consciousness. He casually rotated the pupil of the unicorn to observe the other people. Snort. The young man with 2 pupils suddenly turned his head to stare at Chu Yan, and snorted heavily. The core disciples of the Bayou Xianhuang sect, there are no rules. The 2 Moon Clan women also turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan with a bad expression and let out a cold snort. At this moment, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. My own unicorn pupil was discovered. #C3133 Sword Shock 9 episodes. Chapter 3133. His unicorn pupils are rarely discovered by others. Especially when the Tao Foundation was recast last time, after the unicorn pupil was strengthened again, I am afraid that even the God King may not be able to find it. Under such circumstances, it was discovered. After being a little surprised, Chu Yan hurriedly bowed his hands and said, I'm sorry, it's my first time to go to Jiuxiao, so I'm sorry, please forgive me. In the realm of the gods, it is not considered polite to use the pupil technique to spy on others, just like ordinary people staring at a person. Humph. Return core disciples. The man with double pupils snorted coldly. In that case, forget it, don't want it in the future. The 2 beauties from the Moon Clan nodded and didn't say anything more. Excuse me. Chu Yan spoke again, with a wry smile on his face. It was the first time he saw the ancient race, peeping at the other party with the pupil technique, and he really couldn't hold back. The man with double pupils turned his head, as if he didn't bother to pay attention to Chu Yan. A small storm subsided. The queuing team also returned to calm, and time passed slowly. And those people in the front, one by one, took out the treasures and handed them over to the appraiser to evaluate the grade. Others were also watching from behind, with different expressions. Among the treasures of everyone, there was a pill furnace that caught Chu Yan's attention. In the alchemy furnace, there is actually a huge Taoism, at least it is in the realm of great accomplishment. Logically speaking, the gap between an alchemist and a cultivator is not small, and an alchemist who can cultivate to this level can be said to be rare. I didn't expect to encounter such a treasure here, which is really rare. After a while, it was the turn of the man with double pupils. What he took out was a candle, and after turning it on with power, the astonishing power of the fire made the Nishenyan in Chu Yan's body also jump. Next was the beauty of the Moon Clan, holding a piece of jade, which was as crystal clear as a drop of water, but released a powerful beast power, as if an ancient fierce beast was sealed within it. Okay, next one. Old Feng turned his head and looked at the rear of the team. Guest Chu Yan, please take out the best treasures on your body for identification and rating purposes. The higher the final rating, the higher the Jiuxiao level you can enter, and the resources, treasures, inheritances, etc. that can be traded at that time, the more precious it is. Xuanhuan reminded. Chu Yan nodded, pondered for a while, and took out the Xuanhuan sword. This is the 10-direction star field, which is rarely known in the gods. As the treasure of the human race, it should not be bad. The most important thing is that Chu Yan doesn't have any treasures on him now. Most of the things that can be kept on the body cannot be taken out, and Chu Yan is too lazy to carry those ordinary treasures. So what can be shot now, that is, this Xuanhuan sword, still has some weight. Naturally, the things in the 9-region star map cannot be shown to outsiders, and Qinglian and so on don't listen to themselves. My own alchemy furnace doesn't seem to be as strong as the previous person's alchemy furnace, and I can't take out Nishenyan, which has a lot to do with it. The man with double pupils and the beauty of the Moon Clan next to him turned their heads and looked over when they saw Chu Yan take out a golden sword. Golden sword. This is rare in God's domain. Interesting. The other onlookers also smiled lightly, and some even shook their heads slightly. Really, in God's domain, who would refine a spirit sword with something as flashy as gold? This sword is beautifully crafted, the reliefs are lifelike, and the sword intent is very strong, but the material is a bit complicated. That old Feng raised his hand and waved his palm, a stream of light attached to his palm like a flame, wiped on Xuanhuan's sword. His face was extremely calm. After a few breaths, old Feng returned the Xuanhuan sword to Chu Yan, and said, "This sword has no sword spirit and no power, it's okay. It's qualified to enter the 5th peak." As soon as these words came out, the audience was stunned. The 5th peak. You know, people like them can enter the 4th peak just by their status, and with the treasures they took out, at least they all entered the 7th or 8th peak. But now, a 5th peak came out. This is probably rare among the guests of Jiuxiao. Hehe, the core disciples of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect are so poor. The man with double pupils suddenly grinned. Now, he is determined that this Chu Yan may be able to obtain the identity of the core disciple by virtue of his relationship or something. Otherwise, there is no right to stand with them at all. Hearing Feng Lao's words, Chu Yan frowned slightly. He also heard that those treasures were rated at least the 7th peak, but now he only has the 5th peak. For Chu Yan, the rating is 2nd. The key point is that Xuanhuan's sword, the supreme treasure of the human race, was said to be not bad. How could he accept it? It's okay. Chu Yan's face changed slightly, and he raised his hand and pointed at Xuanhuan's sword. Boom! A wave of sword power as vast as the sea, like the breath of Ling Tian, soared into the sky. Xuanhuan's sword instantly turned into a golden dragon, roaring to the heavens, and the powerful sword power swept away, stirring up a large wind and frenzy. Even the Xuantong of the ancient race and the beauties of the Moon clan, who considered themselves strong, were all shaken by the strong wind. This. Feng Lao's eyes instantly turned green, full of shock. The green light of the pupil technique shot straight out, peeking at Xuanhuan. What a strong sword intent! This is at least a spirit sword of the Taoist level. Scary. How can this power be so strong? Not only Feng Lao, but also some powerhouses present used their pupil skills one after another to look at the golden dragon Xuanhuan floating in midair. All of them were shocked. The king's sword. This is definitely the king's sword. Feng Laoding stood up abruptly, a green light flickered with his finger, and he touched his chest unexpectedly, spurting out a mouthful of blood, pressing on the palm of his hand to create a bloody handprint, and turned back to Xuanhuan again. As soon as this bloody handprint touched the golden light of Xuanhuan's sword Zhou, it was instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. This time, Feng Lao's expression was extremely exciting, and under all kinds of distortions and deformations, he was completely stupid. My own identification technique can't even detect it. Cough cough, the old man overlooked, this sword is at least a treasure of the supreme realm. Although there is no sword spirit, it has. It's just that the old man can't understand how it can be so spiritual without a sword spirit. It is not weaker than a fairy-level sword spirit. The power contained in its body is not weaker than Dao power at all. It is a higher level. The power of the realm. Elder Feng was there, seeming to be explaining, or talking to himself, staring at Xuanhuan with frowning eyes. Chu Yan nodded slightly when he heard these words. This old Feng still has some skills, he can see through the original power of Xuanhuan's sword. Old Feng, may I ask if this sword can reach the 9th peak? Chu Yan looked at Feng Lao, who was in a daze, and asked directly. It's hard to say. Old Feng's eyes trembled, he turned to look at Chu Yan and said. But at least, entering the 9th peak, there is no problem. The 9th peak. The eyes of the youth with double pupils present and the beauties of the Moon clan showed a hint of shock at the same time. What level is this sword? #C3134, there is news. Chapter 3134. In the astonished eyes of the audience, Chu Yan followed Xuanhuan, who was also shocked, and walked towards the other side. Dip Chu Yan, this teleportation array leads to the 9th peak. Xuanhuan still couldn't react, he stuttered even though he was originally articulate. However, Dip Chu Yan, be careful, anyone who gets your sword is eligible to enter the 9th peak. This is a kind reminder, after all, Chu Yan has revealed a treasure. After all, Jiuxiao is a chamber of commerce, with many people and mixed eyes, and dragons and snakes mixed in. If they are not in order, someone will be eyeing Chu Yan, waiting to snatch his treasure. Although Xuanhuan didn't say it clearly, Chu Yan certainly understood this kind of reminder. Okay. Senior Mo, let's go. Chu Yan turned around and smiled at the man with double pupils and the beauty of the Moon clan, and stepped into the teleportation array. Humph. What's so proud of, isn't it just a broken sword? The man with double pupils looked a little annoyed, and then his expression changed. Brother is a sword cultivator, if he knows about this sword, it will be lively. Thinking of this, sparks burst out from the eyes of the man with double pupils. Chu Yan on the other side passed through the teleportation array, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the 9th peak. Looking up, on top of this tall spiritual peak, there are palaces stretching horizontally, like a giant dragon, winding up the mountain between the spiritual peaks. A powerful force surged out from the Lingfeng peak and spread towards the sky. This force is extremely powerful. It seems to be some kind of power that protects the spirit array, and the source cannot be seen at all. However, Chu Yan could feel that the will of the strong is contained in this breath, which is by no means simple. The surrounding air, because the spiritual breath was too rich, almost turned into mist and floated. As long as someone passes by, it will be like a river returning to the tide. Into the human body. This place is not worse than Dongtian paradise. Mo Dizuan circulated the magic breath, constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual breath, looking extremely hungry and thirsty. Chu Yan shook his head, chuckled and said, "If you practice here for a few months, you might break through. You'll be in the heavenly exalted realm. Our Jiuxiao building is open to the outside world, including cultivation. As long as you can take out the treasure, let alone a few months, even if you live here in the future, there will be no problem." A strange sound sounded, and a figure separated from the white mist in the distance, walking towards the two of them. "Two honored guests, this is the deacon of Jiuxiao, just call me Huing, that's fine." This sentence was extremely polite, but it made the expressions of Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan change at the same time. Because they heard from the crowd before that the deacon of Jiuxiao must at least be at the first level of Tianzunjing. The Huing in front of him is a strong man in the heavenly exalted realm. To allow a strong man of this level to be a deacon, the strength of Jiuxiao is really extraordinary. "Junior Chu Yan, I met Deacon Hu." No matter what the other party's identity is, just the identity of the first level of the heavenly exalted realm can be powerful. "Guest Chu Yan, you are welcome. You are the most famous one in the world in the God realm recently. Although it is a pity in the end, it is not that there is no chance. Opportunity." Chu Yan was startled. "That's right. As long as you are willing to give up that golden sword, I, Jiuxiao, can find a chance to recast the Dao Foundation." Huing said this with great confidence. Although it is just a chance, who can guarantee 100% for recasting the Dao Foundation, it is already a great power to provide a chance. You know, even some supreme beings have nothing to do with this matter. Otherwise, the Lord Xuanhuan and the Supreme Man of the Wild would not have just said to take care of Chu Yan, instead of helping him find a way to recast the Dao Foundation. After all, everyone knows that recasting the Dao Foundation is too difficult. "You want my sword?" Chu Yan's expression darkened. Sure enough, wealth should not be revealed. If even Jiuxiao was eyeing Xuanhuan, then some of those people outside just now were also eyeing Xuanhuan. "No need. I came to Jiuxiao just to find some elixir." "Okay. If that's the case, please follow me." Huing was very professional and didn't get entangled. He immediately led Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan towards the Jiuxiao trading hall. Soon, the three of them arrived at the main trading hall of Jiuxiao. This trading hall is different from the Chamber of Commerce that Chu Yan has been to before. There is no trading area, but divided into many rooms. Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan were taken to one of the rooms. Different rooms have completely different functions and uses. Some rooms are dedicated to selling information and intelligence, and some rooms are used to accept various tasks. And the room that Chu Yan came to was dedicated to purchasing various spirit treasures and immortal medicines. In a deeper place, there are even rented rooms for the strong to practice. Anyway, as long as it is related to trading and martial arts cultivation, the Jiuxiao basically has operations. "Senior Hu, the 3 elixirs I'm looking for are Immortal Soul Tree, Buddha Heart Fruit, and 9 Extremes God Demon Fruit." As soon as he sat down, Chu Yan spoke directly. Hearing this, Huing first looked at Chu Yan, stared at him for a long time, then took out a jade talisman, and replied after searching with his spiritual sense. "These 3 kinds of elixir, we have news from the 9 layers building." When these words landed, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. God's domain is vast, and although the Dead Sea realm is only one domain, if you want to find 3 elixir in such a large world without knowing the elixir hidden there, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. This is an ancient fairy-level elixir. Among them, the immortal soul tree and Buddha heart fruit are in the same place, which saves a lot of trouble. When Huing said this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a light smile. However, there is some trouble with the Jiuji God demon fruit. The news I received from Jiuxiao is just a rumor and cannot be confirmed. After all, the 9 extreme God demon fruit grows in a special environment, which has a great effect on the breakthrough of the Supreme, and even the Supreme Demon is looking for it. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan nodded immediately. These news were all correct, exactly the same as what he had heard before. The will of the heavens and the earth is contained in the 9 extreme God demon fruit. If it can be refined, it will be of great benefit to enhancing the supreme power. Excuse me, how do you calculate the price? Chu Yan asked. It's simple, you still need your sword in exchange, of course, the price difference, we Zhongla, can compensate you. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan frowned slightly. Why are you staring at your own Xuanhuan sword? As long as you are willing to exchange your sword, I, Zhongla, can send someone who is in the God King realm to protect you with you. Huing is still fighting. Senior Hu, I'm sorry, this sword means a lot to me, and cannot be traded. Chu Yan refused. If this is the case, then you need to take out the treasure and submit it to us for appraisal. Huing replied. After all, at this level of transactions, money has no meaning anymore, and it is basically an exchange of treasures. Most of the major chambers of commerce deal with high-level resources like this. Okay, let's take this thing. Chu Yan thought for a while, and took out the Wentian furnace in the Rakshasa space. This is his reward for participating in the 100 Sects battle on the immortal ancient battlefield, and it is of no use for the time being. #C31351 Transaction. Chapter 3135. Chu Yan has been keeping this reward from the immortal ancient battlefield, and it is considered useful now. This is asking the heavenly furnace. Hu Ying's pupils shrank instantly, flashing a strange light. Is this okay? Chu Yan asked. Even Dizu and Moa stood aside, looking up at Hu Ying. He had never seen this question about Tianlu. This furnace, isn't it, has it been lost? How could? Hu Ying looked at Chu Yan with a look of shock on his face, but quickly realized, and said quickly, this is no problem, absolutely no problem. The value of this furnace is still higher than your golden sword, it is completely enough. As the hospitality disciple of Jiuxiao building, it is a rule not to ask the source of the treasure. If he wasn't too surprised, of course Hu Ying wouldn't lose his composure. Guest Chu Yan, if you are sure to trade with this item, I can sign a contract with you now, without appraisal. When looking at Chu Yan again, Hu Ying's face became solemn and nervous. Whether it's the golden sword or the Wentian furnace, as long as it can be traded, it will be a great achievement for him. I'm sure to use this to ask the heavenly furnace. Roar. Without waiting for Chu Yan to finish his sentence, Wentian furnace suddenly trembled, sending out a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness, which exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. The voice was extremely angry, like the anger of a peerless beast waking up from a deep sleep and suddenly discovering that it had been betrayed. Leave this stove. Immediately afterwards, another voice sounded in the sea of consciousness, as cold as ice. It was Empress Xiantian. I have something here, you can exchange it for the panacea. What? Chu Yan was stunned at that moment. He didn't expect that Empress Xiantian would deliberately send her will to stop such a small transaction. No. No. I've troubled you too much, I can do it myself. As an alchemist, although he was somewhat reluctant to ask about this furnace, Chu Yan was still willing to do so for the sake of the 3 elixir and the resurrection of Yu Linglong. But for Empress Xuanhuan's help, Chu Yan was really embarrassed. After all, since he got acquainted with Empress Xiantian, she has always been helping him. He couldn't refuse those major matters related to life and death, but it was really unreasonable to bother others about this kind of transaction. You don't have to be polite with me. You are all one, Empress Xiantian said after being silent for a while. But Chu Yan naturally knew the relationship between Empress Xiantian and Qingjie God of War, and Qingjie God of War completely merged with himself. It is true that the source is one. It's not free, I need you to do something for me, Empress Xiantian continued. Then, all right. Chu Yan smiled wryly and nodded. No matter what, it would be bad if Empress Xiantian said so much and refused again. Give him the jade talisman. After saying a word, Chu Yan felt Empress Xuantian's token and jade talisman tremble, as if there was a will of the Empress poured into it. Chu Yan probed with his spiritual sense and found that it was a special pattern, which was shining. Immediately, Chu Yan handed the jade talisman to Hu Ying and said, "Excuse me, I have a friend, let me show you something." Oh. There are still good things. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Hu Ying's eyes lit up. Whether it's Jinjian or Wentian Furnace, if the transaction is successful, as a 9th-class deacon, I might be able to be promoted to a 1st-class elder. If there is any good thing, it is not impossible to break the rules and be promoted to the 2nd-class elder. If you are a 2nd-class elder, you won't have to go to the square to entertain in the future, and you will be assigned directly by big customers, and it will be much easier to accumulate credit. He has served in this 9-story building for 300 years and spent nearly 150 years entertaining guests. Another 150 years of training in the Jiuxiao building, plus the deacon's salary, is comparable to the 900 years of hard work of other practitioners of the same rank. The most important thing is that the identity of the deacon of Jiuxiao gives him the priority to obtain various resources, treasures, and news. Even if it is necessary to break through the bottleneck of cultivation in the future, it will be easier than searching for it outside. This is also the reason why Jiuxiao can attract a large number of powerful people in the heavenly venerable realm to serve them. Now, Chu Yan introduces friends again, which is the most ideal situation for people like Hu Ying. Don't give him the jade talisman. Empress Xuantian's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Chu Yan quickly took back the jade talisman, and the pattern in the jade talisman was activated by Shanli, which flashed directly in front of Hu Ying. As soon as the pattern appeared in the room, Hu Ying was stunned. This is... Seeing Hu Ying's expression, Chu Yan asked. Since Empress Xiantian asked him to do this, there must be a reason, and seeing Hu Ying's reaction now also proves this guess. This, could it be? After being stunned for 3 breaths, Hu Ying suddenly turned his head and looked at Chu Yan with a look of shock on his face. In the dilated pupils, half is for verification, and half is for affirmation. Although he knew exactly what the pattern represented, when he actually saw it, he couldn't believe it at all. The next moment, Hu Ying's complexion became more and more serious, and even began to distort. Chu Yan, die. Suddenly, the celestial power on Hu Ying's body exploded, and a burst of immortal power in his hand turned into thunder, and blasted directly at Chu Yan. When the thunder came, Chu Yan and Moadizuan were stunned. What's the situation? If you say turn your face, turn your face. Fortunately, both Chu Yan and Moadizuan were prepared in advance when Hu Ying's face changed, and they urged the immortal power together to shoot at the same time. Boom! Boom! Immortal power collided, exploding 2 gas explosions, and the whole room buzzed and trembled. Cut! Chu Yan drew his sword backhand, and the Haoyan sword drew silver light, shattering the void, and slashed at Hu Ying fiercely. When the sword was cut, Hu Ying's face changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to avoid it. The handprints that were not taken in his hand also collapsed, and the offensive stalled instantly. What are you doing? Why did you kill me? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yan opened his mouth and asked. It turned out that with a good deal, the whereabouts of the 3 elixirs would be known immediately, but this Huing suddenly turned his back on him and said he would kill people if he said he would kill them. Is this Jiuxiao building a black shop? Could it be that he wants to snatch a Xuanhuan sword and Wentian furnace directly? Staring at Huing, Chu Yan had a cold expression on his face, and the Haotian sword trembled slightly in his hand. Humph. Chu Yan, do you still have the face to ask? No wonder your Dao foundation was destroyed and recovered so quickly. It turned out to be because of this, but today, no matter what, you must die. After saying a word, Hu Ying's fingerprints condensed again. He raised his hand and slapped it, smashing the void in front of him, stretching his big hand into it, and directly pulled out a ghost-headed sword. Thunderbolt. With the big sword held high, Tianzuan's first level of heavenly cultivation base exploded, and the light of the sword overflowed with thunder and lightning, and slashed at Chu Yan's head fiercely. This knife, with the cultivation base of Tianzuan realm and the increase of the thunder system, is powerful enough to destroy the world. Chu Yan never expected that this Huing would make a move with all his strength, and it was still inside the Jiuxiao building. What kind of enmity, what resentment? Don't care about killing yourself. Hashtag C3136 Mutation. Chapter 3136. For Hu Ying's unreasonable attack, Chu Yan naturally would not follow through. Want to fight, right? Then let's fight. The next moment, the breath of Chu Yan's whole body exploded instantly, all the immortal power was urged to the extreme, and the sword power all over his body surged like a wave. Sword to control the world. When the sword is released, all the swords are as mighty as 1,000 rivers returning to the sea, and they all flow back into the Haotian sword in an instant, and when they are cut out again, a sword light is like a straight line, cutting towards the attacking thunder saber. The sword of Zhang Jianjian controls the world. This is the first time to use this trick after Chu Yan comprehended it. And the opponent was still in the first level of the heavenly exalted realm, so he didn't hold back at all, and broke out with all his strength. Boom! Boom! Swords and knives clashed, thunder exploded, and electric light overflowed. That sword glow was like a flash of lightning, breaking through 10,000 weights at a single point. Wherever it passed, the huge thunder gang sword glow was like a broken bamboo. Turn into powder. The momentum of the Haotian sword remained undiminished. After cutting all the blade lights, it directly chopped on Hu Ying's protective body, and it flew upside down, smashed through the wall of the room, and rolled to the outside ground. Under this sword duel, the winner will be judged. Puff. Huing, who got up from the ground, opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. Okay. Very good. It is worthy of being the number 1 in the world. But the cultivation base of the peak of the earth venerable realm can hurt me. Huing urged the immortal power to suppress the tumbling qi and blood in his body, and at the same time said. But, you have to know, this is the 9-story building. When the words fell to the ground, Hu Ying's face was full of ferocity, and he crushed a piece of jade talisman in his hand. An extremely strong breath gushed out instantly, spreading around like a shock wave. This is obviously an early warning jade talisman, and this Huing is actually called a helper. Ah. Fuck me. Huing was covered in blood. But he looked like crazy, holding a ghost-headed sword, charged out violently, and slashed at Chu Yan again. Bold. Who dares to make trouble in the Jiuxiao building? Before Huing could reach Chu Yan, a shout exploded in the surrounding void. Before the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures shot towards the room like a stream of light, and all of them fell around the room. Among the dozen or so figures, several of them have cultivation bases that are also at the first level of the heavenly exalted realm, and even have the existence of the second level. They should be the same as Huing, the deacon of Jiuxiao. Because they were so close, after receiving the warning, they all rushed over to help. As soon as these dozen or so people appeared, they stared at Chu Yan without asking anything, and all shot directly. In an instant, more than a dozen powerful attacks hit Chu Yan like a flood. This. Mo Dizuan's complexion changed drastically, and he kept urging his body's true energy, but he was still swayed by this torrent, as if he would fall into it in an instant. This is still the entry point for Mo Dizuan to practice the method of asking, otherwise he would not be able to last even a breath. What a 9-story building. Chu Yan holds the Haoyan sword, his eyes are full of cold flames, and when he takes a step, the sword is as bright as the sky. Countless sword lights, like thousands of arrows, rushed into the air and pierced the large attack torrent, cutting it into thousands of holes and shattering them one by one. At this moment, Huing and the dozens of deacons all changed their faces drastically. They couldn't believe it at all, that a peak of the Earth prestige realm could block the joint attack of more than a dozen of them. Who is it? Someone dares to do something on Jiuxiao. Or on Dingdanfang. This is the Lang talking from there, is he crazy? The commotion of the battle was so loud that it alarmed all the cultivators in the surrounding rooms. Some people stopped the transaction, ran out of the room, looked towards the main hall, their faces were full of excitement. After all, fighting in Jiuxiao is not something that happens every day. There is trouble, hurry up. Chu Yan and Mo Dizuan looked at each other and were about to leave. Huing was right, this is where the Jiuxiao is. It is definitely not a good thing to start a war with Jiuxiao here. After all, the reception deacon is the first level of the heavenly exalted realm. If they really want to fight, they will provoke a few old monsters, and they will not be able to leave even if they want to. Let's go. Chu Yan waved his hand, and the immortal power enveloped Mo Dizuan, turning into a dragon and rushing to the sky. Humph. Still want to run? A thunderous shout rolled out, each and every one of the heavenly venerable realm powerhouses rushed out of the trading hall, chasing towards the sky. All kinds of sword lights, thunder fists, and palms rushed towards Chu Yan like a tide. You want to keep me? You deserve it too. Chu Yan's long hair danced wildly, the tiger roared and his cloak was flying, and the long sword in his hand kept moving, and his figure became faster and faster. Wherever the gaze passes, the sword strikes, smashing one attack after another, opening a passage, there is no single enemy at all. After all, with his current strength at the peak of the Earth prestige realm, he can still deal with these first level and second level heavenly prestige realm with ease. Therefore, the speed must be fast, and leave as soon as possible before Jiuxiao reacts. And in front of the trading hall below, more and more people gathered to watch the excitement. Haha, someone really did it. Isn't this too awesome? The two of you are fighting with the Jiuxiao, are they here to rob you? Ha ha ha. Interesting, do you want to go up and help, and share some with me if you succeed? Haha, if it really succeeds, even if a single hair from Jiuxiao's body is pulled out, it will be developed. That's right. A group of cultivators with prominent status and status are all people of status in various forces, big and small, completely watching the excitement and making all kinds of jokes. It's over there. Chu Yan above the sky, with thunderous eyes, stared at the entrance of the small world of Jiuxiao, rushing all the way. Just as Chu Yan was aiming at the exit, 3 astonishing lightning flashes rushed towards him in the distance of the sky. Humph. Little earthly venerable, dare to act presumptuously in my Jiuxiao building. Every word is like thunder, exploding the world. 3 figures as majestic as mountains appeared from the distant sky and stepped forward. Wherever they passed, the world was completely sealed, as if they had turned into crystals and condensed like ice. In the next breath, 3 powerful spiritual consciousness locked on Chu Yan, all suppressed on Chu Yan. It turned out to be 3 god kings. Good fellow, the 3 unrivaled overlords. The 9 layers building is bullish. There's no show for now. It's over. That kid is useless. The crowd watching the excitement below suddenly laughed, watching the 3 god dynasty Chu Yan striding forward, shaking their heads in unison. No matter how strong a person is in the Earth Presence realm, there is no possibility of escaping from the hands of the 3 god kings. Even if this kid can come to Jiuxiao, his status will not be bad, but strength is strength and has nothing to do with status. Moreover, as the Zhuzongla of the Chamber of Commerce, the most taboo thing is for someone to do something in the Chamber of Commerce. In this case, it is usually extermination. Otherwise, everyone will stare at the big piece of meat of the Chamber of Commerce, and the business will not be done at all. Not good. Chu Yan turned his head to look, and his face suddenly changed. God King appeared, so fast. Now he still has the token given by Lord Xuanhuan, he can block it twice, but there are 3 god kings in front of him. Moreover, even if it is blocked, the next step must be the supreme move. Now, it's really troublesome. #C3137 Fight. Chapter 3137. Fight. Facing the pursuit of the God King, the exit teleportation array is ahead, so we can only fight with all our strength. After making up his mind, Chu Yan's stature skyrocketed, and he used the dragon world to the extreme, cutting out the sky with a sword, breaking through the avenue, and rushing towards the teleportation array. Die! The 3 god kings shouted coldly, and a large wave of tides gushed out as they waved their hands. Wherever they passed, the sky and the earth turned into nothingness. All kinds of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning are powerful, tyrannical, like a natural disaster. Chu Yan's scattered spiritual consciousness was smashed into powder by this force, and he couldn't help but feel cold all over his body, so he could only hold up the token of Xuanhuan, ready to display the will of the Lord. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The tides transformed by the power of the 3 god kings surged 10,000 steps in front of Chu Yan, but they all stopped, as if blocked by some force, and could no longer move forward. What happened? A long and ancient voice sounded between heaven and earth. The supreme coercion is like a curtain of heaven and earth, falling from the endless sky, and the invisible coercion fills the void, and even the aura of the 3 great god kings are completely suppressed. 9 Territories Supreme. The cultivators present just felt the coercion, and instantly realized that this is the peak powerhouse among the powerhouses of the Supreme Realm, and the 9 Realms Supreme has arrived. See, Your Excellency Tianying. Those who attacked Chu Yan, including the 3 god kings, turned around and bowed their hands to the void. The next moment, an old man wearing a fire robe stepped forward from the void, his thunderous eyes swept across the audience. Finally, his eyes fell on Chu Yan and Moa Dizuan in front of the teleportation formation. Moa Dizuan, who only has the cultivation base of the Earth Venerable Realm, does not have the strength of Chu Yan. After being stared at by the 9 Realms Supreme, his whole body trembles and sweats like rain. He is different from Chu Yan. This is the first time he has seen the 9 Realms Supreme, and he has no resistance to this kind of coercion. After all, he only has the cultivation base of the earthly realm. Even if he sees a strong person in the heavenly realm on weekdays, he can only respect him. However, now that he and Chu Yan are being targeted by Jiuxiao, they can only calm down by force. Chu Yan held the token of the Lord, his face was like water. If he was a god king before, then he could still fight, but now, with the presence of the supreme being of the 9 realms, there is no chance. Shantian, are you trying to kill me? Chu Yan was speechless, thinking that the cause of the incident was all because of the pattern of the Shantian Empress, and he was full of depression. Hu Ying's sudden turn of events was definitely not because he was Chu Yan. After all, Jiuxiao is a scorpion, and will not participate in the conflict between himself and the 12 Orthodoxy. And when I first came here, both Xuanhuan and Hu Ying knew my identity. Therefore, Hu Ying's sudden change of face was definitely because of the pattern of Empress Xiantian. This made Chu Yan extremely surprised. Logically speaking, Empress Xiantian has never harmed herself, why this time? Therefore, even if he was forced into a desperate situation just now, Chu Yan resisted not to use the Lord's token, and always stuck to the last line. If it was changed to the pursuit of the 12 Dao lineages, the Master token would have been thrown out long ago. Well now, the Supreme is here, and he is still the Supreme of the 9 realms. This is a complete hopeless situation. Under everyone's gaze, the Supreme Being of the 9 regions fell to the side of the 3 God Kings, looked at the people in the Jiuxiao, frowned slightly, and said, "Speak. I want to know what happened." Hearing these words, all the bosses in Jiuxiao turned their eyes to Hu Ying. After all, they just came to fight and had no idea what was going on. Report to Lord Tianying, this Chu Yan is. Using his spiritual sense to transmit sound, he told the bosses in Jiuxiao exactly what happened in the 9th Peak Trading Hall. There is no concealment or exaggeration. After all, Hu Ying is only a deacon of the heavenly venerable realm, and dare not lie to the God King and the Supreme. What? That pattern. The expressions of the 3 God Kings all changed when they heard the last word. In the next breath, hundreds of pairs of eyes on the Jiuxiao looked at Chu Yan and Moa Dizuan together, all with killing intent on their faces. This mass of murderous gazes hit, and Chu Yan and the two suddenly felt cold all over their bodies. What's the situation? Moa Dizuan and Chu Yan all looked stunned. At first, I thought that Hu Ying was the only one who was sick, but I didn't expect that all the big bosses of Jiuxiao were so sick. Did I rob your treasure house, or dig your ancestral graves? I didn't offend you Jiuxiao at all, okay? Why are they all looking like they want to kill someone now? Lord Tianying, one of the highest orders of the Jiuzhong building, if you encounter this pattern, kill it immediately. Therefore, I took the shot, but it is a pity that this Chu Yan was the number 1 in the world last time, so he was so strong that he was allowed to escape to here. Hu Ying cupped his hands and said to Tianying Supreme. Now, he is the one who discovered this pattern, even if he didn't succeed in killing it, he still deserves a lot of credit. What I said is to invite credit in the open and in the dark. This. Tianying Jizuan's face has turned black into the bottom of the pot. If I had known this was the case, I would have closed my mind well, and why did I run out? Well now, stuck in. Master Tianying, we can just make a move. The 3 God Kings clasped their hands together. Before the 3 God Kings could finish their sentence, Supreme Tianying hurriedly stopped them. I'll handle this matter. After saying a word, Supreme Tianying turned to look at Chu Yandao. Chu Yan, right. If you don't want to die, come with me. And you. Turning his head to look at Hu Ying, Tianying Jizuan turned and left. Everyone go back to their original positions and continue. With a wave of his hand, everyone in the Jiuxiao was dispersed, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into a hall deep in the Jiuxiangfang. What? This is the end. The 3 God Kings and the Jiuxiao masters present all had expressions of astonishment. They didn't understand at all what Tianying Supreme was doing. Shouldn't they follow the order and kill them directly? Everyone is gone. Everyone. Resume normal trading. After all, the 3 God Kings are big bosses, since the higher-ups gave the order, they had no choice but to carry it out. The Supreme and the 3 God Kings all gave the order, and the big bosses of Jiuxiao who were present had no choice but to scatter back even if they didn't understand. As for Chu Yan and Moa Dizuan standing in front of the teleportation formation, under the stare of the 3 God Kings, they could only chase after Tianying Supreme. The teleportation array has been controlled by them, and even if they want to leave now, they can't. The point is, looking at the appearance of Tianying Supreme, it seems that there is a turning point. Moreover, Chu Yan has been suspecting that it is impossible for Empress Xiantian to harm herself, and plans to see the subsequent development. Damn it, this kid is not dead. What's the situation? He's a gangster. Is he a member of the 12 Ways? This child's identity is not simple, send someone to check. The cultivators watching the excitement below were startled when they saw Chu Yan and the two flying across the sky. This is probably the first time in 100 years that someone who caused trouble in the Jiuxiao was still alive.